Chapter 333 Evil Uchiha. After understanding the whole story, Naruto gave Obito a verbal attack, making Obito even more ashamed. Minato looked at his disciple who had gone astray and said, "Obito, what are your plans for the future? Why don't you stay in Konoha with Itachi? The Uchiha clan's land is still yours." Obito shook his head slowly and said, "Minato-sensei, I am different from Itachi. I am a sinner. Please lock me up in prison. That is my final destination." Advertisement. He stood aside with his arms folded and suddenly interrupted. "Why, do you want Kakashi to bring you food?" As soon as Obito heard Kakashi, he almost blurted out, "No. I don't want to see him." Obito was extremely excited. If he had to name the person he least wanted to see, Kakashi would definitely be number one. He really didn't want Kakashi to see him in his current state, and he didn't want him to know what he had done. Would he laugh at himself? Would he feel that he was still the last one in the group? He didn't want Kakashi to look down on him. He smiled and said, "Then you should go back to Akatsuki." After hearing this, Obito was stunned, thinking what did this mean? Was he testing him? Chihei continued. "Aren't you guys collecting the tailed beasts? Go back and ask them to continue collecting. The bigger the noise, the better. It would be best if the other villages would be gritting their teeth at you but unable to do anything about it." Minato didn't understand what Chijia meant, he couldn't help but ask. "Kyunhee, what are you going to do?" Chijia had a villain-like smile on his face, he looked at Obito and said, "Don't you want to create a world without war? Very good, I can help you realize this dream." "What?" Obito was confused. If it weren't for Chijia's strength, he really wanted to ask. "Are you crazy?" He ignored everyone's reactions and spoke to himself. "You should have gathered a few tailed beasts by now, so get the remaining ones as soon as possible. Don't make me wait too long." With that said, Chijia walked up to Naruto and put her hand on his stomach as the latter looked at her in confusion. Advertisement. With a gentle pull, a small ball of red energy was pulled out by Kyunhee, which was part of Nine Tails' chakra. At this time, inside Naruto's body, Nine Tails let out a deafening roar. "Damn Uchiha brat!" Chijia casually threw the Nine Tails chakra to Obito, who reached out to catch it in a daze. "Well, these Nine Tails chakras should be enough. You can figure out how to deal with the remaining tailed beasts on your own," Obito said hesitantly. "Kyunhee, senior, I really know I was wrong." "Well, I know. Don't think too much about it. Take this Nine Tails chakra back with you. It can also be used to fool Black Zetsu. Remember, do as I say. Consider it your atonement. But what if Madara is resurrected? Then resurrect him. I really want to tell him that his idea back then was right. What do you think?" "Haha, if he really comes back to life, you can ask him yourself." As he spoke, Chijia looked at Obito's chest, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a black spell suddenly appeared in the air in front of Obito. Obito's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Is this the curse mark left by Madara?" Kyunhee nodded and said, "I have already erased it for you. Now you can go back without any worries." Obito stood up from the ground, he looked at Minato again and murmured, "Teacher, I..." Minato shook his head and said softly, "There's no need to apologize. You've also been deceived. Just do as Kyunhee says. I believe him." He glanced at him and said indifferently, "I am so touched. I wish you had been like this back then." An embarrassed look appeared on Minato's face. He knew that Chijia was referring to the fact that he had not listened to Chijia's words before, which led to his and Kushina's death. There was no way. He was also a passionate young man who was brainwashed by the will of fire. It would be really difficult to change his mind without experiencing something unforgettable. Now that he has suffered a bitter experience and understood Kyunhee's good intentions, he will not do anything stupid again. Advertisement. Obito nodded silently, and said in a deep voice, "I understand. Although I don't know what Senior Kyunhee means, I will definitely do what Senior Kyunhee says." Obito's right eye radiates a wave of distortion, and his body gradually disappears. Before completely disappearing, Obito looked at Naruto with an apologetic smile on his face. "I'm sorry, Naruto, you are really like me back then. I hope you can keep going with determination. I believe you can become Hokage." Naruto nodded and gave Obito a thumbs up. "Obito-senpai, you have to work hard too." Looking at Naruto, Obito felt dazed, as if he was looking in a mirror and saw himself back then. At some point, tears had covered his face. He forced a smile and gave a thumbs up. After saying that, Obito's figure completely disappeared, but Minato suddenly came close to Chijia, and he covered his mouth with his hand and asked like a thief, "Kyunhee, can you tell me your intention now?" Chijia glared at Minato and said coldly, "Didn't you just say you believed in me?" "What?" Are you afraid that an evil Uchiha like me will start a ninja war? Look at what you said. You are not Uchiha Madara. Why would you start a war in the ninja world for no reason? I am just curious. Haha, you guessed it right. I want to start a great war in the ninja world. Hey? Chijia, are you kidding me? Who are you kidding? Those villages are too much of an eyesore. The ninja world only needs one ninja village. After hearing this, Minato's family was all dumbfounded. Naruto's train of thought was quite strange. He suddenly blurted out. Chijia-senpai, can I still become Hokage in the future? Kushina hugged Naruto and signaled him not to speak. They are talking about unifying the ninja world over there, why are you still hesitating about whether you are Hokage or not? Minato was stunned for a long time, and asked in disbelief. So you want to let Akatsuki start a war, and then take the opportunity to destroy those ninja villages? It's hard to say whether they can be eliminated or not. That depends on their attitude. But they will never accept this. Do we really have to kill them all? Chijia smiled slightly, his eyes rippled with dark light, and activated the Rinnegan. A suffocating sense of oppression emanated from the Rinnegan, and Chijia said softly. In front of these eyes, they have no other choice. Chapter 334 Xiao. Rain Shinobi Village. Tiandao Pain was staring at Zetsu in front of him with a gloomy expression. Kakuzu and Haiden have lost contact too? What the hell is going on? Black Zetsu appeared calm but was cursing inside. You're asking me what's going on? Don't you know what kind of people those two are? What's the difference between letting them go to Konoha to get information and sending their heads to fight? Advertisement. If it weren't for Nagato's unique physique as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Black Zetsu really wanted to find a new owner for the Rinnegan. At this moment, Black Zetsu really missed Madara very much. Although he has been using Madara, Madara is really reliable. This Nagato, relying on his half-baked Rinnegan, acts like a god all day long, and Black Zetsu really can't stand it. Of course, he could only think about it. Now Obito was nowhere to be found, and it would be difficult for him to get close to Nagato's real body by himself. Moreover, Nagato was always wary of him, and the risk of a sneak attack was too great. He could only calm Nagato down first and prevent him from doing anything stupid again. Everything would have to wait until Obito came back. The two have been captured, so those two are of no value. I think the most important thing now is to find Madara first. You mean for me to go to Konoha myself? That doesn't go with the plan. Nine Tails must stay until the end. Black Zetsu was speechless for a while. His original intention was to tell Nagato not to go to Konoha and do stupid things, but this guy obviously misunderstood his meaning. But it's better this way, just don't let Nagato run to Konoha stupidly. There's something strange about that Uchiha Chijia, and he has no idea what's going on. But Obito still needs to be found, and Black Zetsu turns his attention to Konan who is next to Pain. Konan noticed Black Zetsu's gaze and spoke. You want me to go to Konoha? No. Without waiting for Black Zetsu to speak, Pain directly refused. To him, Konan was his only one, and he would never be able to accept it if anything happened to Konan. Just when things were at a stalemate, the space beside them suddenly distorted and Obito emerged from it. Upon seeing Obito, Black Zetsu shouted in surprise. Bring, Madara! You're back! Advertisement. Black Zetsu almost called out Obito's name. Pain didn't pay much attention to it, but the sharp-minded Konan noticed it. She glanced at Obito, then lowered her head and stopped talking. Obito just glanced at Black Zetsu and looked away, fearing that if he continued to look, he would be unable to resist taking action. Chijia had already told him that Black Zetsu had a very special physique and was almost impossible to kill. Only 6 paths level powers or sealing techniques could have any effect on him. Therefore, he had to temporarily suppress the hatred in his heart and said to Pain calmly. I have already collected 9 Tails chakra. I don't need to go to Konoha for now. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 3 people present changed. What? Obito said nothing and released a ball of 9 Tails chakra directly from the Kamui space. After the 9 Tails chakra appeared, a violent aura swept out. Pain's eyes focused and he said in a deep voice. Is this 9 Tails chakra? It's so violent, it's incomparable to those tailed beasts. Konan couldn't help but ask. Is that all? Obito glanced at Konan, but before he could speak, Black Zetsu suddenly interrupted. That's enough. 9 Tails is special. These chakras are enough to revive the Gedo statue. After saying this, he looked at Obito with an appreciative look. Obito is really reliable. He actually brought back 9 Tails chakra, which is a pleasant surprise. But he still had some doubts in his mind. How did Obito collect these 9 Tails chakra? What about 9 Tails Jinkra Ki? Pain asked these questions for him. Madara, how did you get the 9 Tails chakra? Of course I got it from 9 Tails Jinkra Ki, but I was discovered by that Uchiha Chijia while I was capturing Jinkra Ki. He was very powerful, so I had to do the next best thing and pulled this part out of Jinkraki. It's Uchiha Chijia again? How strong is he? Even you, the head of the Uchiha clan, find him difficult to deal with. There was a hint of sarcasm in Pain's tone. Obito snorted coldly. Humph. I advise you not to underestimate him. I have confirmed that those eyes of his are the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Advertisement. So what about the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Can it even compare to my Rinnegan? Haha, that's not necessarily true. Renjo showed a meaningful smile under Obito's mask, thinking that Senior Chijia also has a pair of Rinnegan, and they are original. You think you can compete with Kyunhee Senior just because you are a second-hand product? Don't be ridiculous. What's more, there are 12 Megatama in Senior Chijia's Rinnegan. Although I don't know what that means, it is definitely not just decoration. Obito is already looking forward to Nagato's expression when he sees Chijia's Rinnegan. Oh, and that damn Black Zetsu. He now has great faith in Kyunhee, not only because of Kyunhee's overwhelming strength, but most importantly, he witnessed Kyunhee's reincarnation with his own eyes. That is a miracle technique that can truly revive the dead. If Kyunhee can revive Lin, he will be willing to die immediately. However, Nagato misunderstood Obito's meaning. He thought Obito meant that the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was no worse than the Rinnegan. He smiled disdainfully. In his opinion, this was simply nonsense. The Rinnegan was the eye of the legendary sage of six paths. Compared with the Rinnegan, what was the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Obito didn't care. Knowing the truth, he just felt sorry for Nagato and had no intention of arguing with him. Black Zetsu spoke at this time. Well, I'm glad that Madara is back safely, and he also brought back the Nine Tails Chakra, which is definitely something to be happy about. Pain nodded, and Konan said with some concern. But the organization is seriously short of manpower, and only Deidara is left. Pain frowned. This was indeed a question. He asked Obito. Madara, did you get any news about Itaki and the others while you were in Konoha? You mean them? Uchiha Itaka has become the Anbu minister of Konoha, Kisame is his subordinate, Haiden seems to have been dealt with by Uchiha Chijia, as for Kakuzu. Speaking of Kakuzu, Obito paused, and Konan quickly asked. What happened to Kakuzu? She really didn't want anything to happen to Kakuzu, because he was indeed a good financial manager, and the money for her to buy the detonating talisman had to come from him. Obito's expression under the mask was very strange. He slowly spoke. Kakuzu has entered Konoha's treasury and is in charge of money. Chapter 335 Jiraiya. On this day, a heavyweight figure once again arrived at the gate of Konoha. The man was a burly man with wild, long white hair and 2 streaks of bright red paint on his face. The 2 guards standing at the door shouted in surprise when they saw the newcomer. Jiraiya is an adult. Jiraiya nodded with a smile on his face, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Advertisement. This time he went out to investigate the affairs of Akatsuki, but the information he collected was still limited. He didn't want to return to Konoha so early, but he learned outside that Konoha had changed its Hokage, and the new Hokage was actually the dead Uchiha Chijia. Jiraiya is also no stranger to Chijia. Because of Minato, he has spent quite a bit of time with Chijia. In Jiraiya's impression, Chijia is a talented ninja who loves the village and has strong strength, but because of the Uchiha, he is always excluded by some of Konoha's high-ranking officials. Jiraiya still remembered that when Minato wanted Chijia to be an Anbu minister, he was strongly opposed by the higher UPS, but now he became the Hokage directly. This fact is really weird. So he had to stop what he was doing temporarily and rush back to Konoha overnight to check the situation. Jiraiya simply greeted the 2 gatekeepers and then walked straight into Konoha. Walking the streets of Konoha, Jiraiya observed his surroundings, trying to see how life in the village had changed after the change of Hokage. But after observing for a while, he finally came to the conclusion that life in the village was no different from before, and people didn't seem to care about the change of Hokage. Jiraiya walked all the way to the Hokage building. Standing in front of the Hokage building, he turned to look at Hokage Rock, his eyes lingering on Chijia's portrait for a long time. Until Itaki appeared and called out respectfully. Jiraiya is an adult. Jiraiya came back to his senses. When he saw Itaki in front of him, his nerves suddenly tensed up. He exclaimed. Uchiha Itaki. Why are you here? Itaki had anticipated Jiraiya's reaction, he still kept his head down and responded. My mission was completed, so the Hokage-sama allowed me to return to Konoha and made me the minister of Anbu. What? What mission do you mean? This is a long story, Jiraiya-sama, you should go find the Hokage-sama first. Jiraiya nodded hesitantly, then, led by Itaki, came to Chijia's office. Just seeing the people in the room, Jiraiya couldn't help rubbing his eyes, because he not only saw Chijia, but also Minato. This was a complete freak show for him. Minato was very happy to see Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, long time no see. Okay, long time no see, no. You're Minato. Jiraiya's eyes widened, he couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. He thought it was outrageous enough that Uchiha Itachi became the Anbu minister of Konoha, and now he actually saw Minato who was resurrected from the dead. Advertisement. Minato knew that his resurrection was indeed shocking, so it was understandable that Jiraiya had such a reaction. He opened his arms and smiled as he explained to Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, as you can see, I'm resurrected. Jiraiya slowly walked up to Minato, stretched out his hand and pinched his face. Minato did not resist and let Jiraiya pull his face. It was not until Jiraiya finally confirmed that the person in front of him was the Minato he remembered that he spoke tremblingly. He actually resurrected. What on earth is going on? Minato smiled and said. This was all done by Chijia. Not only me, but even Kushina was resurrected. Even Kushina. Jiraiya suddenly turned his head to look at Chijia, who looked calm and said. Jiraiya, how are you? Jiraiya nodded stiffly and asked. Kyunhee, you also came back from the dead. Haha, I wasn't dead in the first place, so how can I be resurrected? With that, Chijia snapped her fingers and Tsunade and Orochimaru were teleported here in confusion. Jiraiya saw Orochimaru and shouted again. Orochimaru. Orochimaru was also surprised. Jiraiya. Orochimaru said Jiraiya, but he moved to Chijia's side. Tsunade walked up to Jiraiya and said. You're finally back. Jiraiya nodded and said. I learned outside that Konoha had a new Hokage, so I rushed back immediately. Tsunade had a wry smile on her face. Yeah, the Hokage was changed, but what would happen if he didn't? She thought of the overwhelming power displayed by Kyunhee that day. In the face of such power, they could be said to be completely powerless to resist. Even if Jiraiya came back, she would not be naive enough to think that she could compete with Chijia with just Jiraiya. Advertisement. She even thought that Chijia's power was no less than that of Uchiha Madara back then, because her grandfather, the first Hokage, was there, but what about now? Therefore, Tsunade has completely given up the idea of going against Chijia and is honestly serving as the director of the medical department. Jiraiya is still asking. Tsunade, are you giving up the position of Hokage voluntarily? Yes, Chijia is more suitable to be Hokage than me. Tsunade's expression was extremely calm when she said this, because it was indeed what she really meant. Just the fact that she resurrected Minato was enough for her to say. Jiraiya could only look at Minato. Minato, is Naruto okay? When Naruto was mentioned, Minato's face lit up with a happy smile. Teacher Jiraiya, Naruto is doing fine, and I want to thank you for taking care of him. No need, taking care of Naruto is what I should do, not to mention, he is very likely the child of prophecy mentioned by Toad Sage. Child of prophecy? Yes, the ninja who can change the entire ninja world. Puff. Kyunhee suddenly laughed. It was the so-called fatalism again. A joy boy and a child of prophecy. It would never end. He looked at Jiraiya and said. Why do we have to count on a vague child of prophecy to change the ninja world? Jiraiya frowned. What do you mean? Chijia stood up from her chair and walked in front of Jiraiya. Although his eyes were still black, there was still an inexplicable sense of oppression, and Jiraiya couldn't help swallowing. Chijia stared into Jiraiya's eyes and spoke slowly. What a ridiculous fatalism. If you want to change the ninja world, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Buzz. A domineering aura burst out from Chijia, and Jiraiya trembled all over, with a fine layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Tsunade stood aside with an unpleasant look on her face. This again. What on earth is this momentum? Chapter 336 Sasuke and Itachi. Jiraiya spoke with difficulty, despite the momentum that was almost overwhelming him. What do you want to do? Kyunhee smiled slightly. It's very simple. Just leave only one village in the ninja world. Nani? You want to start a war? Advertisement. So what? Peace is never achieved with words. Only fists are the truth. Don't you understand this? Do you know what you are talking about? I know. That's what Uchiha Madara thought back then. Unfortunately, he didn't stick to this idea. I really want to criticize the first Hokage for this. He obviously has the best strength in the world, but he still has to negotiate with those weaklings on the table. Haha, it's really hard to understand. You. Jiraiya didn't expect Chijia to say such a thing. This is even more Uchiha than Uchiha. He even began to doubt whether the person in front of him was the Chaihi he once knew. Also, what on earth was this inexplicable aura? It was hard for him to imagine that someone could immobilize him with just aura. Minato saw that Jiraiya was gradually getting tired, so he stepped forward and said. Teacher Jiraiya, I think what Chijia said makes sense. If we want the ninja world to have true peace, war is inevitable. Jiraiya felt even more upset after hearing this. He looked at Minato in disbelief. Minato, even you think so? Minato nodded seriously. After experiencing death once, he now chose to trust Chijia unconditionally. Jiraiya seemed to have lost all his strength. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice. So you want to declare war directly on other ninja villages? He spread his hands and said. No, everything has its reasons. When Xiao has made enough noise, they will come to us naturally. You still know Akatsuki? Then do you know that they are collecting the tailed beasts? Naruto is in danger now. Advertisement. You don't have to worry about that. Capturing Naruto is no longer meaningful to them. Now all they have to do is wait. Jiraiya was getting more and more confused the more he listened. Naruto had the 9 tails, the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts. How could Akatsuki let Naruto go? He turned his head sharply towards Minato, wanting to see the father's reaction. However, Minato remained calm and even gave Jiraiya a reassuring look. Tsunade, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Jiraiya, don't worry about these things. I think Hokage-sama has his own arrangements. After saying that, Tsunade pulled Jiraiya up and dragged him out of the Hokage's office, and Chijia didn't make any attempt to stop him. After the two left, Minato came close to Chijia and whispered. Kyunhee, how was my performance just now? This time I was completely on your side. He glanced at him and said lightly. Not bad. Why? Do you want me to give you an award? No, I just want to ask, can you give me 2 days off? You know, since I was resurrected, I haven't spent 2 days with Naruto properly. As he said this, Minato put his hands together and placed them on his head, making a begging gesture, looking very pitiful. Chijia was immediately amused by Minato, and he waved his hand. Okay, seeing how you behave, I'll grant you leave now. Go and be with your son. That's great. Kyunhee, you are worthy of being my best friend. Minato excitedly opened his arms and wanted to hug Chijia, but Chijia dodged and gave him an unfriendly look. Looking at the faint red light in Chijia's eyes, Minato swallowed, withdrew his arms angrily, and then ran out of the office happily. Kyunhee glanced at the time and found that it was almost time for lunch. Although it was not yet the normal time to get off work, he didn't care about that and disappeared in the office in a flash. In a hotel in Konoha. Itachi was holding 2 strings of 3 colored meatballs and handing them to Suzuki, who was sitting opposite him, and said gently. Suzuki, try this. This is something I like to eat. I bought it specially from the dessert shop. Suzuki took the 3 colored balls, paused, and handed another bunch of balls back to Itachi. Advertisement. Since you like it, then you can have one too. There's no need to give it all to me. A smile appeared on Itachi's face. He took a bite of the meatball and found it extremely sweet. Suzuki turned his head and took a bite of the meatball. In fact, when he was a child, he had eaten 3 colored meatballs with Itachi, but he never ate it again after that night. He even stopped going to a dessert shop, because whenever he saw the 3 colored balls, he would think of Itachi and the night that made him fear and hate him. But this time he ate with extraordinary happiness, and in a short while, he had eaten up all the meatballs in his hand. Suzuki licked his lips with some satisfaction, and Itachi, who had been observing him, immediately spoke up. You finished eating so soon? I thought you didn't like it, so I didn't buy much. I'll go buy some more now. As Itachi said this, he was about to get up to buy 3 colored balls for Suzuki, but was stopped by Suzuki. He shook his head and said softly. No need. Actually, it doesn't matter what I eat as long as you are here. Itachi's eyes suddenly widened, he moved his lips and said. Suzuki, you. Although the truth about Uchiha has been revealed and Suzuki also knows Itachi's painstaking efforts, Fugaku and Mikoto died at Itachi's hands after all. Even Itachi himself cannot get over it, let alone Suzuki. So after Itachi returned to Konoha, he has been trying to repair his relationship with Suzuki, but the effect is not very good. Every time he came home from get off work, Suzuki would just nod slightly when he saw him, as if they were not real brothers but just 2 strangers with a nodding acquaintance. Itachi naturally didn't want to let this situation continue. For him, a Brahman, this was even more painful than killing him. He had no choice before, but now he just wants to be a good brother. He hadn't expected to mend the rift between the brothers over a lunch, but Sasuke's reaction was far beyond his expectations. After Suzuki said that, his face turned red for no reason and he felt a little regretful. Fortunately, the waiter brought the food at the right time, which eased his embarrassment. He lowered his head and began to eat silently. From the look of his face, it seemed as if he had a grudge against the food in the bowl. Itachi seemed extremely excited. He kept putting food into Sasuke's bowl, muttering. Come on, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Suzuki didn't refuse. He ate as much as Itachi gave him. He didn't eat any more until he couldn't eat any more. Then he raised his head, looked at Ataka helplessly, and said. Brother, stop picking it up, eat something too. Chapter 337 Xiao in action. Sasuke's call of brother almost made Ataka suffocate. He took 2 deep breaths and asked. Sasuke, what did you just call me? Sasuke turned his head away proudly and said in a muffled voice. I call you brother. What? Is there a problem? Ataka held back his tears and said with a choked voice. Advertisement. No problem, no problem. I'm really happy. Sasuke heard Ataka's trembling voice, turned around with a complicated expression, and whispered. Brother, I've been thinking a lot these days, and I realized that I was so stupid to doubt your love for me. Ataka listened dumbly, while Sasuke continued. Actually, I was so cold to you because I really didn't know how to face you, but now I have figured it out. I have lost enough, but at least I still have you, my brother who loves me the most. I absolutely cannot lose you again. Sasuke. Ataka couldn't hold it back any longer, tears welled up in his eyes, he didn't care about the looks from the people around him, he just stood up and hugged Sasuke. Brother will never leave you again. Sasuke rested his chin on Ataka's shoulder and he closed his eyes, saying nothing. In another hotel not far away. Qianhe, who was having dinner with Hong, suddenly laughed. Hong looked at him in confusion and asked. Qianhe-senpai, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just heard a conversation between a pair of brothers, it was really interesting. Brothers? Are you talking about Anbu Chief Uchiha Itachi and his brother Sasuke, Chijia-senpai? Hey? How did you know? Qianhe was a little surprised and thought to himself that Hong's guess was too accurate. Hong smiled proudly and said. I heard from Xi Yan that the new Anbu minister is an out-and-out Brahman. He often talks about his brother to others, and rushes home as soon as he gets off work, saying that he wants to cook for his brother. Advertisement. Chijia was shocked when he heard this. Wow, it turns out Ataka's Brahman attribute is already known to everyone. At this moment, somewhere in a lake, Obito was lying on Three Tails' belly, feeling Three Tails' body temperature. Before coming here, he had let Afe take the lead, but now he took over again. Deidara was shouting at him from the sky. Hey! Afe! How long are you going to lie there? It's time to finish the work. Obito ignored him and just rolled over as if he was asleep. No one saw that his face beneath the mask was already covered in tears, because Three Tails was sealed in Lin's body back then, and it was for this reason that she chose to die at the hands of Kakashi. He wanted to feel a trace of Lin's presence in Three Tails, but that person was gone, and all he felt was endless sadness. Deidara held his forehead helplessly and said. I really don't understand you. Why did Hwa say that the leader wanted me to team up with you? In Deidara's opinion, Afe was just there to create atmosphere, and he was the only one who worked hard to capture Three Tails from beginning to end. However, what he didn't know was that just now underwater, if Obito hadn't used illusion on Three Tails, how could Deidara's clay bomb have so easily subdued Three Tails, who were known for their strong defense? Obito switched back to his Afei personality, slowly stood up from Three Tails' belly, and shouted to Deidara in the sky. Deidara-senpai. I just fell asleep. Did you say anything? Deidara said unhappily. I told you to get up off Three Tails. We should leave now. It will be troublesome to bring back the people waiting for Kirigakure to come. Oh. Okay Deidara-senpai. Let's run away then. A hole. What do you mean by running away? This is retreat. What do you know? Deidara resisted the urge to blow Afe to pieces with a bomb, and used clay to create a huge dragon, which carried Three Tails away. After the two left, Terumi Mei arrived late with a Kirigakure ninja. Several sensory ninjas reported to Terumi Mei. Mizukage-sama. Three Tails' aura is gone. Advertisement. Terumi Mei looked at the lake with a grim expression. The disappearance of the tailed beasts was definitely a big deal for the ninja village. Originally, Kirigakure still had 5 tails, but Jinchuriki Bubble, who was 5 tails, had become a traitor, which meant that Kirigakure had completely lost the tailed beast. The tailed beasts are like nuclear bombs to the ninja village. You can choose not to use them, but you must have them. Kirigakure was already badly damaged after the incident at the hands of Obito, and now he has lost his tailed beast. It's really like rain on a rainy night. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and said. Damn it! Who on earth did this? Ching, who was standing by, said. Mizukage-sama, I guess it was the Akatsuki who took Three Tails away. Only they have the courage and ability to capture ninja beasts. Speaking of Akatsuki, Terumi Mei's face darkened. This organization was composed almost entirely of S-rank rebel ninjas, and any one of them was not something that an ordinary small ninja village could deal with. Even Kirigakure themselves are not sure that they can destroy Akatsuki. You know, even Tsunagakure's Kazekage was captured by Akatsuki not long ago, had his tailed beast extracted, and almost lost his life. She was silent for a while, wondering what Akatsuki's purpose was in capturing the tailed beasts. The more she thought about it, the more she felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. Finally, Terumi Mei sighed heavily. It was no use thinking about it now. 3 tails had been captured. All she could do now was to strengthen the defense of the village to prevent Akatsuki from taking advantage of the loopholes again. The news that Kirigakure had lost 3 tails quickly spread throughout the ninja world, and the Akatsuki organization was completely exposed. After hearing the news, Noki of Uegakure immediately sent people to look for 4 tails Jinkriki. He is still working as a wandering monk outside, and if he encounters Akatsuki, he would be in great danger. However, he was still a step too slow. Since Kisame had already joined Konoha, Lao Ziai was facing a luxurious lineup composed of Pain 6 paths. In a forest, Pain was looking down at Lao Ziai, who was lying on the ground with an indifferent look on his face. Lao Ziai was struggling to get up from the ground. Suddenly, a black stick appeared in Pain's hand and stabbed Lao Ziai into his body. Puff! The black stick entered Lao Zi's body, and he let out a muffled groan and then became completely motionless. Konan jumped down from a tree, and she waved her hands. Countless pieces of paper flew out, wrapped around Lao Zi's body, and lifted him up into the sky. Tiandao Pain looked up and said softly. 4 tails has been captured. Now, only 8 tails from Cloud Shinobi Village remains. Konan nodded. It is said that 8 tails Jinkriki has a very high affinity with the tailed beasts, and has been staying in Cloud Shinobi Village, so it is not easy to capture him. Tiandao Pain narrowed his eyes and said coldly. 8 tails must be obtained, wherever he is. Chapter 338 Pain vs Cloud Shinobi Village. Cloud Shinobi Village, Yunli Gorge. A sturdy man with bronze skin was making strange gestures and muttering something, looking like a mental patient. Suddenly, 6 figures appeared beside him and surrounded him. The ones who came were none other than Pain 6 paths, and the one they surrounded was 8 tails Jinkriki Killer Bee. Tiandao Pain looked at Killer Bee's strange movements and tone, and couldn't help but frowned. He said coldly. Advertisement. You must be 8 tails Jinkriki Killer Bee. Killer Bee ignored him and continued rapping. Tendo Pain didn't waste any words and immediately stretched out his hand to aim at Killer Bee. Universal pull. Buzz. A suction force burst out from the palm of Tendo Pain, and Killer Bee was pulled over directly without warning. Tendo Pain grabbed Killer Bee's neck, and a black stick emerged from his other sleeve and heavily inserted into Killer Bee's body. However, Killer Bee's body suddenly turned into smoke with a bang. When the smoke dissipated, an octopus tentacle appeared in Pain's hand. Tendo Pain was stunned for a moment, but the animal path next to him suddenly pushed Tendo Pain away. At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. Guillotine drop. A sturdy man covered in lightning fell from the sky and kicked the animal. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, accompanied by the roar of thunder and lightning, and the animal turned into a pool of rotten meat under this kick. Tiandao Pain stepped aside, looked up at the person who came, and said lightly. 4th Raikage. 4th Raikage AI looked at the remaining 5 Pains. When he saw their Rinnegan, AI's face darkened and he thought to himself. What eyes are those? With the arrival of the 4th Raikage, a large number of ninjas from the Cloud Shinobi Village also appeared and surrounded the 5 Pains, and the situation seemed to be reversed. Advertisement. Faced with this situation, none of the Pains showed any sign of panic. Tendo Pain ignored the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas who were staring at him and asked AI directly. Where is 8 tails Jinkriki? AI snorted coldly and said. Humph. It's for the tailed beasts after all. I didn't expect you to dare to come. What? Do you think this place is the same as Kirigakure and Tsunagakure, where you can come and go as you please? What's the difference? There was no fluctuation in Tendo Pain's voice, and it was obvious that he didn't take Cloud Shinobi Village seriously at all. How could AI, who had a hot temper, bear such humiliation? He clenched his fists, the lightning wrapped around his body became more dazzling, and his hair stood up, looking very visually impactful. Lightning-style armor. AI shouted, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Tiandao Pain, and used a knife to attack Pain. Lateral bolt of Pain. However, just as AI's hand knife was about to touch Tendo Pain's body. Shinra Tensei. Buzz. An extremely strong repulsive force erupted from Tendo Pain, and even AI, who had activated the lightning-style armor, was instantly knocked back and his body flew backwards. Seeing this, Darui quickly jumped into the air and tried to catch AI's body, but was knocked out by AI, and both of them fell into the lake together. Before the Cloud Shinobi could recover, 2 of their strongest fighters were already defeated. However, Cloud Shinobi Village is the most ferocious of the 5 major ninja villages. Even though Pain's strength seems extremely powerful, there are still a large number of Cloud Shinobi rushing towards Pain. Most of the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village were very good at lightning style, and they all used their strongest lightning-style ninjutsu during the sprint. The raging lightning rushed towards Tendo Pain, and the hungry kid instantly appeared in front of Tendo Pain. He stretched out his hands, and a transparent spherical barrier appeared around him. The lightning-style ninjutsu released by Cloud Shinobi disappeared without a trace when it touched the barrier. This strange scene was obviously beyond their understanding. They all stood there in a daze, somewhat at a loss. Pain did not give them time to be stunned. Shuradu stood up. His arms made a mechanical clicking sound and dense missiles were fired from them, all landing on Cloud Shinobi. Boom boom boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and many Cloud Shinobi were blown to pieces before they could even scream. Even those who managed to survive had missing limbs and looked extremely miserable. Advertisement. Pain's performance was not over yet. Hell Path slowly came to the scrapped animal path, and in front of the horrified gazes of the Cloud Shinobi, he summoned a terrifying face burning with purple flames, just like the legendary King of Hell. The animal realm was put into the mouth of the King of Hell by him. With a creepy chewing sound, the animal realm came out of the King of Hell's mouth intact again. After coming out of the animal path, he then used the summoning technique, summoning a number of gigantic beasts, staring intently at the Cloud Shinobi below. Some of the Cloud Shinobi's mental defenses suddenly collapsed and they fell to their knees. At this moment, the surface of the lake suddenly surged, and two huge octopus tentacles stretched out, entangled with Ai and Darui who had just fallen into the lake. Cloud Shinobi, who had lost his fighting spirit, seemed to regain hope after seeing this scene. Someone shouted excitedly. It's Master Killer B. Eight-Tail's huge head emerged from the lake, and Ai and Darui jumped onto Eight-Tail's head. Ai's face didn't look very good, he shouted angrily. Why? Didn't I tell you not to come out? Akatsuki's target is you. Killer B didn't rap like usual, his tone was unusually solemn. Brother, this time the enemy is not easy to deal with. Jiki told me that the eyes of those people are the legendary Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. What? Ai looked at Pain's Rinnegan in disbelief and asked. How can such eyes appear on several people at the same time? Jiki doesn't know either, but it is definitely the Rinnegan. Did it tell us what the Rinnegan is capable of? How should we deal with these eyes? It just says that the Rinnegan is the eye of the immortal, and has the power to destroy the world. Damn it, are you kidding me? There's no way this could happen. Darui was relatively calm compared to Ai. He said. Master Raikage, if the Rinnegan is really that terrible, then it would be useless for Master Hai to hide. All we can do now is to fight with all our might. Ai frowned and nodded silently. Then, he activated the lightning-style armor again and rushed towards Pain first. Killer Bee stretched out 8 thick tentacles and instantly entangled the summoning beast summoned by the animal path. Tiandao Pain's eyes fixed, and he said coldly. It seems that the pain you feel is not enough. Chapter 339, 5 Cage Conference. Under the horrified gazes of the Cloud Shinobi, Tendo Pain's body slowly floated into the air. The other 5 Pains suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tendo Pain looked down coldly at the people of Cloud Shinobi village below. The strange atmosphere lasted for a long time. Ai finally held back and roared into the air. A hole. What on earth do you want to do? Tiandao Pain asked back. Advertisement. Have you ever felt pain? What? Ai was stunned by the inexplicable words of Tiandao Pain. Tiandao Pain slowly shook his head and continued to talk to himself. How can someone who has never felt pain understand true world peace? It's inexplicable, bye. Knock this BD down. Killer B nodded, raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and a pitch-black energy ball gathered and sprayed towards Pain in the air. Tendo Pain spread his arms and spoke in a deep voice. From now on, let the world feel pain. Super Shinra Tensei. Buzz. The entire space was instantly enveloped by a blinding white light, and a terrifying repulsive force erupted, pushing Killer Bee's tailed beast bomb back directly. Then, the repulsive force like an ocean wave swallowed up everything below, and the world seemed to have returned to peace at this moment. Inside a certain thick tree, 5 Pains were lying on the ground, and above them were Nagato and Konan. Nagato didn't look very good. Konan looked at him with a worried look and asked. Nagato, can your body still hold up? It's okay, if it's just this serious, I can still hold on. After saying that, Nagato growled, and 5 Pains stood up from the ground before disappearing again. Yunli Gorge. This place can no longer be called a gorge. The surrounding protruding valleys were all razed to the ground by Super Shinra Tensho, and a large number of Cloud Shinobi's corpses were lying on the ground. Some of the Cloud Shinobi who survived crawled out of the dirt, then fainted on the ground. Advertisement. On the lake, Ai was holding Killer B in his arms, calling his name anxiously. Bye. Bye. At the moment when Super Shinra Tensei was released, Killer B immediately used his body to protect Ai and Darui, while he himself was exposed to the center of the repulsive explosion. Even though Killer Bee was in full-tailed beast form, he was unable to withstand the close-range Super Shinra Tensei and was directly beaten back to human form, falling into a coma. Tendo Pain fell back to the ground, 5 clouds of smoke rose around him, and the other 5 Pains appeared. AI stared at Pain in front of him and said hatefully, "I will never hand it over to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Shureideo instantly appeared in front of AI and punched him in the back. AI's body was already very weak, and he had no time to react, so he was knocked directly to the bottom of the lake. Seeing this, Darui hurriedly formed hand seals and wanted to perform ninjutsu, but his actions had already been noticed by the other Pains. The Pains had shared vision, and Shuredo turned around and kicked Darui out. After dealing with the 2 people who were in the way, Shuredo carried Killer Bee back to Pain. After another burst of smoke, 6 paths Pain disappeared completely. The surviving Cloud Shinobi looked desperate, and it took a long time for someone to react. "Go save Reikage-sama." Suddenly, Killer Bee, who had been captured by Pain, emerged from the lake again, with AI on his shoulder. AI wow cried out and spat out a large mouthful of lake water mixed with some blood. He looked at Killer Bee weakly and asked, "Bye, how come?" "Brother, don't worry, those guys took away just the clone I created with my tail." "That's fine, but my Cloud Shinobi village?" AI looked up at the few remaining Cloud Shinobi in front of him, and tears actually appeared in his eyes. Killer Bee was also feeling bad, he said in a low voice. "Brother, it has already happened. The most important thing now is to unite with other ninja villages. The Rinnegan is not something that our Cloud Shinobi village alone can deal with." AI was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Killer Bee with complicated eyes and said, "Advertisement. Bye, you've grown up." The news of Akatsuki's invasion of Cloud Shinobi village spread quickly, and the major ninja villages that received the news responded immediately. Tsunagakuer and Kirigakuer took this matter very seriously. After all, they had both been invaded by Akatsuki and felt a sense of sympathy with Cloud Shinobi village. Although Uegakuer has not been invaded by Akatsuki yet, Noki has already learned that the Jinkriki in his village have been captured by Akatsuki, thus forging a grudge against Akatsuki. Leaves. Minato, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and other high-level people gathered in Chijia's office to discuss the Akatsuki matter. By the way, Konoha has now established a science department, and Orochimaru is the first director. Orochimaru himself quite liked this position because Chiji especially approved his human experiments. Of course, the experimental materials were all death row prisoners with heinous crimes or some ninjas captured from other villages. Narashikaku's expression was very serious. He looked at Chiji and said, "Hokage-sama, the 4th Reikage wants us to go to the Land of Iron with the other 3 great ninja villages to discuss the Akatsuki matter together." He leaned back in his chair and said casually, "They just want to convene a 5-cage tournament. It looks like Cloud Shinobi village is going to suffer a lot this time. Yes, it is said that someone in Akatsuki possesses the Rinnegan, and Cloud Shinobi village has suffered heavy damage." When the Rinnegan was mentioned, the expressions of Minato and others became a little strange. They knew that Chiji also had a pair of Rinnegan, but had never demonstrated its power. He stretched his waist, stood up from his chair, and sighed. "Rinnegan? That's really troublesome." Narashikaku didn't know that Chiji had the Rinnegan. He nodded solemnly and continued. "Hokage-sama, Akatsuki is going around collecting the tailed beasts, and now only the 9 tails are left. I think Naruto should be protected." "No need. Cloud Shinobi village is planning to hold the 5-cage tournament, so I'll just go there. Just let Naruto follow me." "Well, that's fine." Narashikaku thought about it and found that this was indeed the best protection for Naruto. He had seen Chiji's strength and he was definitely the strongest fighter in the entire Konoha. It would be safest for Naruto to follow him. Looking at Minato again, as a father he is not worried at all. There is no other way, because he has a friend who has activated the Rinnegan. Itaki also had a calm expression on his face. He had experienced Chiji's Rinnegan directly, and he had a feeling that Chiji's Rinnegan was definitely stronger than the one of the leader of Akatsuki, and it was much stronger. Because there are 12 Megatama in the pair of Rinnegan. Chapter 340 Educating the Four Thunders. Iron Country. In a room, there are 5 flags hung in order: water, wind, fire, earth, and thunder. Under the flags, except for the Hokage, the other 4 cages have all arrived, and behind them stand the 2 guards each brought with them. Reikage AI looked very impatient. He slammed the table and shouted. "How long are we going to sit here? Let's get started." Mizukage Terumi made low-pitched speech. Advertisement. "The Hokage hasn't arrived yet, isn't this a bad idea?" Reikage AI snorted coldly. "We have been waiting for him for a long time. He is the one who came too late. Because of Naruto, Kazekagegara still has some good feelings towards Konoha." He glanced at the empty seat and said. "The new Hokage must be too busy with work. Please understand." AI curled his lips and snorted. He looked down on Tsunagakure in the first place, and since Gaara was too young, his attitude towards Gaara became even worse. Gaara also knew this, but as the Kazekage, he still endured it. After all, Cloud Shinobi village was indeed stronger than their Tsunagakure, and for the sake of the village, he couldn't act on impulse. Tsuchikage Onoki kept his head down and said nothing. Kuratsuka beside him leaned over and whispered. Grandpa, the atmosphere seems a little off. Why aren't you talking? Unaki glanced at her and whispered. Don't talk too much, wait until that Uchiha Shigia comes. As the oldest shadow, Unaki is quite smart. He knew it would be a bad idea to speak for anyone now, so he might as well wait for the Hokage to come and see the situation before deciding on which side to stand on. Thinking of the word Uchiha, the wrinkles on Onoki's face suddenly deepened. He thought to himself. Don't let another Uchiha Madara appear. At this moment, a warrior from the Iron Kingdom shouted. The Hokage is here. When the sound was heard, the hall instantly became quiet. Even AI, who was the loudest in the room, was staring at the door, wanting to see what the new Hokage looked like. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Shigia appeared at the door, followed by 4 people, namely Itachi, Sasuke, Minato, and Naruto. Minato was wearing an Anbu mask. After all, Shigia was the protagonist this time. He felt that it would be better for him, a person who had come back from the dead, not to attract too much attention. Advertisement. Seeing Kyunhee's face that looked younger than Gaara, AI's eyes flashed with disappointment, and he thought to himself. Is Konoha deserted now? Terumi Mei's eyes lit up and her gaze moved wildly between Shigia, Itachi, and Sasuke. There was no way around it. Uchiha were already rare, and now 3 of them appeared at once. One could imagine the impact on her, an older leftover woman. Even Kuratsuka was stunned. Most of the men in Uegakure were rough and tough. Handsome men like Uchiha with fine features were rare. Gaara's gaze turned to Naruto. He smiled at Naruto, and Naruto also gave Gaara a thumbs up. Sasuke, who was standing by, saw this and curled his lips subconsciously. Cut. Unaki's attention was focused on Shigia's white hair. Ever since he was educated by Madara, he has begun to study the Uchiha clan madly. It can be said that he knows the Uchiha clan better than anyone else in Konoha. But he remembered that the Uchiha clan all had black hair, and it was impossible for them to have any other hair color. Onoki couldn't help but think. Isn't he a purebred Uchiha? Kyunhee glanced at the 4 shadows sitting in front of him, smiled and nodded, then walked to his seat and sat down. Aijian Kyunhee sat down without hesitation and said directly. Aren't you a little too late? Jianhee smiled and said casually. Is it too late? I think the time is just right. AI immediately got angry. Cloud Shinobi village had just suffered a big loss and was already in a bad mood. After being provoked by Kyunhee, he slammed the table and stood up. Damn it! Are you treating this meeting as a joke? Jianhee stretched out a finger and tapped the table, and said softly. So what? Crack. AI's body was instantly wrapped in lightning, and he glared at Kyunhee with wide eyes. Kyunhee raised his head, his eyes already open with Manjiki. Under Manjiki's gaze, a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on AI's forehead, and his body subconsciously took a step back. Jianhee still had a smile on his face. He looked at AI and asked. Advertisement. You want to fight me? Gulp. AI swallowed his saliva. He found that under the gaze of those eyes, he could hardly control his body. He had never felt this way when facing the Rinnegan. Onoki's expression was frozen. He stared at Shigia blankly. In a trance, he seemed to see Uchiha Madara back then. Even after so many years, those words still often echoed in his ears. Don't mention the name of ninja in front of me again. Naruto leaned over to Sasuke and whispered. Sasuke, Shigia-senpai is so strong. Sasuke was excited. He looked at Shigia's face with admiration in his eyes. This is what an Uchiha should be like. Strong. Confident. Minato's face under the mask showed a hint of helplessness, thinking. Kyunhee has started it again, at least give him some face. Itachi stayed closest to Shigia from beginning to end. He stared at Darui and Xi behind AI. As long as the 2 dared to take action, Itachi would let them experience the power of Sharingan. AI couldn't save face anymore under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He shouted angrily. All right. Let me see how powerful you are as the 6th Hokage. After saying that, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the next second he appeared in front of Kyunhee and punched Kyunhee. However, Kyunhee simply raised a finger that shone with a metallic luster and faced AI's fist mixed with lightning. Bang! With a dull thud, AI's fist was blocked by Kyunhee's fingers and could not move forward an inch. This scene almost made everyone present drop their jaws, especially the other 3 shadows. Everyone knows that 4th Raikage AI is best at ninjutsu. There are only a few people in the entire ninja world who can block his punch, but Kyunhee easily took it with just one finger. AI, as the person involved, was even more dumbfounded. In his imagination, Chijia might hide or directly use some eye technique in the Manjiki Sharingan. He couldn't even think of using his fingers to take the attack, because in his opinion it was almost like seeking death. While he was stunned, He changed his fingers into a palm, grabbed AI's fist, and then swung it hard, throwing AI out directly, and embedding him heavily into the wall. Seeing this, Darui and Nozomi immediately took a fighting stance. Itaka narrowed his eyes and activated Manjiki. Don't move. Chapter 341 Uchiha Conference. Two pairs of Manjiki appeared at the same time, and Noki couldn't hold back any longer. He recognized Itaka's identity. You are Konoha's traitorous ninja. Uchiha Itaki. Noki had seen Itaka's portrait when Itaka defected, and he had felt that Itaka looked familiar when he first saw him, and now seeing the Manjiki Sharingan, it was like he had directly confirmed Itaka's identity. He glanced at him and said. Itaki is now Konoha's Anbu minister, not some traitorous ninja. Advertisement. After Sasuke heard Noki say Itaka was a traitor, he immediately activated the Sharingan. Although a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan is a bit inferior to 2 pairs of Manjiki, it also proves that he is an Uchiha. Noki was completely stunned. 3 Uchiha suddenly came to Konoha. Is the Uchiha making a comeback? Terumi Mei and Kuratsuka suddenly understood, no wonder these 3 looked so handsome, it turns out they were all Uchiha. Boom. With a bang, AI jumped out of the wall. He looked at Kyunhee with a serious face. He, a ninja famous for his taijutsu, was completely defeated by an Uchiha in a clash of taijutsu. Not only him, but everyone else has not yet recovered from what happened just now. He looked at AI and said calmly. Do you still want to fight? AI's face changed, he clenched his fists and was about to move forward, but Darui suddenly appeared beside him and shook his head solemnly. After all, he is the one who will become Raikage in the future, and his temperament is much calmer than AI. From the fight just now, he had already seen that AI was no match for He, and continuing the fight would only bring humiliation upon himself. AI also knew this. He let out 2 heavy breaths from his nostrils and finally let go of his hands. Darui breathed a sigh of relief and accompanied AI back to his seat. However, Xi had a dazed look on his face. Seeing this, Darui immediately understood that Xi had fallen into Uchiha Itaka's illusion. He quickly opened his mouth and said. Hokage, we were wrong just now. Please have your men remove Xi's illusion. Advertisement. Itaka's Manjiki was still turning slowly, and he looked at Chijia, who smiled and nodded at him. After receiving Chijia's signal, Itaki immediately closed Manjiki, and Xi also woke up from the illusion. His body shook for a while, but fortunately Darui supported him and prevented him from falling to the ground. Xi had a bewildered look on his face, Darui frowned, and once again sighed in his heart at the horror of the Uchiha clan. You have to know that Zyke is a rare illusion-type ninja in their Cloud Shinobi village. His illusion level is definitely not low, but in front of Uchiha Itaki, he was still caught in the illusion without knowing it. Xi's defeat also means that in this battle between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village was completely defeated. Minato sighed and thought to himself. The Uchiha clan is a treasure left by God to Konoha, but it was destroyed by Konoha itself. Fortunately, there is Chijia. However, the shock that the Uchiha clan brought to everyone was far from over. Along with a distortion of space, Obito wearing a mask appeared. He stood on the table and looked at everyone coldly. Obito was wearing the Akatsuki-specific black robe with red clouds. AI suddenly stood up from his chair and shouted angrily. You are from Akatsuki. Obito turned his head and looked at AI with his Sharingan exposed. AI saw the drastic change in Sharingan's expression and exclaimed. You're Uchiha too. Humph, my name is Uchiha Madara. When Onoki heard the words Uchiha Madara, his eyes widened. He thought that the appearance of 3 Uchiha at once was outrageous enough, but now there is another one who calls himself Uchiha Madara. A strange scene appeared. A man who called himself Uchiha Madara and wore an Akatsuki uniform appeared here. The words I am the enemy were written on his face, but no one else dared to make a move. Needless to say, Chijia was the one who allowed Obito to capture the tailed beasts, so at this time he was naturally happy to watch Obito's performance. Others, having learned from AI's previous experience, have developed a fear of the word Uchiha and do not want to be the first to stand out. Obito himself was a little puzzled, thinking, what's wrong with these people? I've challenged them, but why are they sitting there like old dogs? Is it because the name of Uchiha Madara is too famous? He subconsciously looked at Kyunhee, who nodded at him, motioning him to continue. Obito suddenly felt relieved. He looked at AI again and said coldly. Eight Tails Jinkriki is still in your Cloud Shinobi village, right? Hand him over. After hearing what Obito said, AI's suppressed anger was aroused again. In fact, he was also a Brahman. Although he and Killer Bee were not blood brothers, their relationship was not worse than that of blood brothers. Advertisement. Now someone is directly threatening his brother's life. How can he endure it? AI suddenly jumped up and kicked Obito's waist with a leg mixed with lightning. However, Obito had already entered the hollow state, and AI's kick missed the target, and he was caught off guard and started spinning on the spot. He struggled to steady himself, and threw another punch in despair, but the result was no different, his fist went straight through Obito's body. Seeing this, the other three shadows also took action. For a moment, sand and lava were flying all over the sky, and Onoki even used dust release directly. After a wave of fierce attacks, Obito was fine. He still stood in the middle of the table, looking at the four shadows provocatively. I have to say that Kamui's hollow is really too shameless. As long as Obito himself doesn't do anything stupid, almost no one can hurt him. Even if Minato left the Flying Thunder God mark on Obito, he couldn't directly enter the Kamui space and attack his physical body. Seeing that their attack was ineffective, the four shadows returned to their positions and looked at Kyunhee. Qianhee smiled and said softly. Everyone, stop wasting your energy. This is the space eye technique of my Uchiha clan. Even if you use up all your chakra, you won't be able to cause any damage to him. Obito immediately agreed. As expected of a member of the Uchiha clan, I am much better than these idiots. What did you say? The anger in AI's heart had reached its peak. He had suffered defeat at the hands of Uchiha twice today, and both times he couldn't get back at them. Unfortunately, he wasn't a scion, so his anger was just impotent rage, which at most made his hair a little wilder. Terumi Mei couldn't help but ask. As a fellow Uchiha, you should have a way to crack it, right? Haha, of course. Kyunhee slowly stood up from the chair and activated Manjiki again. At the same time, his fingers moved obscurely a few times. Obito understood and used Kamui directly. Before his body disappeared, he said in a deep voice. I don't want to fight my own people yet. Today I am here on behalf of the Akatsuki to declare war on you 5 We will see you on the battlefield in the future. After that, Obito disappeared completely. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. In their opinion, Obito's behavior just now was obviously that he was extremely afraid of Kyunhee, so he ran away directly. Chapter 342 Kyunhee's Eyes. After Obito left, everyone's attention was focused on Chijia again. Even a fool could see that the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara was only afraid of Chijia. Therefore, many people have subconsciously regarded Chijia as the backbone. Terumi Mei asked. Hokage-sama, Akatsuki has declared war on us. What do you think we should do next? Kyunhee tapped the table with his fingers and said. Since they have declared war on us, there is nothing more to say. Let's fight. Advertisement. Gaara crossed his arms, he always felt that things were developing too fast. They were originally here to discuss how to deal with Akatsuki, how did it inexplicably develop into a war? He looked at Itaki and asked. I heard that Itaki once stayed in Akatsuki for a period of time. Can you tell us what Akatsuki's purpose in collecting the tailed beasts is? Itaki did not speak immediately. He looked down at Chijia, and only spoke after receiving an affirmative look from her. The leader of Akatsuki wants to activate an ultimate weapon by gathering the tailed beasts, then start a war and demonstrate the power of the ultimate weapon, in order to intimidate the entire ninja world and achieve true peace. These are what Chijia said to Itaki before coming here, and he is just reciting the original words now. AI frowned after hearing this. What is this ultimate weapon? Is it very powerful? All I can say is that it could easily destroy an entire country. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. In their impression, even if the tailed beasts wanted to destroy a country, it would not necessarily be an easy task. Itaka continued. As for its name, according to the stone tablet of our Uchiha clan, it is called 10 Tails. What? As Itaka spoke one piece of important information after another, everyone present was completely stunned. It was the first time they heard of the existence of 10 Tails. Advertisement. Onoki suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke slowly. So what kind of person is this guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara in Akatsuki? Itaka shook his head and said. He is very mysterious. It seems that there is no distinction between the leader of Akatsuki and him. It is more like a cooperative relationship. AI interrupted. Who is the leader of Akatsuki? Is he the guy with orange hair and a pair of Rinnegan? You can understand it this way. There are 5 others who have the Rinnegan like him. They are collectively called Pain. How can the Rinnegan appear in 6 people at the same time? Do you know what this is all about? My guess is that the 6 of them are just puppets, and the real master of the Rinnegan is someone else. This statement seemed the most reasonable to AI, but it also made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. He slumped in his chair with his eyes dull. So they fought in Cloud Shinobi village for so long but didn't even encounter the main body? If one person is so terrifying, Then if we add the Uchiha Madara just now, how terrifying would it be? How can Killer Bee protect his younger brother when he is targeted by such an enemy? The other three Kage also realized this. They looked at Chijiya again, and Onoki said in a deep voice. I wonder if Mr. Hokage's Mangeki Sharingan can handle Akatsuki's Rinnegan. Chijiya didn't say anything, Itaka spoke directly. You are mistaken. Our Hokage-sama's eyes are not ordinary Mangeki Sharingan. Noki was stunned for a moment, but then he thought, although both were Mangeki Sharingan, the one Chijiya used just now obviously gave them a stronger sense of oppression than Itaka's. After all, they were all genuine Kage-level warriors, and they only felt a little discomfort when facing Itaka's Mangeki. But when facing Chijiya's Mangeki Sharingan, they could clearly feel a suffocating sense of oppression. This feeling was very familiar to Noki, exactly the same as when he faced Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. This also shows that Chijiya's Mangeki Sharingan is not at the same level as Itaka's. Only Chijiya gave Onoki the feeling of seeing Uchiha Madara. Even the guy who claimed to be Uchiha Madara just now couldn't do this. He hurriedly asked. What do you mean? Is there a higher level above the Mangeki Sharingan? Itaka looked at Chijiya, his eyes revealing a deep awe. What our Hokage-sama opened was the legendary Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Just like Uchiha Madara did back then. Eternity. Mangeki. Everyone was confused. Although they didn't know what these eyes meant, they were clear about one thing, these eyes were very powerful, terrifyingly powerful. Onoki murmured. No wonder. No wonder I see the shadow of Uchiha Madara in him. However, what they don't know is that the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan also depends on the person. The lower limit of these eyes is very high, but the upper limit is even higher. You can understand this by referring to Madara and Sasuke in the anime. Although they both have Eternal Mangeki, Madara can defeat the 5 Kage with his complete form Susanoo, but Sasuke can never reach that level. But now Chijiya is even more outrageous. His Susanoo not only surpasses Madara in size, but can also integrate the power of various devil fruits. It can be said to be the strongest Susanoo. But as of now, there are almost no enemies that can allow him to use Susanoo at his full strength. Sasuke behind Chijiya has heard the name Eternal Mangeki Sharingan more than once. He also asked Itaki about this question, and Itaka's answer to him was. When my brother's eyes lose their sight, perhaps you will be able to open the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Sasuke immediately gave up the idea. Ever since Itaka came back to him, his pursuit of power was not that strong. If the price of obtaining Eternal Mangeki was for Itaka to lose his light, then he would rather not have it. Itaka was also very pleased with this. In fact, if Sasuke insisted on opening the Eternal Mangeki, he, as a Brakan, would really dig out his own Mangeki to help Sasuke open his eyes. Of course, that would have to wait for Sasuke to activate Mangeki first. Otherwise, even if he handed over his eyes now, Sasuke would not be able to activate the Eternal Mangeki. Let me mention Itaka's physical problem here. Chijiya has already given him Yangtun Chakra, and with the nourishment of Chakra, Itaka's health has gradually improved, and even his eyesight has been restored. As long as he doesn't overuse Mangeki, it is almost impossible for him to go blind again. Because of this, Itaka became even more devoted to Chijiya. He was not afraid of losing Mangeki, but what he was afraid of was that he would never see Sasuke again. Chapter 343 The Fourth Ninja World War. Everyone present was stunned. They thought the Mangeki Sharingan was already exaggerated enough, but they didn't expect it to be able to evolve. They couldn't help but think of Konoha's other Ijutsu family, the Hyuga who possessed the Byakugan. It has always been rumored in the ninja world that the Byakugan is comparable to the Sharingan, but now it seems that the difference is not a little bit. They have never heard that the Byakugan can evolve. Ching behind Terumi May touched his eye patch and suddenly felt that the eye roll was not good anymore. Onoki looked at Kyunhee with a complicated expression and suddenly said. Advertisement. In that case, I propose that the overall commander of this war be the Hokage. The other three shadows looked at each other, then expressed their agreement. Everyone can see that Chijiya's strength is clearly several levels beyond the 4 Kage, and, the only thing that can deal with the eyes is the eyes. Facing the Rinnegan, they can only place their hopes on Chijiya. You have to know that this war is completely different from previous ones. It is no longer a melee between several ninja villages, but all ninja villages unite to fight against an organization. This may sound a bit far-fetched, but if this is not the case, and if that Akatsuki really gets hold of 10 tails, it will be a bad ending for everyone. Qianhe also accepted the position of commander-in-chief very calmly. He crossed his arms and said. Okay, everyone go back and get ready, the war is about to begin. The 4 shadows nodded silently, and then each of them went to their own residence with their guards. Terumi May flirted with Chijiya before leaving, but Chijiya didn't react. Minato, on the other hand, became interested and put his head close to Chijiya's face. Chijiya, that Terumi May seems to be interested in you. Chijiya glanced at Minato and said unhappily. When did you become so 8 trigrams? I'm just bored, I'm the only one wearing a mask. Then pick it up and show people your style as the fourth Hokage. Let's not do that for now. They've already had enough stimulation today. At night, in Kyunhee's room, Obito knelt on one knee in front of Chijia, looking very respectful. Master Chijia, the tailed beasts have been collected. Next, I plan to use the first Hokage's cells to create a large number of white Zetsu through the Gedo statue to send into the war. Advertisement. Yes, it would be nice if the scene was a little more lively. Master Chijia, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Yakushi Kabuto came to me. It seems that something has changed in him, and he has mastered the reanimation jutsu. It's Kabuto. So, he's going to join this war too. Yes, he also found Madara's body. Interesting, no wonder I didn't see him last time, it turns out he was secretly doing something big. So, should I cooperate with him? If I let him use impure world reincarnation on Madara, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid the situation will get out of control. It is said that the people of impure world reincarnation can use all the power they had in their lifetime. Madara is the true master of the Rinnegan. What? You think I'm no match for Madara? Obito's body trembled, the name of Uchiha Madara was too famous, and he didn't know how the situation would develop if Madara was resurrected. Kyunhee slowly came to Obito and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, just go ahead and do it. I'll take care of the rest. Obito looked up, and in the dim room, he saw Chijia's Rinnegan glowing with purple light. Seeing those eyes again, Obito felt completely different from before. He felt inexplicably relieved and nodded subconsciously. So if Madara wants to be completely resurrected through Nagato's Rinnegan Tensei technique, should I stop him? No, I'd like to meet him. There was a bright purple glow in Chijia's eyes. He really wanted to see what kind of expression Madara would have when she saw his pair of 12 Magatama Rinnegan. Obito was stunned for a moment, and then didn't say anything else. He bowed respectfully to Chijia, then performed Kamui and left. After Obito left, Chijia walked out the door, looked up at the full moon in the sky, and whispered. Attract me a few more Tsutsuki. As he spoke, he suddenly shook his head and laughed. I really look like a villain now. On the other side. Advertisement. Obito came to a secret room where a huge Gedo statue was located. Under it were countless white Zetsu. Nagato's real body and Konan are here. When they see Obito appear, Nagato immediately asks. You have been to the Iron Kingdom, what do they say? They have already begun preparing for war. Really? Thank you for your hard work. Now that the plan has reached its final stage, Nagato is in a good mood and is a little more polite to Obito. Konan said on the side. I've already met with the guy called Kabuto, and he said he's ready too. Nagato frowned. Can we trust this man? Obito nodded and said in a deep voice. His reanimation jutsu is also a force that cannot be ignored in this war. With his participation, the plan will be completed more smoothly. Reanimation jutsu? Nagato has learned about the reanimation jutsu from Obito, and knows that it is a technique that can resurrect the dead. He also thought about whether to use this technique to resurrect Yahiko, but thinking of Yahiko's personality, he finally gave up the idea. Nagato lowered his head and thought to himself. If Yahiko were here, he would definitely stop me. After all, he hates war more than anyone else. Thinking of Yahiko, Nagato's heart wavered for a moment, but soon his eyes became firm. This war is necessary for complete peace. Konan watched Nagato silently from the side. After so many years of companionship, she could of course see what Nagato was thinking. When she learned about the impure world reincarnation technique, she knew that Nagato would have the idea of reviving Yahiko. At the same time, she also knew that Nagato would not use the reanimation jutsu to resurrect Yahiko. Things had come to this point, so how could she just give up? Obito didn't know what these two people were thinking. He left after giving them a few instructions. Now all he could think about was listen to Lord Chijia. As for impure world reincarnation, Obito completely disdains it. In his opinion, reanimation jutsu is a blasphemy against the dead, and he will never allow Rin to be resurrected in this way. You know, Master Chijia can perform the Rinnegan Tensei technique with almost no side effects. Chapter 344, The Four Shadows of the Impure World. In the secret room, the last 5 members of Akatsuki are gathered together. Nagato no longer uses pain to move around. His legs have been implanted with white Zetsu cells by Obito, and he can now move freely. With the war imminent, he still chose to accept Obito's help. Zetsu has been split apart, and only black Zetsu is left standing here. As for Delata, he was leaning against the rock wall with his arms folded, looking resentful, his eyes constantly glancing at Obito. He is the last remaining member of Akatsuki. Obito told him his identity as Uchiha Madara, which made him unable to accept it for a while. Advertisement. You have to know that he was once beaten by Itaki, which shook his artistic ideas, which made him extremely disgusted with Sharingan. When he learned of Obito's true identity, he was so angry that he almost blew himself up on the spot. If Obito hadn't used illusion to control him, Deidara would probably be in the state of impure world reincarnation now. Thinking of himself falling for Sharingan's illusion again, Deidara became even more furious. He thought his left eye had been trained well enough, but he didn't expect it to be so vulnerable in front of Sharingan. Thinking of this, Deidara groaned. He actually pretended to be a hoodlum to trick me. Uchiha is really cunning, Obito naturally heard Deidara's complaints, but he pretended not to hear them and turned to Deidara and said. Deidara, how about you give a welcome gift to the coalition forces this time? I don't want to take orders from an Uchiha, Deidara turned her head away, looking like she didn't want to see Obito again. Obito shook his head helplessly. In his opinion, Deidara was just a rebellious kid. Maybe he was influenced by a Fi, but he just couldn't get angry with Deidara. So he had no choice but to look at Nagato, motioning him to come and talk to Deidara. Nagato said. Deidara, don't you want to show your art to the coalition forces? The battlefield is the perfect place for you to show your art. When it comes to art, Deidara immediately becomes interested and says. I will naturally let those people see what real art is. Unfortunately, Brother Scorpion is no longer here. Advertisement. Speaking of Scorpion, Deidara did not say as usual. Instead, a gloomy look appeared on his face. Although they had different artistic concepts, he still respected Scorpion very much. Obito on the side suddenly said. Don't worry, Scorpion will see your performance this time. Deidara was startled. He looked at Obito and asked anxiously. What? Didn't Brother Scorpion already? Obito couldn't help but smile and said. There is a technique called reanimation jutsu, which can bring the dead back to the living world. Then you will be able to meet your Brother Scorpion. There is such a technique? It's amazing. This time I must let Brother Scorpion see what real art is. Upon learning that Scorpion could be resurrected, Deidara suddenly felt like she was given an injection of chicken blood. To describe it in one word, she was full of energy. After coaxing Deidara, Obito nodded with satisfaction. Now he has gradually found his former self and his personality is no longer so dark. If it were him before, he would definitely ignore Deidara. At this moment, the door of the secret room suddenly opened, and Kabuto walked in wearing a cloak, followed by 4 people, a bandaged man wrapped in bandages, a dark-skinned strong man, a middle-aged man with a mustache, and a man who looked like Gaara. Deidara was shocked when he saw the bandaged man. He said in shock. You are the second Tsuchikage. He was once a member of Uegakure and the last disciple of 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, so he had naturally seen the portrait of 2nd Tsuchikage Mu. Upon hearing this, Nagato looked at Wu with a serious expression, and then he looked at the other 3. Since the bandaged man is the 2nd Tsuchikage, the identities of the remaining 3 people are naturally not simple. Obito looked at Kabuto and said in a deep voice. Won't you introduce these people you brought with you? Kabuto smiled slightly. He first greeted Nagato and the others politely, then stepped aside and began to introduce the people he brought with him. Since Deidara knows the 2nd Tsuchikage, I won't introduce them. This one is the 3rd Reikage, this one is the 2nd Mizukage, and as for this one, it's the 4th Kazekage. Although they already knew that reanimation jutsu could resurrect the dead, seeing it with their own eyes still made Nagato and others feel incredible. Advertisement. The 4 impure world cages stood there with gloomy faces. Due to Kabuto's evil taste, although their bodies were not under their control, their consciousness was not erased. 4th Kazekage Raza looked around the secret room, and when he saw the gigantic Gedo statue, his expression became even more solemn, and the other 3 cage felt the same way. Luo Sha glanced at Do and said. What on earth do you want to do by calling us back from the Pure Land? Haha, of course I want you to help me fight a war. I guess you also want to see your descendants. After hearing this, the 4 expressions changed, and the 3rd Reikage's body began to tremble continuously, as if trying to break free from the control of impure world reincarnation. However, even if he tried his best, he was still unable to regain control of his body in the end. The other 3 shadows are also resisting impure world reincarnation in their own ways, but without exception, no one can break free from impure world reincarnation. But they are shadows after all, and they are no match for the Plop Ninja in terms of strength or will. The struggle of several people just now still made Kabuto feel a little dangerous. To be on the safe side, he took out a few kunao with talismans hanging on them and stuffed them behind the heads of the 4 shadows. As the kunao entered their bodies, the 4 cages' eyes became dull and they became completely quiet. Obito glanced at the 4 cages and said. Are there only these 4 people? Do pretended to be surprised and asked. Why? Do you think it's not enough? You should know what I mean. Did you use impure world reincarnation on that guy? You mean Uchiha? Before Kabuto could finish his words, Obito's eyes immediately turned scarlet, and the entire secret room was instantly filled with murderous intent. Do also stopped, he spread his hands and said. Don't get so excited. I haven't used impure world reincarnation on that person yet. A character of that level should be put off until the end. Nagato was confused as he listened, thinking who could be more important than these 4Kage? And the guy named Kabuto just mentioned Uchiha. Thinking of this, Nagato looked at Obito meaningfully, and then looked away. Chapter 345, Deidara's Night Attack on Unaki. The Fourth Shinobi World War begins with Deidara throwing a clay bomb into Nokia's bedroom. At that time, Onoki was sleeping soundly in the land of iron. Deidara flew into the sky on a big bird and threw a clay bomb down, which happened to fall on where Onoki lived. With a shout of ha! From Deidara, Noki was buried directly on the spot. Fortunately, he was Tsuchikage, and apart from being frightened by the explosion, he was not seriously injured. Onoki jumped out of the ruins and looked up at the sky. He saw Deidara riding a big bird at a glance, which almost made Onoki die of anger. He started cursing. Advertisement. Deidara, you evil disciple. You actually wanted to blow me up. Deidara was also confused, he just wanted to create some chaos for the coalition forces, but he didn't want to blow up Onoki. But the explosion had already happened, and Onoki didn't seem to be in any trouble. Deidara shook her hair and shouted with her neck stiff. Humph. Old man, I'm only here to tell you that the war has already begun. And you, your old bones, should hurry back and rest. Kuratsuki and Akagi, who rushed over after hearing the news, saw Deidara in the sky, and after a brief daze, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Kuratsuki put his hands to his mouth in a trumpet shape and shouted. Deidara nii. Long time no see. Deidara's attitude towards his junior sister was much better. He smiled and said. Hey, it's Kuratsuki, long time no see. Veins throbbed on Onoki's forehead, and without a word he used the light and heavy rock technique and flew towards Deidara in the sky. While flying upwards, Nokia's right arm was gradually wrapped by rocks, and he used the rock fist technique. Deidara was well aware of his master's strength. He did not dare to resist and threw out a few small clay bombs before controlling the big bird to retreat. However, the old man is still experienced. Onoki deftly avoided all of Deidara's clay bombs in the air, and soon caught up with Deidara, punching him in the latter's horrified eyes. Evil disciple! Stay here! Bang! Deidara, who was hit by Noki, suddenly exploded. After a puff of smoke, Noki floated in the air with a helpless look on his face. He glanced into the distance, and cursed with a smile. This brat! What he hit just now was Deidara's clone made of clay. Deidara's real body had already run away far away. Back on the ground, Kuratsuki and Akito came up to him immediately. Looking at the dusty-looking Onoki, Kuratsuki couldn't help but tease him. Master, Deidara brother has fooled you, ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Onoki's face turned red. He raised his fist to his mouth and pretended to cough twice, then said. This kid has become cunning. He won't be so lucky next time. Terumi Mei and others also came over. After a few pleasantries, Onoki asked. What about Hokage? Terumi Mei's response. I just went to see him, and he said this is your Iwagakure family matter, and let you solve it yourselves. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Terumi Mei with a strange look. Why are you, a woman, going to see the Hokage at this late hour? Terumi Mei didn't care about the looks of the crowd at all. She said frankly. I just wanted to discuss the war with the Hokage, and I rushed here as soon as I heard the noise. Terumi Mei said so, the men were too embarrassed to say anything. Haito curled his lips secretly and muttered. I don't believe you. Why didn't I see you go there during the day? Why did you have to go at night? Although Haito's voice was not loud, everyone present was no ordinary person and could hear it clearly. Terumi Mei glared at Kuratsuki, and Kuratsuki was not to be outdone, so he raised his little face and looked at Terumi Mei. On a rooftop, Chijia was looking at the people below with his arms folded. Minato beside him teased. Kyunhee, those two women are about to fight, aren't you going to intervene? Chien-hee said calmly without even turning his head. Why? Who of those two do you like? Do you want me to talk to Kushina and ask her to help you find a matchmaker? Look at what you said. You have to be kidding, right? Chien-hee rolled his eyes and looked up at the sky. Compared to those two women, I'm more interested in Deidara. Minato's face changed and he exclaimed. What? Kyunhee, are you? Bang. Minato squatted down with his hands on his head. Chijia retracted his smoking fingers and said unhappily. I just think the people of Akatsuki are quite interesting, it would be a pity to kill them. Advertisement. Minato complained madly in his mind. Is this why you gave Haiden to Orochimaru for experiments? The most unlucky person in Akatsuki organization must be Haiden. This guy refuses to obey anyone except the evil god, so Chijia has no choice but to hand him over to Orochimaru. Now Haiden is being tormented by Orochimaru all day long, and I don't know if his faith has been shaken. Chijia continued to watch the show on the rooftop when suddenly, several crows flew over and gathered together to form Itaki. Itaki first looked at Minato squatting on the ground in surprise, then he said respectfully to Chijia. Master Chijia, I have scouted the surrounding area, and no other Akatsuki people came except Deidara. Chijia's attitude towards Itaki was much softer. He smiled and said. Itaki, you don't have to be so nervous. I'll know if anyone else comes. Lord Kyunhee, I just think you should get some more rest. You are too important to us. Alright, go back and keep Sasuke company. No one from Akatsuki will be coming over tonight. Yes. Itaki bowed, then transformed into a crow and flew away again. After Itaki left, Minato couldn't help but sigh. Itaki is such a good boy. You're not much older than him now, is it appropriate to call him a child? Forward. Minato's face froze, and he then remembered that his current physical age was still 24 years old. Not to mention Itaki, he was not much older than Naruto. If he and Naruto stood together, people who didn't know would think they were a pair of brothers. Thinking of this, Minato sighed somewhat for sigh. I can't help it. I think he's a little too young. He raised his eyebrows. What? You want to look older? That's too easy. With that, Chijia activated her Rinnegan and used her Neon power on Minato. A grey Uzumaki enveloped Minato, and with a confused expression on his face, wrinkles appeared on his face at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he turned from a young man into an uncle in a moment. Minato hesitantly reached out and touched his cheek, the slightly rough touch made him scream. Chijia! What did you do to me? Chapter 346 The War Begins. Who are you, uncle? Naruto looked at Minato in front of him with a confused look on his face. He always felt that the person in front of him was very familiar, as familiar as his father. Minato said unhappily with a face that looked like he was in his 40s. I'm your father. Nani? You, advertisement. Naruto was so angry that he almost attacked, but after a closer look, he found that the man seemed to be Minato. He was immediately dumbfounded and asked in disbelief. Really, Dad, why do you look so much older? Minato sighed, found a bench and sat down, and said sullenly. It's all Kyunhee's fault. He's really becoming more and more sinister. When he heard it was Chika, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a relaxed tone. I see. Then I feel relieved. What are you worried about? Of course I can rest assured, Kyunhee-senpai. Since he can make you old, he can also change you back. Besides, you don't even need to wear a mask in your current state, Dad. Well, it seems like that. Minato nodded thoughtfully. If he were to go back with this expression, he didn't know how Kushina would react. The next day, Minato appeared behind Chijia in a swagger. The others were just a little surprised to see him, but then they didn't care and just thought that Minato was a guard brought by Chijia. Only the Raikage thought that Minato looked familiar, but he didn't think much of it, as all his attention was now on Akatsuki. After everyone arrived, he spoke. As everyone knows, Akatsuki attacked us last night, which means the war has begun. Now I have to make some arrangements. Chijia's arrangement was also very simple, which was to directly mobilize all the ninjas to have a decisive battle with the Akatsuki organization. Advertisement. Originally, there was only one protagonist in this war, and that was Kyunhee himself. The others were just spectators at best. This arrangement naturally sounded a bit hasty to everyone. Onoki frowned and asked. Sir Hokage, we still know too little about the Rinnegan. Would it be inappropriate to just start fighting like this? As he spoke, Noki turned his gaze towards Ai. Ai was the only one present who had fought against the Rinnegan head-on, and he wanted to hear what Ai thought. Thinking of the battle that day, Ai was still somewhat frightened, because he was almost in a state of being crushed from beginning to end. He raised his head and said in a deep voice. The power of the Rinnegan is indeed terrifying, and its abilities are even more bizarre. The most important thing to note is that it can generate a force field out of thin air, and its destructive power is extremely strong. Ai gave a general account of the abilities of the Rinnegan that he had seen, and everyone became more and more shocked as they listened, because each ability of the Rinnegan was beyond the scope of ninjutsu, but when these abilities were combined together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1. Minato and the others also felt terrified when they heard this. Although they knew that Chijia possessed the Rinnegan, they had never truly witnessed its power. What would happen if these two pairs of Rinnegan collided with each other? Itaka's brain was working at a rapid speed. He always felt that there was no perfect thing in the world, everything had its own shortcomings, but just hearing about the ability of Rinnegan made him extremely overwhelmed, because this was simply a hexagonal warrior. With these eyes and 10 tails, Itaki really didn't think that the allied ninja forces could defeat Akatsuki without Chijia. He also made a surprised expression after hearing this and said, "It sounds really strong. It seems that this war is not as simple as we thought." Minato curled his lips obscurely and thought, "Don't pretend, show these guys your Rinnegan, they're almost scared." The atmosphere became somewhat solemn. He spoke again. "Okay, then I'll test Akatsuki's Rinnegan first, and you guys just watch from behind." "What?" When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, and then their faces showed joy. With the precedent of fourth Raikage in mind, no one wants to be the first to stand out, but now someone has volunteered to do so, so naturally everyone is happy. Advertisement. However, what they didn't know was that Kyunhee originally wanted to perform for them. Otherwise, how could she let these people see the real gap between them? Of course, if one wants to see the true power of the Rinnegan, Nagato's second-hand pair is not enough, Madara has to do it himself. But before that, there is an orphanage director who needs a helping hand. Thinking of this, he slowly stood up from his chair, looked around at everyone, and said, "Everyone can go back and prepare now. Let's adjourn the meeting." Kyunhee acted like the master, as if this was not the land of iron but Konoha. But due to Kyunhee's strength, no one dared to say anything about it. Even Mifune remained silent, not daring to offend Kyunhee. This could be considered the last meeting before the war. The next step was to wait and see when Xia would make her move. Since the news of the war spread, ninjas from various ninja villages began to gather in the Iron Kingdom. The atmosphere of war was becoming increasingly intense. In this situation, Chijia was strolling on the streets of the Iron Kingdom with Yujao and Hong. The Iron Kingdom is extremely cold all year round. Hong and Xian are both wearing thick coats, but Kyunhee is still wearing a thin robe, which makes her look a little out of place compared to the other two women. The Iron Kingdom has now entered a state of war, and samurai patrol the streets every day. When they see Chijia, they will immediately stop and salute. It must be said that these warriors were quite polite. In Chijia's eyes, these warriors in armor looked much more pleasing to the eye than those from Wano Kuni. Including Admiral Mifune here, he is much better than that idiot Odin. Xi Yan and Hong were both admiring the snow scenery of the Iron Country. Suddenly, Xi Yan pointed at two figures in the distance and said to Jianhe, "Master Chijia, look, isn't that Itaki and his brother?" Chijia looked in the direction that Yujao was pointing and saw Itaki holding a blue scarf and putting it on Suzuki. Itaki tied the scarf for Suzuki seriously. Suzuki seemed to be a little resistant, but he could no longer hide the smile on his face, and his mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. As luck would have it, Minato also passed by with Naruto, who also had a red scarf around his neck. Naruto didn't know what he said to Suzuki, which made Suzuki blush. He turned his head proudly and saw Chijia not far away. Master Chijia. Chapter 347, The Impure Earth Army. Chijia was enjoying the scene. If the situation developed normally, this kind of scene could only appear in Infinite Tsukuyomi. He walked over with the two women, and when Itaka saw Chijia, he immediately called out Chijia-sama. He smiled and said, "Don't be so reserved when you see me outside." Xi Yan and Hong also hurriedly greeted Minato and the others, but when they saw Minato's uncle face, the two girls couldn't help laughing. Advertisement. Minato said to Chijia with a serious face. "Chijia, are you really sure you can handle a pair of Rinnegan plus 10 tails? Don't worry, no one knows these two things better than me." Chijia's expression was extremely confident. Not to mention Nagato, even if Satsuki Kagaya was resurrected, he could still control him. Naruto has full confidence in Chijia's strength. In his opinion, even if 10 tails had a few more tails, they would not be a match for senior Chijia. Kyunhee waved his hand and said, "Well, now that we've met, let's have a meal together. It can be considered as an early celebration party." 3 days later, Obito reappeared in the Land of Iron and determined the location of the battlefield. Then, under Chijia's order, the ninja coalition all went to the battlefield. In a desolate desert, Akatsuki and the ninja coalition stood facing each other. In addition to Nagato and others, Akatsuki also has 100,000 white zetsu, which is no less in scale than the allied ninja forces. However, Obito also knew that the fighting power of these white zetsu was just enough to support the team at best. To put it bluntly, this war is a battle of top combat power. Kabuto stood next to Obito. He looked at Chijia who was leading the group in front of him, and no one knew what he was thinking. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while, and finally, with Obito's order, 100,000 white zetsu rushed over like mad dogs. Advertisement. To Chijia, 100,000 white zetsu were just a matter of a Shinra Tensei, but he was too lazy to deal with these things, so he waved his hand, and the ninja coalition behind him rushed forward to meet the white zetsu. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with the 8 gates ninjutsu. White Zetsu quickly showed signs of weakness under the bombardment of various ninjutsu. Nagato frowned and turned to Obito and said. These things are really useless. I think they will be wiped out by the ninja coalition in a little while. Obito did not comment on this. He had already learned from Shigeya that White Zetsu was the person who had been hit by infinite Tsukuyomi before, and they were just a bunch of zombies. Obito would not have any psychological burden no matter how many of these things died, except for that special White Zetsu named Afei, of course. Do suddenly stood up and pressed his hands on the ground, and a large number of coffins broke out of the ground. Many familiar figures walked out of the coffins, and the Ninja Alliance was stunned when they saw them. Onoki and the others also looked at their ex-boyfriends with dull expressions. Kyunhee smiled slightly. This was the first highlight, the Impure World Army. With the addition of the Impure World Army, the allied ninja forces were caught off guard and soon suffered a large number of casualties. Onoki and others could no longer sit still and joined the battle. But Impure World reincarnation is too buggy. Without the use of sealing techniques, it will cause immune to death. Terumi Mei faced off against second Mizukage Gengetsu. She had a hard time fighting and was already injured, with her arm being hit by Genjutsu's water cannon. Hoseki Gengetsu himself didn't want this to happen, so while fighting, he taught Terumi Mei how to deal with him. However, as the fight progressed, Terumi Mei suffered more and more injuries and his strength gradually declined. After another round of water cannon fire, Terumi Mei finally couldn't hold on and staggered. Kabuto in the distance immediately seized the opportunity and controlled Hoseki Huanyu to release a large number of bubbles, which were more like bombs than bubbles. This is also the signature ninjutsu of Hoseki Gengetsu, the water ball technique. Terumi Mei naturally knew the power of this ninjutsu, but it was difficult for her to avoid it now. When she was about to be submerged by the bubbles, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Black smoke rose from the surrounding ground and gathered together to form a barrier, sucking all the bubbles into it. Terumi Mei stared at all this and murmured. Lord Hokage. Advertisement. The person who came was Shigeya. He turned to Terumi Mei and smiled, saying. You look at the situation a little bad, what's the matter? Are you unable to do it to your senior? Shigeya's words were obviously meant to save face for Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei blushed and struggled to get up from the ground. It was not known whether she did it on purpose or not, but she actually leaned directly on Shigeya's back. Feeling the two soft masses pressing on his back, he said softly without blushing or beating his heart. You should take a good rest first. Leaning on Shigeya's back, Terumi Mei felt a sense of security she had never felt before. She subconsciously closed her eyes and said him softly. When Hoseki Gengetsu saw this scene, he immediately felt the 8 trigrams heart. He recognized the divine robe that Shigeya was wearing and knew that the young man in front of him was also a Kage, and a Hokage at that. Terumi Mei's performance clearly shows that she is interested in this Hokage. Oh my god, are Kirigakure and Konoha going to become in-laws? Shigeya continued to maintain his original posture and let Terumi Mei lean against him. He dispersed the dark barrier in front of him, stretched out a hand towards Hoseki Huanyu in the distance, and a black Uzumaki appeared in his palm. Guideng Huanyu was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, his body was pulled towards Jianhe by a suction force. Many people were secretly observing Shigeya, wanting to see how strong this Hokage was. And Kyunhee did not disappoint them. After Hanzyokuri Gengetsu was sucked over, Kyunhee grabbed his neck. Then, darkness like a tide spread out from Kyunhee's hands, wrapping Hanzyokuri Genjutsu's entire body in it, and finally formed a black coffin. Kyunhee let go of his hand, and the black coffin slowly floated in the air, while the Hoseki Gengetsu wrapped in it became motionless. In the distance, Do's face changed. He found that he had completely lost contact with Hoseki Huanyu. In other words, Hoseki Huanyu was completely offline. He looked solemnly at the black coffin floating beside Kyunhee and said in a deep voice. Is it a sealing technique? There isn't even any preparatory action. How terrifying. Onoki and others who were fighting hard with their ex were also shocked when they saw this scene. The object they fought with all their strength couldn't even last a single round in Shigeya's hands. The contrast was too strong. Terumi Mei slowly opened her eyes. She looked at black coffin floating in the air and asked hesitantly. Is this the end? Chapter 348 Patrick. After defeating the second Mizukage, Shigeya has become the focus of the entire battlefield. After all, in the eyes of most ninjas, the cage is the pinnacle that a ninja can reach, not to mention the cage of the 5 major ninja villages. Deidara looked at Shigeya in the distance and suddenly felt unhappy. He hadn't shown his art yet, how could he let an Uchiha steal the limelight? He took out a large lump of clay and stuffed it into the mouth on the palm of his hand. After chewing for a while, he made a large number of clay birds from it and flew towards Kyunhee. Kyunhee seemed not to see anything and let the clay birds fall on her body. Deidara would not miss this opportunity. He said in a low voice. Advertisement. Drink. According to his expectations, Kyunhee would be blown to pieces, but he waited for a long time and none of the clay birds exploded. He looked closely and found that all the clay birds that fell on Kyunhee seemed to be paralyzed, and their bodies were still shaking. In fact, if he was in front of Chijia, he would be able to see purple electric current constantly coming out of Chijia's body, and the biggest weakness of the clay bomb is that it is afraid of electricity. Chijia turned and smiled at Deodara in the distance. This scene seemed so familiar to Deodara, as he had been severely abused by Ataki in this way once before. Deodara was immediately broken by Chijia's smile, and was about to rush up to challenge Chijia, but Scorpion on the side suddenly held him down. "Brother Scorpion, don't stop me. I want to show that Uchiha my art." Scorpion shook his head and whispered. "Have you figured out why the clay failed?" "Humph. Maybe the distance is too far. If I just get closer to him." "Yet. Idiot. Didn't you notice the state of those clay bombs? That Uchiha Chijia is obviously a lightning-style ninja." "What?" After being reminded by Scorpion, Deodara calmed down. If this was true, then his clay bomb would be severely defeated. But this did not bother him. He grabbed a handful of clay again and stuffed it all into his mouth, muttering. "Well, no matter how strong his lightning style is, he can't take this move." After a while, a large amount of clay spewed out of Deodara's mouth and gradually formed a huge Deodara doll. Deodara wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said to Scorpion with a proud look on his face. "Advertisement. Brother Scorpion, look carefully, this is my C4 Garuda." Scorpion had never seen Deodara use this move before. He looked at the huge Deodara doll and said. "This target is too big. I'm afraid he'll be attacked by his lightning style before he even gets close enough." "Hehe, Brother Scorpion, this trick is not as simple as it looks." Under Scorpion's gaze, the Deodara doll exploded, but it did not produce the explosion that was imagined. The force of the explosion was about the same as that of a balloon. However, no one could see that a large number of clay spiders had appeared in the air and they all rushed into Kyunhee's body with the wind. Deodara showed a cruel smile and shouted. "No matter how powerful your lightning style is, you can't generate lightning in your body, right? Die. Drink." However, the result this time was no different from the previous one. Chijia was still fine. Seeing this, Scorpion beside Deodara asked in confusion. "What on earth are you doing?" Deodara blushed, looked at Kyunhee incredulously, and said. "How is this possible? I saw dazzling purple electric light blooming on Kyunhee's body, making her look like a purple sun." Under the illumination of lightning, Chijia's face flickered, as if she were a god. Terumi May clasped her hands in front of her chest, having completely become Chijia's fangirl. Scorpion frowned and said. "It can actually transform the body into lightning. It's very similar to the water transformation technique of the Ghost Lantern group." Although Deodara was not hit by lightning, he was already numb. Even his body can turn into lightning, how can we fight him? While he was stunned, Chijia stretched out her hand towards him, and a strong suction force burst out. Deodara couldn't resist it at all and was pulled directly towards Chijia. Seeing this, Nagato immediately used Universal Pull to try to pull Deodara back, but his Universal Pull only allowed Deodara to stay in the air for less than a second, and finally flew in front of Chijia. Nagato was stunned. You know, he is fighting in his real body now. The Universal Pull released by him is definitely more than twice as strong as the one released through Tendo Pain. How is it possible that he can't even pull back a Deodara? And how come that Uchiha Chijia also knows Universal Pull? Advertisement. He noticed that Chijia's eyes were still black, which meant that the ability just now was not a dojutsu. He guessed that it might be a secret technique, but what secret technique could be stronger than the Rinnegan? Does Sage of Six Paths still have any face left? On the other side, Chijia grabbed Deodara's neck and asked with a smile. You really gave me a lot of toys. How should I thank you? Deodara's face turned pale and he said in hatred. Toys? You actually treat my art as a toy? A hole. I'm going to fight you. He gave up struggling, freed his hands to untie the black robe on his body, revealing a big mouth on his chest. After a large lump of clay was stuffed in, Deodara's body gradually became transparent. Chijia just looked at Deodara without stopping him, and even teased him. Are we going to use Patrick? Deodara asked with his last remaining consciousness. Patrick? What is that? After saying this, his body completely disappeared and turned into a pitch-black sphere, emitting a wave of destruction. When Noki, who was fighting with the second Tsuchikage, saw this scene, he felt sad. He knew that this was a move that would lead to mutual destruction and it could not be reversed. Terumi May looked at the black ball floating in the air and her pupil shrank. She shouted anxiously. Oh no! Lord Hokage, let's get out of here. There was no trace of panic on Kyunhee's face. He even reached out and pinched the black ball that Deodara had transformed into, and said softly. It's not up to you to decide whether to blow it up or not. Kyunhee narrowed his eyes slightly, then threw the black ball in his hand to the ground. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the black ball began to emit black veins, and as if time had gone back, Deodara appeared again with his upper body naked. Deodara lay on the ground in a daze, all he could think about was, "Who am I? Where am I? Haven't I already activated the self-destruction function?" Kyunhee half knelt down, stretched out a hand and pinched Deodara's chin. "That's not how you play with explosions." Chapter 349 Susanoo vs Rinnegan. Real art. Deodara calmed down temporarily after experiencing a death. At the same time, he was also interested in Chijia's words. Chijia didn't say anything else, but suddenly turned his head to look at second Suchikage who was fighting with Unaki. Bang! Without any warning, Wu's body exploded in front of Onoki. This scene made Onoki and Deodara, the master and disciple, stunned at the same time. After a long time, Wu's body recondensed, and he himself was also confused. Advertisement. What just happened? Deodara stared at Chijia's eyes, but no matter how he looked, Chijia's eyes remained black. He had been playing with explosions all his life, but he had never seen a technique like this that could detonate objects without any medium. It was simply something that was baked into his mind. He didn't care about Uchiha or not, and turned into a good student, asking sincerely. "Can you tell me how you did that?" Qianhe smiled mysteriously and said. "It's just a trifle." The more Kyunhee said this, the more Deodara felt itchy, but Kyunhee wanted this effect, he said lightly. "You are already a prisoner, go back and stay here quietly." After saying that, Chijia asked Terumi-Mei to take Deodara to the back, and Deodara did obey, allowing Terumi-Mei to tie him up and drag him away. Seeing Deodara being captured by the ninja coalition, Nagato could no longer sit still. He flew into the air and rushed towards Chijia in the center of the battlefield. Obito just watched Nagato fly away, with no intention of stopping him at all. In his opinion, what Nagato did was no different from him rushing forward to give himself up, but in the eyes of others, the duel between Nagato and Chijia was king versus king, and was the highlight that would determine the direction of this war. During the flight, Nagato's wrist turned into a cannon barrel and fired a beam of azure laser at Chijia. Kyunhee did not dodge and let the laser pass through his body. After a loud explosion, Kyunhee was still standing there intact. The charred ground around let others know how terrifying Nagato's attack just now was. Nagato also flew in front of Chijia at this time. Without any nonsense, he directly used universal pull, but Chijia's body did not move at all, which made Nagato begin to doubt his life. He released Shinra Tensei in defiance of the evil, and this time it worked. Chijia's long hair was blown back by Shinra Tensei. Advertisement. Nagato couldn't hold it anymore and exclaimed. "How is this possible?" Qianhe raised his hand to stroke the hair on his forehead and said lightly. "Have you finished your performance? Is it my turn now?" As she spoke, Chijia's eyes flashed crimson as she activated the Manjiki Sharingan. A huge amount of deep purple chakra gushed out from Kyunhee's body and soon formed a giant skeleton. Nagato suddenly felt something was wrong and began to retreat rapidly, but Chijia raised his hand and sucked him back, and then he was grabbed by the skeleton giant. As the skeleton giant continued to exert force, cracking sounds came from Nagato's body and a look of pain appeared on his face. Suddenly, a large amount of paper flew over and turned into countless sharp spears that pierced Susanoo. Although Susanoo is only in the first form now, she cannot be broken by this kind of attack. The spear made of paper cannot cause any harm to Susanoo at all. Nagato spoke with difficulty. "Konan, run!" The pieces of paper gathered together and formed the image of Konan. She looked at Nagato anxiously and shouted. "No! I can't leave you!" Bang bang bang! Applause sounded. Qianhe looked at the two with a smile on his face and said softly. "It's really touching. Now that you're here, let's stay together." As soon as she finished speaking, Susanoo's other hand suddenly stretched out, and Konan followed Nagato's footsteps. But Konan's technique is quite unique. The moment she was caught by Susanoo, her body turned into countless pieces of paper and floated away. This scene is very similar to Logia's elementalization. Chijia raised an eyebrow and raised her hand to use dark water. Nagato naturally didn't want to see Konan get hurt, so he glared at his Rinnegan and shouted. "Shinra Tensei!" Buzz! The power of the Shinra Tensei released by Nagato in the explosive state was indeed not small. Susanoo's hand loosened slightly. Taking this opportunity, Nagato quickly broke free, grabbed Konan and retreated backwards. Advertisement. This also stunned the allied ninja forces. They really didn't expect that the Rinnegan would be so vulnerable in Chijia's hands. Suzuki broke the neck of a white Zetsu, then used the body flicker technique to get to Ataki and asked. "Brother, is Susanoo that powerful? Even the Rinnegan is no match for her." Itaka shook his head, he looked at the tall skeleton giant in the distance, and whispered. "It's not Susanoo who's strong, it's Master Chijia. You know, that was just Suzanu's first form. If Suzanu was really that powerful, why did he lurk in Akatsuki before? Nagato himself had the same question as Suzuki. After he returned to the back, he immediately looked at Obito beside him and asked with an unpleasant expression. How is the Mangeki Sharingan so powerful? Do you have any way to deal with that Uchiha Chijiya? Seeing Nagato's defeat, Obito felt a surge of pride in his heart. He said calmly. I told you not to underestimate the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, didn't you know that? Suzanu in that state hadn't even used 1/10 of her power. What? Nagato's expression changed. If it was really as Obito said, then what was the point of this war? Once that Uchiha Chijiya gets serious, won't he just sweep away everything? Black Zetsu, who had been silent the whole time, looked at Chijiya in the distance. He was also very puzzled. That guy can't be the reincarnation of Indra. Why does he have such powerful strength? And what's with that white hair? Don't all Uchiha have black hair? No matter how hard he tried, he would never have imagined that Chijiya had become a true Tsutsuki, and the white hair was a symbol of that. Everyone in Akatsuki had their own thoughts, and Do seemed very innocent among them. He asked aloud. What should we do now? Chijiya's power is too strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for much longer with just the reanimation jutsu. As he said this, he looked at Obito. If we don't call him out, this war will probably be over. Obito knew what Kabuto meant, he wanted to use impure world reincarnation on Madara. But now Obito is no longer afraid of Madara, he chooses to believe Chijiya. Obito nodded slowly and said softly. Let him out. Chapter 350 Chijiya vs Madara. Nagato listened to Obito and Kabuto talking in a riddle and couldn't help but ask. What the hell are you talking about? Is there anyone who can defeat that Uchiha Chijiya? Do himself had no idea, so he could only say. I'm not sure, but now I can only try. As he said this, he slapped his hand on the ground again and shouted. Advertisement. Reanimation Jutsu. Bang. Another coffin emerged from the ground, and then it exploded with a loud bang, and a figure slowly walked out in the smoke. This person was wearing armor from the Sengoku period, with long, wild hair dancing in the wind, and he looked so wild and uninhibited. He closed his eyes as if he was feeling something, and when he opened his eyes, a pair of scarlet mangeki appeared in front of everyone. Noki took a quick glance during the break in the fight, which froze him in place, and the second Tsuchikage took the opportunity to kick him in the face. This scared the people of Uegakure so much that Kurotsuki rushed forward to catch Noki. There was a black footprint on Noki's face, which looked very funny. Kurotsuki shook Oniki anxiously and shouted. Grandpa! Are you okay? At Kurotsuki's call, Onoki finally came back to his senses. He wiped the blood from his nose and said in a trembling voice. It's him, he's back. Haito was stunned and asked hurriedly. Who? Who's back? Uchiha Madara. Nani? Isn't Uchiha Madara the masked man? Onoki shook his head and said in a deep voice. I won't make a mistake. The one who just walked out of the coffin is the real Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and scanned the ninja coalition in front of him with his mangeki. He already knew that his current state was only impure world reincarnation and not a complete resurrection. Advertisement. He snorted, and the next second, he appeared next to Obito. He still had some questions to clarify. Black Zetsu was overjoyed when he saw Madara. Without waiting for Obito to speak, he went up to Madara and gave him a general description of the current situation. Nagato frowned and pointed at Obito and asked. He's Uchiha Madara? Then who are you? Obito turned his head away and said coldly. You can think of me as Madara's spokesperson, that's all. Nani? What on earth is going on? Konan tugged on Nagato's sleeve and shook his head at him. Obito, Black Zetsu, and Madara obviously knew each other for a long time, which made her feel uneasy. Now that the allied ninja forces were in front of her, it would be better not to expose these things for the time being. As Black Zetsu continued to tell his story, Madara's expression became more and more surprised. He looked at Chijiya and said. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan would have such an interesting descendant. Very good, let me use this body to meet him first. Chijiya was also looking at Uchiha Madara, the two pairs of eternal Mangeki Sharingan looked at each other on the battlefield, and everyone swallowed subconsciously. In their eyes, the oppressive feeling brought by Mangeki Sharingan is even stronger than Rinnegan. At this time, the 100,000 White Zetsu army had been almost wiped out, and only those strong men who were affected by the impure world reincarnation were left on Akatsuki's side. Many people were free to fight, but no one dared to face Madara. Madara looked at the first form of Suzanu that was covering Chijiya and said. Suzanu, I really miss you. As he spoke, a large amount of Azure Chakra rose from Madara's side and also transformed into a giant skeleton, standing opposite Chijiya. Without any words, two skeleton giants, one purple and one blue, rushed towards each other and collided violently in the center of the battlefield. A strong wave erupted from the point where the skeleton giants collided. Itachi grabbed Sasuke and retreated madly backwards. Only when they reached a safe place did Itachi let go of Sasuke. He looked at the skeleton giants fighting each other in the distance, his eyes full of shock. It was hard for him to imagine that even just two Susanos in their first form were strong enough to rival his third form. Many people in the Ninja Alliance also witnessed Susanu's power for the first time, which directly made them doubt their lives. In the face of that kind of power, they felt like ants. Advertisement. The battle between the Susanos intensified, and during the battle, meridians, blood, and flesh continued to emerge from the two Susanu's bodies, and finally they were covered with armor. The two Susanos drew out their energy blades, and the battle evolved from hand-to-hand combat to hand-to-hand combat. Two kinds of sword energy, one blue and one purple, were wielded wantonly on the battlefield, and the ground became full of gullies under the destruction of the sword energy. As the caster of Impure World Reincarnation, Kabuto himself was already stunned. He had never thought of controlling Uchiha Madara in the beginning, and now he no longer had such an idea. Nagato clenched his fists tightly. He felt that his Rinnegan had become a decoration. In front of those two pairs of Manjiki, his Rinnegan was so ridiculous. Madara and Chijia each stood inside Susanoo with their arms folded, and even though Susanoo beat them hard, they remained motionless. However, Madara's heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. He was truly shocked by Chijia's strength. In his mind, the only one who could fight him to this extent was first Hokage Hashirama, and he really didn't expect that such a monster would appear among his descendants. No wonder Obito called him out in advance, this was no longer an enemy they could deal with. Madara couldn't help but wonder why he didn't notice Chijia at the time. If he chose Chijia as his spokesperson, would Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan have been completed ahead of time? Compared to Madara, Chijia didn't think so much. He was simply enjoying the battle. In other words, he was just having fun. At this time, the battlefield had been almost destroyed by the two Susanos. Both Akatsuki and the Ninja Alliance had become spectators and could only stand aside and watch this battle between the Uchiha. Boom! Another collision of sword energy. Madara controlled Susanoo to retreat. He put down his arms, and looked at Kyunhee opposite with admiration. That's amazing, your name is Uchiha Chijia, right? I'll remember you. Chienhee smiled and said casually. You're not bad either. Hearing Chijia's comment, Madara himself laughed, shook his head and said. Just good? It seems that I am looked down upon by my juniors. After saying this, Madara's eyes narrowed, and a blue flame suddenly burned on his Susanoo. Susanoo's body began to grow continuously. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Susanoo grew legs and wings, and completely entered the state of complete form. Madara stood in the sky, looking down at Chijia below, and asked with a smile. This, can you do this? Chapter 351 Rinnegan? I have one too. Thump. Someone in the Ninja Alliance had already knelt down. He looked up at Madara's mountain-like Susanoo and murmured. Is this the power of God? As members of the same Uchiha clan, Itachi and Sasuke also saw the complete form of Susanoo for the first time, and they were both shocked and speechless. After being stunned, Itachi immediately looked at Chijia, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Advertisement. He believes that Chijia will also be able to activate the complete form of Susanoo. Not only Itachi, everyone's eyes were focused on Chijia at this moment, and Chijia did not disappoint them. He clenched his hand hard, and purple chakra gushed out of his body crazily. Soon, another complete Susanoo appeared in front of everyone. Madara was not surprised by this, as he had seen that Chijia's eyes were the same as his own, with the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, so he expected that she could activate the complete form of Susanoo. However, this was his first time fighting against Susanoo. This feeling was very novel to him and also ignited the fighting spirit in him. Madara laughed a few times and shouted. This is so interesting. Let me see your strength. Uchiha Chijia. As soon as the words fell, Madara's Susanoo drew out the long energy blade at her waist and slashed a blue sword wave at Kyunhee. Kyunhee smiled slightly and calmly controlled Susanoo to fight back. Boom! An explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed by the aftermath of the battle. However, this was just the beginning. The two Susanos slashed at each other with knives at the same time, and the situation entered a stalemate. However, the stalemate did not last long. Chijia's Susanoo only exerted a little force and repelled Madara's. Madara himself did not expect this situation to happen. His Susanoo was actually defeated by the opponent in the battle of strength. After this attack, Madara was completely passive. His Susanoo was hacked by Chijia, and the blue on his body became increasingly blurred. It was obvious that he was on the verge of collapse. Madara wanted to reverse the situation, but Chijia's power was so strong that he felt powerless. Kyunhee was still not satisfied. His eyes suddenly burst into dazzling purple lightning. The armor on Suzanu's body flipped up, revealing a body made of lightning underneath. Thor Suzanu. A look of shock finally appeared on Madara's face, because even he didn't know that Suzanu had this form. A long blade of lightning appeared in Kyunhee's Suzanu's hand, and then pierced into Madara's Suzanu's body. Raging lightning burst out, and Madara's Suzanu could no longer hold on, and dissipated into blue spots all over the sky. Advertisement. Madara landed on the ground, his expression calm, and he seemed unfazed by Suzanu's collapse. Chijia also stopped attacking and just looked down at Madara below. After a brief silence, Madara raised his head and looked up at Chijia in the sky, and said, "I have to admit that I underestimated you. The power you have shown has surpassed Hashirama." Kyunhee responded with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment." Madara smiled and continued. "But this battle should end here." Nagato in the distance suddenly felt awkward. He covered his eyes fiercely. Seeing this, Konan immediately supported Nagato and asked, "Nagato? What's wrong with you?" Nagato shook his head and whispered, "I don't know what's going on, but my eyes feel a little uncomfortable." Obito narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Madara in the distance. He had already guessed what Madara was going to do next. Under Kyunhee's gaze, circles of black ripples spread out in Madara's eyes, and the color changed from scarlet to purple. He activated his Rinnegan. At the same time, Nagato's eyes widened suddenly. He looked at Madara in disbelief and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Although the distance was a bit far, Nagato could still clearly see Madara's Rinnegan, which was exactly the same as his own. As the caster of Impure World Reincarnation, Kabuto also felt the change in Madara and shouted in shock. "How come Madara also has a Rinnegan?" Black Zetsu sneered obscurely and thought to himself. Of course Madara has a Rinnegan, Nagato's pair are his. Madara stared at Chijia intently after activating the Rinnegan, trying to see a surprised expression on his face. But to his disappointment, Chijia's expression did not change at all from beginning to end, as if she had already expected him to activate the Rinnegan. Madara couldn't help but ask. Advertisement. Are you not surprised at all that I have a Rinnegan? Kyunhee shook his head, he dispersed Suzanou and slowly landed in front of Madara. That's nothing to be surprised about, because I have it too. Under Madara's horrified gaze, Chijia also activated the Rinnegan, but his Rinnegan had 12 more jet black Megatama than Madara's. Madara could no longer remain calm. He stared at Chijia's Rinnegan and was completely stunned. In the Ninja Alliance, the Hyga clan members also had the same expression. Others who couldn't see the situation in the distance asked, "What happened over there? Why did it stop?" The Hyga clan members told what they had seen. Uchiha Madara and Hokage-sama both possess the Rinnegan. What? The news quickly spread within the allied ninja forces, and except for Minato and others who already knew the truth, everyone else was confused. When did the Rinnegan become so worthless? Including Nagato's pair, there are now 3 pairs of Rinnegan. And 2 of them are from Uchiha, is this fair? Is this a great war in the ninja world or a civil war among the Uchiha clan? Madara suppressed the shock in her heart, and appeared next to Obito in a flash. He said in a deep voice. How did Uchiha Chijia have the Rinnegan? What is going on? Obito shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Madara then looked at Black Zetsu, however Black Zetsu was even more shocked than Madara, he still hadn't recovered from Chijia's eye-opening. Nagato looked at Madara's Rinnegan with a complicated expression. He wanted to ask Madara how to activate the Rinnegan, but Madara had no interest in paying attention to him. What he was thinking was, since Chijia also has Rinnegan, let's see whose Rinnegan is better. However, Madara is now in the state of Impure World Reincarnation and cannot use his Rinnegan Eye technique, Rinnegan Edge Prison. He can only try his best to bring the basic ability of Rinnegan to ultimate. Madara formed a seal with his hands, and Suzanu's shadow appeared behind him. He shouted. Tenge Shinsei. Chapter 352, Shocking Change. Above the sky, a meteorite covering the entire battlefield appeared in everyone's sight. Kyunhee chuckled a few times. This move was very familiar to him. He raised his head and stared at the meteorite that was about to fall to the ground. A purple light flashed in his Rinnegan. Boom! A violent explosion was heard, and a huge meteorite exploded, with the remaining debris falling to the ground like fireworks. Madara narrowed her eyes and thought to herself. Advertisement. What was that just now? Was it his Rinnegan Eye technique? Seeing that the first meteorite had no effect, Madara gave up and tried to pull in the second one. He looked at Kyunhee in the distance, his eyes slightly opened, and a powerful repulsive force burst out. Shinra Tensei. The power of Shinra Tensei released by Madara is naturally not comparable to that of Nagato. The air wave formed by the repulsive force swallowed up everything in front of Madara and rushed towards Chijia with a roar. Kyunhee's long hair danced in the wind, and then he also used Shinra Tensei. The two repulsive forces collided with each other, as if two beasts were fighting fiercely. This was a battle of eye power, and Madara's Shinra Tensei was shattered in just a few seconds. Madara immediately turned to look at Nagato and shouted, "Use Shinra Tensei quickly." Nagato did not dare to hesitate and released Shinra Tensei at the same time as Madara, which barely offset Chijia's attack. However, Kyunhee's attack was too fierce, and the two of them suffered the backlash of his pupil power. Madara looked fine under impure world reincarnation, but Nagato spat out a large mouthful of blood. He pressed his hands against his eyes and said, "What's with the dual Rinnegan? Why is the difference so huge?" Madara didn't say anything. He thought about the 12 Megatama in Chijia's eyes. It was obviously not an ordinary pair of Rinnegan. He also had no time to think about how Chijia got the Rinnegan. The most important thing right now was to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi. Thinking of this, he glanced at Black Zetsu, who immediately understood and began to slowly approach Nagato. Nagato was in the pain of his eye power backlash, and Konan, who was closest to him, was supporting Nagato with a worried look on his face. Neither of them noticed Black Zetsu's movements. Black Zetsu came behind Nagato, and then he turned into a pool of black liquid and attached to Nagato's body. Nagato's face changed, and he found that his body was out of his control. Konan quickly reached out to pull, trying to remove Black Zetsu from Nagato's body, but the two were almost fused into one, and Konan's actions were doomed to be meaningless. Advertisement. Looking at the ferocious expression on Nagato's face, Konan was extremely anxious. He shouted angrily at the Black Zetsu on Nagato's body. "What on earth do you want to do?" At this time, Black Zetsu had taken over half of Nagato's body. He grinned and said, "What? I just want to return these eyes to their owner. Those eyes clearly belong to Nagato." "You. Ugh." Madara appeared behind Konan at some point, grabbed Konan's neck and lifted her up. Konan held Madara's hands tightly. Madara looked indifferent and said calmly, "Little girl, you seem to have made a mistake. Those eyes are not Nagato's. They belong to me." "Nani? Impossible. Nagato already activated the Rinnegan when he was a child. Haha, there's no point in arguing with you about this. After all, you're just my pawns." The word chess piece pierced Obito's heart like a sharp knife. He knew that the chess pieces Madara was talking about also included him. Seeing Konan struggling in Madara's hands, Obito felt compassion and suddenly said, "That's enough. Madara. There's no need to take this woman's life. After all, they have collected all the tailed beasts for us. Let them experience the infinite Tsukuyomi." "Oh." Madara raised his eyebrows, glanced at Obito, and asked, "Obito, I didn't expect you to have compassion. It seems you've been through a lot during this time." Obito laughed at himself a few times, and suddenly, he pulled off the mask on his face, revealing his own face. He looked directly into Madara's eyes and said in a deep voice, "I just want to be myself." Kakashi in the Ninja Alliance had a dazed look on his face. He stared at Obito standing in the distance and muttered, "Is that Obito? How is that possible?" Swish. Minato appeared beside Kakashi and put his hand on his shoulder. "Kakashi, as you can see, that's Obito, he's not dead." Kakashi turned around and asked with a confused look on his face, "Teacher, what is going on?" Advertisement. Minato was silent for a moment, and gave a brief description of what happened to Obito. Kakashi felt like he was listening to a mystery. Until Minato finished speaking, he still stood there motionless, like a statue. Minato sighed and was about to speak when Kakashi suddenly rushed out. "Kakashi, you, et!" Kakashi burst out at the fastest speed in his life and rushed towards Obito. On Obito's side, Madara narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean by being yourself?" Obito suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and said coldly, "Don't think too much. I just want to participate in this war under the name of Uchiha Obito. As for the rest, everything remains the same." Madara looked at Obito meaningfully, then released an illusion on Konan, putting the dazed Konan down. "Oh, so that's how it is. But I have to warn you, someone is here to see you." Obito nodded and said solemnly, "You don't need to remind me. It's time for me to end things with him." As he spoke, Obito flashed and appeared in front of Kakashi. Kakashi suddenly stopped his pace and looked at the familiar yet strange friend in front of him, and said tremblingly, "Obito, is it really you?" Obito's expression was complicated. He really didn't know how to face Kakashi. After a moment of silence, Obito said, "Kakashi, do you dare to challenge me to a duel? Just like, back then." Kakashi was stunned, and while he was stunned, Obito grabbed his collar and brought him into the couple's, no, Kamui space. Madara just watched Obito disappear. He looked at the Black Zetsu on Nagato and asked, "What's going on with Obito, does he know something?" Black Zetsu also looked confused. "No, he has been carrying out the plan seriously. Forget it, let Nagato use Rinnegan Tensei on me first. That Uchiha Chijiya is not easy to deal with. This body alone is far from enough. Yes. Black Zetsu controlled Nagato to form a seal. Nagato gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Rinnegan Tensei Technique. Chapter 353, Buddha on the top of the head. As the Rinnegan Tensei technique was activated, wisps of white smoke began to emerge from Madara's body, and the cracks unique to impure world reincarnation gradually disappeared. At this moment, Madara was completely resurrected. He clenched his fists, feeling the blood flowing through his body, and the smile on his face gradually widened. Ha ha ha. That's the feeling. I, Uchiha Madara, am back again. Nagato was already in a dying state after performing Rinnegan Tensei. But he is from the Uzumaki clan after all, and now he has been implanted with white Zetsu cells. With the powerful vitality, he will not die for a while. Advertisement. Madara didn't laugh for long before his Rinnegan suddenly broke into pieces and scattered, revealing empty eye sockets. He had anticipated this situation and said calmly. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu understood immediately, he thrust his hands directly into Nagato's eyes and forcibly pulled out a pair of Rinnegan. Nagato let out a scream and then fainted completely. Black Zetsu handed a pair of Rinnegan to Madara like offering a treasure. Madara took the Rinnegan and pressed it into his eye sockets. He couldn't help but complain when he saw this scene. It's really hot swappable. Is it really okay to plug it in without washing it? Although the pair of Rinnegan originally belonged to Madara, this plug-and-play method is really too outrageous. Do was watching at the side in astonishment. In just a short while, the situation on his side took a 180-degree turn. It was so bizarre that it could no longer be described. Madara didn't even look at Kabuto. The only person who could arouse his interest now was Chijiya. He looked at Kyunhee and said with a smile. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's continue the fight. He spread his hands and said nonchalantly. I'm always at your service. Haha, great. I like you more and more. That's not necessary. Madara paused, then tore off her upper body clothing, revealing Hashirama's face on her chest. Tsunade's face changed when she saw this, and she exclaimed. That's Grandpa's face. Advertisement. Madara glanced at Tsunade and said. Oh? Is she Hashirama's granddaughter? Humph, the Senju clan has fallen after all. Well. I'll show you Hashirama's power. He clasped his hands together and said in a low voice. Wood style the tree world is born. Click, click, click. The ground was cracking, and huge trees like waves were rushing towards the direction of the ninja coalition. Faced with this natural disaster like wood style, ordinary ninjas were simply unable to cope with it. They were like a group of lambs to be slaughtered, and were about to be swallowed by the sea of trees. Apart from the three shadows who are fighting with their predecessors, the remaining high-end combat forces of the Ninja Alliance mostly come from Konoha. Tsunade, Minato and the others looked solemn. Even they could not guarantee that they could resist Madara's attack. He looked at the oncoming sea of trees with a calm expression. He took a deep breath. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Call. A beam of flame burst out from Kyunhee's mouth, and then turned into a raging sea of fire, colliding with the rushing sea of trees. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with thick black smoke, and the sea of trees quickly turned into ashes under the burning flames and dissipated into the air. Sasuke stared blankly at the sea of fire in front of him and asked Itachi. Brother, did Chijiya-sama use our clan's fire-style jutsu? Itachi himself was also deeply shocked. He nodded and said. That is the B-rank ninjutsu great fire extinguishment recorded in the family. I never thought it could be so powerful in the hands of Chijiya-sama. This one ninjutsu alone makes all the ninjas in the Ninja Alliance who are good at fire style ashamed. Madara also looked at Kyunhee with admiration and said. That's right. This is what my Uchiha clan should look like. He opened his eyes slightly and released a repulsive force that dispersed the black smoke in front of him. He smiled and said. Your wood style is also very strong. It just so happens that I just learned a move. Can you help me test its power? As he spoke, Kyunhee suddenly clasped his hands together and a terrifying chakra burst out of his body. Madara's face changed and she exclaimed. Advertisement. This is wood-style Maki Senju. Boom. A huge wooden Senju Guanyin rose from beneath Kyunhee's feet and carried him 1,000 meters into the air. The kilometer-high Guanyin statue can be described as blocking out the sky and the sun. Everyone at this moment fell into a state of numbness, and the entire battlefield was silent. Madara was like an ant in front of the Guanyin statue. He stared up at it and murmured. I see. No wonder you can activate the Rinnegan. It turns out you also possess the power of Hashirama. Is that a coincidence? To open the Rinnegan, you can't just use any Uchiha plus Hashirama cells. You must first train the power of the Manjiki Sharingan to ultimate, and then combine it with the power of the Senju before it can be opened. It is extremely difficult for an Uchiha to activate Mangeki. If one wants to train the pupil power to ultimate and then activate eternal Mangeki, it is even more difficult. For thousands of years, Madara was the only Uchiha who had opened the Rinnegan on his own, and that was after he saw the stone tablet. That's why Madara found it incredible and even a little unbalanced. This is also human nature. He spent decades in order to open the Rinnegan, otherwise he would not have caused so many troubles. But Chijia looks so young, yet she has activated the Rinnegan. It would be strange if he felt comfortable about it. What Madara didn't know was that Chijia's greatest advantage was that he had enough information, and knowing the specific steps, he completed them step by step. In addition, with Orochimaru's technological plug-in, it was reasonable for him to be able to activate the Rinnegan. He stood on top of the Guanyin statue and said calmly. The Buddha on the top of the head. As soon as he finished speaking, the arms behind the Guanyin statue all smashed down towards Madara below. The ground continued to collapse under such intensive attacks, raising dust all over the sky. When the smoke cleared, the originally flat ground had completely turned into a basin. This ninjutsu of changing the terrain once again refreshed everyone's cognition. Kyunhee leaped and landed next to the base of the Guanyin statue. He looked towards the center of the basin, where Madara was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. The strength of the Buddha technique lies in the fact that it is a fairy technique, and even the Rinnegan's hungry kid cannot absorb it. If it weren't for the Rinnegan and Hashirama cells, Madara might not have been able to withstand the attack just now. He raised his head and looked at Kyunhee, and said. I didn't expect you to be able to perform wood style to this extent. Even if Hashirama himself did it, it would not be much better than this. After saying that, Madara slowly stood up from the ground, and a purple light flashed across his Rinnegan. Let me see how far your Rinnegan can go. Chapter 354 Six Paths Madara. Madara opened her eyes slightly and said in a low voice. Wheel Tomb Border Prison. This is the exclusive eye technique of Madara Rinnegan, which splits into 4 shadows similar to clones. Ordinary people cannot see these shadows at all, nor can they cause any harm to them. This eye technique is very buggy. Under the 6 paths level, it is invincible. And even if they are at the same 6 paths level, 4 clones with the same combat power as Madara are extremely difficult to deal with. However, it ran into Chijia. Advertisement. Kyunhee's current level has reached the peak of 6 paths, and even slightly surpassed 6 paths. Facing the 4 shadows, there is no trace of panic on Kyunhee's expression. 2 arms suddenly grew out from his shoulders and directly grabbed the shadows attacking from 4 directions. Under Madara's horrified gaze, Kyunhee used all 4 arms to throw all the shadows back. Madara's face darkened. This was also his first time facing an opponent with a Rinnegan, and he wondered if the Rinnegan could see his shadow. Now Madara also realized this. He frowned and a hint of fear appeared in his expression. Kyunhee retracted his arms from his shoulders, his eyes focused, and a grey vortex suddenly enveloped Madara. Madara suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis, and he exchanged his body with his shadow without hesitation. Before the replaced shadow had time to struggle, it aged at a speed visible to the naked eye and completely disappeared in a short while. This is Kyunhee's exclusive eye technique, the power of the years. Madara was shocked and exclaimed. It's actually the time eye technique. Skills related to time and space are inherently buggy, and time comes before space. He has never heard of anyone being able to awaken a time-related eye technique. Madara's shadow is also an independent individual with the same lifespan as the original body, and will naturally be affected by time. He could feel that the shadow that had just exchanged places with him had completely dissipated and could no longer be summoned out. Advertisement. It is not known how long it will take to split into a new shadow again. At least in the next battle, Madara will not be able to split out a 4th shadow. And Chijia's attack has not stopped yet. His eye power seems to be endless. His sight follows Madara's body across one space after another. After witnessing the power of the Neon God, Madara didn't dare to resist and kept dodging in a panic. During this process, the number of his shadows continued to decrease, until the last shadow dissipated. Kyunhee stopped the power of the year. A fine layer of cold sweat had already appeared on Madara's forehead. He looked at the relaxed expression on Kyunhee's face and felt extremely angry in his heart. Because he could see that Kyunhee was just joking, which was a great humiliation for him. When did he, Uchiha Madara, become the object of others' jokes? But Madara knew in his heart that he was indeed no match for Chijia. From the beginning of the battle till now, he had been crushed by Chijia the entire time. No matter what ability he used, Chijia could always use a stronger ability to break it. The gap between the two was very obvious. Even those who were watching the battle could see this clearly. The Ninja Alliance was already in a state of excitement. The power that Uchiha Madara had just displayed almost made them despair. Just when they thought they were going to die, Chijia stood up and defeated Uchiha Madara with an overwhelming advantage, which was tantamount to saving their lives. Not to mention the ninjas of Konoha, the ninjas in other villages already regard Chijiya as a god, and not even the god of ninja. To them now, Chijiya is the only true god in the world. However, neither Madara nor Chijiya cares about what these ordinary people think. Madara is now thinking about how to defeat Chijiya. Black Zetsu suddenly appeared from Madara's feet. He finally couldn't bear it anymore. If he continued like this, it was only a matter of time before Madara was defeated. This was naturally unacceptable to Black Zetsu. But Madara is the perfect tool in his mind. Before Kagaya is resurrected, Madara must not get into any trouble. So Black Zetsu risked being targeted by Chijiya and came to Madara, just to remind him of one thing. Madara-sama, use the summoning technique to summon 10 tails. Once you become 10 tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Chijiya will no longer be your opponent. Madara's eyes lit up. He was so absorbed in the battle with Chijiya that he almost forgot about this matter. At present, the Gedo statue has absorbed the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. Although the chakra of 8 tails and 9 tails is not complete, it is enough to revive 10 tails. Thinking of this, Madara immediately bit his finger and pressed his palm to the ground. Advertisement. Summoning technique. Bang. After a puff of smoke, the extremely ugly 10 tails appeared in everyone's sight. Kyunhee looked at the 10 tails in front of him and compared it with the 10 tails in his own body. He felt that his 10 tails was more pleasing to the eye. Madara didn't care about 10 tails' appearance. He opened his hands and shouted. Come on. 10 tails. Ouch. 10 tails roared, then turned into a liquid state, flowing into Madara's body from behind. As 10 tails flowed in, Madara's appearance changed, his hair became as white as Chijiya's, a white robe appeared on his body, and 9 pitch-black truth-seeking balls emerged from his back. At this moment, Madara has finally entered the 6 paths level. In a sense, he can now be considered an Satsuki. Kyunhee watched all this quietly, with no intention of stopping it. Feeling the surging power in his body, Madara's expression was extremely calm. He waved the scepter in his hand and pointed it at Kyunhee. Uchiha Chijiya, you really brought me a lot of surprises. I have to admit that in this era, you are the undisputed #1 in the world. It's a pity that you chose to stand on the opposite side of me. At this point, Madara shook his head and sighed. He continued. If you and I were born in the same era, maybe we would become good friends, but now, I can only send you off myself. A truth-seeking ball shot towards Chijiya from Madara's back like a bullet. Just as it was about to hit Chijiya's body, Chijiya suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed the truth-seeking ball in her hand. What? Madara looked at the truth-seeking ball in Kyunhee's hand in disbelief. After he entered the 6 paths mode, all the information about the truth-seeking ball appeared in his mind. He was very clear about the power of this thing. People without the power of 6 paths have almost no chance of survival if they encounter it. In his opinion, Chijiya, who only has a pair of Rinnegan, is not enough to deal with the attack of truth-seeking ball, but the scene in front of him made him doubt. Could it be that because the 8 tails and 9 tails chakras are incomplete, the power of the 6 paths I obtained is not perfect? Chapter 355 Black Zetsu. Kyunhee held the truth-seeking ball in his hand and exerted a little force. After a series of crackling sounds, the truth-seeking ball turned into countless black fragments and scattered in the air. Madara's eyes suddenly widened, her face full of disbelief. He smiled and said. Is that all? As he spoke, in front of Madara's dull gaze, a white robe appeared on Chijiya's body and 2 horns grew on his head. Advertisement. 12 truth-seeking balls floated behind Chijiya. Chijiya stood there quietly with a black scepter in her hand, with no sadness or joy in her Rinnegan. How is this possible? Madara and Black Zetsu screamed almost at the same time, and Black Zetsu was so scared that he turned into a pool of black water and drilled into Madara's sleeves. He could clearly feel an aura from Kyunhee that made him afraid. To him, this aura was different from that of Madara. To put it bluntly, the power in Madara is the power of Satsuki Kagaya, and he only feels intimacy from Madara. But what Chijiya gave to Black Zetsu was a completely different feeling. It had the memories of Satsuki Kagaya and knew what she feared the most. She was afraid that the Satsuki group would come here. And in his opinion, Chijiya now looks like a real Satsuki. In an instant, he seemed to understand everything, but because of this, the shock in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he shouted out directly. I get it. You're not an Uchiha. You're a Satsuki. You're here to catch Mom. Madara was stunned for a moment, he was wondering who was the mother that Black Zetsu was talking about. Black Zetsu regretted it the moment he shouted it out. If Madara noticed that something was wrong with him, his plan to save his mother would almost be ruined. However, what you fear will come true. Madara frowned and asked. What are you talking about? What is Satsuki? And who is the mother you are talking about? Well, Madara-sama, actually. Black Zetsu hesitated for a long time but still couldn't explain it clearly. Madara's doubts grew more and more. He found that the thing he created didn't seem simple. Qianhe, who was standing in front of them, suddenly spoke. You are worthy of being the most filial son in the ninja world. To be honest, I really admire you. As he spoke, Chijia moved closer and closer to Madara. Madara immediately flew into the sky, trying to distance himself from Chijia. Advertisement. Qianhe sighed and said. What's the point? I just want to talk to Dai Zizi. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianhe's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared above Madara the next second. Madara turned her head sharply, and was met with an unremarkable fist. Boom! With a loud bang, Madara was knocked down from the air and sank deeply into the ground. Ahem! Madara was lying diagonally in the deep pit, his clothes were torn and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. With a look of disbelief on his face, he slowly scooped up a handful of his own blood. He had become 10 Tails Jinchuriki and had gained the same level of power as the Sage of Six Paths, but he was injured. And the reason for the injury was just a punch from Chijia. Although his injuries were healing, the speed of recovery was extremely slow, and was not at the level that this body should have. While Madara was stunned, Black Zetsu had quietly crawled out from his sleeves and slowly came behind him. Swish! Qianhe appeared in front of Madara again. He looked at the embarrassed Madara and said lightly. Now do you see the gap between us? Madara struggled to get up from the ground. He stared at Qianhe for a moment and said. Uchiha Chijia, can you tell me how you acquired this power? Chijia, having a pair of Rinnegan, was still within his acceptable range, but the power that Chijia now possessed completely surpassed himself as 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and this was what Madara could not understand the most. Faced with Madara's doubts, Qianhe did not speak, and a black shadow slowly appeared behind him. The shadow took the form of a monster, its face covered by a giant red Rinnegan. The most eye-catching thing is that there are 10 long tails floating behind it. Seeing this monster, Madara could no longer hold back. 10 tails. At the same time, a scream came from behind him. You are indeed Satsuki. Advertisement. Madara turned his head sharply and saw Black Zetsu standing behind him like a thief. Black Zetsu thought it was not good, and just when he was about to explain, quibble, Madara kicked him directly. The force of this kick was so strong that Black Zetsu's entire body was entangled in the rock wall in a twisted state, but he looked fine and even pretended to be aggrieved and said. Madara-sama, what are you doing? Madara snorted coldly and said. I also wanted to ask you, what are you trying to do sneaking around behind me? Madara-sama, you misunderstood me. You know I don't have any power. I just hid behind you just now to avoid causing you trouble. Madara naturally wouldn't believe Black Zetsu's lies. Having lived for so long, he was not so easily fooled. It was obvious that Black Zetsu had no good intentions behind him just now. He grabbed Black Zetsu's neck, lifted him up, and said coldly. I'll ask you again, who the hell are you? What do you want to do to me? Black Zetsu groaned inwardly, what happened to Chijia today was too unbelievable, even he, the ultimate sixth who had been hiding for thousands of years, couldn't hold it together and revealed a flaw. He also understood Madara's character. Now that Madara had noticed something was wrong, it was impossible for him to fool her anymore. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment, and when he spoke again, his tone was completely different from before. His voice was unusually low. Madara, does it really matter to you what I am? Don't you want to complete infinite Tsukuyomi? Madara raised his eyebrows. Although he no longer trusted Black Zetsu, he still believed in the stone tablet he saw, and using infinite Tsukuyomi to eliminate war was still his ultimate dream. He pulled Black Zetsu in front of him and asked word by word. So you still have a way to reverse the current situation? Black Zetsu smiled mysteriously and said. Of course, as long as I can revive my mother, a jutsu of this level would be easy as pie for infinite Tsukuyomi. Hearing Black Zetsu mention mom again, Madara couldn't help but ask. Who is your mother? Before Black Zetsu could say anything, Chijia suddenly appeared behind Madara and pressed his shoulder. Madara turned stiffly and looked at Chijia. Chijia smiled and gave Black Zetsu the answer. His mother's name is Satsuki Kagaya. Chapter 356. Black Zetsu's expression changed. He became more and more certain of Chijia's identity. He was even thinking about how to deal with Chijia after Kagaya was resurrected. Madara was completely confused because he had never heard of Satsuki Kagaya. The name was too unfamiliar to him. At the same time, he ignored Chijia's hand on his shoulder. Just as he was stunned, a strong suction force suddenly burst out from Qianhe's palm. By the time Madara reacted, 10 tails had been pulled out half by Qianhe. The 10 tails in Qianhe's body suddenly started to get restless. The 10 tails in Madara's body was the best tonic for it, and it couldn't wait to open its mouth. Advertisement. Black Zetsu watched as 10 tails poured into Chijia's body, which was even more painful than killing him. He no longer cared about the difference in strength and rushed towards Qianhe like a madman. However, he was blown away by a repulsive force before he even touched Qianhe's Kakuzu. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Kyunhee with despair. At this time, 2/3 of the 10 tails in Madara's body had been pulled out by Chijia, and were about to be completely pulled out. Suddenly, a female voice appeared in Kyunhee's mind. Please, don't feed me to 10 tails. Kyunhee raised an eyebrow and temporarily stopped what he was doing. He responded in his heart. Otsutsuki Kagaya. It's me. Senior, please let me go, I am willing to serve you as my master. Haha, I'm not your senior. You're much older than me. He joked in his heart and continued. I remember you followed Satsuki as Heike before, you should know what happened to him. Kagaya paused. She also knew her glorious deeds. This was indeed a fact that could not be avoided. A feeling of despair welled up in her heart. Was this really the end of her today? Just when she was feeling hopeless, he changed the subject. Well, I suddenly think it's not bad to have a Satsuki servant. Kagaya didn't follow Chijia's train of thought at all and was stunned for a moment. He chuckled a few times and said. Advertisement. Why are you silent? Do you regret it? Kagaya reacted and quickly responded. No. I am willing to be your most loyal servant. Kagaya didn't even think about it and simply rushed to be Chijia's servant. Kyunhee just said that he was much younger than himself, but his strength had far surpassed his own. The 10 tails inside Kyunhee's body is even more outrageous. The feeling of oppression is not comparable to that of ordinary 10 tails. Taking all these factors into consideration, she has come to regard Chijia as a rare genius in the Satsuki clan 10,000 years. It was definitely not a shame for her to recognize such a Satsuki with unlimited potential as her master. In her opinion, Chijia's status in the Satsuki clan was definitely not low. With him around, perhaps her sneak attack on Ishiki could be written off, and from now on, she would no longer have to live in fear. Chijia thought that as an Satsuki, she should have an Satsuki servant by her side, otherwise she would always feel that it lacked face. So the relationship between Kagaya and Chijia was consensual, and they formed a master-servant relationship. Now the only question left is how to fully revive Kagaya. In fact, it can't be considered a resurrection, because Kagaya didn't die at all, she was just sealed by her 2 older sons. Chijia also didn't want to revive Kagaya through Madara's body, as that would be a bit awkward. He was prepared to take the most direct way to revive Kagaya. Since Kagaya can be sealed by the power of yin and yang, it can naturally be released in the same way. The yin and yang power that Chijia possesses is much stronger than that of Hago Romo and Hamura. Thinking of this, Kyunhee put his hands together, and the power of yin and yang gathered through his palms. A beam of black and white interwoven light rose from Kyunhee's body and rushed straight into the sky. At this moment, the moon far away in the sky suddenly began to tremble wildly. Sharon, who had been observing the earth, stood up suddenly. He frowned and muttered. Oh no, the seal on that woman is about to be lifted. He wanted to stop it, but now he didn't even have eyes, and was completely unable to stop the yin and yang power coming from the earth. The moon trembled more and more violently, and with a shattering sound, a ball of white energy rushed out from the center of the moon and flew towards the earth. On earth, Chijia has completely extracted 10 tails from Madara's body. White energy falls from the sky and merges with 10 tails. A milky white halo bloomed from 10 tails' body, forming a huge ball of white light. Afterwards, the ball of light gradually shrank and turned into a human figure. When the light faded, Satsuki Kagaya appeared before everyone. Black Zetsu stared at Kagaya blankly, not understanding what was going on. Advertisement. He thought his mother was going to disappear completely, but unexpectedly, she appeared in front of him alive in the blink of an eye. Madara collapsed to the ground, his Rinnegan directly degenerated to the black pupil state, and he was obviously extremely weak. Kagaya looked at Chijia the first thing she did when she appeared. In front of Black Zetsu's confused expression, she knelt down in front of Chijia and shouted respectfully. Owner. Chijia nodded and flashed in front of Kagaya. Kagaya still remained in the kneeling position, and seeing this, Black Zetsu once again turned into a pool of black fluid and rushed towards Kagaya. Chijia had no intention of stopping it, and just watched Black Zetsu slip into Kagaya's sleeves. Black Zetsu called out urgently. Mom. What happened to you? Kagaya shook her head slightly and whispered. I'm fine. But you just called him master. Don't talk too much. From now on, Master Kyunhee is my master, you must remember this. Kagaya had said so, no matter how confused Black Zetsu was, he didn't dare to say anything more and could only shut up obediently. Kyunhee was very satisfied with Kagaya's attitude. He waved his hand and said. Okay, you can get up now. Kagaya obediently stood up from the ground, seemingly having completely put himself into the role of a servant. Chijia's hair suddenly lengthened, rolled up Madara who was lying on the ground, and flew towards the direction of the ninja alliance with him. Kagaya followed immediately, and when the 3 of them got back to the back, Minato immediately came up to them. He first looked at Huayuryuki with fear, then looked at Kyunhee and asked. Is this the end? Kyunhee spread his hands and said. What else? At this time, the three cages except Terumime had already dealt with their predecessors. Onoki asked hesitantly. So can we go back now? Kyunhee smiled and said. Of course you can go back, but before that, I have something else to say. Chapter 357, Intimidating the Four Shadows. Onoki suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He swallowed and asked. What is it? Minato had already guessed what Chijia was going to say. He silently walked to Chijia's side and locked his eyes on the four shadows in front of him. Looking at Onoki's uneasy eyes, Chijia said. I have always felt that there are too many villages in the ninja world, so I hope that from now on, there will be only one village in the ninja world. Do you understand what I mean? Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, the four shadows screamed out almost at the same time. What? Madara, who was caught in Chijia's hair, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Chijia with a look of surprise. He didn't expect that Chijia's idea was exactly the same as his at the beginning, which was to suppress the entire ninja world with absolute force and merge various villages together to achieve complete peace. However, this idea was rejected by Hashirama at the time, and Madara became disheartened and fell into the trap of Black Zetsu, only wanting to open the infinite Tsukuyomi. Now that this idea that had been buried in Madara's heart for a long time was brought up again by Kyunhee, he suddenly felt an extremely complicated emotion, and at the same time a hint of anticipation. He really wanted to see what the ninja world would be like if his idea was realized. The four shadows looked at each other, and were caught in a dilemma for a moment. Of course they understood what Chijia meant. He wanted to merge all other villages into Konoha and thus unify the entire ninja world. This is something that is impossible for every cage to accept, but after seeing Chijia's power, they know that if they dare to oppose it, the outcome will not be good. Judging from the abilities that Kyunhee just demonstrated, any one of them is enough to easily destroy an entire ninja village, and they are simply powerless to resist. Onoki clenched his fists tightly. The thing he was most worried about happened. In his opinion, Chijia is a completely upgraded version of Uchiha Madara. He has power far beyond Uchiha Madara and has the same philosophy as Madara. The most frustrating thing is that in this era there is no one like Senju Hashirama who can check and balance Uchiha Madara. Terumime stood up, she winked at Kyunhee and said. Mr. Hokage, can we discuss this matter further? Kyunhee responded with a smile. Advertisement. Cannot. Forward. Terumime's expression froze, and she retreated in dismay, sighing in her heart. What a heartless man. But he's so domineering. I like him so much. Gaara remained silent, but Ai, who was straightforward, could not help but speak out. What's the difference between what you do and what Xiao does? Qianhe narrowed his eyes and said lightly. So what if there is no difference? Ai Mingxian was choked by this sentence. He suppressed the anger in his heart and wanted to continue asking. However, Kyunhee did not give Ai another chance to speak. A purple light flashed from his Rinnegan, and then he reached out and pressed his hand on Ai's chest. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Ai's heart was actually taken out by Kyunhee. What shocked everyone even more was that Ai's heart was beating strongly in Kyunhee's hand, and he himself was also full of energy, and it seemed that the heart being out of his body had no effect on him at all. Ai Ben also had a look of disbelief on his face. He looked at his empty left chest and murmured. How is this possible? Am I under his illusion? While he was stunned, Kyunhee suddenly clenched the heart in his hand, and Ai's face turned purple in an instant. He roared in pain and fell to his knees on the ground. The other three shadows subconsciously covered their hearts with their hands when they saw this scene, fearing that they would be the next. Qianhe looked down coldly at Ai who was kneeling on the ground and said. You don't think I'm consulting with you? Ai raised his head with difficulty, and his stubborn eyes showed his dissatisfaction. Qianhe naturally would not indulge him and he exerted force on his hands again. Ai's pain suddenly came like waves, one more violent than the other, until finally, he was curled up in pain like a shrimp. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village all had grim expressions on their faces. It was very unpleasant to see their own cage being abused, but the shock that Chijia had just brought to them was too strong, so until now no one dared to stand up and stop Chijia. Finally, Darui couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed to Kyunhee, knelt on the ground and shouted. Advertisement. We, the Cloud Shinobi Village, agree with Lord Hokage's idea and voluntarily submit to Konoha. Ai, who was curled up on the side, opened his eyes wide and stared at Darui who was kneeling beside him. He wanted to yell, but he couldn't make any other sound except groaning. He used all his strength to turn his head to see how the people in his village would react. The ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village didn't dare to look Ai in the eye. They all lowered their heads like ostriches burying their heads in the soil. Seeing this scene, Ai suddenly felt disheartened. Their Cloud Shinobi Village has always been known for the tough character of its people. Ai never thought that one day Cloud Shinobi Village would surrender before fighting. All this happened just because of one person, Uchiha Chijia. Ai suddenly laughed, even though laughing made his pain more intense, his laughter became louder and louder, and as he laughed, 2 lines of tears rolled down his eyes. After laughing, Ai closed his eyes as if he had accepted his fate. He had completely given up resisting. From now on, anything that happened in the village would have nothing to do with him. Darui sighed heavily, he knew very well that his actions would be despised by the world, but if he didn't do this, how would their Cloud Shinobi village face the devil like Uchiha Chijia? Just based on 8 tails? Therefore, for the sake of Cloud Shinobi village, he had to make such a decision that went against his ancestors. Onoki loosened his fists helplessly after seeing this scene. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Iwagakuer, surrender. Following Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagakuer, the other 2 ninja villages quickly expressed their submission. But compared to the constipated expressions of the other 3 cage, Terumi Mei seemed much more relaxed. Originally, the 4th Mizu cage had left her with a mess, so there was no need for her to hold on. What's more, she still has her lifelong affairs to deal with, so she can spare some time to deal with it later. You have to know that she is already a woman in her 40s. If she doesn't hurry up, she will really become old and ugly. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei secretly glanced at Kyunhee, and 2 blushes appeared on her face inexplicably. Kyunhee was very satisfied with the 4 shadows' knowledge of the times. He threw Ai's heart to Darui and said. Put it back while it's still hot. It won't be good if it gets cold later. Chapter 358 The War Ends. Kyunhee glanced at the 4 cage. Under the pressure of the Rinnegan, no one dared to look up and look at him. Minato pointed at Madara who was caught in Chijia's hair and asked. Chijia, what are you going to do with Uchiha Madara? He thought about it and said. Don't worry about this, just take him back to Konoha first. Advertisement. As she said that, Chijia rolled Madara up in front of Minato with her hair, and he quickly reached out to catch Madara. Seeing Minato's cautious look, Kyunhee chuckled and said. Obito and Kakashi haven't come out yet. Minato shook his head, a look of worry on his face. Obito took Kakashi to a different dimension. Even my flying thunder god can't go there. After hearing this, Chijia wanted to use Yomi Hirasaka to go to Kamui space to see what this couple is doing. Now that the war is over, any grudges should be resolved quickly. Suddenly, the space twisted and Obito jumped out carrying Kakashi. Kakashi's clothes looked tattered and had many signs of being burned. His face was covered in bruises, and it was obvious that he had been severely beaten. Compared to Kakashi, Obito looks much better. Although his face was bruised, it was nothing for him who possessed white Zetsu cells. And looking at his pleased expression, one could wonder if he had done something unspeakable to Kakashi in Kamui space just now. It wasn't a big deal actually, he just beat up Kakashi. In the anime, Obito was defeated by Kakashi in the Kamui space, but that was obviously intentional. He just wanted to remove the curse on his heart through Kakashi's hand. Now that his curse had been removed by Chijia and he knew the truth of the matter, he naturally had no worries in fighting Kakashi, and victory was a matter of course. You have to know that he is Madara's only direct disciple. No matter in physical skills, ninjutsu, or eye skills, he is no match for Kakashi. He also mastered yin-yang escape. How can Kakashi beat Obito now? And Obito didn't feel any guilt towards Kakashi, he even had a little resentment towards him, and he had long wanted to beat Kakashi up. This can be considered as the fulfillment of one of his small wishes back then. Obito threw Kakashi to the ground. Kakashi rolled a few times and struggled to get up from the ground. Seeing this, Minato wanted to step forward to dissuade them, but was stopped by Chijia. Advertisement. Don't get involved in what these 2 people do. But Kakashi looks like he got beaten up pretty hard. Don't worry, you won't die. Obito gave Chijia a grateful look, then squatted down and grabbed Kakashi by the collar. He put his face close to Kakashi and asked. Kakashi, you are so weak right now that you can't even beat a weakling like me. Kakashi's mask was already mostly destroyed. He smiled bitterly and said. Obito, you were never the last one. Tisk, you're still the same as you were back then, so annoying to look at. Obito seemed to lose interest, he let go of Kakashi and stood up from the ground, then looked at Madara who was supported by Minato. His eyes were stern, and he said to Kakashi without turning his head. Kakashi, you should know that Lin's death was caused by Uchiha Madara. Now that he has become like this, I really want to kill him. Kakashi didn't say anything, he just looked at Obito quietly. Obito continued. But he was defeated by Master Kyunhee. I have no right to kill him. At this point, Obito clenched his fists and said hatefully. One day, I will surpass him and kill him. Madara suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at Obito, and shook his head silently. This action was full of mockery towards Obito. Veins popped out on his forehead and he looked at Madara as if he wanted to eat him. He had seen enough, and he spoke. Okay, let's talk about it when we get to Konoha. As soon as Chijia spoke, Obito immediately became quiet. He walked in front of Minato, controlling himself not to look at Madara, and said in a low voice. Teacher, I am a sinner. I will go to prison by myself when I return. I will never come out until my sins are redeemed. Minato looked at Obito with a complicated expression. To be honest, he had already forgiven Obito, as well as Kushina. Advertisement. They both knew that Obito had been deceived and used, and now they were a happy family of 3 and had no hatred towards Obito. But Obito still couldn't forgive himself, he just wanted to atone for his sins. Even though Minato had been trying to persuade him not to take it so seriously, he was still determined to go to jail. In desperation, Minato looked to Chijia for help. He knew that Chijia's words would be much more effective to Obito than his own teacher. Chien he thought about it and said. Don't rush to jail. I have something else to give you. Obito responded immediately upon hearing this. Master Kyunhee, please tell me what you want. I will do my best to get it done. Chien-hee's mouth curled up into a smile and said. Don't get so excited. It's not a big deal. I want you to find someone for me. Who? He is a monk named Jixian. When mentioning Jijin, Chijia narrowed her eyes. This guy's real identity is Satsuki Ishiki, the unlucky guy who was ambushed by Kagaya and fed to 10 tails. Ever since Chijia returned to the Hokage world, she has been using Skynet to search for Jijin's location, but he seemed to have noticed something and actually concealed his presence. So Chijia planned to let Obito, who possessed Kamui, go look for him. Anyway, Kamui had a unique ability to survive, so even if he was discovered by Jijin, he could run away whenever he wanted. Obito nodded. He did not ask what Chijia wanted to do with this person. He said very straightforwardly. I understand Master Kyunhee, but after I find him, do I need to bring him back? No, you just need to tell me where he is. Remember, don't fight him. He is very strong. As soon as these words came out, the 4 cage standing around Chijia and Minato and others all changed their expressions, and even Kagaya raised his head and looked at Chijia. They all became extremely curious about the monk named Jijin. Being described as very strong by Kyunhee, his strength was definitely unquestionable. But why had they never heard of such a strong person? Obito was also surprised, but he soon became excited. In Obito's opinion, Chijia asked him to find a strong man with such terrifying strength, which showed her trust in him. Completing such a task would also alleviate a lot of his guilt. He nodded vigorously and said. I've got that. Chapter 359 Silly and Sweet Kagaya. Obito glanced at Kakashi before using Kamui to leave. After Obito left, Minato asked. Kyunhee, who is that Jijin? Kyunhee turned to look at Kagaya, and under the latter's curious gaze, he spoke. He's from the same place as Kagaya. Advertisement. Kagaya's face changed. Since he came from the same place as her, didn't that mean that Jijin was also from the Tsutsuki clan? Including Chijia, there are actually 2 Tsutsuki on this small planet at the same time? Minato looked at Kagaya curiously. When he saw the horns on Kagaya's head and the white eyes, he exclaimed. Kyunhee, she looks like you now. Chijia still maintains the appearance of Tsutsuki, and does look very similar to Kagaya in appearance. Kagaya didn't say anything. In her eyes, no one except Chijia was qualified to talk to her. Chijia reached out and stroked Kagaya's long hair. The snow-white hair felt really good to the touch, like a piece of fine silk. Kagaya's body trembled. She looked up at Chijia and then separated a few strands of her hair and wrapped them around Chijia's hands. Chien-hee smiled slightly and said. Next time you see someone who looks like this, don't think about anything else, just run away. What? Including the Jijin I asked Obito to find. That guy is not an ordinary human. His real name is Tsutsuki Ishiki. Call. Before Minato could speak, Kagaya's long hair suddenly spread out. She looked at Chijia in disbelief, her voice trembling. Master, isn't Ishiki already dead? He's not dead. Can't your clan use the wedge on other creatures? Jijin is the vessel that Ishiki found. Kagaya's face froze. She never thought that Ishiki could survive 10 Tails' mouth. So, he was still living on this planet like her? Thinking of this, her face darkened. Ishiki's status in the Tsutsuki clan was not low, and Chijia was obviously a newcomer. What if Ishiki asked Chijia to hand herself over? Advertisement. Will Chijia offend Tsutsuki Ishiki for the sake of herself as a traitor? Even if she ate the chakra fruit, she didn't think she would be a match for Ishiki. If this situation really happened, she was afraid that she would be in great danger. While she was frowning and thinking, Kyunhee suddenly asked. You look very bad, what are you thinking about? Although Kagaya has lived for thousands of years, her personality is completely different from her age. When asked by Chijia, she directly expressed her thoughts and asked with a nervous look. Master, will you hand me over to Ishiki? Chijia didn't expect Kagaya to be so naive. He was simply amused by Kagaya. Kagaya stared at Chijia with her big eyes without blinking. Chijia smiled for a while, and suddenly stretched out a finger and flicked it on Kagaya's forehead. The force in Kyunhee's hand was very weak, Kagaya just felt an itch on her forehead. She tilted her head, looking even more like an innocent girl. Why would I hand you over to a fodder? Feed? Master, I don't quite understand what you mean. Kyunhee smiled, he held Kagaya's hand and pressed it against his chest, and whispered. Have you forgotten that there is a 10 tails inside of me too? Kagaya stared at Chijia blankly, and under Chijia's surprised gaze, her cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. As soon as Kyunhee let go, she immediately took her hand back. She pulled her hands back into the wide cuffs and kneaded them frantically. This was a tough time for Black Zetsu hiding in her sleeves. He was like a black dough, being flattened and rolled into a ball by Kagaya. He was really suffering. Anyone who saw Kagaya's behavior would know that she was shy, but Chijia was not sure. In his opinion, Kagaya already had 2 children, so why would she be so shy just because she put her hand on a man's chest? Didn't he remember that Kagaya had a human husband named Tenko? Kyunhee couldn't help but ask. Hey, I remember you had a husband before, right? Kagaya nodded dumbly, but quickly shook his head. The black Zetsu in her sleeve took this opportunity to escape from Kagaya's claws, and he popped out a black head and shouted. Advertisement. Mom, he never had a husband. That guy is just an ordinary human being. How can he be qualified to be Mom's husband? Black Zetsu was very excited, because according to Chijia, he had a human father for no reason, which was absolutely unacceptable to him. Kyunhee frowned, thinking that she was misled by the original plot of the animation again. He continued to ask. What about Hamura and Yui? Humph. Those 2 guys are just split from Mom. There is no other way. The power of the sacred tree fruit is too strong. Mom can only neutralize the power in her body in this way. What about you? I was naturally created by my mother. Speaking of this, Black Zetsu looked very proud. Chijia really didn't understand what he was proud of, because didn't this sound like the same thing? What's the difference between splitting and creating? In fact, what Black Zetsu meant was that the appearance of Hamura and Hago Romo was just an accident, but he was created by Kagaya on his own initiative, and was given a sacred mission at birth, which was to resurrect Kagaya. Compared with his 2 brothers, apart from the fact that he doesn't look like a human being, he can indeed be called Kagaya's biological son in terms of filial piety. But Black Zetsu didn't notice that Chijia was looking at him in a very strange way. Black Zetsu often turns into a pool of black fluid, and no matter how Chijia looks at it, it looks like a pool of black blood. So he had to wonder, what on earth did Kagaya use to create Black Zetsu? Was it really just wool? Black Zetsu didn't know that he was being maliciously speculated by Chijia. After he finished speaking, he hid in Kagaya's sleeve again and stopped talking. Kagaya's mood also calmed down. She then remembered what Chijia had just said and hurriedly asked. Master, are you trying to feed Ishiki to the 10 tails inside you? He spread his hands and said. Well, that guy is of very good quality as a feed. I have been eyeing him for a long time. Then, will the master feed me to 10 tails as well? Are you stupid? If I were to feed you to it, why would I have to wait until now? Chijia sighed softly, turned around and flew high into the sky, Kagaya quickly following. Except for Onoki, almost none of the remaining ninjas could fly. Minato looked at Madara next to him with a look of despair on his face. Chapter 360 Madara's Change. On the Hokage Rock, Madara looked down at the portrait of Hashirama. He had been standing here alone for a long time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Swish. Chijia appeared beside Madara and asked with a smile. How have you been living in Konoha these days? Madara also laughed. He looked up at Konoha and said softly. Advertisement. Not bad. As for Madara, Minato and the others had no idea what to do. After Chijia left the battlefield that day, they added layer after layer of seals on Madara, almost wrapping him like a mummy. Fortunately, Minato learned a lot of Uzumaki clan sealing techniques from Kushina. On the way to transport Madara back, he was very quiet and no trouble occurred. When they returned to Konoha, Chijia was strolling the streets of Konoha with Kagaya. When Kyunhee saw Madara's appearance, he laughed out loud. He waved his hand and removed the seal on Madara. With Chijia around, Minato and the others were not worried that Madara would cause any trouble. They did not dare to relax for a moment along the way. After handing Madara over to Chijia, they all went home to rest. As for how to deal with Madara, they didn't even think about it. Such a god tier was not something they could handle. So Madara was arranged by Chijia to live in Itaka's house. Itaka still respected his ancestor and gladly accepted Chijia's arrangement. Madara observed Itaki and Sasuke's lives as an outsider every day. During this time, he always thought of his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. This is also because Sasuke and Izuna look so much alike that sometimes the way Madara looks at Sasuke even makes Itachi feel uneasy, as he feels as if Madara is trying to steal his brother from him. For this reason, Itachi even found Chijia and told him about this matter. Chijia smiled and told Itachi about Izuna. After hearing this, Itachi felt a strong sympathy for his ancestor. If it were him, if he saw Sasuke being killed, he would probably become even more evil than Madara. So when he returned, he treated Madara with even more care. Under Itachi's careful care, Madara's cold heart began to slowly melt. During this period, Chijia also brought Kagaya to see him and told him about infinite Tsukuyomi. Advertisement. Madara did not show any anger after learning the truth, but laughed at herself instead. What he had been planning for decades turned out to be a scam, and he, Uchiha Madara, even became a pawn of others. He did not feel resentful for his defeat to Kyunhee. He just lost and he accepted the defeat wholeheartedly. He was even filled with gratitude towards Kyunhee. If it weren't for Chijia, he would have become the vehicle for that woman's resurrection, and then destroyed the entire ninja world with infinite Tsukuyomi. Then he, Uchiha Madara, would become an out-and-out sinner. How could he have the face to face Hashirama? From this moment on, Madara was completely relieved. From now on, Chijia had the final say on whether the ninja world was in chaos or not. He, Uchiha Madara, just wanted to stay quietly in Konoha and be an ordinary ninja. Today, he came to the Hokage Rock, not because he was emo, he just wanted to see Hashirama's face. He saw his thoughts and said. Why? Are you thinking about Hashirama? Madara's mouth twitched noticeably, he took a deep breath and said. I just wonder if Hashirama would laugh at me if he knew all this. Hehe, how would I know what he's thinking? Kabuto is still in the orphanage. Why don't you ask him to help you? Use impure world reincarnation to call Hashirama out and ask him. Madara really thought about it seriously. He didn't think there was anything wrong with reanimation jutsu. He even thought it was one of the few techniques of Tobirama that were worthy of praise. Although Madara disliked Tobirama very much, he had to admit that he was indeed an expert in research. He thought for a while, and finally shook his head and said. Forget it. I'm not ready to face Hashirama right now. Madara suddenly laughed, looked into Kyunhee's eyes, and said. When the ninja world stabilizes, it won't be too late for me to call him out. Now the 5 major ninja villages have been integrated together by Chijia, which is exactly what Madara had in mind back then. After a few years, if the ninja world really becomes unified as he thought it would be, and there is no more war, then he must call Hashirama out and let him see that his idea was correct. Advertisement. At present, it seems that the other 4 ninja villages have behaved very honestly due to Chijia's strength, among which Terumi Mei's Kirigakure has performed the best. They are almost rushing to rely on Konoha. Terumi Mei even proposed to come live in Konoha, but was stopped by some of Kirigakure's higher UPS. Are you kidding? If they really let their Mizukage live in Konoha, would Kirigakure still be able to maintain their dignity? Besides, even a blind person can see what Terumi Mei is thinking. She is just coveting Konoha's Hokage Chijia. Even Madara had heard of this, and he actually made a joke for the first time. Chijia, the Uchiha clan is now dwindling in numbers. I see that Terumi Mei is quite interested in you. What do you think? Do you want to give it a try? The corner of Kyunhee's mouth twitched. He couldn't believe that these words came out of Madara's mouth. Madara also realized this, and he coughed a few times awkwardly. Under Itachi's care over the past few days, his mentality had subtly changed. He was no longer as tense as before, and would occasionally relax. Kyunhee glanced at Madara and said casually. I see you are at least several dozen years old, and I don't see you have a woman by your side. Look at Hashirama. The expression on Madara's face froze. He had never been interested in women. In addition, his father passed away early, so no one dared to urge him to get married. He had been a bachelor for decades. At least Hashirama still has Uzumaki Mito, but he seems to have been alone from beginning to end. In Chijia's opinion, it would be strange if one didn't have some psychological problems living alone for a long time. If Madara really met a girl he liked, he might not think about world peace all day long. Of course, if Black Zetsu wasn't around, he wouldn't allow Madara to fall in love. Now that Chijia said this, Madara subconsciously raised his hand and touched his chin, falling into deep thought. He wasn't thinking about women, Madara was Madara after all, and women could only be a burden to him. Madara thought that as an Uchiha, he now seemed to have lost love. Without brothers and without women, what Madara has been carrying out for so many years is love for the world, but now even this love has begun to fade. Realizing this, Madara felt a wave of loneliness come over him, and he glanced down at Hashirama's portrait again and sighed heavily. This time he is really emo. Chapter 361 Kyunhee Family. Seeing that Madara had become silent, Kyunhee stopped disturbing him and left in a flash. He returned to his home and found Kagaya sitting on the sofa, watching TV quietly. Speaking of which, the technology in the Hokage world has always been a mystery. You can see telephone poles on the streets and televisions in ordinary residents' homes, but the war still seems to be in the era of cold weapons. This has improved in the Boruto story, but it still feels a bit out of place. Kagaya stood up quickly when she saw Shijiya. She bowed and said respectfully. Advertisement. Master, you are back. After all, she had lived in ancient times, and she had learned the manners of some maids quite well, making Kyunhee feel like an ancient king. Shijiya walked over to Kagaya and pulled her back to sit on the couch. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the kitchen. Kyunhee was stunned for a moment and asked casually. Who's in the kitchen? Kagaya responded. It's Black Zetsu. I asked him to learn how to cook. After a while, Black Zetsu came out of the kitchen carrying plates of delicious-looking dishes. Black tentacles extended from his body, making it convenient for him to pick up food. Black Zetsu placed the dishes one by one, then came to Shijiya and Kagaya and said very respectfully. Master Kyunhee, Master Mother, the food is ready, you can eat now. Kyunhee looked at Black Zetsu in amazement and couldn't help asking. I didn't realize you could cook. Black Zetsu lowered his head and said. I didn't know how to do it, but I can learn. Wow, Kyunhee thinks Black Zetsu is really a talent. He can plan a plan to save his mother for thousands of years, and he can cook and kill people himself. It's a pity that he doesn't have the power of Yuger or Hamura. Shijiya sighed slightly, then took Kagaya to the dining table, sat down and started eating. Picking up a piece of pork ribs made by Black Zetsu and putting it in his mouth, Kyunhee raised his eyebrows and found that the taste was surprisingly good. He looked at Black Zetsu standing opposite him and said. Your cooking skills are great, why don't you come and eat something? Advertisement. Black Zetsu was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand and said. No, Master Kyunhee, I don't need to eat. Shijiya looked at Black Zetsu's stick figure-like body and said. You should still come and eat some, after all, you made it yourself. Kagaya also spoke up. Black Zetsu, since the master has said so, come and eat with us. Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment, but finally sat down opposite Shijiya and Kagaya, lowered his head and took a bite of the dish he had cooked. This was the first time he had eaten in thousands of years, and it was at this moment that he discovered that he had no sense of taste. But in order not to spoil the fun, he pretended to eat, while Shijiya and Kagaya sat opposite him and watched. To others, this scene looked like a warm family of three having dinner together. After dinner, Black Zetsu got up and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. There was no other way. Although he was created by Kagaya, he couldn't even use the most basic water style. Shijiya heard that Minato recently created a water-style dishwashing technique, so she might go and watch it when she has time. Once Black Zetsu left, Shijiya and Kagaya were the only ones left at the table. Kyunhee suddenly turned to look at Kagaya and said. Do you know how many people there are in the Tsutsuki clan? Hui Yuryuki was stunned. She thought Shijiya was also a native Tsutsuki, so she felt very strange about Shijiya's question. But she still answered. Master, I am not sure how many people there are in the tribe. Apart from a few elders who stayed in the tribe, most of the others have gone to other planets to plant sacred trees. Does the Tsutsuki clan still have a clan leader? Kagaya shook his head and said. The clan leader has disappeared for a long time. The most prestigious person in the clan now is the Great Elder, but he has lived in the clan's forbidden area for many years. Except for a few elites, no one has ever seen his true appearance. Well, then you should have the spatial coordinates to get back there, right? Yes, but... At this point, Kagaya paused, and she couldn't help but ask. Master, have you never stayed in the clan? Advertisement. Kyunhee spread his hands and said casually. I'm not from the Tsutsuki clan, how can I have the spatial coordinates of that place? What? Kagaya was so shocked that she stood up from her chair and looked at Shijiya in disbelief. Kyunhee looked up at her and said. Actually, I am also a member of the Tsutsuki clan, but my bloodline is not as pure as yours. Kagaya nodded stiffly, she probably understood Shijiya's situation. Shijiya should be similar to Uchiha Madara. They both started with Sharingan and evolved step by step to their current state. But isn't Shijia's talent too outrageous? Not only did he activate a pair of 12 Megatama Rinnegan, he also got an extremely terrifying 10 tails from somewhere and put it into his body. As far as Kagaya knows, the elite few of the Tsutsuki clan are no more than this. And how old is Shijiya? In the Tsutsuki clan, where everyone is 1,000 years old, Shijiya is considered a kid. It was really hard for her to imagine how Shijiya had reached this point. Shijiya took Kagaya's hand and made her sit back on the chair. Kagaya looked dazed. Kyunhee waved her hand in front of her. She came back to her senses and said quickly. I'm so sorry master, I was distracted just now. It's okay. You don't have to be so reserved. I'll ask you to accompany me to Tsutsuki's planet later. Kagaya's eyes suddenly opened wide, and she asked in a trembling voice. Master, why do you want to go there? Seeing Kagaya's nervous expression, Kyunhee smiled, reached out and patted her shoulder, and said. Of course I'm going to find some good food for my 10 tails. How can one Tsutsuki be enough? Is it possible that Ishiki cannot make the master's 10 tails bear fruit? In Kagaya's opinion, Tsutsuki's Hiki can be regarded as the elite of Tsutsuki's group. The fruit of the sacred tree that she ate was produced by his Hiki as feed. Facts have proved that the quality of this fruit of the sacred tree is quite good. But in Chijia's eyes, one as Hiki couldn't even satisfy the 10 tails in his body. How huge would the energy required for this 10 tails to bear fruit? Also, where did Chijia get this 10 tails? Why is it so special? Kagaya had many questions in her mind, but as a servant, she knew her position very well, and these questions could only be solved slowly in the future. Chapter 362, Xian. Cloud Shinobi Village. As soon as AI returned, he announced that he would no longer serve as Reikage, so the next Reikage naturally fell to Darui. Despite Darui's repeated dissuasion, AI was determined to resign. Anyway, from now on, apart from the Hokage, the existence of other cages would not have much meaning, so he would not be bothered if he didn't see them. He thought he might as well spend more time with Killer Bee. On this day, the two were practicing against each other in Yunli Gorge, when suddenly, a strange monk broke in. Advertisement. This person arrived silently, and neither Killer Bee nor AI noticed this uninvited guest. The battle between Killer Bee and AI was very fierce, but there was a hint of disdain on the monk's face. He seemed to be getting a little impatient, and his figure flashed, and the next second he appeared directly in the center of the battle. Under the horrified gaze of the two men, he spread his arms and stopped them both at the same time. AI looked at his tightly clenched fist and said in disbelief. Who are you? When did you appear here? Killer Bee looked at the strange attire of the monk in front of him and said. You actually interrupted my fight with my big brother, you idiot, UBD. The monk's expression was extremely calm. He ignored Killer Bee and just looked at AI indifferently. He said. My name is Xian, and now, I have something to ask you. AI frowned and asked. What's up? During the war not long ago, was there a woman with white hair and a pair of horns on her head? AI was stunned for a moment, he remembered Kagaya who was standing behind Chijia at that time. In fact, except for Chijia and a few people from Konoha, the ninjas from other villages knew nothing about Kagaya. All they saw was that Kagaya was very respectful to Chijia after she appeared, and that her appearance was similar to Chijia and Madara at the time. AI told Xian roughly what he saw. Xian's face changed and he murmured. There are two more people who look like Kagaya. Did the clan finally send someone over? AI and Killer Bee were confused, but their fists were still held in Xian's hands. Killer Bee couldn't help but say. Advertisement. Hey! Let go! Idiot, BD. Xian glanced at him, then slowly loosened his hand. He continued to ask. Do you know the names of those two people? Uchiha Senga and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha? Isn't he from the clan? Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking thoughtful. He was originally hiding in a corner waiting for a chance to be resurrected, but suddenly he felt Kagaya's breath, so he immediately set out to look for Kagaya, wanting to see what had happened. If possible, he was even prepared to reincarnate early, risking complete death to capture Kagaya and recover the chakra fruit in her body. That chakra fruit should have belonged to him. As long as he absorbed the fruit, he would not only be able to be completely resurrected, but also gain even more powerful power. But Kagaya's breath suddenly disappeared. It's not that it disappeared, it just became very weak. Jijin could only sense the general direction. As he searched, he came to Cloud Shinobi Village. Cloud Shinobi Village was also unlucky. Pain had just visited it for a short time when Jijin, a god tier, arrived. Since the battle with Pain, AI has become much more cautious. He tries his best to avoid conflicts with people who suddenly appear from nowhere. Moreover, just now, Jijin took on the simultaneous attacks from him and Killer Bee with ease, which shows that he is not a good person. AI said. Your Excellency should be all right, right? If not, my brother and I will go back. As he said that, AI gave Killer Bee a look, and the two of them retreated silently. Xian suddenly looked up at Killer Bee, a smile appeared on his lips, and he said. You can't leave. Your chakra is very tempting. After saying that, Jixian's figure instantly appeared in front of Killer Bee. In the latter's horrified eyes, he grabbed his neck and pressed him into the ground. At this time, dense black vertical lines appeared on Jixian's body, which was the first state of the wedge. He looked at Killer Bee with a hint of greed in his eyes. 8 tails chakra ultimately comes from 10 tails, which is a great tonic for him. Killer Bee was stunned by the blow just now. Before he could react, an amazing suction force burst out from Jixian's hand. Eight Tails in Killer Bee's body changed his expression and exclaimed. Advertisement. No. He's trying to pull me out of you. Killer Bee naturally couldn't just sit there and wait to die. 8 octopus tentacles suddenly emerged from behind him and bounced Jijin off his body. At the moment when the two separated, AI, who was wrapped in lightning, fell from the sky. The Fury Thunder Axe. Sixian didn't even raise his head. He just raised one hand and pressed it on AI's ankle. Another suction force burst out, and the lightning on AI's body started from his feet and was quickly sucked into Sixian's body. AI was stunned when he saw this scene and murmured. How is that possible? Isn't this Pain's move? While he was stunned, Sixian grabbed his ankle and threw him out. Killer Bee, who had already retreated to the side, quickly released its tentacles, caught AI in the air, and placed him next to himself. Killer Bee put away his cynical expression, stared at Xian in the distance, and said in a deep voice. Brother, this enemy is not easy to deal with. He wants to get the 8 tails in my body just like Pain. AI's face looked extremely ugly. He tried to condense chakra and wanted to enter Raiden chakra mode, but no matter how hard he tried, only a few weak electric currents burst out on the surface of his body. Upon seeing this, Killer Bee immediately stretched out a hand and pressed it on AI's shoulder, transferring the 8 tails chakra in his body into AI's body. With the blessing of 8 tails chakra, AI clenched his fists tightly, and a lightning-style chakra even more violent than before burst out from his body. His hair stood on end, and he looked like a wild beast. However, facing the two brothers who were getting serious, Sixian didn't even raise his eyelids. He waved his hand impatiently and said. You two come together. Sixian's attitude made AI and Killer Bee extremely angry. The two looked at each other, and the next second they appeared on both sides of Sixian. The two men bent their arms and surrounded Jijin's head. Lightning-style double lariat. This is the combined ultimate move of the two, with extremely great lethality. Since the two of them mastered it, countless strong men have died from this move. Jijin also became a little serious. Although his wedge had the function of absorbing chakra, the moves of AI and Killer Bee were ninjutsu, and absorption alone could not completely offset the damage. His eyes focused, and a black Uzumaki sucked his body in. AI and Killer Bee were caught in vain and almost hurt each other by mistake. Just when the two were feeling at a loss as to what to do after losing their target, Jijin suddenly appeared above them and kicked them one by one into the ground. Chapter 363 Obito takes action. The force of Sixian's two kicks was extremely strong, even AI and Killer Bee, whose physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, lost their ability to move for a while. Red-tailed beast chakra emerged from Killer Bee's body, but before he could condense the chakra outer layer, it was all absorbed by Jijin. Sixian looked down at the two people at her feet and said calmly. It is extremely foolish of you to think that a lower creature would rebel against me. AI struggled to raise his head and growled. Advertisement. You can take my life. Leave my brother alone. Boring. Sixian kicked AI away, then put his hand on Killer Bee's back. After a while, 8 tails was completely pulled out by Sixian. The chakra provided by 8 tails made Jijin's face show a look of intoxication, while Killer Bee was already lying on the ground motionless. AI watched all this, and in his opinion, Killer Bee was definitely dead. Everyone knew that a Jinchuriki would die when a tailed beast was extracted. He roared. Ahole! Our Cloud Shinobi village has surrendered to Konoha. The Hokage will not let you go if you do this. At this moment, he actually placed his hopes on Chai-He. Although this sounds ironic, in AI's heart, Chai-He is the only one who can compete with Jijin. Sixian raised her eyebrows and asked. Hokage? You mean Uchiha Chijia? AI didn't say anything. He fainted completely after he finished yelling. A black stick suddenly emerged from Sixian's sleeve. He stepped on Killer Bee's body and walked to AI, raising his hand to stab the black stick into AI's body. Suddenly, a mysterious man wearing a white mask appeared. He also held a black stick in his hand and knocked the thing in Sixian's hand away with one stick. What? Sixian's expression changed, he retreated to a corner, and looked at the person who came with narrowed eyes. The person who came was Obito. He looked down at AI and slowly spoke. Is your attack a little too harsh? Sixian smiled contemptuously and said. They are just a bunch of low-level creatures. Would you feel guilty for stepping on a few ants? Obito frowned, he knew that Jijin was very powerful, but calling others inferior creatures made him feel uncomfortable. Advertisement. A streak of scarlet flashed across the two Sharingan he exposed. Jijin said, Hey. And asked. Those eyes of yours are the Sharingan, right? Are you Uchiha Chijia? Obito shook his head and said solemnly. I am not Chijia-sama. Master Kyunhee? It seems that you are his subordinate. Yes, I may be able to get some useful information from you. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Jijin's eyes. Obito immediately became alert and directly activated Kamui's hollow. The next second, Jijin passed through Obito's body with a black stick in his hand. He was stunned for a moment and said, "What? This isn't a physical entity. Anyone who meets Kamui for the first time will be confused, even Jijin is no exception." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Obito's forehead. He was also shocked by Jijin's speed just now. Even his Sharingan could not see Jijin's movements clearly. This was simply not the physical fitness that a human should possess. Moreover, this guy can actually use yin-yang escape. If he hadn't activated Hollow in advance, he would have been defeated just now. No wonder Lord Kyunhee didn't let himself fight with him. He was another unknown and terrifying enemy. Thinking of this, Obito didn't dare to be careless. He took advantage of Jijin's distraction, grabbed AI and sucked him and himself into the Kamui space. Jijin looked at the place where Obito disappeared and said to himself, "Space ninjutsu? It seems to be the ability of his eyes. This ability is really good. I didn't even capture his space coordinates." In Kamui space, Obito landed on the ground with AI, breathing heavily, and when his breathing calmed down, he said in a deep voice, "That was a close call. That guy actually has spatial abilities. Fortunately, I didn't reveal my Kamui space just now. If he had seen it, he might have found me here." Obito was still frightened by the thought of how terrifying Jijin was. He patted AI beside him and woke him up from his fainting. When AI woke up, he immediately looked around and shouted, "Bye! Bye! Where are you?" Obito sighed and said, "He has already had his tailed beast extracted. You should be very clear about the consequences of a Jinchuriki losing his tailed beast, right?" AI's face froze, and then tears burst out of his eyes. He punched the ground and roared with red eyes. "Advertisement! I'm going to kill that BD." Obito shook his head, and his words stabbed into AI's heart like a sharp knife. "You are not even on the same level as him. Only Master Kyunhee can deal with him." AI was choked by these words and spat out a mouthful of blood. He coughed violently a few times and almost fainted again. He knew that what Obito said was true, but now his heart was filled with hatred and he had lost his mind. He suddenly jumped up from the ground and punched Obito. However, in the eyes of Obito who possesses the Sharingan, AI, whose body is already extremely weak, is not much faster than a turtle. Obito dodged AI's attack by simply turning his head slightly, then he created a black rod that pierced AI's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. After all, he had followed Madara before, so what matters is speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. AI was completely obedient after being penetrated like this. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Obito and asked, "Sharingan? Are you, Hokage-sama's subordinate?" Obito nodded and said, "My mission is complete. If you have anything else to say, we can discuss it after we meet Master Kyunhee." "Wait. Can I ask you something?" AI struggled to raise his head, then knocked it down hard again. Obito frowned at this scene and asked, "What are you doing?" Tears and blood intertwined on AI's face, and a look of pain appeared on his face. He said, "Bai's body is still there. I want you to take him with you, okay?" Obito was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "I can meet your request, but you have to wait a little longer. The guy should still be there." Hearing Obito agree, AI was overjoyed. He kept BG his head on the ground and kept saying thank you. Obito stayed in the Kamui space for a while, and then appeared in Yunli Gorge again. At this time, Jijin had already left, so Obito returned to the Kamui space with Killer Bee who was still lying on the ground. When AI saw Killer Bee, tears welled up in his eyes again. He choked and called out, "Compare." However, Killer Bee, who seemed to be dead to Obito and AI, suddenly moved his lips and made a sound. "Brother." Chapter 364 The Otsutsuki Set. "Bye. You're still alive." Killer Bee's voice sounded very weak, but to AI's ears it was like the sound of nature. Obito very considerately pulled out the black stick that was stuck in AI's shoulder. AI didn't say a word. He rushed directly to Killer Bee and hugged him in his arms. Killer Bee looked at Obito and asked, "Brother, who is he?" Advertisement. AI wiped away tears and responded, "He is the Hokage's subordinate. If it weren't for him, I would have died at the hands of that Jijin." "Ahem, I see. Thank you so much." Killer Bee struggled to get up from AI's arms, but having just lost his tailed beast and been beaten up by Jijin, he was really unable to do so. In the end, he collapsed powerlessly in AI's arms. Seeing this, AI hurriedly asked, "Bai, how do you feel now?" Bai waved his hand and said, "Jiki left me a piece of his tail, which saved my life." Obito raised his eyebrows. He remembered that when Nagato went to capture 8 tails, he also brought back a piece of octopus tail. It seems that for the Jinchuriki, 8 tails is really the tailed beast with the strongest ability to preserve its life. Although he saved his life, Killer Bee was still in a very low mood, because in his heart 8 Tails was more than just a tailed beast. After so many years of living together day and night, he had long regarded 8 Tails as a family member. AI also knew the relationship between Killer Bee and 8 Tails. He sighed and turned to look at Obito. You are the Hokage-sama's subordinate. I wonder if you could take the two of us to see the Hokage-sama. Obito nodded. He had come out this time originally to look for Jijin, and now that he had found him, of course he had to go back and report. With a thought, he opened the passage to the outside world, and then pulled the two of them out. Killer Bee and AI looked around in confusion and muttered. This is Konoha. At this time, the three of them were in front of the Hokage building. Two Anbu members soon appeared in front of them. They recognized AI and knew that he was the fourth Raikage, but the embarrassing thing was that they didn't know Obito. Obito briefly explained that he was Chijia's subordinate, and since he was still using the Sharingan, the two Anbu members treated him respectfully. One of the Anbu wearing a monkey mask wanted to go in to report, but suddenly, Itaka came out of the building. Advertisement. He nodded at Obito, then said to the two Anbu. You guys go down first, he's one of us. The two Anbu saluted Itaki and then retreated. Itaka brought the three of them to the door of Chijia's office. He let Obito and the others go in, and he left directly. Obito knocked on the door, and Chijia's voice came from inside. Come in. Obito pushed the door open and entered. Killer Bee and AI looked at each other. For some reason, they both suddenly felt uneasy. Kyunhee glanced at the two dusty brothers behind Obito and asked. What's going on between them? Obito told Chijia what happened in Yunli Gorge, and Chijia looked at AI with sympathy. Cloud Shinobi Village was first taken away by Pain, and now 8 Tails was taken away by Jijin. It is really unlucky. When he saw Kyunhee again, AI's attitude was completely different from before. He put aside his arrogance and bowed to Kyunhee. Hokage-sama, thank you for saving me and Killer Bee. He waved his hand and said. Don't thank me. It was Obito who saved you. Thank you all, thank you all. After a few pleasantries, he stood up from his chair and walked in front of AI. He took a look at the bloody hole on AI's shoulder and asked. He's seriously injured. Was this done by Sixian? Yes. AI consciously pushed the blame onto Jijin. Obito opened his mouth but held back what he wanted to say. Kyunhee nodded. He remembered that Jijin liked to use the black stick as a weapon when he was in the wedge state, and the wound on AI's body was consistent with the size of the black stick. He stretched out his hand and placed it on AI's shoulder, injecting a little Yangtun chakra. Under the nourishment of Yangtun chakra, the wounds on AI's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after a while they were completely restored to their original state. When Kyunhee wanted to treat Killer Bee waved his hand and said. I won't have to trouble Hokage-sama. The chakra that Jiki left me is enough for me to recover. Advertisement. Speaking of Jiki, a gloomy look appeared on Killer Bee's face. Chijia patted his shoulder as a sign of comfort. Chijia was also very surprised that Jijin absorbed 8 Tails Tomo. When did this guy start to set his sights on the tailed beasts? And currently, except for 8 Tails and 9 Tails, the chakras of the other tailed beasts have been recycled into Kagaya's body. So, his next target is Kagaya. Thinking of this, Kyunhee turned to Obito and said. Take the two of them to Minato and ask him to make the arrangements. I'll go meet this Jijin. Yes. In a forest. Jijin was grabbing a mist ninja by the neck and holding him up in front of him. Around Jijin were lying lifeless bodies of mist ninjas. They were just unlucky as they came out to perform a mission and ended up running into Jijin. Jixian looked at the mist ninja in his hand indifferently and said. So that woman has followed Uchiha Chijia to Konoha. Yes, that's all I know. Please spare my life, I. Crack. With a crisp sound, the mist ninja's neck tilted and he was completely silent. Throwing the mist ninja aside, Jijin murmured. Who is this Uchiha Chijia? Why is Kagaya following him? Last time he was so busy absorbing 8 Tails that he forgot to ask where Kagaya ended up, so he left behind a mist ninja. This mist ninja happened to have also participated in that war, and Jijin got the information he wanted from him. Now he is hesitating whether to continue looking for Kagaya. If he tries to reincarnate by risking the collapse of the container, he is confident that he can defeat Kagaya and recover the chakra fruit. But now there is an unknown Uchiha Chijia, which makes him a little cautious. He hasn't found a suitable container yet. Once Jijin's body collapses, he'll be completely finished. The more Jijin thought about it, the angrier he got. If it weren't for Kagaya, how could he have fallen to this point? Being ambushed by one's own guardian, telling others about this would make them laugh out loud. After feeling depressed for a while, Sixian opened the portal and wanted to leave. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Found you, Tsutsuki is Heiki. Chapter 365 Chijia vs Heiki. Kyunhee was floating in the air with her arms folded, looking down at Jijin below with a smile. Jijin frowned. He could sense the aura of a fellow tribesman from Chijia, but from the looks of it, Chijia didn't look like Satsuki. He looked up and asked. Who are you? Me? Isn't that what you've been asking me? I'm Uchiha Chijia. Advertisement. What? Jijin was startled, and then he immediately activated the wedge. At this time, Chijia in the sky swooped down and punched Jijin. Boom. The ground under Jijin's feet was cracking inch by inch. He crossed his arms and held up Kyunhee's fists tightly. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down his forehead. So strong. A smile appeared on Kyunhee's lips, and he suddenly exerted force on his fist. Jijin could no longer hold on and was knocked to the ground. Sixian propped himself up from the ground, his face extremely gloomy. Judging from the fight just now, he was no match for Kyunhee in his poor condition. He was hesitating whether to enter state 2, as if that happened, his container would be on the verge of collapse. Kyunhee didn't give Jijin time to think. Dazzling lightning flashed from his hand and he stabbed it into Jijin's back. Jijin no longer cared about his image and simply rolled over to avoid Chijia's attack. Kyunhee raised his eyebrows, and a milky white halo appeared above his feet. He stomped his foot, and the ground began to tremble violently. A winding crack spread towards Jijin's direction. Sixian cursed inwardly and leaped up. Before he could steady himself in the air, the overwhelming electric current had already enveloped him. He quickly stretched out his body, trying to use the wedges on his body to absorb the lightning. However, after a burst of crackling electricity, Jixian's whole body turned black. He blew a puff of black smoke from his mouth and said in disbelief. How could it be? He thought that the electricity was created by Chijia using chakra, but as soon as he touched it, he found out that he was wrong. Those electric currents are not the product of chakra at all, they are natural lightning. Sixian looked at Kyunhee fearfully and asked. Did those elders send you to arrest me? He was stunned for a moment. Before he could answer, Ji Xian nodded and said. Advertisement. Yes, it must be because I didn't provide them with fruits on time that they sent you to arrest me. As he spoke, he suddenly looked up at Jianhe and asked. So what's your real name? What do you think of Satsuki Chijia? How come I've never heard of this name before in the clan? Is he a rising star? Jijin thought for a long time but couldn't remember any information about Chijia, but he had already identified Chijia as Satsuki, so this battle seemed unnecessary to him. Because he felt he had sufficient reasons to explain why he did not hand in the fruit on time. And he concluded that it must be that damn guy Kagaya who said something to Chijia, which made Chijia attack him. Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on Sixian's face, and he thought to himself. Kagaya, you didn't expect that? I'm not dead at all. Now I'll tell you the truth, and then this Chijia will execute you. From Chijia's perspective, Jijin suddenly showed a neurotic smile on his face, and then he began to complain. He recounted how he was ambushed by Kagaya and how he narrowly escaped, and also focused on describing how he had spent thousands of years in a human body. Jijin was getting more and more excited, and Kyunhee was getting a little impatient. He interrupted directly and said. Okay, what's the point of you telling me all this? I'm your father. Sixian's expression froze, and he spoke hesitantly. Don't you believe what I say? You can call Kagaya here so I can confront her. Kyunhee felt very confused and wondered if this guy had lost his mind. So you want me to kill Kagaya? Yes. She attacked her own master and embezzled the fruit of the sacred tree. This is a capital crime. What the hell does it have to do with me? And now I am her master. Do I need you to teach me how to deal with her? Jijin was choked to the point of being speechless. He pointed a finger at Kyunhee. Do you know what you are saying? Bang. Chijia punched Jijin in the face, knocking him down from the sky. Looking down at the humanoid black hole below, Jianhe said calmly. Advertisement. That's really long-winded. This time, Sixian stayed underground for a long time without making any movement. Just when Dakianhe was about to pull him out, a strong energy wave erupted from underground. The ground collapsed instantly, and a black shadow flew out and landed in front of Kyunhee. The person who came was Jijin. His appearance had changed greatly at this time. A horn grew from the left side of his forehead, extending along the top of his head to above his right ear. Kyunhee narrowed his eyes and looked at Jijin, and said. Oh? Are you finally getting serious? Sixian had a dark face and said hatefully. You actually pushed me to this point. Before he could finish, Kyunhee kicked him in the abdomen again. However, Jijin, who had entered state 2, was different from before. He blocked his abdomen with his hands, and Kyunhee's kick only made his body tremble slightly. He grabbed Kyunhee's ankle and swung it hard, and Kyunhee kicked him in the neck with his other leg. The two men fell back to the ground from the air at the same time and then collided with each other. Boom boom boom. The forest was filled with the afterimages of Jijin and Chijia. Large tracts of huge trees fell down in the collision between the two. The two stopped temporarily only after most of the forest was destroyed. He looked down at the torn clothes on his body, chuckled a few times, and said, "I really underestimated you. You are really strong." Jijin said nothing. He knew in his heart that he couldn't maintain his current state for much longer, but looking at the situation of Chijia opposite him, he was afraid that he had not even exerted half of his strength. He cursed in his heart. What's wrong with this guy? Are all the younger generations in the clan so scary now? He is considered an elite of the Tsutsuki clan. Even if he cannot exert his full strength now, he is not someone that any Tsutsuki can mess with. But this Tsutsuki Chijia fought him to a draw without even opening his eyes, which made it difficult for him to accept. He was also proud, and being forced to this point by a junior had already brought the anger in his heart to its peak. Seeing that Jixian was standing there for a long time without saying anything, He said, "Hey, are you still going to fight?" Xian raised his head and said in a deep voice, "You forced me to do this." Chapter 366, One-Step Reincarnation. You'd better be quiet. He stretched out his fingers, and thick purple lightning burst out from his fingertips. Xian quickly created a black stick to resist, but his black stick was broken almost instantly. Bolts of lightning pierced through his body, leaving countless charred blood holes. Puff! Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, half knelt on the ground, and his whole aura quickly weakened. Advertisement. He slowly raised one arm and shot a beam of lightning into the sky. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by endless thunderclouds, with lightning snakes flashing through it from time to time. The roar of thunder resounded through the sky, but Xian was still half kneeling quietly on the ground, as if she had already accepted her fate. Qianhe's eyes had turned into two balls of purple lightning. He pressed his palms down and said softly, "Do you like this gorgeous funeral?" Xian raised his head, and a hint of gold flashed in his pupils. "You'll regret this." "Really? I'm looking forward to it, billion-volt Zillion." Boom! A unicorn made of thunder and lightning descended from the sky and swallowed up the entire forest in an instant. When the lightning faded, the original forest had completely disappeared, leaving only a charred earth. In the diffuse black smoke, a figure was looming. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Have you finally returned to your original form?" "Tsutsuki is Heike." As soon as he finished speaking, the black smoke covering the entire land was instantly blown away by a strong wind, revealing the Tsutsuki style inside. The original appearance of Jijin has completely disappeared, replaced by a Tsutsuki with a curved horn on his forehead and wearing a white outer robe with a red inner tail. His temperament also changed and he looked like an elegant gentleman. The most eye-catching thing is his pair of eyes, one gold and one white, each of which exudes a powerful aura of oppression. Advertisement. He crossed his arms out of habit and commented, "Yes, you look much better now than before." At this point, Heike calmed down. He looked up at Chijia and said, "Stop wasting time and show your true colors, Tsutsuki Chijia." He chuckled a few times, then he stretched out his hand and clenched it in the air, and a black tin staff appeared in his hand. Then, a milky white light burst out from Chijia's body, and when the light faded, Chijia was completely transformed into an Tsutsuki. He opened a pair of purple 12 Magadama Rinnegan, looked at Heike indifferently, and said, "You better be careful. It's hard for me to control my power in this state." Yishi sneered and said, "Humph, I'll give you the same thing." After the two finished talking, they fell into silence. Heike thought that Chijia would suddenly attack again without any moral principles, but this time Chijia was actually obedient and just stood there motionless. Chijia's evil nature comes out again, he knows Heike's situation. Even though he looks as calm as an old dog now, he is definitely more anxious than anyone else. According to the anime, this guy only has less than 3 days left after his forcible reincarnation. Just as he thought, Heike could no longer hold on, his right eye flashed a golden light, and then, black sticks appeared around his body. He waved his hand at He, and the black sticks suddenly shot out. He opened his eyes slightly, and a hemispherical force field covered his body. The black stick was shattered as soon as it touched the edge of the force field. Heike waved his hand again, and several red and black cubes appeared in the air above Chijia. Immediately afterwards, these cubes smashed down towards He at an incredible speed. Chijia activated the third form of Susanoo and directly took on the cube. I have to say, this thing is very heavy, even Susanoo finds it a bit difficult to carry it. Heike continued to use Daikokyuden to release more cubes, intending to bury Chijia through number. He's eyes flashed, and a truth-seeking ball behind him suddenly shot towards Heike. Advertisement. Heike sneered. As a pure Tsutsuki, he was not afraid of the truth-seeking ball. However, when the truth-seeking ball was about to hit Yishi, its size suddenly expanded several times. Yishi's face changed and he exclaimed, "What? This is... Bang! Before he could finish, he was pressed down by the giant truth-seeking ball, forming a very smooth circular hole on the ground. Kyun-hee clenched his hand, and suddenly a dazzling white light came out of the cave entrance, followed by a violent explosion. After the explosion, it took a long while for his Haiki to float up from the ground. The horn on his head was blown off a tip. If he had used Xiaoming Baikon to urgently reduce the size of the truth-seeking ball, now he would not have just lost a little bit of his horn. But even so, he was still deeply shocked by the truth-seeking ball, and he still has lingering fears. However, Chijia's truth-seeking ball is not a disposable item. Under Ishaiki's gaze, a new truth-seeking ball soon appeared behind Chijia, filling the gap. Ishaiki frowned, he was still thinking about the truth-seeking ball that suddenly enlarged. That method was really similar to that of his younger brother Baikon, and he couldn't help but wonder if Chijia had the same eye technique as him. But among the Tsutsuki clan, his right eye is unique, and this is also an important asset that enables him to become an elite. Even when facing his own people, his pupil technique is still very difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, golden light flashed in Ishaiki's right eye again, and then his body disappeared from Kyun-hee's sight out of thin air. Kyun-hee narrowed his eyes, and suddenly, a truth-seeking ball behind him turned into a black barrier blocking his side. Ishaiki also appeared again at this time. He punched the barrier with a look of shock on his face. He had just shrunk his body in an attempt to launch a sneak attack on Kyun-hee, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated so easily by Kyun-hee. Chijia turned his head and smiled at Ishaiki. Under the latter's horrified gaze, his Rinnegan glowed purple and released the power of the year. A grey Uzumaki enveloped Ishaiki. He quickly felt the terrifying power of Neon, and immediately used all his strength to break free from the Uzumaki. The power of the Neon god was simply a death warrant for Yi Shi, whose lifespan was already limited. He had less than 3 days left to live. If he delayed another second or two, he would probably die on the spot. Of course, this was also because Kyun-hee deliberately slowed down the speed of the circulation of Neon's divine power, leaving Yi Shi some time to catch his breath. He was really afraid that he would use too much force and cause Yi-shi to disappear. If that happened, he would lose an extremely high-quality feed. Chapter 367, Death of One Style. Ishaiki was really scared. He didn't expect that Chijia actually had the time eye technique, which completely suppressed him. He had already begun to have the idea of retreating. If he were to be hit by the divine power again, he would really be killed without leaving anything behind. Thinking of this, he began to slowly retreat, and a black portal appeared behind him. Of course, Kyun-hee would not let Ishaiki get away like this. Just when Ishaiki was about to enter the portal, a purple light flashed in Kyun-hee's eyes, and the positions of the two people were instantly swapped. Ishaiki appeared at the place where Chijia was just now with a confused look on his face. When he came to his senses, he found himself surrounded by 12 truth-seeking balls. Advertisement. Not good. Ishaiki subconsciously wanted to use his eye technique to shrink these truth-seeking balls, but Chijia did not give him the chance. Crack. Chijia's body turned into lightning, and in an instant she appeared in front of Ishaiki, and stretched out her hand to poke Ishaiki's right eye. Ishaiki was staring at the truth-seeking ball and had no time to react. Phew. Ah. Ishaiki let out a shrill scream, he covered his right eye and half knelt on the ground. Kyun-hee spread out one hand, and in his palm was a golden eyeball with some golden blood remaining on it. Ishaiki stared at Kyun-hee with his remaining eye and said hatefully. A hole. How dare you? Before he could finish, the 12 truth-seeking balls surrounding him suddenly connected together, forming a string of black beads that tied him up. He struggled desperately, but this only made the truth-seeking ball bind tighter and tighter. Kyanga raised her hand, and the truth-seeking ball floated up with Ishaiki. Looking at Ishaiki who was still struggling, Kyun-hee said with a smile. You look quite energetic, good, this is the best. He roared angrily. Let me go. What do you want to do? Advertisement. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. As he spoke, wisps of black smoke rose from Kyun-hee's body. In Yushiki's horrified eyes, the black smoke gathered into a black monster. Yushi looked at the huge blood-red eyes on the monster's face in disbelief and shouted. 10 tails. 10 tails stared at Ishiki on the ground with undisguised greed in his eyes, as if he had seen something delicious. Ishaiki was no stranger to this kind of look, he had experienced it once in the past. Judging from the appearance of this 10 tails, it is obviously still in its infancy, so Chijia's intention is self-evident. He wants to feed himself to 10 tails, just like Yuryuki did back then. Thinking of this, Yushiki began to struggle desperately again. He was really scared. However, he had lost his right eye and was unable to break free from the truth-seeking ball with his physical strength alone. Soon, he was sent to 10 Tails' mouth. 10 Tails had become impatient waiting. Seeing Ishaiki being delivered to its mouth, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed Ishaiki in one gulp. I have to say, Ishaiki's vitality is really strong. 10 Tails chewed it for a long time like chewing gum, and he was still screaming. Kyunhee was getting a little impatient waiting on the side, so he kicked Ten Tails in the stomach. Ten Tails felt the pain and swallowed his haki with a gulp. His haki's screams came to an abrupt end, and Ten Tails roared angrily. Then, Ten Tails' fat body began to shrink, becoming much slimmer than before. After absorbing his haki, Ten Tails turned his gaze to Chijia's hand where his haki's eyeball was placed. Kyunhee raised his eyebrows and tossed the eyeball in his hand. Ten Tails' eyeballs moved up and down, looking like a puppy wagging its tail and waiting for its owner's charity. After thinking for a while, Kyunhee threw the eyeball out casually. Ten Tails immediately opened its mouth wide, and an amazing suction force emanated from its mouth, sucking the golden eyeball in. After eating the eyeball, Ten Tails finally showed a satisfied expression on his face, and it turned into a ball of black smoke again and merged into Kyunhee's body. As Ten Tails entered his body, Chijia's eyes widened and black beams of light emanated from his body, making it look as if he was about to self-destruct. Gradually, a pitch-black spherical shield wrapped around Kyunhee's body and shattered like a mirror. Kyunhee stood there with his eyes closed. When he opened them again, 2 beams of golden light burst out. Feeling the pupil power expanding in her eyes, Chijia took a deep breath and closed the Rinnegan. He raised his head and was stunned by the scenery that came into his sight. He found that his vision had no blind spots and he could see the 360-degree scene around him. Advertisement. Not only that, he can also see scenes hundreds of kilometers away, and in color. This is simply an enhanced version of rolling the eyes. Chijia raised his hand to create a water mirror. Sure enough, his normally black pupils had turned white, but not the same white as Hyaga's. Chijia's white eyes were faintly tinged with a hint of light blue, like 2 crystal gems. After consuming 8 Satsuki, the feedback that Ten Tails brought to Chijia was amazing. In addition to the changes in her eyes, the energy used to open the dimensional portal became abundant again. In other words, Kyunhee can now open a dimensional portal at any time to return to the pirate's world, or go to other worlds. This was definitely the most rewarding battle since Chijia left the pirate's world. With this harvest, Kyunhee was no longer in a hurry to travel through time. This group of Tsutsuki were simply walking treasures. He couldn't wait to rush to the Tsutsuki's lair and have a feast. But before that, Kyunhee had one more thing to do. He touched his white eyes and then looked up at the sky. He remembered that there was a giant Tensagan on the moon. If he absorbed it, his white eyes would most likely evolve into Tensagan. With the addition of the Rinnegan, perhaps his eyes would evolve to another new level. Thinking of this, Kyunhee narrowed his eyes, then soared into the sky and flew out of the sky. On a white planet, an illusory figure sat on an altar, surrounded by dancing blue flames. Suddenly, one of the flames flickered a few times and then went out completely. The man on the altar seemed to be feeling something, he seemed to be talking to himself. His Haki is dead, but his guardian Kagaya is still alive. How strange. Humph, if I had known this would happen, I really shouldn't have given him 2 Ten Tails. No, we can't just let those 2 Ten Tails go. He raised his hand and waved, and 3 people appeared in front of him in an instant. He still sat there, without even opening his eyes, and said, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki, the 3 of you go look for Kagaya immediately. Don't worry about her life or death. I only want the 2 Ten Tails that Ishiki took away. Yes, Great Elder. Chapter 368 Golden Tensagan. Moon. A bolt of thunder struck from the sky, and the roar of thunder broke the silence here. He walked out of the lightning, he exhaled lightly and said to himself. Hey, it's my first time flying out of Earth. But then again, the Hokage's moon is pretty small. After saying that, Chijia turned his head and looked in one direction. After absorbing the Tsutsuki style, he had already opened his Byakugan. Advertisement. Moreover, the quality of his Byakugan is incomparable to those of the Hyuga clan. Just taking the field of vision as an example, he can see things 100 kilometers away, which is exactly 100 times that of ordinary Byakugan. With the help of the Byakugan, he saw Tsutsuki Tonari in a castle in the distance. The servant seemed to have sensed something, he raised his head and whispered. Someone broke in. Who is it? Just as he finished his words, a thunderous sound was heard and Chijia appeared in front of Tonari. Since Tonari was still quite young, Chijia lost interest after just one glance. Sharon seemed very nervous. He stood up from the ground and asked. Who are you? What do you want to do here? Kyunhee just glanced at him without saying anything and walked straight ahead. Sharon noticed Chijia's movements and immediately stopped him, saying in a deep voice. You can't go there. That's... Bang. Sharon's body flew backwards, hit the wall and fainted. There was a transparent halo flickering in front of Chijia. He glanced at Tonari who had fainted, and then disappeared from the spot. Hamura Temple. Kyunhee appeared in the temple. He looked up and saw a golden eyeball like the sun enshrined on a high platform. There was a snowflake-like pattern in the center of it, which looked extremely beautiful. This is the reason why Chijia came to the moon, the golden Tensagan. He came up to Tensagan and reached out to touch him. Suddenly, a pale hand grabbed Kyunhee's arm. Outsider, you'd better not touch it, it will, hey? Such a pure eye roll. Advertisement. Jianhe turned his head and said lightly. Otsutsuki Hamura. The person who came was Sage of Six Paths' younger brother, Tsutsuki Hamura. He nodded stiffly and said. From the looks of you, are you from the Tsutsuki clan like your mother? No, I come from the Uchiha clan on Earth. In fact, I am a descendant of your brother's lineage. What? How could such a thing happen? Hamura widened his eyes and looked at Chaihe in disbelief. He knew about the Sage of Six Paths lineage, which was divided into the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, but even the blood power of Ashura and Indra at that time had weakened and could not be compared with him and the Sage of Six Paths. Now this Uchiha who knows how many generations apart has actually reached this point, even if it is a return to the ancestral bloodline it can't be so outrageous. And he remembered that the Uchiha clan all opened the Sharingan, right? How did it become the Byakugan of his clan? Chijia looked at Hamura, he had already seen that Hamura was now just a human-shaped chakra. He glanced at Hamura's hand on his arm and said. Open. Hamura was stunned for a moment, then loosened his hand. Chijia ignored him and activated her Rinnegan, staring at the golden Tensagan in front of her. Hamura on the side was stunned again. He stared at Chijia's pair of 12 Megatama Rinnegan and said in shock. This is my brother's Rinnegan. Under Hamura's shocked gaze, Chijia reached her hand into the golden Tensagan. Before Chijia could use Kid, a strong suction force suddenly burst out from the Tensagan, trying to absorb Chijia's chakra. Kyunhee raised his eyebrows. He was always the one sucking others, but this was the first time he was sucked in. Moreover, even though he has opened his Byakugan, he is still judged as not a Haiga by this Tensagan. I don't know what its standard is. However, the suction power of this Tensagan is still a little too weak to absorb Chijia's chakra. With a thought, a purple light flashed through Kyunhee's Rinnegan, and then the hungry kid was activated. An even stronger suction force emanated from Kyunhee's palm, the golden light around Tensagan trembled violently, and the golden energy turned into threads that flowed along Kyunhee's arm into his body. Countless golden threads appeared around Chijia's eyes, and the Rinnegan was gradually transforming into gold. Advertisement. As time passed, Kyunhee's eyes had turned into two balls of dazzling golden light, and a terrifying pressure filled the entire temple. Under this pressure, Hamura's body began to become illusory, as if it would disappear in the next second. He stared at Kyunhee with dull eyes, letting Tensagan get smaller and smaller, until finally, the light on Tensagan was completely extinguished, and it turned into an ordinary grey stone and fell to the ground. Kyunhee also closed his eyes at this time. He frowned and felt an intense burning sensation coming from his eyes, making him feel very uncomfortable. Hamura asked hesitantly. Are you okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Kyunhee suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of dazzling golden light burst out from his eyes and hit Hamura. Click! Dense golden cracks appeared on Hamura's body. He looked down at his body that was about to collapse and said in disbelief. Even the energy body. Kyunhee quickly closed his eyes. Although his eyes felt much more comfortable after the two rays of light were shot out, the burning sensation still existed. He covered his eyes with one hand and pressed the other hand on Hamura. A stream of golden chakra flowed into Hamura's body through Chijia's palm, helping him maintain his body which was about to collapse. Hamura subconsciously said thank you, but then he thought again and felt that he was almost doomed because of Chijia. Jianhe waved his hand and said. You should know what your mother, Teruyuki, has been on guard against, right? You mean, the Tsutsuki clan? Yes, I just killed a man named Ishiki on Earth a while ago. What? There are still Tsutsuki left on Earth? Judging from Hagoromo's reaction, he only knew Tsutsuki but not Ishiki, so Kaguya probably didn't tell him. Come to think of it, who would tell others that he used to be a servant, let alone his own son? It would be embarrassing to tell others about it. Chihiro continued. Well, not only him, there may be other Tsutsuki coming during this period. My eyes are not feeling well now, so I need to stay here to recuperate for a while. During this period, I need you to come. As he was speaking, Kyunhee felt a feeling of dizziness coming over him, then his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. Kyunhee's last consciousness before fainting was. Damn, this is quite aggressive. Chapter 369 Tsutsuki is coming. Hamura looked at Chijia lying on the ground with a confused look on his face. He leaned over and reached out to touch Chijia's body. Sizzle. It's so hot. Hamura suddenly retracted his hand and looked at his palm in disbelief, where white smoke was coming out. What's going on? How can an energy body like me get burned? Advertisement. Plop. Plop. A sound like a beating heart came out from Kyunhee's tightly closed eyes. Hamura didn't dare to get close to Kyunhee anymore. He meditated on the spot and murmured. What a strange man. Although Chijia fainted before he could finish his words, Hamura knew that he wanted him to stay by his side. Because he just said that someone from the Tsutsuki clan is coming. The Tsutsuki clan are not good people. Their existence is to plunder the life energy of other planets. It can be said that wherever they go, no grass grows. He and his brother have also been on guard against them. And this guy who claims to be from the Uchiha clan should also be on guard against Tsutsuki, so he can be considered an ally standing on the same front. So Hamura stayed obediently by Chijia's side, waiting for him to wake up. In the universe, a black hole appeared, and Momoshiki and the other two flew out of it. Piyushi looked at Momoshiki doubtfully and asked. Senior, why did you stop suddenly? Momoshiki frowned and said. I sensed a strong aura, as if it was from the same race. Could it be Kaguya? No. That guy can't have such a strong power. I wonder who he is. Jinshi, who was standing by, bowed his head and said respectfully. Master Momoshiki, the great elder asked us to come and look for 10 tails, so we better not delay any further. When mentioning the great elder, Momoshiki showed a hint of fear in his eyes. He nodded and said. Well, let's keep going. After saying that, Momoshiki entered the portal first, followed closely by Kinshiki. Advertisement. Piyushi paused for a moment, he looked at Momoshiki's back with envy, thinking. I'm so envious of you, having your own guardian. A few days later, Momoshiki and the other two arrived above the earth. They didn't have the spatial coordinates of this place, so it took some time. Looking down at the planet below, Piyushi sighed in a pretentious manner. This planet is quite beautiful. No wonder that woman Kaguya chose to stay here. Momoshiki snorted disdainfully, then turned his head to look in the direction of the moon. That aura is getting stronger. No, I have to go check it out over there. You two go down there and look for Kaguya first. After saying that, he opened the portal and flew in. On the moon, Hamura's expression changed, and he also felt the breath of Momoshiki and the other two. They actually came, and there are 3 of them. With his current physical condition, there is no way he can be a match for the 3 Tsutsuki. Of course, even if he was in his prime, he would not be able to defeat Momoshiki alone. Now that his brother Yui is gone, he can only place his hopes on Chijia. Thinking of this, a look of determination appeared on Hamura's face. He clasped his hands together suddenly, and his body transformed into a milky white hemispherical protective shield that enveloped Chijia's body. At this moment, Momoshiki appeared in the temple. He looked at Kyunhee inside the protective shield, frowning, and thought. Who is that guy? He looks like someone from my tribe, but why have I never seen him before? Forget it, wake him up and ask him and you'll know. His way of waking up was also very simple and crude. He just punched the protective shield. However, the protective shield only rippled, and Hamura's face appeared on it and said. People in heaven, you finally came here. Tao Shiki raised his eyebrows and asked in a cold voice. Who are you? Humph, it doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I won't let you invade the world created by my brother. If he wakes up, he will definitely complain. Another brother Khan. Advertisement. After Hamura finished speaking, he activated the protective shield, condensed a white chakra lightsaber above it, and slashed it down towards Momoshiki. After all, he has activated Tensegan, so he can still use moves similar to Golden Wheel Tensei Explosion. There was a hint of disdain in Momoshiki's eyes. He raised his right hand and used the red Rinnegan in his palm to meet the coming lightsaber. The lightsaber was sucked into the Rinnegan the moment it touched it. Momoshiki then spread out his left hand and aimed it at the protective shield created by Hamura. A larger chakra lightsaber burst out from the palm of his left hand and pierced the protective shield. The protective shield suddenly began to vibrate violently. Hamura thought that something was wrong. He used all his strength to maintain the protective shield and did not dare to attack Momoshiki again. Momoshiki continued to launch round after round of attacks on the protective shield. Hamura struggled to cope with them, but the light of the protective shield was getting dimmer and dimmer. It was obvious that he could not hold on for much longer. On Earth, Urashiki and Kinshiki have already arrived at Konoha. Urashiki looks at the gate of Konoha and says, "Oh, this is the village created by humans, it looks quite realistic." Before coming, the two had learned a lot of information from some unlucky people. The most important thing was that they knew that 10 tails had appeared not long ago, and that a white-haired woman had followed the Hokage back to Konoha. Kinshiki remained silent. He walked past Urashiki and headed straight into Konoha. The Tuchnin guarding the gate immediately stopped Jinshi and said sternly, "Who is it?" Without even raising his head, Jinshiki casually swung his strong arm, and the Tuchnin were knocked away and fell into the village. Piyushi held his forehead with his hand and said helplessly, you are so rough, can't you be a little gentler?" Kinshiki's move caused a commotion in Konoha, and Itaki immediately rushed over with a group of Anbu. When he saw the faces of Jinshi and Piyushi, his expression suddenly changed. The appearance of the two people in front of him was very consistent with the Tsutsuki clan that Kyunhee had mentioned to him, and he roughly guessed their identities. Itaka didn't dare to be arrogant and directly activated the Mangeki Sharingan. Kinshiki raised his head and glanced at Itaki impatiently, then his burly body disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared in front of Itaka the next second, punching Itaki in the face. Itaka's pupil shrank. Kinshiki's speed was too fast. Even though he was driving Mangeki, he couldn't see Kinshiki's movement trajectory clearly. Bang! Jinshiki's fist seemed to be blocked by something and stopped in front of Itaki. Madara appeared behind Itaki without knowing when. He crossed his arms and stared at Kinshiki coldly with his Rinnegan. He said, "Who the hell are you? How dare you come here and act wild?" Chapter 370 Madara vs Kinshiki. Urashiki looked at Madara's Rinnegan in surprise and said, "Is that a Rinnegan? How can a human have eyes like that?" Kinshiki frowned. As a Tsutsuki, he could certainly see Madara's chakram. The muscles in his arms bulged, and he exerted force on his fists, shaking off Madara's shadow and returning to Urashiki's side. Piyushi glanced at Jinshi and said, "Advertisement. There's something strange about that guy, but he should know a lot about Kagaya. Let's keep him alive later." Jinshi nodded slightly and said, "I will take care of him before Master Momoshiki returns." The two of them chatted as if they were alone, and didn't seem to take Madara seriously. Madara narrowed his eyes and walked straight towards Jinshi. He said without turning his head, "Itaki, stay away from me. These two are not opponents you can handle." Itaki knew this in his heart. He waved to the Anbu behind him, then used the body flicker technique to leave. Madara walked up to Jinshiki and looked up at him. Although Madara's figure seemed a little petite in front of Kinshiki, her aura was no less impressive. Neither of them was the kind of person who liked to talk nonsense. Jinshi's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand and hit Madara hard. Madara dodged and Jinshi's punch hit the ground, creating several winding cracks on the ground. Piyushi had already floated up. He looked at the dust and fog below and said helplessly, "The scenery here is beautiful, it would be a shame to destroy it." A red light was faintly visible in the dust and fog, and Jinshi walked out of it. He pulled out a huge axe from the red ring behind him, held it in his hand, and chopped at the air beside him. Bang! With a dull thud, Madara's shadow was chopped away again. At this moment, Madara appeared above Jinshi and Susanoo, and a huge skeleton hand slapped Jinshi. Jinshi did not dodge or evade. Instead, he released a space vortex from his white eyes and sucked him in. Madara's attack missed and hit the ground. Madara raised her eyebrows and whispered, "This is Kamui." After saying that, Madara's eyes flashed, and Jinshiki emerged from behind him and chopped Susanoo with an axe. Advertisement. His weapon was no match for Denzo's kunao, and the first form of Susanoo showed dense cracks under this attack. Madara hurriedly increased the output of her pupil power, and azure chakra flames emerged from Susanoo's body. The armor was instantly covered, and Kinshiki was bounced out. The half-body Susanoo covered Madara's body. Urashiki, who was in the air, became interested when he saw this scene. "What is this? It's quite interesting." It was also the first time that Jinshi saw Susanoo, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Facing an enemy much larger than himself, the giant axe in his hand changed again, transforming into a red guandao. He held the guandao in both hands and slashed at Susanoo. Susanoo took it with the energy blade in hand, then spread out her other hand, and a string of blue megatama emerged, which were then all thrown towards Kinshiki. Yashikani no megatama. The circle behind Jinshi flashed red, and a shield flew out, blocking Jinshi. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and all of Susanoo's attacks were blocked. Then, purple electric light appeared on Jinshi's body, and he rushed towards Susanoo at an incredible speed. Jin's collision was extremely powerful, and Susanoo was directly pierced by him, while Madara flew out of Susanoo in advance. This time Madara did not rush to attack. He looked at the ruined environment below and thought, "No, I have to lead these two away." Thinking of this, Madara turned around and flew towards the Valley of the End. Piyushi, who had been watching the game, was stunned for a moment and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey! Why are you running away?" Swish! Jinshi appeared beside him and said in a deep voice, "He's afraid that it will affect here, so he wants to lead us away." "Well, actually I know." Jinshiki glanced in the direction where Madara left and said, "That man has a lot of value on him. If we catch him, we'll definitely be able to get a lot of information about Kagaya." Piyushi nodded and said, "Then let's play with him." After saying that, the two of them followed. Advertisement. Not long after the two left, Minato arrived with Itaki and Obito. Looking at the traces of battle left around him, Minato took a deep breath and sighed. It took only a short while to cause such serious damage. Is this Tsutsuki? Obito frowned and looked around and asked. Where are they? Itaki responded. Madara must have led them away. After all, if the fighting continues like this, Konoha will be in danger. A look of doubt appeared on Obito's face. He didn't believe that Madara would care about such a thing. Itaki saw what Obito was thinking and shook his head. Madara has changed a lot during this time. He seems to like the current Konoha very much. Obito snorted coldly and said nothing more. Minato patted his shoulder and said to Itaki. Itaki, where do you think Madara will take them? Those two are very powerful. We can't let Madara face them alone. Itaki thought about it and said hesitantly. If it's Madara, he'll probably choose the Valley of the End as the location for the battle. Minato nodded. At present, the Valley of the End is indeed the best place to fight. He looked at Obito and said. Obito, use your Kamui to take Itaki and I there. The others will stay here. I don't know where Chijia is now. We can only rely on ourselves to protect Konoha. Teacher, I understand. Although Obito still hated Madara, at this moment, he chose to fight alongside Madara. The Valley of the End. Madara is fighting with Kinshiki. Although Madara's physical skills are weaker than Kinshiki's, when the wheel grave is opened, Kinshiki is equivalent to fighting 5 Madaras alone, so he is the one who is at a disadvantage. When he finally broke out from the shadows and rushed in front of Madara, Madara opened his eyes slightly, and was met with a Shinra Tensei, which bounced Kinshiki back again. And I don't know if it was intentional on Madara's part, but Kinshiki was flung towards the mouth of the Hashirama statue, creating a hole in the mouth of Hashirama. After a while, Kinshiki flew out of Hashirama's mouth, with several red weapons surrounding his body. Madara immediately summoned the shadows to her front and blocked Jinshiki out. But the weapons summoned by Jinshiki took the opportunity to spread out in all directions, and then attacked Madara together. Madara opened her arms and unleashed the Shinra Tensei once again, deflecting the weapons. Just as Shinra Tensei disappeared, several red paper cranes suddenly appeared on Madara's side. Chapter 371 Group Fight. Madara was alert and controlled her body to quickly move away from the paper cranes. The 1,000 paper cranes gathered into Urashiki's appearance, and with a hint of teasing in his blue Rinnegan, he spoke. You are very alert. How about trying this? As he spoke, Urashiki held the red fishing rod in his hand and threw out a red fish hook to stab Madara. Madara wanted to launch the Shinra Tensei, but at this moment Kinshiki once again broke through the encirclement of the Rinnegan and appeared behind Madara, holding Madara with his strong arms. Advertisement. Madara's face changed and she thought to herself. Oh no. The fishhook pierced into Madara's body. Urashiki smiled slightly, then he pulled hard, and the fishhook came out of Madara's body with a ball of azure chakra. Urashiki put the chakra he had drawn into a jar shaped like a fish basket behind him and nodded with satisfaction. You have quite a lot of chakra. Madara's face turned pale. Urashiki's attack just now caused him to lose most of his chakra. Fortunately, his chakra capacity was large enough. If an ordinary ninja was hit by that attack, he would die from the depletion of chakra. Kinshiki took advantage of Madara's display of weakness and tightened his arms. Madara was unable to escape for a while. He wanted to recall the shadows, but Urashiki took the lead and used a fishhook to stop all 4 shadows. Madara had no choice but to use Shinra Tensei, but his Shinra Tensei was far inferior to Chijia's. Kinshiki relied on his strong physical fitness to withstand it despite being well prepared. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Madara. At this time, Amaterasu. Call. A ball of black flame ignited from behind Jinshiki. The burning flame reduced the strength in Jinshiki's arms, and Madara immediately broke free. The moment Madara broke free, Minato and Obito appeared on the left and right of Kinshiki. Minato used a raise nan on Kinshiki, while Obito was even simpler and more brutal. He held a black stick in his hand and thrust it hard into Kinshiki's body. Kinshiki groaned in pain and was sent flying by the raise nan. Madara fell back to the ground, and Itaki immediately came up to her and asked with a concerned look on his face. Are you okay? Madara felt warm in her heart, but she said. What can happen to me? Didn't I tell you not to come? I can handle it myself. Itaki had already figured out Madara's character, so he didn't really care about what he said. Advertisement. Madara saw the blood remaining in Itaki's right eye and couldn't help asking. How are your eyes? It's okay. Lord Chijia has already had Orochimaru implant Hashirama cells into me. Even if I use Amaterasu a few more times, it won't have much of an effect. That's good. In the sky, Kinshiki retreated to Urashiki's side, his body still burning with black flames. Urashiki immediately used Kid to absorb the black flames and helped Kinshiki solve a big problem. Kinshiki nodded to Urashiki in gratitude, then rushed towards Minato and Obito who had fallen back to the ground. Minato and Obito stood side by side, and they both threw punches at the same time, colliding with the rushing Kinshiki. Bang! Kinshiki's power was too strong, even with the combined strength of Minato and Obito, they were still knocked back. On the way, Obito formed seals with his hands, and then blew out a spiral firestorm. Fire style, storm dance. Kinshiki, who had just experienced Amaterasu, was once again engulfed in flames. Minato couldn't help but praise the scene. What an amazing fire style. I really want to name it. Alright, teacher. Don't give him a name yet. The flames won't trap him for long. Well. A look of embarrassment appeared on Minato's face, and then his eyes became stern, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of golden chakra, and his whole aura changed. Obito was stunned for a moment and murmured. This is... Piyushi widened his eyes and exclaimed. This feeling, is Ten Tails chakra. Call. Jinshiki rushed out from the flames, holding a huge red axe in his hand, and chopped down at Minato. A golden arm immediately extended from Minato's body and grasped Jinshiki's axe blade. Jinshi was stunned on the spot. He didn't understand how this human strength could increase so much in just a short period of time. While he was stunned, a black chakra sphere condensed in Minato's hand, and the energy fluctuations emanating from it were completely incomparable to the Raise Nan. This is a many-tailed beast bomb. Advertisement. Kinshiki's pupils shrank and his body instinctively wanted to retreat, but Minato naturally would not give him this chance. Another golden arm appeared and grabbed Kinshiki tightly. Minato seized the opportunity and threw the tailed beast bomb in his hand, and then he dodged away from the scene. Boom! The tailed beast bomb exploded on Jinshi's body, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The smoke cleared, revealing Jinshi, who was covered in blood. His body swayed for a moment, then he fell to his knees. Meanwhile, on the moon. The protective shield formed by Hamura has become dim and it is obvious that it will not last much longer. Momoshiki suddenly stopped attacking, frowned, and said to himself. What's going on with that guy Kinshiki? Did he run into Kaguya? Thinking of this, Momoshiki glanced at Kyunhee in the protective shield and snorted coldly. You are really lucky. After saying that, Momoshiki opened a portal and walked straight in. Even if Jinshi has to die, he has to die in his mouth or Ten Tails's, otherwise he will suffer a great loss. After Momoshiki left, Hamura breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Chijia, who seemed to be asleep, and murmured. You better wake up soon, I can't hold on for much longer. On Earth. Kinshiki was struggling to hold on with his severely injured body under the attack of Minato and Obito, while Urashiki was facing the combination of Madara and Itachi. Itachi has already activated Susanoo. Although his Susanoo is only the third form, he has top-notch equipment. That 10-fist sword can make anyone pregnant by stabbing it. Urashiki almost got caught in it just now. With Itachi's assistance, Madara felt much more comfortable fighting. Urashiki had great strength but lacked the combat experience to match it. Even though he is much older than Madara, he rarely fights, and he usually defeats his opponents with overwhelming strength, which is nothing compared to Madara who came out of the Sengoku period. So it was Urashiki who was at a disadvantage. Madara, holding a black stick with Amaterasu attached to it, chased Urashiki relentlessly, looking like he was beating a dog. Urashiki felt aggrieved, in his opinion, as in Satsuki, he should have been able to kill everyone on this low-level planet, but now he was beaten into this state by two humans, which was simply a great shame and humiliation. He looked in the direction of Jinshi and found that he had been pierced into a hedgehog by the black stick. It was so miserable. Piyushi's face darkened. He reached for the fish basket behind him and said through gritted teeth. Human, aren't you a little too arrogant? Chapter 372 Momoshiki appears. Urashiki grabbed the fish basket and stuffed it into his mouth, then a golden door appeared in front of him. He was about to walk in. Before he went in, he turned his head to look at Madara with a sinister smile on his face. Human, I won't be as gentle when I come out later. By the way, your chakra is really delicious. Madara raised his eyebrows, feeling a little disgusted by Urashiki's words. Piyushi laughed nervously a few times, then turned and walked into the door. Advertisement. When Urashiki came out of the door, he inexplicably had bird features on his body and looked like a bird man. The most obvious thing is that he has also opened a Rinnegan on his forehead, and it is golden like his original pair of Rinnegan. He laughed crazily, and his voice was completely different from before. It became extremely hoarse and sounded a bit creepy. Madara snorted coldly. Playing tricks? Piyushi's laughter stopped abruptly. He stretched out his hand to Madara and said coldly. I saw that you really liked using this trick just now. It's a good opportunity for you to try mine too. After saying that, a repulsive force burst out from his palm, it was Shinra Tensei. Madara also released his Shinra Tensei, and the two repulsive forces collided in the air. In the end, the transformed Urashiki was superior. Madara hurriedly inserted the black stick in his hand into the ground, and only then did he manage to stabilize his body, When Madara raised his head, Urashiki had already appeared in front of him, raising his bird claws and slapping him in the face. Madara's Rinnegan had entered its cooling phase, so he had to use his arms to block the blow. However, Urashiki's power after the transformation was too great, and he actually kicked Madara out. Seeing this, Itaki immediately controlled Susanoo to condense several red Megatama and threw them towards Urashiki. Urashiki sneered, he opened his mouth and sucked the Megatama made by Itaki directly into his mouth. Then, he raised his hand and shot a purple energy ball at Itaki, who immediately raised the Yata mirror to block the energy ball. Before Itaki could catch his breath, Urashiki appeared in front of Susanoo and kicked her in the abdomen with a claw. Snap! A crisp cracking sound was heard, and Susanoo turned into countless red dots of light and dissipated into the air. There was no way. In front of this group of Tsutsuki, Susanoo, who was only in her third form, was indeed not good enough in defense. Itaki was prepared for this. When Urashiki reached out to grab him, his body suddenly turned into several crows and flew away. Advertisement. She missed the target, and he cursed angrily. These weird moves again. Then, he madly shot out several purple energy balls in the surroundings, and the Valley of the End was soon destroyed beyond recognition. Madara returned to the battlefield at this time, clasped his hands together, and said in a low voice. Wood-style technique. A giant dragon made of wood broke out of the ground and rushed towards the mad Urashiki. Urashiki defeated the wooden dragon with one punch, but the fallen wood formed miniature wooden dragons that tightly wrapped around Urashiki. Urashiki roared and unleashed Shinra Tensei once again, shattering all the wooden dragons on his body. Itaki took this opportunity to fire an Amaterasu at Urashiki, setting him and the wood around him on fire, forming a sea of black fire. On the other side, Kinshiki, who was stabbed like a hedgehog, fell to the ground with a thud. Even so, Obito still took advantage of the opportunity to add another black stick. Kinshiki's body trembled violently, and then he was completely motionless. Minato's mouth twitched and he said. Obito, you're much more ruthless than the teacher. Obito shrugged and said. Minato-sensei, you just stuffed the raised nan into someone's mouth, so stop being so modest. Then, he raised his foot and kicked Jinshi, commenting. This guy is much weaker than Jijin last time. Minato had never seen Jijin before, and had no idea of his strength. He asked curiously. Is Chijia going to look for that Jijin? Yes, don't worry, sensei. That guy is definitely no match for Master Kyunhee. But Kyunhee hasn't come back yet, I'm still a little worried. Obito opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly, a black portal appeared out of nowhere and Momoshiki walked out of it. Minato and Obito's expressions changed. Momoshiki looked like a genuine Tsutsuki, so they quickly separated and sandwiched Momoshiki in between. Taoshiki didn't even look at the two of them. He looked down at Jinshiki on the ground and said indifferently. It's really embarrassing to be beaten like this by humans. Advertisement. Hearing Momoshiki's voice, Jinshiki suddenly opened his eyes and said weakly. I'm sorry, Master Momoshiki, I'm so useless. Listening to the conversation between the two, Minato's face darkened. This guy named Momoshiki was obviously much higher in status than the stronger one. He was another troublesome enemy. Obito thought the same as Minato, the two looked at each other, and then rushed towards Momoshiki in the middle together. Momoshiki stood still, spreading his arms to face Minato and the other man who were rushing towards him from the opposite direction. The many-tailed beast bomb created by Minato was instantly absorbed by the red Rinnegan in Momoshiki's right hand. Then, a tailed beast bomb that was several times larger was released from Momoshiki's left hand and shot towards Obito. Obito's pupil shrank, and he quickly used Kamui to enter the hollow state. The tailed beast bomb passed through his body and shot backwards. After a brief moment of silence, a huge mushroom cloud shot straight into the sky. Momoshiki looked at Obito with some surprise and said. Spatial ability? Interesting. Then, he turned to look at Minato and said. You're even more interesting. I can feel 10 tails chakra from you. After saying that, he raised his hand and did a universal pull, pulling Minato over. Just when Minato was about to be caught by Momoshiki, he suddenly disappeared out of thin air and returned to his previous position the next second. He took a few breaths with lingering fear and thought to himself. Luckily I left the Flying Thunder God mark in advance. The Rinnegan in his hand is a bit weird. It will be troublesome if he catches it. After failing twice in a row, Momoshiki felt a little embarrassed. He snorted coldly and said. Space ability again? I didn't expect you two were so capable. No wonder you were able to defeat Jinshi. Jinshi said with difficulty. Lord Momoshiki, these two humans are not easy to deal with. Let me be your strength. Momoshiki's face darkened. He felt insulted and shouted angrily. Shut up. They're just two humans, there's no need to. Before he could finish his words, Urashiki's painful roar was heard. Momoshiki was stunned for a moment, then he opened his Byakugan and looked into the distance. He saw Urashiki, who was in Amaterasu. After seeing Piyushi's appearance, he said in disbelief. That guy actually transformed. Chapter 373 Black Zetsu. Momoshiki waved his hand and dragged Kinshiki's body into the air, then opened a black portal and walked in. Minato was stunned for a moment, then reacted and shouted at Obito. Not good. Obito, go to Madara and the others. Yes. Obito pressed down on Minato's shoulder, then performed Kamui and disappeared from the spot. Advertisement. On the other side. Urashiki opened his mouth wide to absorb Amaterasu. He raised his hand and released several purple energy balls, cursing. Damn you humans, how dare you! Calm down. Momoshiki appeared beside him, frowning and looking disgusted. Piyushi paused. Little, Momoshiki-senpai? You're back. He almost said Xiao Momo, but fortunately Momoshiki didn't notice this detail. He turned to look at Madara with a look of surprise on his face. Rinnegan? What's wrong with these humans? Piyushi said on the side. That guy is the most difficult to deal with. He is definitely related to Kagaya. Hey, it seems I have to be more serious. As he spoke, Momoshiki controlled Kinshiki to float in front of him. Jinshi's consciousness was already beginning to blur. He murmured. Lord Momoshiki, come on. You don't need to tell me that. Momoshiki spread out his right hand and released a beam of red light that enveloped Kinshiki. Kinshiki randomly turned into a red fruit, and in the astonished eyes of Madara and others, Momoshiki ate it bite by bite. Afterwards, a large number of black spells appeared on Momoshiki's body, but he looked much more normal after the transformation than Urashiki, at least he did not turn into a bird man. Kineshiki's red ring also appeared behind Momoshiki. He pulled out a red light stick from the ring and rushed directly towards Madara. Madara pushed Itaki away and went forward with the black yin-yang stick in his hand. This time, Urashiki stopped watching and joined the battle directly. Advertisement. Itaki wanted to find an opportunity to use fire style to help Madara, but was stopped by Minato, who arrived. Minato has a high combat IQ. Through the fight with Momoshiki just now, he roughly deduced the ability of Momoshiki's Rinnegan and knew that using ninjutsu would only enhance Momoshiki's power. After explaining this to Itaki, Minato rushed forward. Obito and Itaki stayed where they were. Their abilities were a bit awkward in this kind of battle, so they could only stay here and watch for the time being. Momoshiki and Urashiki's power after transformation is indeed strong, and Minato and Madara are obviously struggling to fight. Fortunately, the two can use other powers besides ninjutsu, such as Madara's Rinnegan and Minato's senjutsu. But if the fight continues like this, Madara and his duo will most likely be the losers. Compared to Urashiki, Momoshiki is obviously much stronger and has more skills. Although the two of them didn't cooperate very well, it still caused Madara and Minato a lot of trouble. Minato groaned inwardly. Chijia, where have you been? If you keep going like this, I'm going to die again. As soon as this thought came to his mind, another black portal appeared in the sky. Minato was immediately overjoyed, thinking that it must be Chijia who came back. However, the person who came out of the portal made his expression freeze. It was Tsutsuki Kagaya who came out. As soon as she appeared, several people who were fighting stopped at the same time. Urashiki looked at Kagaya in astonishment and exclaimed. That is. His words were interrupted again by Momoshiki. Kagaya. You are the shame of our clan. Are you finally willing to come out? Facing Momoshiki, Kagaya had a hint of timidity on her face, but the black zetsu in her sleeves would not tolerate him. Black zetsu directly turned on the output. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to your mother like that? Look at what you look like a ghost, not a human. What? It was the first time that Momoshiki was scolded by someone. He looked at Kagaya's sleeves and asked. What the hell is that? Black Zetsu looked at him fearlessly. If he had the strength of Hago Romo and the others, he would have fought Momoshiki for 300 rounds. However, the reality is very cruel. He, the most filial child, has no fighting ability and can only satisfy his desire to talk. Advertisement. When Urashiki saw Momoshiki being humiliated, the corners of his mouth twitched. He really wanted to laugh because he also couldn't stand Momoshiki. This guy always has an annoying sense of superiority, not only towards other creatures, but even towards his own kind. He often looks down on people with his nose. But now the two of them are allies standing on the same front, so he suppressed his smile and said. Senior, don't worry about that guy. Now that Kagaya is out, we just need to quickly deal with these guys and find out the whereabouts of 10 Tails. Tao Shi frowned and choked. Are you teaching me how to do things? 1,000 horses were galloping through Piyushi's mind. He clenched his fists and let out a breath. There was no way. Momoshiki's status in the Tsutsuki clan was indeed not low, and Urashiki really couldn't get angry with him. So he just threw a few energy balls at Kaguya to vent his anger. Kaguya quickly dodged to the side, then turned her hair into countless silver needles and shot them at Momoshiki and the other man. Momoshiki laughed disdainfully, and a shield flew out from the red circle behind him, blocking all the hair. Kaguya retreated between Minato and Madara. Minato asked curiously. Why are you here? Do you know where Kyunhee is now? Kaguya shook his head and whispered. I don't know where the master has gone. In fact, when Urashiki and Kinshiki appeared outside the gate of Konoha, she had already sensed their presence. She had a deep-seated fear of her own people, so she hid her breath at the first moment and acted like an ostrich in Kyunhee's house. But retreating blindly was not a solution. She knew that the two were coming for her. If someone died at the hands of Urashiki and the others, Chijia would definitely be very angry when she came back, which would definitely be an even more terrifying thing for Kaguya. Especially since Minato followed behind her, she couldn't sit still anymore. Through the time she spent with Chijia, she knew that Minato was Chijia's best friend. If he died, it would be a real big deal. So after a psychological struggle, she finally decided to take action. Madara, however, doesn't have a good impression of Kaguya. He doesn't like Kaguya for two reasons. One is because Kaguya is also from the Tsutsuki clan, and the other is because of Black Zetsu. You know, Black Zetsu deceived him for decades. Black Zetsu also knew this. He shrank back and said with a wry smile. Madara-sama, nice to see you again. Chapter 374 Kyunhee Awakens. Madara snorted and turned away, looking like she didn't want to pay any attention to Black Zetsu. Kaguya roughly told Minato and the others about Momoshiki and Urashiki's abilities. Although Minato had guessed it long ago, after getting the exact information, he still had to sigh at the talent of the Tsutsuki clan. That Momoshiki does have the capital to be arrogant. However, with the addition of Kaguya, the pressure was instantly reduced by more than half. After all, Kaguya was Tsutsuki who had eaten the fruit of the sacred tree. Even if he was not very capable, he was more than enough to deal with Momoshiki. However, she also has the common problem of most Tsutsuki, which is that she has powerful abilities but is unable to use them. Advertisement. Her performance in the anime was very poor. She even lost to Naruto and Sasuke, who had just obtained the power of yin and yang. In the end, she was punched by little Sakura, which wasted Black Zetsu's thousands of years of hard work. Momoshiki didn't even take Kaguya seriously. He rushed forward waving the red stick in his hand. Kaguya took a deep breath, then instantly threw several punches into the air. This was the real 80 Gods air attack. The dense fist-shaped shock waves hit Momoshiki all at once. Momoshiki did not expect that Kaguya's current strength would be so strong, and he suffered a great loss. After the attack, he was already lying in mid-air, with tattered clothes hanging on his body. Piyushi immediately asked with concern. Senior, are you okay? I'm fine, cough cough. Momoshiki adjusted his body, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and said in a deep voice. The previous Kaguya wouldn't have had this kind of power. It seems she has eaten the fruit of the sacred tree. When he heard about the fruit of the sacred tree, a hint of greed flashed in Urashiki's eyes. The fruit of the sacred tree was not something that every Tsutsuki could enjoy. This kind of treasure basically had to be handed over to the elders, and they could only eat the leftovers. Now hearing that Kaguya had eaten a whole sacred tree fruit, he was almost going crazy with envy. Momoshiki didn't dare to move forward anymore. He stared at Kaguya and asked. As a guardian, you dared to eat the fruit of the sacred tree without permission. Your master Tsutsuki Ishiki was killed by you. Kaguya bit her lip and mustered up the courage to speak. So what? Why should I be willing to become a victim? Humph. Because you are too weak. The Tsutsuki clan doesn't need weaklings like you. Even if you have eaten the fruit of the sacred tree, you are still a weakling. You. Advertisement. Black Zetsu couldn't stand his mother being insulted like this, he just started to curse. A hole. How can you, a guy who was beaten to a pulp by your mother, have the nerve to say such things? Momoshiki couldn't hold back anymore after being attacked by Black Zetsu again. He gritted his teeth and said. You damn thing, I will tear you into pieces. Kaguya quickly covered her sleeves when she heard that, and then she looked at Momoshiki angrily. Don't even think about it. And I have to tell you something, my master is not Tsutsuki Ishiki, his name is Uchiha Chijia. Uchiha Chijia. Momoshiki was stunned for a moment and wondered who this was. While he was stunned, a grey bone shot towards him. Piyushi's face changed when he saw this, and he shouted. Senior. Get out of the way. Momoshiki came to his senses and subconsciously dodged, his bones brushing against the corner of his clothes and flying out. The few remaining clothes on his upper body turned to ashes. He turned to look at Kaguya with an unpleasant expression and shouted. How dare you sneak attack me? Kaguya sighed in disappointment when her attack missed, Her CO killing ash bone was definitely a killer move, if it hit even Satsuki would have a hard time surviving. Urashiki flew to Momoshiki's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Now he is much calmer than Momoshiki. Kagaya who has eaten the fruit of the sacred tree is not so easy to deal with. If he still underestimates the enemy, he will probably die here today. On the moon. The protective shield formed by Hamura flickered. The chakra he had left was not much to begin with, and it was ravaged by Momoshiki. It was really not easy for him to hold on until now. He looked at Kyunhee who was still sleeping and murmured. Are you still not well? I really can't hold on any longer. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, golden threads suddenly appeared on Kyunhee's body, and all these threads merged into his eyes. Slowly, Kyunhee's body turned into a golden sun and flew out of the protective shield created by Hamura. Hamura returned to his original state. He stared blankly at the sun floating in the sky. A pressure from his blood filled the entire temple, making him want to kneel on the ground. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shot out from the sun and passed through Hamura. Hamura's originally blurred body solidified again, and he felt that his chakra became fuller than ever before. At this moment, the sun gradually turned into a human form and finally condensed into the appearance of Kyunhee. When he opened his eyes, a terrifying pressure erupted. Hamura could no longer hold on and fell directly to his knees. Chijia's Byakugan has completely evolved into Tensagan, but his Tensagan is golden, like two small suns. Hamura swallowed his saliva and said. You finally woke up. During your sleep, 3 Satsuki went to Earth. You should go back soon. Kyunhee nodded and said. Thank you for your hard work during this period. By the way, you have a descendant on the moon. There is something wrong with his thinking. Go talk to him. You mean Sharon? Alas, he is also a poor child. I didn't expect that such a tragedy would happen after my death. I can only say that you and your brother are fine, so stop leaving any last words. Hee. Hamura smiled awkwardly. Kyunhee didn't say anything else. He turned around, and the golden light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. On Earth. The battle in the Valley of the End has entered a white-hot state. With the joint efforts of Kagaya and the other two, Momoshiki and Urashiki were beaten back step by step. The two knew that they couldn't go on like this. Momoshiki roared and condensed a deep red Raise-nan with his hands. Urashiki also used his ultimate move and released a huge purple snake from his palms. The snake's mouth opened, and an energy sphere similar to the tailed beast bomb emerged. The power contained in it was enough to raise the entire Valley of the End to the ground. Compared to these two, Kagaya's move seemed much simpler. She raised a giant truth-seeking ball with one hand and locked her eyes on Momoshiki and the other. Seeing this, Minato gave Obito a look, and Obito immediately understood. He used Kamui and took the remaining Minato and the other two into the Kamui space. Chapter 375 New Eyes. After Minato and the others entered the Kamui space, Kagaya was about to throw out the giant truth-seeking ball and Momoshiki and the other two were also ready to go. Suddenly, 2 beams of golden light as if real fell from the sky and passed through the bodies of Momoshiki and the other person in an instant. Momoshiki and Urashiki's eyes suddenly widened, and a golden ring appeared on their waists. Then, starting from the ring, their upper and lower bodies separated at the same time. Kagaya was also stunned when she saw this scene. She held up the giant truth-seeking ball and for a moment she didn't know whether she should attack or not. On the moon, the light in Kyunhee's eyes gradually went out. Hamura behind him asked hesitantly. Advertisement. What did you just do? Qianhe smiled slightly and said. Nothing, just solved the problem. A look of deep shock appeared on Hamura's face, and he exclaimed. Could it be that you? Kyunhee waved his hand, and then a black portal appeared out of nowhere and he walked in. Now, it's time to reap the spoils. After Kyunhee left, Hamura stared at the place where he left for a long time and murmured. With him around, those Satsuki will suffer. On Earth, Momoshiki and Urashiki were floating in the air. The broken parts of their bodies were a smooth golden plain without even a trace of bloodline. Momoshiki said with difficulty. A hole, who on earth is that? Buzz. A black portal opened next to Kagaya, and then Chijia walked out of it. Kagaya was delighted to see Chijia. Master. You're back. A smile appeared on Chijia's face. He turned to look at Kagaya and said. I'm back. You did a great job while I was away. Kagaya dispersed the giant truth-seeking ball in his hand and said a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Master. They came because of me. I'm sorry to cause you trouble. Haha, how can they be trouble? To me, they are simply gifts delivered to my doorstep. After saying that, Kyunhee looked at Momoshiki and the other person, with golden light shining brightly in his eyes. Tao Shiki's expression changed and he said in surprise. Advertisement. You are the man on the moon. Did you launch the attack just now? Urashiki and Kagaya were both shocked when they heard this. So, Chijia had just launched the attack from the moon? At such a long distance, he could accurately lock onto 2 targets, and the power of his attack was so great? Kagai looked into Chijia's eyes and asked. Master, your eyes. Well, you should recognize these eyes, right? Yes, Hamura also has a pair of these eyes, he calls them Tensagen, but his are blue, and not as powerful as the master's. Hee. Kyunhee raised his hands and pressed them on his eyes. This time, he did not just activate the Tensagen. You know, he possesses the Rinnegan. The reason why he fell into a deep sleep was because he wanted to merge the power of his 2 pairs of eyes. He wanted to see if the combination of Rinnegan and Tensagen could give birth to a new pair of eyes. And the result indeed made him very satisfied. Thinking of this, Chijia looked up at Momoshiki and the other person. Being locked in Chijia's gaze, Momoshiki and Urashiki instantly felt a fear coming from the depths of their souls. The most outrageous thing was that they both felt a feeling similar to blood suppression. Urashiki asked Momoshiki with an unpleasant expression. Senior, who is that guy? He gives me the same feeling as the great elder. Could he also be an elder? His status in the Tsutsuki clan was far inferior to Momoshiki's, and he had few opportunities to meet the clan elders, so he treated Chijia as an elder he had never met. Tao's Hiki shook his head and said solemnly. Impossible. There are only a few elders in the clan, and I have never seen this person. Have you two talked enough? The pattern in Chijia's eyes changed again, transforming into a pattern similar to Suzuki Mangeki. The difference is that Chijia's pattern is golden, and unlike Sasuke's 6-pointed star, his is an 8-pointed star, which looks like a small sun. In the center of the pattern is a pitch-black circle, emanating endless suction. As soon as these eyes appeared, not only Momoshiki and Urashiki, but even Kagai were stunned. Because the pattern in these eyes was not unfamiliar to them, it was the emblem of their Tsutsuki clan. Momoshiki suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and he shouted. How could this happen? Those are the clan leader's eyes. Piyushi hurriedly asked. The clan leader? Hasn't he disappeared for a long time? Advertisement. Then he shuddered all over. You mean, he is the clan leader? Momoshiki did not respond, he had already fallen into madness. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He is clearly a human being. Kyunhee looked at Momoshiki and the other person in front of him calmly, and a suction force burst out from the black pupils in his eyes. Momoshiki and Urashiki's bodies suddenly shrank, and were then sucked into Chijia's eyes. From beginning to end, the two of them didn't even utter a scream. Chijia's eyes also returned to the state of golden Tensagen. The evolution of his eyes has not been completely completed and cannot be maintained for a long time. After Momoshiki disappeared, the red ring he got from Kinshiki remained in the same place. Kyunhee waved his hand and the ring flew into his hand. This ring is a sacred artifact passed down from generation to generation in the Tsutsuki clan. Kyunhee remembers that it has a name, called the Wave God. After thinking about it, golden flames rose from Kyunhee's hands. Under the burning of the flames, the color of the ring gradually changed from red to gold. Kyunhee let go of his hand, and the Wave God, which had turned golden, automatically floated behind him and hovered behind him. Against the backdrop of the golden Wave God, Kyunhee looked like a real god. Kaguya stared at Chijia blankly, and the black Zetsu in her sleeves muttered softly. Mom, he is no longer a human being. Kaguya was so frightened by Black Zetsu that she broke into a cold sweat. She shouted. Shut up. Black Zetsu quickly closed his mouth and said nothing. Suddenly, the space next to Kaguya twisted, and Minato and others jumped out. Madara used the power of heaven to carry Minato and the others. There was no other way, the ability to fly was indeed very rare among the Hokage. When the 4 of them came out, they saw Chijia in front of them. Minato was overjoyed and shouted. Kyunhee, you're finally back. Then, he noticed Chijia's golden Tensagen and exclaimed again. Chijia, your eyes. Chienhee raised his eyebrows and asked. What's wrong? So beautiful. Chapter 376 Massacre. Back in Konoha, Hyuga Hayashi almost kneels down to Chijia when he sees Chijia's Tensagen. There is no way, the suppressing power of Tensagen on ordinary Byakugan is too great. Sharingan is divided into 1 Magadama and 2 Magadama levels, but Byakugan is different. Once it evolves, it will directly reach the sky in 1 step. Compared to the Rinnegan, it has fewer functions, but is much more destructive. Moreover, Chijia's Tensagen is much stronger than Tonari's blue Tensagen. Combined with its vision that far exceeds that of ordinary Byakugan, Chijia can even launch attacks directly from the moon to enemies on Earth. The attack method is the so-called Golden Wheel Tensei explosion. Momoshiki and Urashiki were fortunate enough to become Tensagen's first targets. Advertisement. Apart from this, Tensagen's control over the force is even stronger. If Chijia wants, he can even make the Earth and the moon kiss. Now Chijia no longer cares whether he activates the Tensagen or the Rinnegan, because after the two pairs of eyes have merged, he can use their abilities at will. He usually shows himself with the Tensegan, after all, he looks good. Coupled with the golden wave of might behind Chijia, not only Hyuga Hayashi, but ordinary people also want to kneel down when they see Chijia. After resting for 2 days in Konoha and getting familiar with the new power, Chijia directly asked Kaguya for the spatial coordinates of the planet Satsuki. Before leaving, Chijia gave Kaguya some instructions, asking her to stay in Konoha and take good care of the house, and then stepped into the portal. Satsuki Star is a very small, completely white planet. There are a few castles scattered across the vast white land, these are the residences of Satsuki. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the sky, breaking the silence of the planet. The aura emanating from inside made all the Satsuki tremble. They flew out of their residences and looked up at the portal that suddenly appeared. As they watched, Kyunhee walked out, looked down at the Satsuki below, and said softly. Yes, there are quite a lot of people. Among them, 8 Satsuki with a pair of huge horns on his head rushed into the sky and came in front of Chijia. He frowned and looked at the god of wave behind Jianhe, and said in a deep voice. Bowie god? This should be a Jinshi thing, why is it on you? Kyunhee glanced at the minotaur-like Satsuki in front of him and said calmly. Advertisement. This is just my trophy. What? Do you want to take it back for him? The spoils? What did you do with Jinshi? Of course I killed him. What? You dare to kill your own people? As soon as these words were spoken, all the Satsuki below rushed into the sky and floated behind the minotaur. In their opinion, Chijia was no different from Satsuki in both appearance and aura, so they regarded her as a member of the tribe who was carrying out the tree planting plan all year round. But from the conversation just now, they actually heard about killing one's own clan. Although the relationship between their clansmen is very weak, killing one's own clan is absolutely not allowed in the Satsuki clan. Of course, feeding the guardian to 10 tails does not fall into the category of killing one's own kind. There's nothing we can do about it, the higher UPS have to reap the rewards. Jianhe looked at the excited minotaur warrior in front of him and asked. May I have your name? Otsutsuki Kyakushiki. Tamashiki? I didn't expect that Satsuki, who looks even rougher than Kaneshiki, would have such an elegant name. It's quite a contrast. With a thought, the god of wave slowly flew from behind Kyunhee to his front. Jianhe said calmly. Seeing you're so excited, it must have something to do with Jinshiki. Then I'll return the Powiation to you, and you can come and get it yourself. Tamashiki hesitated for a moment, then moved closer to Chijia. In his opinion, Jianhe would never dare to attack him in front of so many clansmen, as that would definitely arouse public anger. He just came up to Kyunhee and stretched out his hand to touch the god of wave. However, just as his hand touched the god of wave suddenly burst out with brilliant golden light and turned into a lightsaber. Yoshi's pupils shrank and his body instinctively retreated rapidly, trying to get away from God Baoyai, but it was too late. Advertisement. The lightsaber slashed down fiercely, splitting Yu Shishi vertically in the middle of his body. There was still an expression of fear on his face, and then his body separated from the golden crack in the middle and fell to the ground. The remaining Satsuki all looked incredulous. They didn't expect that Chaihe would dare to attack Tamashiki directly in front of so many of them, and even kill Tamashiki directly. After a brief silence, all Satsuki attacked Chijia almost at the same time. The god of wave then transformed into a golden protective shield, covering Kyunhee inside. These attacks did not cause even the slightest ripple on God Baoyai, and were all blocked. The Satsuki were stunned. The god Baoyai had a great reputation in their clan, but his power was not so strong that he could block all their attacks so easily. Kyunhee waved his hand casually, and the wave god changed back into a ring state and floated back behind him. Then, golden light flashed in Kyunhee's eyes, and 2 golden rays burst out, sweeping towards the Satsuki in front of him. Compared to Satsuki's 8 gate skills, this attack method is very simple and unpretentious, just like Superman's laser eyes, but the effect is extremely significant. Satsuki's body was like tofu in front of the 2 golden rays and was cut in an instant. For a while, screams could be heard from the Satsuki star. However, these screams only lasted for less than a few seconds before stopping abruptly. When everything calmed down, the ground beneath Chijia's feet was already littered with Satsuki's corpses. None of these corpses were intact, all of them were cut in half. There were a few Satsuki who were not yet dead. It was not because their vitality was stronger than others, but simply because their bodies were separated from the waist. Falling from the air to the ground, Kyunhee looked at the pile of Satsuki corpses in front of him without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. With a clench of his hand, all the corpses were rolled into a ball by an invisible force and continued to compress, finally forming a white sphere that floated in the air. These Satsuki never imagined until their death that they, who loved eating elixirs, would eventually be turned into elixirs by others. Kyunhee frowned, as if he was not satisfied with this pill. He said to himself. The quality of this thing isn't very high. Is it because these Tsutsuki are too weak? Chapter 377 Otsutsuki. Qianhe shook his head helplessly. He stuffed the dan into the door space and said. Forget it, this is barely enough. As soon as the voice fell, a roar suddenly came from the sky. A hole. What have you done? The sound was so loud and powerful that it even caused a hurricane, and the entire sky darkened in an instant. Advertisement. Qianhe raised his eyebrows. He was not frightened by the voice. He was just thinking. Just after I finished speaking, here comes the best one. God is really good to me. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck Qianhe. Qianhe was bathed in lightning, and there was no trace of pain on his face. Instead, he looked very enjoyable. Are you kidding? Using lightning on him, a user of thunder fruit ability, is basically charging him up. After the thunder and lightning, the ground under Qianhe's feet suddenly cracked, and a large amount of magma burst out, submerging Qianhe's body. The earth has been completely covered by magma, and in this sea of magma, a golden ball of light is faintly visible. Qianhe flew out, he looked up at the sky and said coldly. It's just a bug hiding its head and showing its tail. Get out of here. The space above Qianhe suddenly began to distort, forming a human face. The face was very blurry, and only the eyes and mouth could be roughly seen. He stared at Qianhe below and opened his mouth to speak. You are not from my tribe, who are you? My name is Uchiha Chijia. Uchiha? Never heard of it. I am the great elder of the Tsutsuki clan, Tsutsuki Sorashiki. Oh, it turns out to be the great elder. I thought you were the clan leader. Advertisement. As he said that, Qianhe shook his head with a look of disgust. This behavior directly angered Kong Shiki above. He no longer hid and revealed his true identity. As the chief elder, his status is naturally much higher than that of ordinary Tsutsuki. He was wearing a white robe, but the hem went beyond his feet, looking extremely exaggerated. His eyes were also very strange, not the Byakuyan common to the Tsutsuki clan, but a pair of jet black Rinnegan with white lines inside. Sorashiki is now very angry because all the Tsutsuki on this planet have been slaughtered by Chijia just now. He was not feeling sorry for his own people. As an old monster who had lived for who knows how long, the concept of his tribe had been forgotten long ago. What he felt sad about was that people no longer had the tools they needed to plant trees. Look at how useful these tools are. Every time they come up to bring the fruits of the sacred tree, I will give them a little bit of pitiful pills, which will make them grateful and work harder to plant trees. After so many years of accumulation, he has become fat and strong, and he even feels that he can compare with the former clan leader Tsutsuki Yame. But this beautiful day was ruined by Qianhe today. Apart from those Tsutsuki who were far away on other planets and whose life or death was unknown, he, the great elder in his hometown, was left alone. Thinking of this, Kong Shiji's anger reached its peak. He raised one hand, and dense black sticks appeared above him. These black sticks are not ordinary yin-yang escape products, they are all transformed from truth-seeking ball. The white ripples in Kong Shi's eyes also began to move, and several black shackles suddenly appeared in the air around Qianhe, instantly tying Qianhe up. Qianhe did not resist and let the shackles on his body become tighter and tighter. Kong Shiki sneered, and the black sticks above him formed a black rain curtain, pouring down towards Qianhe. Qianhe still didn't react, but the god of wave behind him flew out and turned into a wide golden barrier above Qianhe. The black stick fell on it and was burned to ashes in an instant, disappearing without a trace. After it blocked all the attacks, it split into countless tiny blades and cut off all the shackles on Qianhe's body. Qianhe silently watched the god of wave busying himself. He had expected this situation. This is the new ability he gained after combining the Rinnegan and the Tensegan, giving life to objects. The series of actions of the god of waves were completely its own automatic protection of its master. Qianhe did not control it to do anything at all. Advertisement. Kong Shi didn't know all this. He frowned and said. Is that the god of wave? It can actually block my attack. Qianhe gently stroked the wave god in front of him, who had turned back into a ring, as if he was stroking his own pet. He looked up at Sora and said sarcastically. Old dog, is this all you can do? After saying that, 2 more golden lights burst out from Qianhe's eyes. Kong Shi didn't dare to use his body to block them. He opened his eyes slightly, and a black hole immediately appeared in front of him, directing Qianhe's attack into another space. The golden light went out and his black hole closed as well. However, at the moment of closing, Qianhe appeared in front of him. Kong Shiki's expression changed, and he tried to dodge but was a step too late, and Qianhe's lightsaber chopped off his arm. Although he lost an arm, it was not a big problem for Sorashiki who had already eaten a large amount of the fruit of the sacred tree. His body's ability to recover is extremely perverted, making him completely immortal. But after waiting for a long time, not even a single bud of flesh grew on his arm. There was still a dazzling golden light at the fracture, and the burning sensation coming from it made Kang Shi's face increasingly ugly. Kang Shi used his remaining hand to swung at Kyun-hee violently, and the space in front of him suddenly began to shatter like a mirror, and the cracks extended all the way in front of Kyun-hee. An extremely strong suction force emanated from it, trying to pull Kyun-hee into the space crack. But this suction force was not enough in front of Kyun-hee. His body stood still, almost motionless. Seeing this scene, Kang Shiki's heart sank. Chijia's power was beyond his imagination. He couldn't understand how he, who had eaten so many fruits of the sacred tree, could be defeated by Uchiha Chijia who appeared out of nowhere. He was not in a hurry to take action. He suddenly asked, "Are you the only elder in your Tsutsuki clan?" In response to this question, Kang Shi just snorted coldly. There were originally 3 elders of the Tsutsuki clan, but the other 2 had been killed by him long ago. How could he allow anyone else to share the fruit of the sacred tree with him? Seeing that Sorashiki didn't want to answer, Chijia stopped asking. He spread out his hands, and a black uzumaki emerged from his palms. Then, in front of Sora's shocked gaze, 10 tails emerged from the uzumaki, landed on the ground, roared towards the sky, and then turned into a pool of black water and melted into the earth. Chapter 378 Fierce Battle. A terrible idea popped into Tsutsuki Sora's mind. He looked at Kyun-hee in disbelief and said, 10 tails? Are you trying to plant a sacred tree here? He looked at him strangely and said, what else? Since sacred trees can be grown on other planets, why can't they be grown on this planet? A hole. I won't let you succeed. Advertisement. Sorashiki dived straight down, and Chijia followed closely behind him. His eyes once again burst into golden light as he chased after Sorashiki. Sensing the golden rays behind him, Kang Shi did not dare to be careless. He opened a black hole again to swallow the rays. Since the beginning of the battle, he has basically been suppressed by Kyun-hee, which is totally inconsistent with his status as the Great Elder. Over thousands of years, Kang Shi has consumed countless fruits of the sacred tree, but as the number of fruits consumed increased, the improvement in his strength from the fruits of the sacred tree became increasingly weak. In addition, he has basically locked himself up in a forbidden area for all this time. He has great power but is unable to use it, which makes him feel extremely depressed. The white ripples in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only darkness. Sora suddenly turned his head and looked at Chijia. A large number of truth-seeking balls instantly appeared around Chijia, and then suddenly dissolved, turning into a ball of black smoke that swallowed Chijia. Being in the smoke, Kyun-hee could feel a very strong corrosive force. A crackling sound was coming from the protective shield transformed by the God Wave, and the light was becoming dimmer and dimmer. Not only that, the space shrouded by the black smoke seemed to be locked, and no spatial ability could be used at all. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. This guy has been staying at home for too long. Now he's acting like a great elder. Seeing that the wave god was about to collapse, Kyun-hee simply put it behind him and rushed out of the smoke relying on his strong body. However, the price of doing so was that Chijia's body was left with many signs of corrosion, and black smoke was still coming out of it. Advertisement. Sorashiki calmed down at this point, and he summoned a truth-seeking ball, transformed it into an arm, and then attached it to his own broken arm. This wave of operations really opened Chijia's eyes. After Obito, Chijia would like to call Sorashiki the best at playing truth-seeking ball. Kang Shiki took a deep breath, and a black chakra rose from his body. Then, countless grey bones emerged from his back. These bones continued to spread to both sides and finally turned into a pair of grey bone wings. His body was also covered in bone armor, even his face was covered in bones, leaving only a pair of black Rinnegan. A bone spear emerged from his palm, and he held the spear, pointing it at Kyun-hee above. Sorashiki's entire aura was completely different from before, and the aura emanating from that bone armor even made Chijia frown. Swish! Kang Shiki disappeared from the spot instantly. The moment he disappeared, the wave god behind Kyun-hee immediately split into 7 weapons of different shapes and strangled the air behind him. Sure enough, the next second Kang Shi appeared at the location where the 7 weapons were attacking. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, but he was not panicked and let these weapons pierce his chest. The god of wave was unable to break through the defense of bones. Not only that, a grey color appeared on its body and continued to spread. Kang Shi smiled contemptuously, then he shook his whole body and directly shook the god Bowie away. The grey part on the Bowie god turned directly into powder. When the 7 weapons merged into a ring again, there was a very obvious gap on it. Kyun-hee grasped the wave god and looked at the grey gap on it, his face extremely solemn. Judging from this performance, all the bones in Kang Shiji's body are actually the ashes of the communists. Moreover, Kang Shi's killing grey bone is not only effective against living things, even weapons like the wave god cannot resist its annihilation attribute. If it weren't for Kyun-hee's power being added to God Baoyai, he would have been completely reduced to ashes by now. A gleam of contempt flashed across Sora's eyes, and he said, "The wave god is an external force after all. Without it, I wonder how long you can continue to be so arrogant. Advertisement. A small black hole appeared on the side of Kang Shi, and he inserted the bone spear in his hand directly into the black hole. Qian He's eyes narrowed and he subconsciously turned his body to the side, and a bone spear grazed his waist. Kang Shiki was a little overwhelmed. In his opinion, Chijia's reaction was too fast, as if he could predict the future. This is thanks to the observation haki that Chijia learned from the pirate's world. Chijia never uses this skill under normal circumstances because since he evolved into Tsutsuki, there has never been an enemy whose movements he could not capture. I have to say that observation haki is really useful in this situation. If Sora Shiki were really to be hit by his grey bone stab, Chijia really didn't know if her body could withstand it. Kang Shi just didn't believe it. He spread his wings and let out a low roar. Countless bone spurs burst out from the wings behind him, forming a dense grey area in the sky. He wanted to increase the range of his attack so that Kyunhee would have no way to avoid it. At the same time, his eyes turned dark again, directly blocking the space around Kyunhee. After doing all this, he waved his hand vigorously at Kyunhee, and the countless bone spurs floating behind him flew out instantly, sweeping towards Kyunhee like a grey ocean. Kyunhee's Tensagen was shining with golden light, and it directly released the golden wheel reincarnation and shot into the grey sea of bones. But compared with the huge sea of bones, Kyunhee's rays seemed too small. After just a moment, Kyunhee's body was completely swallowed up by the grey sea of bones. A faint golden light flickered in the sea of bones. Kang Shi snorted coldly upon seeing this. He clenched his hand, and the bones instantly gathered together to form a huge grey sphere. It looked like a bone version of the planetary devastation. The golden light also completely extinguished as the sphere was formed. Kang Shi nodded in satisfaction, a pleased smile appearing on his face. But facing the empty Tsutsuki star, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he said in hatred. Damn it! There aren't many of our tribesmen left. The amount of fruit from the sacred tree will be greatly reduced in the future. Suddenly, Sora thought of the 10 tails that Chijia had just released. It had been so long, why was there no movement from the 10 tails? Moreover, that 10 tails not only had a special color, but also had a very terrifying aura. He had never seen such a strong 10 tails. Thinking of this, Kang Shi immediately dived towards the ground, wanting to see what the 10 tails was doing. Chapter 379 Golden Wheel Eye. Sora fell to the ground, and just as he was about to search for 10 tails who had gone underground, a violent explosion suddenly occurred behind him. He turned his head suddenly and found that a golden sun appeared in the center of the bone ball that wrapped Kyunhee, and the entire bone ball began to dissolve continuously. Before he could react, the bone ball evaporated and dissipated into a few wisps of grey smoke. When the smoke cleared, Chijia's figure appeared again in Sora's sight. His eyes had transformed into 2 sun-like patterns. Seeing these eyes, Sora's reaction was just like Momo's. He exclaimed. Advertisement. Golden Wheel Eye? How can you have the eyes of the clan leader? Kyunhee looked at Sora with a calm face and said lightly. So these eyes are called Golden Wheel Eyes? Very good, I'll remember that. Kang Shi swallowed his saliva. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the Golden Wheel Eye was. As far as he knew, from ancient times to the present, the only one in the Tsutsuki clan who could open these eyes was the clan leader Tsutsuki Yam. Moreover, the family emblem of the Tsutsuki clan is the pattern of the Golden Wheel Eye, which is enough to prove the power of these eyes. Kang Shiki once fantasized that maybe if he ate enough fruits from the sacred tree, he would be able to open his eyes. But thousands of years have passed, and his eyes have only turned black, with no sign of evolving into the Golden Wheel Eye. And Chijia was also guessing that his Golden Wheel Eye might not only be due to the combination of Rinnegan and Tensagen, but the 10 tails transformed from Tsutsuki Yam's physical body played a key role. This is very similar to the conditions for activating the Rinnegan, both of which combine spiritual and physical power, except that both powers come from the former god Tsutsuki. However, 10 tails has not yet fully developed, so Chijia's Sharingan cannot be opened for a long time. Just now, facing Kang Shi's killing move, Chijia had to use this last trump card. The power of the Golden Wheel Eye is indeed strong. The chakra generated at the moment of its opening is enough to evaporate the grey bone version of the planetary devastation. And this is not the full power of the Golden Wheel Eye. Chijia really couldn't imagine how hollow Tsutsuki Yam was at that time that he was successfully ambushed by Zero. After silently mourning for Tsutsuki Yam in her heart, Chijia then looked at Sora Shiki. Being locked by the Golden Wheel Eye, Kang Shi felt his heart trembling. He had completely lost the will to fight and wanted to escape by opening a portal. Advertisement. However, it was too late. The sun pattern in Kyunhee's left eye had already begun to rotate. He whispered. God is silent. Without any sound, Kang Shi's body suddenly trembled, and then the bone armor on his body fell off, and his eyes turned grey. With a thud, Kang Shiki fell directly to the ground, motionless. Kang Shi's soul evaporated directly from his body just like the bone ball just now. Now he has become an empty shell without a soul. This is the horror of the divine silence. It can directly wipe out the soul. Even if one has eaten countless fruits of the divine tree and achieved immortality, he will have no resistance to this move. This is already a rule-based ability. To put it simply, your words will be followed by the law. Kyunhee ignored Kongshi's body for the time being. He slowly raised his hand. The earth then began to tremble violently, and countless black branches sprouted from the ground. They gradually gathered together and grew into a towering tree that reached straight into the sky. This was the sacred tree that Ten Tails had transformed into. Kagaya's tree was like an underdeveloped sapling in front of it. Now all it lacks is to bloom and bear fruit. There was no need for Kyunhee to guide him deliberately. A black vine suddenly emerged from under Kongshi's body and rolled him into the ground. After a while, a blood-red bud emerged from the top of the sacred tree, and this bud looked like a beating heart. Kyunhee flew above the flower bud in an instant. His body was too small compared to the flower bud, and the gap between the petals was like a ravine to him. He took out the pill made of countless Tsutsuki's bodies from the gate space and sprinkled it directly into the opening of the flower bud. Buzz! The pill was quickly and completely absorbed, the flower bud blossomed, and a huge fruit of the sacred tree appeared in front of Kyunhee. The fruit is very large, so Kyunhee naturally cannot eat it all in one bite, as that would take him forever. However, Chijia had obtained the Xiaoming Viguna from his haki, so shrinking objects was not a problem for him. A golden light flashed through his eyes, and the fruit of the sacred tree instantly shrank and became the size of an ordinary apple. Advertisement. Kyunhee picked up the fruit of the sacred tree and looked at it carefully. He suddenly thought of the devil fruit. You know, this 10 tails produced devil fruit before it grew into a sacred tree, so wouldn't the fruit it eventually produced be as unpalatable as the devil fruit? The taste of the 9 tails fox fruit at that time gave Chijia a very painful lesson. Kyunhee was thinking whether to shrink it down or use the power of OPOP fruit to transfer it into the body. If Sora Shiki were alive and knew what Chijia was thinking, he would probably be so angry that he would die. Why do you care about the taste of this kind of top-quality fruit? Even if it tastes 10,000 times worse than feces, people who want to eat it can line up from the westernmost end of the universe to the easternmost end. Fortunately, Kyunhee's crazy thoughts did not last too long. He finally put the fruit into his mouth and even chewed it twice. The result was far beyond Kyunhee's expectations. The fruit tasted extremely sweet and could be said to be the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. Compared with devil fruit, they are two extremes. However, before Chien Heduo could savor the taste, a powerful energy suddenly surged out of his body. Dense golden cracks appeared on Chien He's body. His expression changed and he muttered to himself. Oh no! Am I going to explode and die? As soon as he finished speaking, brilliant golden light burst out from the cracks, and Kyunhee's body exploded. The entire Tsutsuki star instantly vanished and completely disappeared in the universe. In the dark space, Chien He looked down at his intact body and murmured. Well, now I am completely inhuman. There is no impurity in his body anymore, it is composed entirely of golden energy. Now he just felt his body was light, as if he had broken free from some shackles. Kyunhee could only understand this situation as a breakthrough in realm, a realm that far surpassed the 6 paths. If we were to give this state a name, it would be the realm of God. Chapter 380 Kagaya's Thoughts. Chijia had completely messed up the Tsutsuki star, and he didn't stay there for long, but went straight back to Earth. When Kagaya heard about the Tsutsuki star, he not only did not feel sad about losing his hometown, but instead acted very happy, giving people a feeling that a great revenge had been achieved. After asking, Chijia found out that Kagaya was the last one in the Tsutsuki clan back then, and there was no such thing as bonds within the Tsutsuki clan. The fate of the week was really tragic. In a situation like Kagaya's, the final result is just to be assigned to an elite Tsutsuki to be his guardian, which is definitely not a good ending. But in the Hokage world, you should never underestimate a laggard. Izhiki never took Kagaya seriously, otherwise he wouldn't have stayed on Earth for thousands of years. Advertisement. In addition, Chijia also told Kagaya about Hamura. After hearing this, Kagaya's face showed a complicated expression, and Black Zetsu next to him was very excited. How dare that BD come out? It was his mother who gave him life, but he betrayed her and chose to stand with those humans. What an ungrateful BD. Kyunhee glanced at Black Zetsu, who immediately shrank his head. He smiled awkwardly and said. Of course, the humans I'm talking about definitely don't include Lord Chijia, and since Hamura helped Lord Chijia, it can be considered that he has redeemed himself, don't you think so, Lord Chijia? Kagaya stood there silently. The two brothers Hamura and Ui were different from Black Zetsu. Those two were her natural children. The feeling of being a mother for the first time also made her feel extremely novel. She originally thought that these two children would become her strongest helpers, but ironically, it was these two who sealed themselves, just because of some humans who had nothing to do with them. Chijia was actually quite curious about how Kaguya gave birth to Hamura and Hago Romo, as she herself said that she got pregnant inexplicably after eating the fruit of the sacred tree. In Chijia's opinion, this method is similar to drinking the abortion spring in the Kingdom of Daughters. Kaguya also said that there have been no newborns in the Tsutsuki clan for a long time, and the number of Tsutsuki has been fixed since she can remember. As for her own parents, she had no impression of them at all. Chijia could only guess that the Tsutsuki clan had a very poor reproductive capacity. After all, their racial talents were so strong and they liked to plant trees everywhere. If their numbers were allowed to increase, they would have destroyed the entire universe long ago. Thinking of his two filial sons, Kaguya sighed softly. Seeing this, Kyunhee asked. Kaguya, are you still going to go check on Hamura? No, master. I will just pretend that I don't have this child. After saying that, Kaguya suddenly lowered his head, secretly glanced at Kyunhee, and whispered. Advertisement. Master, in fact, the body structure of our Tsutsuki clan is similar to that of humans. We have what they have. After these words were spoken, both Chijia and Black Zetsu widened their eyes. Chijia is not a pure person. As for Black Zetsu, he has lived for thousands of years and naturally has a lot of experience, so the two of them understood it almost immediately. Kaguya regretted it right after she said it. Her words were too obvious. She was just short of saying that she wanted to have a child with Chijia. In fact, she still envied the life of humans, but at that time her mind was full of guarding against Tsutsuki, and she didn't dare to devote her mind to such things. But now the entire Tsutsuki clan has been wiped out by Chijia, and even if there are still a few people planting trees outside, they probably won't be able to achieve anything. Without the troubles of Tsutsuki, she thought about becoming a real mother. This time she had no other purpose, she just wanted to accompany her child and witness her growth. Although Black Zetsu is filial, it was created by Kaguya after all, and is fundamentally different from Hago Romo and the others. Besides, its appearance doesn't even resemble Kaguya. Apart from its human-like shape, it has nothing to do with humans. For Kaguya, 2 large sizes and 1 small size are not perfect, so she can only pin her hopes on the small size. As for Chijia, he now felt a bit amused and helpless. He didn't expect that Kaguya actually wanted to have a child with him. In fact, he is not opposed to this kind of thing, but the probability seems low, otherwise he might have had more than one child in the pirate's world. Black Zetsu was confused, he muttered. I'm going to have more brothers and sisters. Seeing that Chijia hadn't made any movement for a long time, Kaguya lowered her head even more and stammered. Master, I'm sorry, it's just my imagination. Well, it's not impossible. Kaguya lowered his head and said sadly. I understand, master. I will never, again, hey. Kaguya suddenly raised his head and looked into Chijia's golden eyes, giving Chijia a white eye. Advertisement. Ahem, don't look at me like that. If you want, you can still try harder on this matter. Kaguya's expression changed from surprise to surprise, and then she headbutted Chijia directly into her arms. Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment. He felt that it might not be appropriate for him to continue wearing it in this situation. He quietly turned into a pool of black water and flowed outside. In the room, Chijia only felt that Kaguya's body was cold and her figure was unexpectedly good. Kaguya usually wears a loose white robe, and you can't see her figure at all. But today's hug made Chijia realize how terrifying it was. Chijia could feel Kaguya hugging her tighter and she suddenly felt something was wrong, it was daytime now. He gently pushed Kaguya away and said. Kaguya, you can't be impatient about this kind of thing, you have to be aware of the situation. Hui Yuryuki asked with a puzzled look. Master, aren't you home now? But it's not evening yet. It's not appropriate, I'm going to go out for a while, and I will definitely be back in the evening. Okay master, I'll wait for you at home. As the matter was brought up, Kaguya became bolder and bolder. She helped Chijia smooth out the clothes that she had wrinkled, then turned and walked towards the door. Chien, he asked quickly. Where are you going? I want to buy some clothes. I think the clothes of those female ninjas are pretty. Do you have money? Hui Yuryuki was stunned, then she said a little embarrassedly. No. Chien, he shook his head helplessly. He took out a palm-sized gold brick from the door space and stuffed it into Kaguya's hand, saying. You can use these as you like. Just remember to keep Black Zetsu with you. Chapter 381 Minato wants a second child. At night, at Minato's house. Chijia was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Naruto was sitting next to him, explaining the programs on TV to him from time to time, and then he just laughed there foolishly. Kushina brought a plate of fruit and placed it in front of the two of them, smiling and saying. How come you have time to come here today? Chien, he spread his hands and said. Advertisement. What's wrong? You don't welcome me. What are you talking about? Our whole family welcomes you here, right Minato? Minato? What are you looking at? Minato had been staring at the clock on the wall, and was frightened by Kushina's roar and immediately responded. Ah? Oh, yes, yes. Welcome. A warm welcome. He raised his eyebrows and asked. Do you have any urgent business tonight? You have been staring at the watch since just now. Nothing, nothing, come. Eat some fruit. Minato picked up a banana and bit off half of it. He looked like he had a grudge against bananas. Chijia suddenly became interested, he stood up and walked towards the door. Minato's face lit up, thinking Chijia was leaving. However, before he could be happy for a moment, Jianhe's voice came from outside the door. Minato, come out for a moment, I have some business to discuss with you. Minato immediately wilted, and Kushina urged him. Jianhe is calling you, what are you doing here? Minato couldn't help but give Kushina a cold look, and then was kicked out by the latter. Jianhe stood outside the door with his arms folded. When he saw Minato flying out, he said calmly. No need to be so hasty. Minato complained as he rubbed his butt. Kyunhee, I really have something to do tonight. Let's talk about it in the office tomorrow. Oh? What can you do? Don't worry about it, it's a very important mission anyway. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Minato's face, but this smile was surprisingly obscene. It was the first time that Chijia saw this kind of smile on Minato's face. He reached out and grabbed Minato's face, leaning closer and asking. Are you Minato or not? Is it Kizaru who has changed? Advertisement. Kizaru? Who's that? A kind of monkey. Kyunhee, you scolded me. Humph, don't be ungrateful. In a sense, this monkey is more like Yellow Flash than you. Minato looked at Chijia with resentment, but Chijia didn't buy it. He asked. Okay, now tell me about your mission tonight. If you don't tell me, I can stay here with you all night. Minato immediately showed a horrified expression when he heard this, and he said while gesticulating. No. I'll tell you what I'm saying. Let me go first. Chijia smiled slightly and let go of her hand. Minato rubbed his red face, then leaned close to Chijia's ear with a mysterious look and muttered something. Jianhe's eyes widened and he shouted subconsciously. What? You want a second baby? Minato was immediately startled. He desperately gestured to Chijia to keep quiet, using his greatest strength to hold back the smallest sound. Keep your voice down. I'm so embarrassed. Jianhe suppressed his surprise and whispered. Why do you suddenly have this idea? Does Naruto know? To be honest, this matter is related to Naruto. Oh? Tell me about it. Well, Naruto went to Sasuke's house the other day, and when he came back he told me that it would be nice if he had a brother too. This is quite difficult. Yes. As you know, Naruto had a difficult childhood, so the idea of having a brother probably didn't come suddenly. So you just want to give Naruto a brother or sister or something. Yet. What do you think, Chijia? I think it's fine. How's it going? Do you need me to help you with anything? This was a bit strange, but fortunately neither of them noticed it. Minato shook his head and said. No need, I've already got the secret recipe from Master Tsunade, it's guaranteed to be effective. Tsunade? How did she get this secret recipe? Is she going to be reborn soon? Jianhe was surprised in his heart, but said. Advertisement. Really? Then I have to congratulate you in advance. With your style, you should have already thought of a name for the child, right? When it comes to naming, Minato's eyes sparkle, and it's obvious that he takes this matter very seriously. But he soon lowered his head and sighed heavily. Seeing this, Jianhe asked curiously. What's wrong? Are you at a loss for words? How is that possible? Don't you know how strong I am in this area, Chijia? There is no name that I, Namikaze Minato, can't come up with. Well, that's true. Alas. But Kushina won't let me name the child. She knows what a waste this is. Humph. Women are women after all. What's your saying? Big breasts and little knowledge. He has long hair but little knowledge. Oh, yes, that's what it means. Minato's voice just now was quite loud, and Kushina's loud shout came from inside the room. Namikaze Minato. Don't even think about coming in tonight. Minato shrank his head in fear. He smiled awkwardly at Chijia and said in a low voice. I have to go back quickly, otherwise the effect of the secret recipe will be greatly reduced. Go ahead, but I have to mention that if it's a boy, just don't call him Boruto. Minato was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips in disgust. Boruto? What a ridiculous name. It doesn't sound passionate at all. Well, actually I just mentioned it, you should go back quickly. By the way, what if Kushina really doesn't let you enter the room tonight? Hehe, don't worry, I've already left the Flying Thunder God mark on the bed, she can't stop me. Can. Chijia gave a thumbs up, Minato smiled proudly, and then ran home. Not long after entering, Chijia heard Minato's screams, and she didn't know what he had done to make Kushina so angry. Smiling and shaking his head, Kyunhee quickly returned to his home. The hall of his house was dark, but this was not a problem for Chijia who had the Tensegan. No matter how dark the environment was, it was as bright as day in his eyes. Kyunhee noticed a black mass on the sofa, he walked up and poked it with his finger. A pair of eyes suddenly opened on the black substance, and then it gradually transformed into a human form. It is naturally black Zetsu, but its originally stick-like body has now become curvy and looks very feminine. Seeing Black Zetsu's appearance, Chijia's eyes widened in surprise and asked. Black Zetsu? What's wrong with you like this? Chapter 382 Black Zetsu, Father. Black Zetsu opened her mouth, and amazingly, even her voice changed. Her original voice sounded like a fool, but now she sounded like a sweet girl. Master Kyunhee, you are back. I'm back. Let me first tell you why you look like this. What happened today? When this was mentioned, a hint of helplessness appeared in Black Zetsu's eyes. She looked down at her body and, well, she couldn't see her toes. Master Kyunhee, my mother took me to buy clothes today. Before we went in, she told me that I didn't look suitable for a women's clothing store and asked me to change my image. Advertisement. What's so wrong with not entering a women's clothing store? Well, that's not an ordinary women's clothing store. You mean, the kind you wear inside? Yes. Okay, I get it, where's Kaguya? She's waiting for you in the bedroom. Kyunhee nodded and walked straight to the bedroom. After returning from Minato's house, he felt that he should indeed have a child, but he didn't know whether he could still have a normal child with his current physical condition. Black Zetsu once again turned into a pool of black water and flowed out of the house. He had to stay outside tonight. The bedroom was also dark, but Chijia could still clearly see Kaguya lying on the bed covered with a blanket. Chijia certainly wouldn't be so shameless as to use Tensegan's perspective function, and there's no rush for it. Kaguya also sensed Chijia's breath, her body trembled, and she called out softly, Master. The dark environment was indeed useless to the two of them who possessed the advanced white eyes. He came to sit beside the bed and said softly. How was your shopping today? Where are the clothes you bought? Kaguya took a deep breath and slowly stood up from the bed, revealing half of her black silk underwear, which made Chijia raise an eyebrow. She leaned gently against Kyunhee and said. Master, when I first came to Earth, the clothes that humans wore were pretty much the same, but now there are so many styles of clothes that I don't understand much, so I bought a lot. As he spoke, Kaguya raised his hand and a black portal appeared, from which a large amount of clothes poured out and piled up on the ground. Kyunhee took a look and found that there were really a lot of styles, even clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter were available. The most outrageous thing is that there is a green ninja vest inside. Advertisement. Not everyone can wear a ninja vest, at least only Chunin can wear it, so this is considered selling uniforms privately. Chijia asked Kaguya what was going on with that dress, and Kaguya tilted her head and said. The owner of the store said the vest was simply filled with cotton or something, and the color was much darker than the real thing, so it wasn't illegal. The corners of Kyunhee's mouth twitched. To be honest, he didn't bother to care about it. It's just that the ninja vest was too ugly. If we really want to talk about uniforms, the ones worn by the female marines in Pirates King are better looking. But these are no longer important. There will be plenty of time to let Kaguya wear it for him in the future. Let's get down to business now. Kyunhee suddenly turned over and pressed Kaguya down on the bed. Their eyes met. Kaguya blushed even more. She turned her head and said weakly. Master, I have no experience in this area. I will have to trouble you to come later. No problem. The next day, when Kyunhee walked out of the room, Black Zetsu immediately emerged from the ground. She stared at Kyunhee for a long time and asked. Master Kyunhee, did everything go well last night? It's okay. You've been here all night. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, we are all family. After that, Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment and spoke tentatively. Master Kyunhee, should I start calling you father from now on? Whatever. Then, father. Hey. Black Zetsu's eyes were dazed for a moment. She had a father in just one night. This feeling was really wonderful. However, she did not have much aversion to Chijia as a father. She already knew that the Tsutsuki star was completely destroyed. In her opinion, Chijia, who could do such a thing, was no longer human. It would definitely not be a bad thing for her mother to follow him. Moreover, he also had an incredibly powerful father, so he could say that he could do whatever he wanted from now on. Chijia turned around and glanced into the house. Last night was a bit too much for even Kaguya's body to bear. She couldn't get up today. As for the matter of children, he also had an idea in mind. He was still fertile and could control it. I just don't know what level his Nkagaya's child will reach once it is born. Thinking of the child, Kyunhee couldn't help but smile and was in a good mood. Advertisement. He came to the Hokage building with a bright face, but ran into Minato with dark circles under his eyes in the corridor. Chien, he couldn't help but teased. It seems that you worked very hard last night. I will give you a day off. Go back and have a rest. Minato rubbed his eyes and said helplessly. What are you trying to do? Kushina was very angry yesterday. She kept asking me about my hair, asking if I thought her hair was too long. Oh? Then your plan has failed. Can the secret recipe still be used? No, I have to get another pair. Oh. Then go ahead. Didn't I give you leave? Thank you. Minato yawned, turned, and left. Chijia looked at his back and smiled. Just as he was about to go to his office, the space suddenly distorted and Obito walked out. He shouted anxiously. Master Chijia, Madara wants to use the Rin Tensei technique and I can't stop him. What? Chijia was stunned for a moment, thinking what was going on? Who was Madara going to revive with the Rin Tensei technique? Izuna or Hashirama? Obito quickly explained the whole story to Chijia. It turned out that he had challenged Madara again today, and naturally he was defeated miserably. Madara seemed to be getting impatient with Obito's challenge and asked Obito what he could do to make Obito give up such a stupid challenge. Obito said it almost without thinking. Either you kill me or you bring Lin back to life, otherwise I won't stop. Madara thought about Minato's situation, and thought that since Chijia was able to use the Rin Tensei technique to revive Minato, it seemed that this technique would not really kill the caster. So what if he helped Obito? Thinking of this, he responded directly. Then I'll help you revive Linear. Obito also didn't expect that Madara would actually want to resurrect Rin. He once asked Chijia about reincarnation, and Chijia's answer to him was that he would still die if he used this technique, and his move was an improved one. Madara's behavior was tantamount to suicide. Although Obito kept saying that he wanted to kill Madara, he really never thought about killing Madara, just like Madara only defeated him but did not kill him every time. However, that's Uchiha's personality. Once he makes up his mind about something, it's hard for him to change it. Madara even took this to the ultimate. Even though Obito told him that he would die if he used Rin Tensei, he still went straight to the cemetery. There was no other choice, Obito could only run to seek Chijia's help. Chapter 383 Lin. Madara captured Kakashi from somewhere and asked him to take her to find Lin's tombstone in the cemetery. Kakashi looked at Madara who was standing in front of him with his arms folded and silent, and said in a deep voice. It's rare that you would think of coming to see Lin. If it weren't for you. Kakashi, I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you today. You just need to watch from the side. After saying that, in front of Kakashi's shocked gaze, Madara slammed the ground, and Lin's coffin jumped out of the soil. Advertisement. Madara's eyes then began to ripple as she activated her Rinnegan. Kakashi's face changed, and he exclaimed. Masaka. You're going to use the Rin Tensei. This was mentioned by Obito last time after he pulled him into the couple's space. Obito also said that if this technique is used, the person will die, and it is different from the one used by Chijia-senpai. Now Madara was the hero who had just saved Konoha from Tsutsuki, it would be ridiculous for him to die because of something like this. After a brief hesitation, Kakashi immediately rushed forward, apparently trying to stop Madara from using the Rin Tensei. However, Madara only used a low-power Shinra Tensei to send him flying back. Madara was not a man who would hesitate. He had already formed a seal and said word by word. Reincarnation. Shinra Tensei. Bang. The sudden burst of repulsive force pushed Madara back again, and even his posture was exactly the same as Kakashi's. At some point, Chijia and Obito appeared at his original location. Madara stood up from the ground and looked at Chijia with a serious expression. After activating the Rinnegan, he could naturally feel things that ordinary people could not feel. In his eyes, Kyunhee now was like a dazzling sun, as if she could evaporate everything around her at any time. He's gotten stronger again. Kyunhee was also looking at Madara. What he thought in his heart was that Madara had indeed changed a lot. In the past, he would not have done this for a little person like Lin. Madara like this is really cute in Chijia's opinion. He said softly. He used his own life to save the life of a little girl. Is this still the Uchiha Madara I know? Advertisement. Obito looked at Madara with a complicated look. At this moment, most of the resentment he had towards Madara had dissipated. Madara turned his head slightly, snorted and said. I just don't want that guy to bother me every day. Chijia smiled slightly. Uchiha's tsundere was indeed engraved in his bones. He still understood Madara very well in this regard. Smiling and shaking his head, Kyunhee turned to face Lin's coffin. Noticing Chijia's actions, Obito's face showed a hint of excitement. He vaguely guessed what Chijia was going to do next. He also formed a seal and said in a deep voice. Yellow Spring Reincarnation Technique. Madara was stunned when he heard the name and murmured. Yozen Tensei? Is this the name he gave to his improved Ryan Tensei? The moment Kyunhee activated the Yellow Spring Reincarnation, the coffin lid fell down with a loud bang, revealing Lin inside. She looked the same as when she was killed by Kakashi, still about 12 or 13 years old. Kakashi knelt on the ground and shouted in a trembling voice. Linear. Obito took heavy steps, approaching Lin step by step. He stretched out his hand as if he wanted to touch Lin's face, but immediately retracted it. He looked at the white part of his body, and touched the wrinkles on his face caused by the white Zetsu cells. At this moment, he suddenly hesitated. Am I ugly now? Will Lin dislike me? Suddenly, Lin's eyelashes moved a few times, and then she opened her eyes. Obito was still in a daze. A sweet smile appeared on Lin's face. She reached out and patted Obito's waist, and said softly. Obito, what are you still thinking about? Hearing Lin's voice, Obito's eyes suddenly widened. He lowered his head stiffly and muttered. Lin, you. Lin put her hands behind her back, squinted her eyes and smiled, but still couldn't control the tears from falling. Obito, I never left, you just couldn't see me. You know everything. Advertisement. Well, although a lot of things you did were wrong, but, thank you, Obito. Obito couldn't hold it in any longer, and even though he looked much older than Lin, he simply knelt on the ground and cried like a baby. Lin stretched out her arms and let Obito lean on her arms, letting him cry. Kakashi resisted the urge in his heart when he saw this scene. He knew Obito's feelings for Lin, so at this time, he chose to be a spectator. Kyunhee was quite curious about how Lin could still observe the real world after her death. Neither Minato nor Kushina had been able to do this, and if Chijia hadn't told them something, they wouldn't even know how Naruto lived as a child. All I can say is that the power of the pure love god of war is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. When Obito had almost stopped crying, Kakashi came up to Lin, half knelt in front of Lin, and pulled down his mask. Even though he had thousands of words in his heart, when he spoke out, they only became one sentence. Lin, long time no see. Obito's body trembled and he muttered. Here comes the troublemaker. Kakashi pretended not to hear, while Lin ruffled Obito's hair and said in mock anger. Obito. Obito really had no temper in front of Lin. Lin just called his name and he felt his bones go soft. Madara snorted in disdain when she saw Obito's performance. What a loser. Lin patted Kakashi and Obito on the head like an elder and said softly. Well, we should go thank the Hokage-sama now. If it weren't for him, we don't know how long it would take before we could meet again. Obito and Kakashi immediately stood up obediently, each holding one of Lin's hands and walking in front of Chijia. Before the three of them could speak, he waved his hand and said. Okay, there's no need to say thank you. Don't you think it's a bit awkward? Two men over 1.8 meters tall were pulling a little girl who was less than 1.5 meters tall, and one of them was smiling like a pervert from time to time. Passers-by would have reported this to the police department if they saw this. Obito and Kakashi also knew this, and they looked at each other, seeing a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. He crossed his arms, shook his head helplessly, and said. Well, let me help you again. Chapter 384 Return to Pirates. Chijia used the power of age to slightly adjust Lin's physical age, so that she would not look so awkward standing next to Obito Kakashi. When Lin grew up, her upper body clothes instantly turned into belly-exposing ones, not to mention her original shorts. Obito's nose bled immediately when he saw it, and Kakashi also stared with his eyes wide open, until Lin kicked him, he came to his senses. Chijia considerately took out the green vest that Kagaya had bought earlier and gave it to Lin. There was no way, the dress was too ugly and Chijia didn't want Kagaya to wear it. But for Lin, this dress solved her urgent problem. She was a very conservative girl, but now she was dressed like a hot girl. How could she bear it? Advertisement. Only after putting on the vest that looked like a tortoise shell did Lin feel a little more secure. After doing all this, Kyunhee left the time to the three of them and went straight home. Kagaya had gotten up from the bed by now and was sitting on the sofa in the hall in a daze. As soon as Kyunhee entered the house, she immediately came to greet him. Compared to before, she was now more enthusiastic towards Kyunhee and wished she could stay by Kyunhee's side all the time. After spending some time with Kagaya, Kyunhee suddenly touched Kagaya's belly and asked. How are you feeling? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Kagaya had a happy smile on her face. She held Chijia's hand and said softly. Owner. Kyunhee smiled. Now Kagaya no longer looked so cold. There was a hint of maternal glow in her. With this child, Chijia has a bond with the Hokage, and he decides to stay here and wait for the child to be born. However, more than a year later, Kagaya's belly was only slightly bulging, with no sign of giving birth. Kyunhee was a little dumbfounded. Could this child be Neza? He had to stay in his mother's belly for another 3.5 years? It has been almost 2 years since Chijia returned to the Hokage world, and he kind of wants to go back to the pirates world to take a look. Xiaolulia and the others must be getting impatient. Anyway, Chijia has now lifted the restrictions on dimension travel, so he briefly explains it to Kaguya and asks if Kaguya is interested in going to the pirates world with him. Kaguya wanted to wait until the baby was born before going, but Chijia didn't force him. According to his estimation, the baby would have to wait at least 2 to 3 years, which was just enough time for him to visit his relatives. After saying hello to Minato and the others, Chijia opened the dimensional portal and headed to the pirates world. Advertisement. In the Holy Land of Marineford, Hancock and Xiaolulia are walking in a sea of flowers. This is the place that Kyanga left 2 years ago. It has now been marked as a forbidden area. Except for a few marine senior executives and Xiaolulia and others, no one is allowed to approach here. Xiaolulia picked a small red flower casually, but threw it away without even looking at it. Hancock couldn't help but say, "Xiaolulia, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so absent-minded?" Xiaolulia pouted and said in a muffled voice, "I miss Kyunhee. There has been no news for such a long time. Does he not want me anymore?" Speaking of Kyunhee, Hancock's heart was also filled with longing. She sighed softly and touched the hair on Xiaolulia's head. "Don't let your imagination run wild. How could Lord Kyunhee not want you? I think you're the one he loves the most." Hearing this, Xiaolulia's hair stood up, and she asked with surprise. Really?" Without waiting for Hancock's response, she withered again and muttered. "Impossible, Hancock, you're much prettier than me. I think Chijia likes you a little better." After saying that, she started talking to herself again while counting on her fingers. Khalifa has become the Secretary General, and there are also Jun, Anne, Robin. Oh. They are all so amazing. I don't know anything. The more Xiaolulia spoke, the more upset she felt, and soon she began to cry. Hancock looked at Xiaolulia helplessly, thinking, why did she tell herself that her defense was broken? She reached out and gently took Xiaolulia into her arms, just as she was about to comfort her, when suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. "I don't expect you, a fool, to know anything. Just be a good mascot." Hancock and Xiaolulia were startled at the same time, and they both looked in the direction where the sound came from. At the end of the sea of flowers, Kyunhee was standing there with his arms folded, looking at the two women with a smile on his face. The two girls rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and Xiaolulia asked in a trembling voice. "Advertisement. Chijia? Is that you? Don't you recognize me? I think you deserve to be punished again." Kyunhee stretched out his fist and shook it. After a brief moment of daze, Xiaolulia burst into tears. This scared Hancock, and she quickly patted Xiaolulia's back as if she was coaxing her own daughter. However, this did not stop Xiaolulia, but she cried even louder. In desperation, Hancock could only look to Kyunhee for help. Kyunhee appeared beside Hancock in a flash. He first helped Hancock smooth down her messy long hair that was messed up by Xiaolulia, and then he held Xiaolulia in his arms. After being hugged by Kyunhee, Xiaolulia's crying immediately became much quieter. She curled up in Kyunhee's arms like a kitten, sniffing hard. Kyunhee stretched out his hand and pinched her nose, teasingly. "Are you trying to smear your snot on my clothes? Humph! Who told you to be gone for so long? Do you know how much I miss you?" Xiaolulia paused for a moment, then buried her head in Kyunhee's arms and said nothing. Kyunhee didn't intend to let her go. He flicked Xiaolulia's head and asked. "What are you thinking? Tell me." Hancock covered his mouth and chuckled. Xiaolulia felt pain. She nudged her head in Kyunhee's arms and said in a muffled voice. "I miss you." A smile appeared on Kyunhee's lips. He gently held Xiaolulia's face and looked into her eyes. Xiaolulia stared at Kyunhee blankly and blurted out. "Kyunhee, why did your eyes turn golden? It's called the Tensagen, what? Do you like the previous Rinnegan?" "No. They're all your eyes anyway, either pair would be nice, but, this pair is better looking." Hancock nodded in agreement. In terms of appearance, the golden Tensagen was indeed better looking than the Rinnegan, like two little suns. If the merchants see this, they will start working again, but I don't know how they will create the golden light effects. Chapter 385 Reunion. The news of Kyunhee's return quickly spread throughout Marineford. Female soldiers training ground. Jun was watching a group of female soldiers training in front of him with a serious face, and he would scold them from time to time, making these female soldiers miserable. Suddenly, Anne trotted over to Jun in her high heels and whispered something in her ear. Amid the surprised gazes of the female soldiers, Jun's expression instantly changed from gloomy to bright, and he asked excitedly. "Advertisement. Chijia is back." Anne nodded vigorously, her pretty face flushed, looking very cute. However, in the eyes of these female soldiers, the two have never been seen as cute. The combination of Jun and Anne is well known as the devil in Marineford. Jun was so excited that she almost shouted, but she still suppressed her surging emotions. She tried to look calmer, turned around and said to the group of female soldiers, "Let's stop today's training. I'll give you half a day off." After saying that, Jun grabbed Anne's hand and ran away. Only a group of female soldiers were left looking at each other, and someone asked in confusion, "What happened to Momuzagi Vice Admiral today? I haven't seen her smile in a long time. Yet, she even gave us half a day off. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Never mind that for now, didn't you hear what Momuzagi Vice Admiral said? She said Chijia is back." Chijia? This name sounds familiar. Wait. Is this the king's name? Qianga's status in the pirates' world is too high. Ever since he became the king, his name has become a taboo and few people dare to call him by his name. It is understandable that these female soldiers did not react when they first heard it. Moreover, Chijia has disappeared for more than 2 years. During this period, not only has his influence not been diluted, but his image in people's minds has gradually become mythical. Many old Marines are proud to have met Chijia and can't wait to put this fact on their foreheads. This group of female soldiers had just joined the Marine for less than half a year. Due to their great talents, they were selected by Jun for personal training. Their knowledge of Chijia was only in the legend, and now that they learned that Chijia had returned, they were immediately furious. The king is back. Oh my god. This means we'll have a chance to meet the king himself. No wonder Momuzagi Vice Admiral is acting so abnormal, it turns out she went to see the king. I'm so envious. If I could say a word to the king, I would run 100 laps right now and I would be willing to do it. Advertisement. In the crowd, a blonde female soldier with a pair of white wings on her back lowered her head. Compared with the others, she seemed very quiet. Someone beside her patted her on the shoulder and said, "Conies. What are you daydreaming about? The king is back. Don't you want to see him?" Conies said a little awkwardly. "Yes, but with our status, are we qualified to see the king?" "Of course, haven't you heard about the relationship between Momuzagi Vice Admiral and the king? Don't worry, there will definitely be a chance." Conies nodded silently. Ever since Kyunhee left, the Tiandeo puppet he left behind had completely entered a dormant state. This made Conies very frightened. She thought Kyunhee was tired of her and cut off contact with her. He left such a deep impression on her that after the Tiandeo puppet went into hibernation, she still insisted on playing music in front of Tiandeo every day, hoping that he would wake up one day. This process was extremely painful for Conies. Her longing for Chijia grew day by day. Finally, she decided to go to Qinghai to join the Marine. She didn't mention anything about Chijia when she joined Marine. Of course, even if she did, it would be hard for anyone to believe her. Now that Kyunhee has suddenly returned, Conies is of course very happy, but also a little timid. She looked up at the tall golden statue of Kyunhee and murmured, "Brother Kyunhee, do you still remember me?" Inside the headquarters building, Khalifa, who was wearing a ponytail, hung up the den mushi. She pushed up her glasses, then pulled out her hairband, letting down her long golden hair that was like a waterfall. She threw down the documents on the table and walked out the door. As soon as she went out, she saw Robin leaning against the wall with his arms folded. Robin had an unconcealable smile on her face. She looked at Khalifa and said, "You know that too?" Khalifa nodded, a bright smile spread across her face, and said, "The boss is back, I want to see him." Advertisement. So, together. Walk. When the two returned to the palace, they found that they were the last two to arrive. Xiaolulia was hanging on Chijia and refused to get down. Hancock on the side smiled helplessly. Jun and Anne sat opposite Chijia, and no one knew what they were talking about. At this moment, Khalifa really envied Xiaolulia. She took a deep breath, but the sound she made still trembled a little. "Boss." He looked up at Khalifa and the other woman standing at the entrance of the hall, with a warm smile on his face, coupled with his bright golden eyes, making the two women look dazed. "Are you back? Come here." As soon as she finished speaking, Robin was still a little reserved, but Khalifa couldn't bear it anymore. She rushed directly to Kyunhee and sat on Kyunhee's lap very simply. This scene made Xiaolulia and others' eyelids twitch. In their impression, Khalifa has always been known for her competence and is an absolute career-oriented woman. Ever since Kyunhee left, Khalifa has devoted himself to work to kill time. In the past, when she was with Kyunhee, she would never do such intimate things in front of so many people, but now she doesn't care about it anymore, just take it first. After reacting, Xiaolulia immediately wanted to assert her sovereignty, but Khalifa's eyes suddenly flashed a pink light, and Xiaolulia's expression instantly became dull. She lay directly on Kyunhee's shoulder and didn't move. Kyunhee shook Xiaolulia and looked at Khalifa in surprise and asked, "Khalifa, is this the fruit ability you developed? Califa rested her head on Kyunhee's chest and said with her eyes closed. Well, it's just a simple charm. It won't hurt anyone. Well, as expected of a nine-tails fox, it makes sense for it to have this ability, but this skill. I've only used it on Xiaolulia, because she's sometimes too noisy and this can calm her down. Everyone else couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Everyone knew that Xiaolulia was a weakling in combat, but she was also a novice and playful person, and was often the target of teasing. Every time she got teased, she would shout. You guys can bully me all you want, but you'll be in trouble when Kyunhee comes back. Qianhee smiled after hearing this. He habitually touched the hair on Xiaolulia's head and said. I'd better get you a devil fruit to eat. Chapter 386 Black Emperor Rocks. The next day, Califa accompanied Kyunhee to stroll around Marine Ford. On the way, many Marines were stunned when they saw Kyunhee, and then they were extremely excited. Fortunately, most of them were soldiers and there was no crazy star-chasing situation. Kyunhee asked Califa about the current situation on the sea. In the ocean today, the Marine is the undisputed number one force, and can be said to be unique in its own right. The only ones left are the pirates, whose power is not as strong as before. Kyunhee was quite surprised by this. In his opinion, the Marine was so strong, how many pirates would dare to cause trouble? Advertisement. During the Summit War, even the four emperors were defeated by the Marines. Don't these people have any idea of what's happening? Califa explained this as follows. Boss, less than a year after you left, Blackbeard showed up again. He called himself Rocks and was very powerful. We sent people to encircle and suppress him several times but failed to catch him. Instead, he took the opportunity to increase his reputation and attracted a large number of pirates to follow him. Kyunhee frowned. Blackbeard was obviously dead, and even the dark fruit was absorbed by him. He was absolutely sure of this. He asked. Blackbeard? You mean the Blackbeard who defected from the Whitebeard pirates? Yes, he no longer uses this title now, and uses the Black Emperor instead. Black Emperor, hee. The golden light in Kyunhee's eyes flickered brighter and brighter, and he narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that after he left, there was still a fish that slipped through the net and was causing trouble in his territory. Qianhee didn't care whether this guy was called Teach or Rocks. If he could kill him once, he could kill him a second time. There was only one outcome for him, and that was death. Califa can be said to be one of the people who knows Kyunhee best. From Kyunhee's actions and words, she came to a conclusion, Rocks is already dead. She then described to Chijia the information she had gathered about Rocks. Boss, this Rocks has the ability to possess multiple devil fruits just like you. According to intelligence analysis, this should be related to the Paramecia Munch Munch fruit he has demonstrated. Chijia nodded. He knew that the Munch Munch fruit did have this function. Wapol had once eaten a user with the ability of the Munch Munch fruit and had actually used the ability of the Munch Munch fruit. Advertisement. As expected of someone who is familiar with the devil fruit encyclopedia, it is really remarkable that he can find such a substitute fruit after losing the dark fruit. Moreover, he must have swallowed a lot of good fruits afterwards, otherwise he would not have been able to escape from Marine's encirclement every time. Califa said that Rocks has an ability that seems to be teleportation, and the range of teleportation is very wide. Once, Kizuru searched the surrounding sea area but couldn't find the disappeared Rocks. In addition, Rocks has another ability that has been confirmed, which is Logia's marsh fruit. The power of this fruit in his hands is so amazing that it can be described as a natural disaster. Not to mention anything else, just these three abilities made Rocks go smoothly in the days without Chijia. Coupled with the decline of the four emperors, he naturally became the only emperor among the pirates. But now Kyunhee is back, which means his good days are over. Alabasta. Crocodile led a group of Baroque workshop members to stand outside the National Gate. They looked at the group of people opposite with serious eyes. The leader was a tall man in a black coat, and the person behind him was carrying a skull pirate's flag with a skull with a huge mouth on it. Crocodile took a long puff of his cigar and said in a deep voice. The deputy captain of Rock's pirate, Mori no Aramaki. Huangmu grinned, waved to Crocodile and said. You must be Crocodile, right? I didn't expect you to be so loyal, but you don't think you and the losers behind you can stop me, do you? There was obvious disdain in Aramaki's tone, and veins appeared on Crocodile's forehead, but he still endured it. He knew that the person in front of him did have the capital. He had heard of Huangmu's strength. This was someone who could compete with the Marine Admiral. All Crocodile can do now is to delay until the Marine reinforcements arrive. Before that, he will avoid taking action if possible. In the city. Cobra stood on the balcony, looking out of the city gate anxiously. Deng deng deng. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded from behind Cobra. It was his daughter Vivi. Advertisement. Vivi had grown into a graceful young lady. She ran to Cobra and shouted before she even had time to catch her breath. Dad. I've contacted Naval Headquarters. It was Sister Robin who answered the phone. She told me that Master Chijia is back. In recent years, Vivi often followed Cobra to the headquarters to attend meetings. Because of their connection in Alabasta, she became familiar with Robin. When Cobra heard that Chijia was back, a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. In the pirate's world, the name Chijia symbolizes absolute power. For Cobra, nothing was more reassuring than hearing that Chijia was back. Before he could be happy for a while, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. The father and daughter hurriedly leaned on the windowsill and looked out of the city gate. Seeing the scene outside the city gate, the two were stunned. I saw countless huge trees emerging from the sand and turning into fists to smash into the city wall. Huang Mu still took action, and there was no sign at all. Crocodile's expression changed, his arm instantly turned into sand, and he growled. Desert Diamond Sword. Swish. A wide blade of sand rushed towards the oncoming sea of trees, directly cutting a large number of trees in half. However, this did not stop the trees from rushing forward. They were endless, and Crocodile's previous attack did not have a significant effect. There was no other choice, so Crocodile had to use Sandstorm to create a massive sandstorm. According to common sense, sand should restrain trees because sand fruit can absorb the moisture of life, but the trees created by Huang Mu have extremely tenacious vitality and can move forward despite the invasion of sand. Crocodile clenched his teeth, and just as he was concentrating on resisting the sea of trees, a vine appeared silently behind him, and then turned into a sharp thorn with a dark luster flashing on the top. Derez's pupils shrank and he shouted. No. Boss. Puff. Crocodile shuddered as the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. He slowly turned his head and saw Derez being pierced by a tree thorn. Dalez. Chapter 387 Huang Mu's Death. A cruel smile appeared on Huang Mu's face. He clenched his hand, and the wooden thorn that pierced into Derez's body began to wriggle, greedily absorbing nutrients from his flesh. Derez's body also dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he let out a painful groan. Crocodile felt heartbroken when he heard Derez's groans. Among all his subordinates, Derez was the most loyal to him. He always completed the tasks assigned to him conscientiously and never had any complaints. Huang Mu enjoyed the pleasure of absorbing nutrients and said sarcastically. He's a really good subordinate, but he overestimates his own abilities. Advertisement. This sentence made Crocodile's anger reach its peak. He silently put the lifeless Derez on the ground, then turned around suddenly, staring at Huang Mu with red eyes. I'm going to kill you. Crocodile turned into a sandstorm and rushed out. Huang Mu smiled disdainfully and waved his hand. A large number of black vines emerged from the ground, forming a black curtain and pounced on the sandstorm. After a while, Crocodile was wrapped up, fell from the air, and rolled to Huang Mu's feet. Huang Mu stepped on him and continued to sneer. It seems that you, as the boss, are not that strong. But there is one thing I don't understand. Is it necessary for a pirate like you to go to such lengths for a country? UBD. The king will not let you go. King? You mean the king inside? Is he strong? No. The king I'm talking about is Marshal Zillan from that year. He's the one who asked me to stay here. When he comes back, you'll definitely die a miserable death. Huang Mu was silent for a while, then slowly spoke. You mean, Uchiha Chijia? Yes. Bang. Aramaki kicked Crocodile in the face and cursed. Don't mention this name to me, he is the one who destroyed my faith. His beliefs refer to the former world government, and he is a fanatical supporter of celestial dragons, but all of these were destroyed by Kyun Hee. Advertisement. Huang Mu was still not satisfied after the kick. He gasped and said in hatred. And Akainu, he is a complete traitor. I admired him so much before. He deserves to die just like that Uchiha Chijia. Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Huang Mu with a look of a lunatic, and said. You are the only one who wants to challenge the king? You are nothing but a clown. Your end will definitely be miserable. I am really looking forward to it. Ha 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 ha. Huang Mu's face was as gloomy as water, he gritted his teeth and said. You like to talk tough, don't you? Well, I'll see how long you can keep talking tough. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. As he said this, he created a wooden spike and walked towards Crocodile who was kicked away by him. The remaining members of Baroque Works could no longer bear it. Mr. 2 took the lead and rushed forward. Even Mr. 3, who was usually timid, plucked up the courage and followed Mr. 2 to rush towards Aramaki. However, the younger brothers brought by Huang Mu were not vegetarians either. They stopped the people from Baroque Works and a fight broke out between the two sides. Huang Mu had come to Crocodile's side. He licked the wooden thorn in his hand with his tongue and said with a smile. Next, you have to enjoy yourself. He raised the wooden thorn in his hand and was about to stab, but Crocodile was really tough. He didn't even close his eyes and just stared straight into Huang Mu's eyes. Don't want. Vivi in the city shouted loudly, and Cobra on the side had a heavy face. Crocodile's performance today was really touching, but there was nothing they could do because the opponent was too strong. Just when everyone was in despair, 2 beams of golden light fell from the sky, screams were heard, and an arm holding a wooden thorn flew out in a spin. Huang Mu stretched out his hand to cover the broken part of his arm, but as soon as his palm touched it, black smoke came out. If he had not retracted his hand quickly, the remaining palm would have been almost destroyed. The sudden scene caused the 2 sides who were fighting not far away to stop. They looked at Huang Mu, who had lost an arm, in confusion and had no idea what had just happened. Huang Mu was shaking with pain, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He thought to himself. Laser? Was it Marine Admiral Kizaru? That's not right. How could his attack hurt me, a fellow Logia? Although Crocodile on the ground didn't understand what was going on, he knew one thing, that is, Huang Mu suffered a great loss. He immediately seized the opportunity to taunt. Advertisement. What's wrong? How come you lost an arm in just a short while? Keep going. Aramaki resisted the urge to kill Crocodile and searched the surroundings to find who had attacked him. A cold voice sounded from behind him. Are you looking for me? What? All the hairs on Huang Mu's body stood up. He turned around suddenly, but before he could see the face of the person coming, 2 more golden lights burst out. His legs disappeared from the knees, and his whole body sank directly into the sand. As he knelt, Crocodile on the ground saw a face that he would never forget. He widened his eyes and said in a trembling voice. King, you're back. Huang Mu was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, but when he heard the word king, his body trembled. He just kept saying how much it hurt, but when the real person arrived in front of him, he didn't even dare to raise his head. It was not until now that he realized how huge the gap was. From beginning to end, he didn't even have a chance to fight back before he was cut into a stick. He didn't even look at Aramaki, he just snapped his fingers, and the black vines that trapped Crocodile instantly rotted. Crocodile stood up from the ground, but before he could express his gratitude, a voice not far away froze him in his place again. Boss. He turned his head stiffly, looking in disbelief at Derez who was jumping around there. Not only him, but everyone else was stunned when they saw this scene. A few people saw what happened to Derez just now. A grey Uzumaki appeared out of nowhere and wrapped Derez. After a while, he stood up from the ground, and the wounds on his body disappeared without a trace. While everyone was stunned, Huang Mu suddenly shouted. King, I was wrong. Please spare my life. This guy is a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong, so naturally he has no backbone at all. He didn't want to waste time talking to this kind of person. As soon as he thought about it, Huang Mu felt his body suddenly become empty, as if he had lost something important. Before he could realize what he had lost, several vines emerged from the ground and all wrapped around Huang Mu's body. When the vines dispersed, Huang Mu had turned into a dried corpse. Chapter 388 Baroque disbanded. He held a green pineapple-shaped fruit in his hand, with leaf patterns on it. It looked full of life just by looking at it. This was the Sen fruit of Huang Mu. He is now able to extract abilities remotely and no longer requires physical contact like before. After throwing the Sen fruit into the Menman space, he turned to look at Huang Mu's men. When Qianhe's gaze swept over them, the group of people became silent, not even daring to breathe. Qianhe asked calmly. Advertisement. Where is Rox now? The group of people looked at each other, and no one wanted to be the first to speak. Buzz. Golden rays burst out from Qianhe's eyes again, sweeping through the crowd like cutting wheat, and instantly dismembered half of the people. The rest of the people were so frightened that they stood there in a daze, and some even wet their pants. The smell of blood mixed with urine made Qianhe frown. His eyes flashed with golden light again. Seeing this scene, someone finally couldn't help it. A little guy with a mohawk shouted. Captain Rox went to Wano Kuni to find Kaido. As soon as he spoke, the others immediately began to agree. Qianhe nodded, then turned and walked directly towards Crocodile. Seeing Qianhe leave, the remaining people breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions sounded, and the bodies of these people suddenly exploded like fireworks. The blood mist formed was swept away by a hurricane that appeared out of nowhere, including the bodies that had been split in half. It was as if nothing had happened. The members of Baroque Works all swallowed their saliva. They looked at Chijia's back with awe in their eyes. There were still prints of Aramaki's shoes on Crocodile's face. He raised his hand to wipe them off, then bent down towards Chijia. This scene once again surprised everyone. Is this still the unruly Crocodile? In fact, the reason why he behaved so humbly was not only because of Qianhe's terrifying power, but the most important thing was that Qianhe once saved his life. Advertisement. Yes, that time when Tsutsuki Zero performed Infinite Tsukuyomi. Kyun-hee looked at Crocodile who was bending down in front of him and smiled, then said. You did a great job this time. This is a reward for you. As he spoke, Kyun-hee stretched out a finger and touched Crocodile's forehead, and a stream of golden energy entered Crocodile's body. As the energy entered his body, Crocodile's eyes suddenly widened. His body suddenly turned into sand uncontrollably, and several tornado-like sandstorms suddenly rose around him. He tried his best to regain his physical form and stopped the spread of the sandstorm. If he had been a step later, Alabasta would have been in trouble, and he would have been guarding in vain. Of course, with Chijia here, this kind of thing will definitely not happen. Crocodile has realized what is happening to him, and his sand fruit has awakened. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The awakening of Logia was much more difficult than that of other systems. He had worked hard for a long time, but until now he had not even touched the threshold. Otherwise, he would not have been suppressed like this by Aramaki, who was also a Logia. However, the awakening that he had been longing for so long finally came today simply by having Kyun-hee touch his forehead. He felt as if he was dreaming. Seeing Crocodile standing there for a long time without saying anything, Jian-hee reminded him. What? Haven't you adapted to it yet? Crocodile finally came back to his senses. He looked at Chijia intently. If you didn't know her, you would think he was in love with her from that look. Jian-hee couldn't stand it anymore, he took a half step back and said. You should get used to the power you just gained. I'll go to the royal city to take a look. Thank you so much, King. Before Kyun-hee could finish his words, Crocodile bowed deeply. This time his head almost touched his thighs. It must be said that his body flexibility was quite good. Jian-hee waved his hand and said. This is what you deserve. By the way, you are free now. You can go wherever you want in the future. After saying that, Kyun-hee disappeared in a flash. He didn't stand up until the people from Baroque Works walked up to Crocodile. Derez hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Advertisement. Boss, are we leaving here? Long periods of comfort can really wear down one's fighting spirit. During this period in Alabasta, this group of people enjoyed VIP treatment, and the royal family provided them with good food and drink. In addition, they stayed in Alabasta as guardians and were loved by the people, which made them feel an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. So if they were to leave now, they would be a little reluctant. Especially Ms. Zhuang's Haifa and Ms. Golden Week, one of them opened a bar and enjoyed it very much, while the other one became a famous painter in Alabasta. The other members also have their own careers and they have integrated perfectly. Including Crocodile himself, he is now the head of Alabasta's Royal Guard. At first, he was quite disdainful of this position, but as time went on, he also lost himself in the respectful captain. He took out a cigar from his trouser pocket and lit it. In the smoke, he looked at his men and asked. Do you still want to go out to sea? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know that their boss had become a worthless person without any dreams. Finally, the little girl named Ms. Huang Jianzhou mustered up the courage to say. Boss, I don't want to leave. I like this place better than the sea. Crocodile looked up at her, and Golden Week shrank his head, not daring to look his boss in the eye. Her partner, Mr. 3, also known as Brother San, stood up and agreed. Boss, I want to stay here with Marianu. Like Golden Week, he is now considered an artist. After all, who can make wax figures better than him? Others also expressed their opinions. Except for Mr. 1, everyone else, without exception, said they did not want to leave. After they expressed their opinions, they all looked at Crocodile nervously, fearing that he would get angry. In fact, if Crocodile insisted on taking them away, they would still choose to listen to their boss. But what they didn't expect was that Crocodile suddenly laughed. This actually scared Golden Week and the others. They had been following Crocodile for quite some time, but the number of times he laughed could be counted on one hand. Just when they thought Crocodile was angry, he blew out a smoke ring and said lightly. Since you guys are not leaving, then I won't leave either. Chapter 389 Rocks vs Kaido. Inside the castle. Kyun-hee suddenly appeared in the hall just like last time. Chigaya adults. When Vivi saw Kyun-hee, she was so excited that she rushed over, but was held tightly by Cobra. He scolded her. Vivi. Stop being rude. Advertisement. After saying that, Cobra pulled Vivi down to his knees and bowed deeply to Jian-hee. In front of the real king, these so-called kings are no different from ordinary people and they have to kneel. Vivi struggled and didn't want to kneel. It wasn't that she didn't respect Chijia, but she felt that once she knelt, there would be an insurmountable gap between her and Chijia. Fortunately, Kyun-hee was not prepared to ask the father and daughter to really kneel down. He didn't like others kneeling down to him at every turn. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force lifted up the father and daughter. Jian-hee waved his hand and said. Okay, you don't have to kneel when you see me from now on. Before Cobra could speak, Vivi shouted. Master Chijia is the best. After saying that, Vivi broke away from Cobra's hand and ran over. She took Chijia's arm and leaned against him. This bold move made Cobra's eyelids twitch. As a king, no matter how humble he was, he couldn't avoid the concept of hierarchy. He was really afraid that Vivi's move would offend Chai-He. Kyun-Hee naturally wouldn't be disgusted by Vivi. Who would refuse the closeness of a beautiful girl? He touched Vivi's long blue hair and said with a smile. You are becoming more and more beautiful. I look forward to the day when you become the queen. Vivi rubbed her head on Kyun-Hee's arm and muttered. I don't want to be a queen. You are your father's only child. If you don't become the queen, who will? Then let him have another child. I think. Two blushes suddenly appeared on Vivi's face, she pursed her lips and stopped talking. Kyun-Hee asked curiously. Advertisement. What you up to? I won't tell you, but I will definitely work hard for this goal. Okay, then I'll wait and see. Vivi clenched her fists, her face looking determined. Cobra seemed to have guessed Vivi's thoughts. The corners of his mouth twitched and he thought. That's a really ambitious goal. Kyun-Hee chatted with Vivi for a while, and then finally remembered that there was a king and father standing there, staring at the two of them. He looked at Cobra and asked. Do you know why Rock's pirate came this time? Speaking of business, Cobra's face immediately became serious. He nodded and said in a deep voice. Wang, they sent someone here before, saying they wanted to see the historical text. I told them that it was gone, and this time they must be trying to take the historical text by force. I see, it seems like Rox has taken a fancy to Pluton. Pluton? Is that the ancient weapon that Chijia-sama is talking about? Well, Rox is really a thief who is still not dead. Do you want to conquer the world with an outdated weapon? Haha. Chien-Hee smiled disdainfully. Forget about Pluton. Even if it was Uranus from Im? Wouldn't it be destroyed by him? And he also knew the whereabouts of Pluton, most likely in Wano-kuni. It was such a coincidence that Rox happened to be going to Wano-kuni when he went to see Kaido this time. Of course, Rox definitely didn't know where Pluton was, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Huang Mu to Alabasta to get the historical text. It goes without saying that the purpose of his going to find Kaido was nothing more than wanting to recruit this former subordinate. After all, he once had a whole ship of SSRs, but they were almost all wiped out by Chijia. Now Kaido is almost the only one left. But given Kaido's personality, he probably won't pay any attention to his former captain. If the talks fail, he will probably have to treat the rocks to a thunderous 8 trigrams. At this time, Ghost Island. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom. Advertisement. Rocks, wearing Blackbeard's skin, blocked Kaido's mace with one arm and said in a deep voice. Kaido, what do you mean? Is this how you treat your former captain? Kaido grinned and said. My captain? You mean Rocks? No, he doesn't look like you. As he spoke, the muscles in his arms bulged, red and black lightning burst out from the mace, and Rock's feet sank directly into the ground. Rocks was finally enraged. He shouted loudly and directly knocked Kaido away. Kaido fell back to the ground, and with a thought, he entered the state of half-dragon flower. His expression became serious, and he said. I don't care if you're Rocks or Teach, if you want me to go out with you and mess around, forget it. Rocks raised his eyebrows, put his hands on the ground and said. You said I was messing around? It seems you have forgotten who you used to be. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground of the entire Onigashima island instantly turned into a swamp, and Kaido's body began to sink. He frowned, and a burst of energy burst out of his body, trying to push away the disgusting mud. However, this swamp was too deep, and the strong wind generated by the momentum alone was far from enough. Kaido had to completely transform into a beast, turning into a huge blue dragon and soaring into the sky. Rox stopped using his abilities upon seeing this. After all, there were more than just the beast's pirates on Onigashima now. His own subordinates were also there, and they were recruited by him with great effort. You have to know that the world is not as good as it used to be. There are fewer and fewer people who want to be pirates. It is not easy for him to recruit these subordinates, so he can't just waste them. He looked up at Kaido who was perched high in the sky, a smile forming on his lips. Kaido, do you think I can't do anything to you if you fly into the sky? After he finished speaking, in front of Kaido's shocked gaze, green flames ignited on his body, and he instantly turned into a giant green bird, flying straight towards Kaido in the sky. Kaido couldn't hold it anymore and exclaimed. Is this the power of the phoenix fruit? You killed Marco. He, I didn't kill him, he's still in my stomach. I see. This is the ability of your munch fruit, right? That's right, Marco is really stupid. He still can't forget about Newgate even though he's dead. I can't help it. I can only ask him to reflect on it in my stomach. At this point, Rock's bird eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He stared at Kaido and said. The same goes for you. Since you are so ungrateful, the azure dragon fruit is wasted on you. I will take this fruit back now. This is so disgusting. Get out of Lao Zi's territory. Chapter 390 Kaido in Danger. Rox and Kaido fought in the sky in beast form, but there was still a certain gap between the phoenix fruit and the blue dragon fruit in terms of combat. If it weren't for Rock's own strong physical ability, it would have been difficult for the two to fight to this extent. Boom! The dragon's breath collided with the blue flames, shattering all the dark clouds above Kid, revealing the two giant monsters inside. Rox folded his wings and shot his entire body towards Kaido like a sword, but Kaido was not at all afraid. He wrapped his dragon horns around Conqueror's and collided with Rock's beak. For a moment, red and black lightning raged out, causing huge waves in the surrounding sea. Advertisement. The collision ended, and Rox returned to human form and fell downwards. You can see that his mouth is red and swollen, and looks like two sausages. The damage caused by Conquerors is difficult to recover in a short period of time even with the phoenix fruit. Kaido also stopped transforming into a beast, and a huge bump appeared on his forehead, which looked much more serious than Rox. Rox calmed down a little and spoke slowly. Kaido, I have to admit that you have made great progress over the years. No wonder you rejected me every time I sent someone to look for you. Kaido snorted coldly and said. Don't think of me as the new guy I was before. I am now the world's best. Kaido of the beasts. Kaido forced himself to hold back the word strong. There was no other way. With Chijia around, no one in the world dared to call themselves the strongest. Rox also noticed this, but he did not laugh at Kaido, because he was just as afraid of Chijia as Kaido. If he hadn't suddenly disappeared inexplicably, he wouldn't have dared to be so active on the sea in these years. Rox shook his head, stared at Kaido and asked. I'll ask you again, do you want to follow me and conquer the world? Advertisement. Kaido smiled disdainfully and said sarcastically. Conquer the world? This world belongs to that man. How many rounds do you think you can survive from him? Humph, I'm certainly no match for him now, but I have the teleportation fruit. Even if he comes back, I can escape as many times as I want. Plus with the munch fruit, it's still unknown who will be stronger in the future. Ha ha ha. You're not so naive as to think that his strength is only due to the so-called devil fruit, right? Did you know that there are eyes called Rinnegan? Kaido felt a little nervous when he thought of that pair of eyes. They were something that shouldn't exist in this world. Rox also fell silent. He had consulted countless materials during this period, but he still knew nothing about the Rinnegan. He only knew the abilities demonstrated by Chijia. And the thing he coveted the most was the Rinnegan. He even thought that if he devoured Chijia, wouldn't he also be able to possess the Rinnegan? Of course, he was just thinking about it. If he were to meet Chijia now, he would definitely use the teleportation fruit to run away without even a second thought. The two of them fell into silence because of Kyunhee. After a long while, Rox raised his head and spoke. Anyway, Uchiha Chijia has been gone for over 2 years. If we don't strengthen the pirates while he's away, we won't have another chance when he comes back. So why do you insist on strengthening the pirates? Isn't the world good now? The celestial dragons are all dead, and the new world government seems to be much stronger than the previous one. Is there any need for the pirates to exist? Rox was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't imagine that these words came out of Kaido's mouth. He said in disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? If pirates don't exist, then what are you? Me? I am now the king of Wano Kuni recognized by the world government. As for pirates, whoever wants to be one can be one. Nani? Since when did Wano Kuni have a king? Tisk, you country bumpkin, go ahead and play your pirates game. But I have to advise you that being a pirate is a dead end. If you really love the sea, why not register for an explorer qualification? That way you can be a legal pirate, ha 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 ha. Rock's face turned green with anger at Kaido. He stomped his foot hard, and the ground under Kaido's feet turned into a swamp again. A big mouth emerged from the swamp, and it seemed that it was about to swallow Kaido. Advertisement. Although Kaido looked a little careless, he was always on guard against rocks in his heart. The moment Big Mouth appeared, he swung his mace and smashed it down hard, smashing Big Mouth into flying mud. But then countless mud mouths rushed towards Kaido. Kaido shouted loudly and spun his mace in circles on the spot, forming a hurricane with lightning around him, which blew away all the attacking mud mouths. Rox took this opportunity and used a conquerors to hit Kaido from a distance. Kaido was caught off guard and paused for a moment, then his big mud mouth immediately swallowed him up. However, Kaido's physical strength was indeed very strong, and it was difficult to restrain him with mud alone. He broke free from it after a while. The moment he broke free, Rox, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over immediately. His mouth opened on the way, looking like a black hole. Kaido, who had just escaped from the mud, had no time to rest before he faced Rock's again. He pressed Rock's big mouth with both hands, veins on his neck bulged, and it was obvious that he had used all his strength. Although Rox opened his mouth, it did not affect his ability to make sounds. Haha, Kaido, this is what happens when you don't know how to appreciate a favor. Give up. No matter how strong you are, you can't resist the power of the Munch Munch fruit. The bite force enhanced by Munch Munch fruit is really not to be underestimated. Kaido almost used all his sucking strength, but it could only slightly slow down the speed of closing his big mouth. Yin, who was fighting with other members of Rock's pirate in the distance, became anxious when he saw this scene. He wanted to rush over to help Kaido, but was blocked by a bald dwarf holding a silver giant axe. The bald dwarf grinned and said sinisterly, "Where do you want to go?" Yin cursed inwardly. He learned from Kaido that this man was also a crew member of the Rock's pirate back then, known as Silver Axe. The strong man who was fighting with the other two disasters over there was called Akoku. Both of them were very difficult to deal with, so they couldn't support Kaido in the first time. The situation on Kaido's side is getting worse. He is already in a half-squatting position. If he continues like this, he will soon be completely swallowed by Rox. Rox was already grinning smugly. He. The blue dragon fruit is mine. Chapter 391 Rox runs away. Just when Rox was getting a little carried away, a voice suddenly sounded. Don't insult Qinglong when you're like this. What? Rox was stunned for a moment, and the next second, his waist was pierced by a golden light, and Kaido took the opportunity to run out. The first thing Kaido did when he came out was not to attack Rox, but to suddenly look up at the sky. Advertisement. Because the voice just now was so familiar to him, he looked up and saw Kyunhee standing in the sky. Seeing Kyunhee, Kaido's rough face showed a not-so-ugly smile, and he said, "You are finally back, King." Rox fell directly to the ground, with a horrible big hole on his waist. If he wasn't fat enough, a normal person's body would have been cut in half by now. He wanted to use the blue flame to recover from his injuries, but this time the blue flame had no healing effect at all. This made him dumbfounded. You know, even if Qingyan was injured by Conqueror's entanglement, he could still recover, but the recovery speed was a bit slow. Rox struggled to get up from the ground. He followed Kaido and looked up at the sky. When he saw Shigia, his eyes widened instantly. Without any hesitation, he decisively chose to use the ability of the teleportation fruit, and his figure disappeared directly on the spot. It was so quick and neat that everyone present was stunned. Even Kyunhee had to give a thumbs up to this guy for his reaction speed. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Those who knew they couldn't win but still stood there talking nonsense would have died long ago without leaving any trace. As soon as Rox escaped, his subordinates instantly became clowns. Shijia's name was known to everyone in the entire pirates' world. The minions were so scared that their legs went weak and they fell to their knees. Only Akoku and Silver Axe, these two idiots seemed to want to fight back. They even wanted to take advantage of the moment when Yin and the others were distracted to launch a sneak attack. As a result, they were blasted away by Kyunhee's glare and completely turned into dust of the old era. The death of two warriors who were even stronger than the Vice-Emperor level was a great shock to Jin and the others. They stared blankly at the two blood mists that had not yet dissipated, muttering, "Is this the power of the king?" Retracting her gaze, Kyunhee looked at Kaido and said with a smile, "It's a bit embarrassing. I almost got into someone's stomach." If someone else dared to mock Kaido like this, he would definitely hit them with a stick without saying a word, but facing Shigia, Kaido just scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Advertisement. His fruit is a bit weird. If you are not careful, you will be harmed." Seeing Kaido's performance, the Beast's Pirates members were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Yin swallowed his saliva. He was the person who had followed Kaido for the longest time, but this was the first time he had seen Kaido like this. Kaido himself didn't feel ashamed at all. If there was one person in this world who could make him truly feel in awe from the bottom of his heart, it would definitely be Shigia. Only Shigia could make him willingly call her king, something that even Roger, who was previously recognized as the king of pirates, could not do. So in front of Shigia, Kaido really becomes much cuter. Kyunhee was touched by Kaido's action. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "I heard that you are now the king of Wano Kuni? Isn't this a bit condescending for you? It's okay. Pirates are having a hard time these days. There are almost no people like me who own a country as their territory. Oh, and by the way, I'm not a pirate anymore. Haha, don't be so nervous, relax a little, I still like your arrogant look before." Kaido was also honest. He immediately put the mace on his shoulder after hearing this and asked with his head raised, "How do you think about this?" "Okay, very good." Kaido showed a hint of hesitation on his face, and he spoke tentatively. "Wang, aren't you going to chase Rox? If you leave that guy alone, he'll become a big threat sooner or later." Qianhe's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said lightly. Don't worry, let him run for a while. Rox teleported several times before returning to his old nest, Beehive Island. His teleportation is similar to that of Flying Thunder God, and he can teleport to places he has marked, but the distance is still limited, otherwise he wouldn't need to teleport several times. This was originally Akoko's territory. After Akoko was conquered, this land naturally became Rox's. He plopped down on the sofa, and a beautiful woman immediately brought him drinks and food, including a stack of Sakura peach pies. Advertisement. Influenced by the original owner of this body, Teach, Rox also fell in love with this taste. He grabbed a piece of Sakura peach pie, threw it into his mouth and started chewing it. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Rox gulped down half a bottle of wine before he calmed down the wildly beating heart in his chest. A flattering smile appeared on the beauty's face, and she leaned over Rox and drew circles on his belly with her fingers. Rox closed his eyes and enjoyed it. After a while, he suddenly said. Alvida, is Aramaki back? Alvida shook his head and said. Lord Aramaki has gone to Arabas in compliance with your orders. Then contact him quickly. Ask him to come back immediately. Rox pushed Alvida away in annoyance, and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. But Alvida didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction towards Rox, because she had seen with her own eyes Rox eat a living person in one bite. She obediently took out a den mushi from her bosom and made a call, but after waiting for a long time, the den mushi still didn't respond at all. Rox's face darkened. In the past he would not have cared about this situation. He knew Aramaki's strength. He was not at all inferior to Marine Admiral even if he met him. He might not have answered the den mushi because it was too late. But now it's different, Chijia is back, and he also has spatial abilities. If Alabasta asks the headquarters for help, he will most likely be the one to rush over. It is easy to imagine what happened to Huangmu after he treated Shang Qunhe. I'm afraid the grass on his grave is about to grow. However, what he didn't know was that when Qunhe appeared in front of him, Aramaki had just died not long ago. The more Rox thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He suddenly stood up from the sofa and muttered. No, this place is not safe anymore, I have to move quickly. Alvida behind him suddenly pointed at him with a dull expression and said. Lord Rox, behind you. A hand suddenly rested on Rox's shoulder. He trembled all over and slowly turned his head to see Qunhe's smiling face. Where do you want to go again? Chapter 392 Death of Rox. The moment Rox saw Qunhe, he wanted to use his teleportation ability to escape, but then he was horrified to find that his ability was ineffective. Chijia casually tossed a round, purple devil fruit with a jagged pattern on it, which was Rox's munch fruit. Rox looked at the munch fruit in Qunhe's hand with an expression of disbelief. Suddenly, he knelt down holding his stomach. After a bout of dry heaving, several living people miraculously spurted out of his mouth. These people were all the demon fruit powers that he had devoured, starting with Dalton and ending with Marco. Several people were in a coma. Although they would not die after being swallowed by the munch fruit, it would definitely be an uncomfortable feeling. Advertisement. Rox gasped for air. He looked up at Qunhe and spoke weakly. When did my devil fruit get taken away from me? Qunhe looked at the fruit ability users lying on the ground and ignored Rox for the time being. These people with special abilities are all familiar faces to him. The original owner of the teleportation fruit should be Van Oka, but he was killed by Chijia early on. Now its owner is Crib, Caribou's silly brother. When Rox met these two brothers, he really won the jackpot. It was a buy one get one free deal. Both the marsh fruit and the teleport fruit were top quality. It can be said that Rox got rich in one go. Qunhe only took a glance at the human trafficking brothers Caribou, and the two were blown into two balls of blood mist while unconscious. All of their fruits were collected by Qunhe into the Menman space. Rox watched Qunhe reap the fruits of his hard work, and his heart bleed. Alvida, who was standing by, was already scared silly. She suddenly screamed, turned around and ran out the door. However, before she could run 2 steps, Qunhe sucked her back and strangled her neck. Qianhe had a playful smile on his face. He looked at Alvida's frightened face and said lightly. Alvida, you have some skills. You are doing well in Rox Pirate. I heard that you once publicly stated that you want to kill Hancock yourself. Alvida shook his head like a rattle and shouted. No, no, no. You remembered it wrongly, King. I never thought of killing the Empress. It was Rox. He was the one who wanted to get the Empress's fruit. I was just his messenger. Rox scowled. It was clearly this guy who instigated him to capture the Empress. Alvida always thought that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, so she was naturally extremely jealous of Hancock, who was known as the world's most beautiful woman. But he didn't argue and just let Alvida frantically blame him. Chijia was already getting a little impatient. Although the Alvida in her hand looked quite beautiful, Chijia knew what it originally looked like. Advertisement. With the thought, Alvida's slippery fruit was directly extracted, and her appearance changed accordingly, returning to her original appearance, a fat woman with a face full of flesh, and a body that was no less than rocks. Alvida let out a rough cry as he felt the changes in his body. No. Vomit. Rox vomited again, this time he vomited the sakura peach pie he had just eaten. Kyunhee looked at Rox in surprise, not knowing why he had such a big reaction. Rox's face turned green. Looking at Alvida's current appearance, he remembered some things that happened between them and he couldn't hold it back anymore. To be honest, he now wished he could kill Alvida with his own hands. Alvida was still struggling desperately in Chijia's hands. After she returned to her original appearance, her neck became thicker, and it was difficult for Chijia to strangle her with one hand. So Kyunhee exerted a little force on his hands, and Alvida's neck tilted and he died instantly. Throwing the body aside, Kyunhee walked to Rox, looked down at him and said, "We are all old-timers, what are you doing here?" Rox lowered his head and asked, "Where is Huangmu now?" "You ask him? Don't worry, you'll be able to see him soon." "So he died in your hands? You were really quick, go to hell." Rox suddenly jumped up and threw a fist wrapped around Conqueror's fist straight at Kyunhee's face. Boom! The powerful punch burst out, and dense cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. It seemed that the house was about to collapse. Rox stared blankly at his fist that stopped on Kyunhee's forehead, muttering, "Are you, still human?" Advertisement. Chienhee smiled slightly and said, "That's a good punch, but the power is a little lacking. Try mine." After saying that, Kyunhee delivered a very unpretentious punch to Rox's stomach. Puff! Rox's eyes suddenly widened, he looked down at the fist that pierced his abdomen, blood foaming from his mouth. He could feel that his internal organs had been completely shattered. No matter how special Blackbeard's body was, he was powerless to revolving heaven. A sad smile appeared on his face, and he slowly spoke. "I didn't expect, Rox, would actually." Before he could finish, Chienhee pulled out his fist, and the blood on it evaporated instantly. He said calmly, "You're about to die, yet you're still talking so much nonsense." Thump! Rox's eyes turned grey, he knelt in front of Kyunhee, and then suddenly fell to the ground. Chienhee didn't even look at the body. He turned and walked to Marco, kicked him with his foot, and said, "Get up when you wake up." Marco's body trembled, and then he slowly got up from the ground. After all, he is the user of the phoenix fruit. He had already woken up when Chijia killed Alvida just now. However, his mind was still a little confused after waking up, so he had to lie on the ground and observe the situation. However, things developed so quickly that he didn't expect that the monster like Rox would be solved by Kyunhee in just one round. Marco looked at Kyunhee, the enemy who killed his father, with a complicated expression. Logically, he should have a bloody fight with Kyanga and then reunite with Whitebeard. But this would also go against Whitebeard's last wish. In this respect, Marco is definitely much stronger than Ace in the original time and space. And including the time with infinite Tsukuyomi, this was the second time Chijia had saved him. If Kyunhee wanted to kill him, he would have turned into dust in the air just like the two Caribou brothers. Chapter 393 Slippery Fruit. Kyunhee glanced at Marco, who pointed at Dalton on the ground and said, "Take this guy and leave quickly, it will be too late if we are any later." Marco was stunned for a moment, then he nodded subconsciously, then carried Dalton on his back, transformed into a beast and flew out. Kyunhee appeared in the sky above Honeycomb Island in a flash. There are still many Rox pirate members on the island, and many of them don't know what happened because the battle just now didn't make much noise. Advertisement. Chienhee opened his eyes slightly, and a golden light flashed across. The next second, the entire Beehive Island exploded, and the pirates on the island disappeared completely. Marco, who had just flown a short distance, was shaken by the aftermath of the explosion. He turned his head to look at the Honeycomb Island, but there was nothing there except the surging sea water. Not even a piece of the Honeycomb Island was left. He swallowed, steadied Dalton on his body, and then flew towards Wano-kuni. From then on, he decided to be a doctor in Wano-kuni, curing illnesses and saving lives for the rest of his life. Holy Land Marine Ford. Kyunhee placed a round devil fruit in front of Xiaolulia. The surface of the fruit was very smooth and could even reflect Xiaolulia's face. She curiously poked the devil fruit in Kyunhee's hand with her finger and asked, "Kyunhee, what kind of fruit is this? It's so round." Chienhee smiled and said, "This is the slippery fruit. If you eat it, you will become very beautiful and you won't be afraid of getting beaten." When Xiaolulia heard that she could become beautiful, she was immediately overjoyed. In fact, she was already quite beautiful. But which woman would resist the temptation of becoming beautiful? Hancock, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a moment when she heard the slippery fruit. She asked, "Master Chijia, the previous owner of this fruit was that Alvida, right?" "Well, I've already killed Rock's pirate. Didn't this Alvida threaten to capture you before? I took care of her as well. Hearing this, Hancock had a sweet smile on her face. She hugged Qianhe's arm and said softly, Master Chica. Xiaolulia was immediately unhappy when she saw this scene. She shouted, Hey, hey, hey! Can you please look at me first? I want to eat the devil fruit. Advertisement. Qianhe glanced at her and said, Eat it. It's originally given to you. What? Do you want me to peel it for you? It's not impossible. Qianhe narrowed his eyes. Xiaolulia was startled and immediately reached out to grab the fruit. However, her hand slipped and she couldn't catch it after trying for a long time. There was really no other way, so Xiaolulia could only stare at Qianhe with her big eyes, looking for help. Hancock covered his mouth and chuckled, while Qianhe shook his head helplessly. He looked at the slippery fruit, then looked at Xiaolulia and said, All right. Ah. Xiaolulia was confused, while Hancock looked at her in surprise and said, Xalulia, you. Xiaolulia hurriedly touched her face and asked anxiously, What's wrong? Is there any change in me? An expression of admiration appeared on Qianhe's face. He waved his hand and a water mirror appeared in front of Xiaolulia. Through the water mirror, Xiaolulia saw what she looked like now. Her skin looks so white and tender that even a newborn baby's skin can hardly compare to hers. Her figure has also changed, and even the loose pajamas can't hide her perfect curves after being modified. You know, even Alvida can be transformed into a beauty, let alone Xiaolulia, who already has a good foundation. The effect brought by the slippery fruit can only be described as icing on the cake. Xiaolulia turned around in front of the mirror, then threw herself into Qianhe's arms and shouted happily. Chijia, you're the best. I'm very satisfied with this fruit. Hancock reached out and poked Xiaolulia's face, exclaiming. It's so smooth. Xiaolulia raised her little face and pouted, the meaning was self-evident. Qianhe smiled, bent down and kissed her. The touch was indeed very wonderful. No wonder Rox kept Alvida by his side all day. Xiaolulia giggled and was in a good mood. She got up from Qianhe's arms and tested her fruit ability in the hall. Advertisement. Now her feet seemed to have built-in skates, and she was sliding around on the hall floor, having a lot of fun. Chijia and Hancock sat on the sofa and watched Xiaolulia's performance with smiles on their faces. They looked like a couple watching their own children play. Just then, Jun walked in. Xiaolulia slammed on the brakes, but her feet were too slippery and she ended up headbutting Jun's arms. This scared Jun. Everyone knew that Xiaolulia was a notorious weakling. The collision just now was not light. She must not be hurt. Jun hurriedly held up Xiaolulia's face and looked at it carefully. Xiaolulia was giggling foolishly. As the user of the slippery fruit, she would not be easily injured, especially this kind of physical damage. Jun had no idea about this, she quickly looked up at Chijia and said. Qianhe, come over here and take a look. Is Xiaolulia not stupid? Chijia flashed and appeared next to Jun. He knocked Xiaolulia's head unhappily, causing the latter to cry out in pain and hold her head. Xiaolulia looked at Qianhe in disbelief and said. Why does it still hurt so much? Has my fruit ability lost its effect? Fruit ability? Jun was stunned for a moment, and Chijia explained the situation to her. After hearing that Xiaolulia had eaten the slippery fruit, Jun couldn't help but touch Xiaolulia's skin and made the same sigh as Hancock. So slippery. Qianhe touched Xiaolulia's head again and commented. You are indeed very slippery. I might as well call you Little Slippery from now on. Xiaolulia immediately stretched out her white and tender little fist and shook it, protesting. No. What little rascal? That's too ugly. Qianhe chose to ignore it directly. He looked at Jun and asked. Why did you come back so early today? Jun responded. I heard that you were back. The female soldiers I led were clamoring to see you all day long, so I took the opportunity to motivate them to train well. The effect was indeed good, so I was ready to fulfill my promise. What do you think? Do you want to come with me, my king? As he spoke, Jun took Chijia's arm and a charming smile appeared on his face. It wouldn't be too much to take this opportunity to show off a bit, right? Chapter 394, Meeting Conies Again. There are already dozens of female students waiting at the training ground. I don't know if Jun considers appearance as a criterion when selecting people, but there is almost no ugly female student among this group of students. Moreover, after training for so long, there is no sign of tanning on their skin. They stand there in a heroic manner, and the main feature is that they are pleasing to the eye. However, even among a group of beauties, Conies' appearance is one of the best, and with the pair of white wings behind her, it is hard to ignore her. At this moment, her expression looked very nervous, but there was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Advertisement. After a short wait, Jun brought Chijia here. As soon as they saw Qianhe, these female students immediately became agitated. You have to know that most of them joined the army because of Kyunhee, so how could they not be excited when they saw Kyunhee in person? Chagaya adults. All the female students shouted in unison, only Konis hesitated for a moment, she murmured in a low voice. Brother Chijia. Kyunhee's perception was very sharp. When he heard the voice of Brother Kyunhee, he was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Konis in the crowd at a glance. Meeting Chijia's gaze, Konis's face showed a hint of joy, but when she saw Jun beside Chijia, she quickly lowered her head. However, not only Chijia, but even Jun noticed her little action. Jun gently touched Chijia's waist with his arm and whispered. Do you know the female student with wings on her back? He did not shy away from it, nodded and said. Yes, she is Konis and she is from Sky Island. Then, Chijia briefly told Jun what happened on Sky Island. After listening, she looked at Chijia with a strange look and said. You really have me fascinated by you. You came all the way here to join the marine. He smiled helplessly. He then remembered that as soon as he left, the Tiandao puppet went directly into standby mode, which meant that it suddenly lost contact with Konis. Under such circumstances, she still wants to come and participate in marine, so the meaning is indeed very clear. Good luck in love, good luck in love. Advertisement. Kyunhee sighed, then walked towards Konis in full view of everyone. The students around Konis suddenly became excited, imagining that Chijia was walking towards them. However, Kyunhee walked straight to Konis, a warm smile appeared on his face, and he said. Long time no see, Konis. Konis didn't expect that Kyunhee would actually come to her directly in front of so many people. For a moment, endless joy mixed with a little grievance surged into her heart, and she was stunned where she was. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her, saying. What's wrong? Are you angry about my sudden loss of contact for the past 2 years? No. Konis woke up immediately. Chijia destroyed Enel and left a puppet to guard Sky Island. This was a great favor. How could she be angry about such a thing? She hastened to explain. Brother Kyunhee, I'm just a little too excited, At this point, Konis paused for a moment, then she mustered up her courage and said. I missed you so much. The other students were already stunned. My goodness, a person with connections is actually right next to me? No one would have thought that this usually quiet Sky Island girl would have a relationship with the king, and judging from the looks of it, the relationship is quite strong. Then why are you here as a student? If you enter the marine with this relationship, you must be a major at least. Jun came over and asked. Konis, why don't you ever say that you know the king? Konis blushed and stammered. I'm afraid that others won't believe me if I tell them, and besides, Brother Kyunhee is already the king, and I don't think I'm qualified. He interrupted her directly. There's no such thing as qualifications. You can come see me anytime you want, idiot. Advertisement. The word idiot made Konis' sense of distance disappear a lot. She finally raised her head and looked into Kyunhee's eyes, and said softly. Thank you, Chijia Nii. He smiled, and he leaned over to Konis' ear and whispered. When you're done, just come directly to my place. Konis blushed even more, but she still nodded heavily, her big eyes full of anticipation. After all, Kyunhee came here to comfort the students, and he couldn't always focus on Konis. He appeared on the platform in a flash and took out 3 devil fruits. These 3 fruits were the spoils he obtained from the Battle of Kayan Island. They are stone, ton pressure and art fruit. Although these 3 fruits cannot be said to be top grade, they are definitely not weak in paramecia. For most people, they may never see a devil fruit in their lifetime, let alone a powerful fruit that can directly improve one's strength. As soon as the 3 devil fruits appeared, stars suddenly appeared in the eyes of the students below. Kyunhee loosened his hand, and 3 devil fruits floated in front of him, which scared the female students below and made them scream. Jun held her forehead helplessly. She began to doubt whether her decision to bring Chijia here was right or wrong. The power of the crazy fans was too strong, and she, as an instructor, had no sense of existence at all. He's eyes swept across the crowd, focusing on Konis for a few seconds, and he said. I prepared these devil fruits for you. I will give them to your Jun instructor. She will decide who gets the fruits based on your performance. As soon as these words were spoken, the students were immediately excited. With a flick of their hands, 3 fruits appeared. This was definitely an unimaginable amount of money for them. Kyunhee stretched out his hand and pressed it, and the whole place became quiet again in an instant. Jun was amazed by this ability to control the situation. Chihiro continued. Of course, if you don't want the devil fruit or are already a user with special abilities, you can also make a wish to me through Jun. As long as it's not too excessive, I can fulfill it. Hiss. The students gasped. Who doesn't know that Wang has all kinds of abilities? It is said that his abilities are so outrageous that he can bring back to life a person's body and turn his bones into flesh. This can be seen from the sudden appearance of Zephyr's family. His children themselves said, Brother Kyunhee is the benefactor of their whole family. You will know what is going on if you think about it for a while. Everyone has a deceased relative. For some people, the temptation of resurrecting their relatives is much greater than the devil fruit. It can be said that every reward is tempting enough to drive people crazy. Chapter 395 Yamato vs Zifa. On the way back, Jun kept whispering in Chijia's ear. You are really generous this time. I think the next group of students will start to fight desperately. Qianhe shrugged and said. Isn't that better? They will all be your subordinates in the future, so the benefits won't go to outsiders. True, but what are you going to do about Konies? I think he treats you, Advertisement. What can I do? I told her to come to the palace after her training. We can have a good chat then. No wonder. I saw her face blush so much. But Konies has always been very good. I have never heard her mention her relationship with you. Of course. How could the person I like be any different? Hey, do you still remember your apprentice Yamato? She often comes to your house to look for you these days, but she always misses you at the right time. Do you want to meet her? Kyunhee was stunned for a moment, and the image of Yamato with a silly smile appeared in his mind. Yamato, it's been a while since I last saw her. How is she now? Very good. She is definitely the most talented among all the newcomers. Even Zephyr-sensei is having a hard time dealing with her now. Chijia nodded. After all, Yamato was Kaido's child. Needless to say, she was talented. With systematic training, it should not be impossible for her to reach her father's level in the future. Thinking of the guy who used to follow him around and call him master all day long, Qianhe smiled knowingly. To be honest, he is an incompetent master. He didn't teach him anything at all. Now Yamato's real master should be Zephyr. I wonder if this guy's personality has changed. Is he still the same tomboy as before? Thinking of this, Chijia really wanted to go see Yamato. He said something to Jun and then disappeared on the spot. Back mountain training ground. Boom. With a loud bang, two humanoid beasts, one white and one black, flashed out from the smoke and stood facing each other. The two were Zephyr and Yamato, who had transformed into half-beasts. Zephyr's cow face showed a hint of approval, and he said. Advertisement. Yamato, you've made great progress recently. You deserve praise. Yamato touched the mace in his hand and said. That's because Master is back, and I have to show him my progress. You mean Kyunhee? Come to think of it, you've never called me Master. Yamato stuck out his tongue and said. Hey, isn't it the same if I call you Mr. Zephyr? Zephyr doesn't really care about this. Since he had a family, his personality has become more and more gentle, and he often jokes with people. He stretched his neck and said with a smile. You can yell as much as you want, but I'm going to be serious now, so be careful. After saying that, the horns on Zephyr's head instantly turned black, and he rushed towards Yamato like a black heavy truck. Yamato's eyes also turned serious. She clenched the mace in her hand and rushed towards Zephyr. At the moment of collision, Yamato swung his mace and smashed it on Zephyr's head. Divine Foot White Snake Body. With a bang, Yamato was pushed out by Zephyr, and Zephyr stopped where he was. He touched the horns on his head. Yamato's attack was still effective, and his head was buzzing. Yamato fell back to the ground and barely stopped herself by pressing the mace in her hand against the ground. In fact, she could have just avoided the attack instead of confronting Zephyr head-on. But she had tried to look for Kyunhee several times in the past few days but couldn't find him, and she felt depressed, so she wanted to vent in this way. Zephyr shook his head, put his hands on the ground, and then suddenly lifted it up. The whole ground was lifted up like a carpet, and then rushed towards Yamato like a wave. Yamato stomped her foot and a tall ice wall rose up, protecting her behind it. Whether it is Zephyr or Yamato, both of them have mastered the additional abilities of their own mythical beast fruits. This wave is a confrontation between the earth element and the ice element. Seeing his attack blocked by the ice wall, Zephyr exclaimed in admiration again. Not bad. This ice control ability is almost catching up with Kyuzan. Yamato didn't feel happy at all when she heard this. She curled her lips and said. That's still a long way off. My goal is master. No one can be better than him in ice control. Admiral Aokiji himself admitted that he is completely defeated by master in this aspect. Advertisement. Yamato did not hide his admiration for Chijia, and he talked about his master almost every other sentence. Zephyr could not help but ask. As far as I know, Kyunhee didn't really teach you anything, right? Why do you like to call him master so much? Yamato fell silent. You know what, a quiet Yamato gave people a completely different feeling, especially against the backdrop of ice and snow, making her look very extraordinary. After a while, she slowly spoke. Because this title is unique, only in this way can he pay attention to me. Zephyr was stunned for a moment, and he seemed to understand something, and he spoke with a little hesitation. I see. It seems that you are also. Stop talking, Mr. Zephyr. Let's continue the fight we just had. Wu Shibing Feng. Yamato interrupted Zephyr directly. She opened her mouth and blew out a stream of extremely cold air, which instantly covered the entire area with a thick layer of ice crystals. Zephyr was startled. He dodged sideways with great difficulty and cursed with a smile. Damn it! You're just like Qianhe back then, attacking without even saying hello. Yamato actually heard these words much more pleasant than the previous compliments. She raised her face and said proudly. Of course, I am the master's favorite disciple. I remember Qianhe only has you as his apprentice, right? Humph. So what's wrong with what I said? Watch this. Teacher Zephyr. Yamato pushed her feet hard and leaped high into the air. She raised the mace high and smashed it hard on Zephyr's head again. Zephyr will not choose to use his head this time. Although he is the user of the Bull Demon King fruit, his most powerful feature is his fists compared to his horns. It is because of these fists that he got the nickname Black Arm. He gathered his fists at his waist, with a strong-armed collar wrapped around him, and then he punched Yamato who was falling from the air. Zephyr used at least 80% of his strength in this attack. Even though Yamato had the advantage in the air, his mace flew out of his hand and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Zephyr thought to himself that something was wrong. He had indeed used too much force just now. Just as he was about to step forward to catch Yamato, a figure suddenly appeared behind Yamato and hugged her in his arms. The person who came was Chijia. He looked at Yamato who looked dazed in his arms and scolded him. What's the point of showing off? Do you think you're tough? Chapter 396 Yamato's Little Grievance. Yamato stared at Chijia with his big eyes and murmured. Master. Chijia fell back to the ground holding Yamato, and Yamato stayed curled up in Chijia's arms, with no intention of separating. Zephyr walked forward, holding his waist and said. You are finally back. I am tired of hearing you keep nagging about Master all the time. Advertisement. Qianhe smiled helplessly and looked down at Yamato. Yamato, who was always carefree, was actually a little shy. She shrank her neck and acted like an ostrich in Qianhe's arms. She seemed to be a bit bigger than Qianhe, but at this moment she looked like a 2.6-meter tall child. Qianhe ignored her for the moment. He looked at Zephyr and said with a smile. Teacher Zephyr, long time no see. You seem to be in good shape lately. That punch you just delivered was really powerful. Zephyr curled his lips and said. Forget it. What does my punch mean to you now? As he said that, he looked at Qianhe's golden Tensagen curiously and asked. What's wrong with your eyes? Is this not a Rinnegan? Yamato also raised her head and looked into Chijia's eyes. He had noticed the difference in Chijia's eyes just now, but after finally getting into Chijia's arms, she still wanted to stay quiet for a while. Qianhe explained briefly. This is Tensagen. It's one of the things I gained from this trip. Tensagen? It looks like another pair of powerful eyes. Can you show me its power? Qianhe nodded, then he turned to look at the sea in the distance. Two beams of golden light burst out from his eyes, and the entire sea surface was instantly split into two. The evaporated sea water took a long time to fill up, forming a deep crack. Hiss! Zephyr and Yamato gasped at the sight of this power, and Zephyr even dissed Kizaru. It's the same light, but this one is much stronger than the one used by Borsellino. Compared to this one, his can only serve as a lighting team at birthday parties. In an office. H.U. Kizaru wiped his nose, looked at his split nails, and muttered. Advertisement. Is Mr. Zephyr scolding me again? Tisk, what a stubborn old man. Back at the training ground, Yamato looked at Chijia with admiration and shouted. You are worthy of being my most admired master. You are so amazing. Yamato's admiration for Chijia now is much higher than her admiration for Odin back then. She hangs on Chijia, holding the clothes on her chest tightly with both hands. Qianhe tried to shake off this sticky insect several times, but was cleverly defeated by this guy every time. Just when Chijia was considering whether to use a small Shinra Tensei, Yamato suddenly went down by herself. She stood firmly in front of Chijia, and tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. This made Chijia confused. He used Tensagen to scan Yamato's body, and finally touched Yamato's forehead with his hand to confirm that she was okay. Yamato was scanned by Qianhe's eyes, and she suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart, but she didn't take it to heart. She paused and slowly spoke. Master, where did you go? You didn't even tell me. It was Sister Khalifa who told me. Speaking of this, Yamato just felt extremely aggrieved. She was a broad-minded person and didn't think she was any worse than Khalifa and the others. Chijia's behavior of leaving without saying goodbye really made her sad for a long time. Zephyr couldn't help but interjected. In fact, even I, a teacher, don't know, so you don't have to take it too seriously. What do you know, Mr. Zephyr? Can my relationship with my master be the same as yours? Cough cough. Zephyr choked hard, coughed violently twice, and asked. What's the difference? Aren't they both master-disciple relationships? It's just different. I don't want to be just an apprentice, ugh. Yamato suddenly covered her mouth and stared at Zephyr without saying anything. Chijia reached out and touched Yamato's head, and spoke to him in a gentle tone, which was rare. Yamato, it was indeed my negligence not to tell you when I left last time. In fact, I went to another world. Another world? Yamato was stunned for a moment, then she suddenly spoke with a look of horror. Could it be that Master died during this period? Bang! Advertisement. Chijia couldn't help it and gave Yamato a slap on the head. Before she could be gentle for long, she said unhappily. Who said I was dead? The other world I was talking about is another dimension. Do you understand dimension? Yamato nodded as if he understood, and asked. Then when can I follow Master to visit another world? He snapped his fingers, and a black dimensional portal appeared in the air beside him. It's ready now. I'll take you out to play later. Are you satisfied? Satisfy? Yamato's bad mood comes and goes quickly, in this respect she is very similar to Xiaolulia. Of course, in terms of IQ, the two can be regarded as a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix. She ran behind Qianhe, hugged Qianhe's waist from behind, put her face on Qianhe's back, and said softly. Master is still the best, you know? If you don't come back, I want to go back to my hometown. You mean Nagashima, right? I've been there. Your father is having a blast being the king there. If you go back, you'll be a princess, no, a prince. Yamato curled his lips and said disdainfully. I'm a woman, why should I be a prince? And I don't want to be a princess. It's just my father. He used to say that he hated the king, but now he has become one himself. It turns out that men are fickle. Kyunhee was shocked by Yamato's last words. He didn't expect such words to come out of Yamato's mouth. He couldn't help but ask. Who taught you that last sentence? Yamato raised his face proudly and said. It's Xiaolulia. She said this is the essence she summarized after reading many books. How can Xiaolulia have the patience to read? What kind of books does she read? Qianhe held his forehead helplessly and said. Don't listen to her nonsense anymore. To some extent, her IQ may be even lower than yours. Master, what do you mean? Are you saying that we are both stupid? What else? I admit that I am a little bit. But I will definitely become smarter in the future. Master, just wait and see. Zephyr listened to the two people talking to each other, smiling but saying nothing. Chapter 397 Luffy goes out to sea. At night, Chijia's palace was very lively, especially with the addition of Konis and Yamato. Konis was a little shy when she first arrived, but under the influence of Yamato, who was very outgoing, she gradually relaxed and even played her best harp for everyone after dinner. Jun was very surprised because as an instructor, she had never heard Konis play the harp. She tapped Chijia's waist with her finger and said teasingly. Thanks to you this time. I didn't know Konis could do this. Kyunhee said with a smile. Advertisement. She was playing this when I first met her. She must be very talented in music. Then are you still willing to let her go to training? It depends on her. Yeah, but I think we should let her stay here. This palace is pretty big, isn't it? Jun winked at Chijia and made a funny expression. Kyunhee reached out and hooked her nose, and at this moment, Konis stopped playing. Everyone applauded immediately, with Yamato clapping the most enthusiastically, making Konis feel a little embarrassed. Konis slowly walked up to Kyunhee, bowed slightly, and said. Brother Kyunhee, it's already late, I should go back. Jun secretly patted Chijia's lower back, but Chijia responded very straightforwardly. Yeah, then go back. A hint of disappointment flashed across Konis's eyes, but she was already very happy tonight. You know, except for Khalifa and the others, not everyone can enter Kyunhee's palace. She nodded and prepared to leave. Yamato suddenly shouted. Then let me see you off. Your performance tonight was really great. I loved it. She drank a lot of wine today and her face was red. Now the alcohol was taking effect and she was lying in Khalifa's arms, waving her arms from time to time. Khalifa pinched Yamato's cheek lovingly and said softly. You'd better forget it. You've already drunk so much. After she finished speaking, she looked up at Qianhe. Before she could speak, Qianhe waved his hand and said. Advertisement. Well, there's no way I'm going to let Konis go back alone, so let me be the one to send her back. Hearing this, Konis' eyes widened suddenly. This surprise came so suddenly that she couldn't recover for a moment. It was not until Kyunhee came over and patted her that she calmed down a little, and then she followed Kyunhee away like a robot. This time, Kyunhee did not teleport directly with Koni's, but chose to walk slowly with her to the dormitory door. It was exactly time for the students to wash up. When they saw Shijia and Koni's outside through the window, they were stunned and the toothbrushes and other things in their hands fell to the ground. After a brief silence, loud screams broke out in the dormitory building. Koni's was so embarrassed that she buried her head in her chest. Jianhe indeed looked calm. He was just kidding. He had experienced all kinds of situations. He had even had planets exploded. So what was this little scene? He smiled at Koni's and said. Okay, I'll take you here. You won't be allowed in any further. Koni's said something inexplicably. In fact, if Kyunhee wants to go in, those people will definitely not stop you. After saying that, she couldn't help laughing, and Jianhe took the opportunity to tease her. Oh? You don't know how to do that either. Koni's paused, then looked up at Kyunhee with a serious face and said. Won't. Oh? Why? Because Kyunhee brother is the king who saved the world, this world originally belongs to you. This sounds similar to the celestial dragons. No, how can those people compare with Kyunhee brother? They are all bad guys. Koni's clenched her fists. She was afraid that Jianhe would not believe her, so she added. It's not just me, everyone thinks so. Even the Secretary General of Khalifa has often said this publicly in the newspapers. Khalifa. Hehe, it's her indeed. After sending Koni's back to the dormitory, Kyunhee returned to her palace and found Khalifa and told her about it. Khalifa spread his hands and said indifferently. Advertisement. Boss, don't you think this is more conducive to world stability? After all, most people now have a unified belief. Well, you did a great job on this matter. You are very good at using public opinion. As long as the boss is satisfied. East Blue, Windmill Village. This day was the day Luffy went out to sea, but the only people who came to see him off were Dodin and Makina, and none of the other villagers came. Because they couldn't understand why Luffy was still determined to go out to sea and become a pirate when the times had become like this. In recent years, Luffy's father Long often came back to see him, but he was never able to change Luffy. In desperation, Long finally had no choice but to let it go. After all, as a father, he had not spent a few days getting along well with his son, and he felt that he had no right to interfere with Luffy's thoughts. Makina sighed as she sent Luffy to the shore. She really didn't want to see Luffy become a pirate. Luffy didn't care whether anyone came to see him off or not. No one knew what he had been through. Compared to a few years ago, he now looked a little more stable. Arriving at the boat on the shore, Luffy turned to Makina and Dodin with a smile and said. Sister Makina, Dodin, just send it here. Dodin stepped forward and patted Luffy on the shoulder. All she could do was wish Luffy a safe journey. Makina was making her last effort. She tried her best to persuade him. Luffy, this is no longer the era of pirates. You should think about it carefully. Wouldn't it be better to join the Marines? Luffy shook his head, looked toward the sea, and said firmly. No. Becoming the king of pirates has always been my dream, and I won't give up. Also, I have to rescue Shanks. But that Shanks was captured by Mr. Chijia, how could you possibly be his opponent? Sister Makina, please stop talking. I have made up my mind. Besides, I am not so easily defeated now. Luffy's hair moved without wind, and a white smoke ribbon was faintly emerging from behind him. His whole temperament changed instantly. Makina frowned. To be honest, she really didn't like Luffy now. She felt like he was a different person. Luffy's state did not last long. After the white smoke dissipated, he let out a light breath. It seemed that he could not maintain this state for much longer. Without saying anything more, he jumped directly onto his boat and sailed away without looking back. Chapter 398 Ace, I want to bring him back. Okay, I get it, thank you, Makina. Garp hung up the den mushi and turned to look at Long with a sullen face. As Long looked at him in confusion, he opened his mouth and scolded. Look at how you educate your son. Luffy became a pirate, did you know that as a father? Hey. Long narrowed his eyes and used his face to welcome Garp's smearing stars. After Garp finished outputting, he spoke slowly. Father, you know that Luffy has hardly seen me since he was a child. It seems that he has been with you longer than me, right? Advertisement. Garp blew his beard and said with his eyes wide open. What? You mean I, as a grandfather, should be blamed for this? Long nodded seriously, Garp clenched his fists, veins popping out on his forehead, and just when he was about to unleash the iron fist of love, the door was suddenly pushed open roughly. Two slightly thin figures rushed in, they were Sabo and Ace. Ace rushed in and shouted excitedly. Luffy is still a pirate? What an idiot. Why does he have to go against Chijia-sama? Although Sabo was more stable, his face did not look very good. He said in a deep voice. Things are not good. I always feel that Luffy is a little strange now. Ace and Sabo have been to Windmill Village quite often in the past few years, and they have both seen the changes in Luffy. In the past, Luffy would not have shown such a strange expression. Long frowned. He was not as familiar with Luffy as he was with the two brothers. Hearing this, he immediately asked. Sabo, what did you just mean? What happened to Luffy? I can't really put it into words, but I just feel like Luffy's personality has changed so much that he feels like a completely different person. Listening to the conversation between the two, Ace gradually calmed down and said. With Luffy's ability, he will surely become famous soon. By then, it will be too late. Everyone in the room was silent for a while. Suddenly, Garp looked at Ace and asked. Ace, if one day Luffy completely stood against Marine, what would you do? Advertisement. Ace took a deep breath and said firmly. Then I will definitely not show mercy. Going against Marine is going against Brother Chijia. Brother Chijia is the king who saved the entire world. I will never allow Luffy to do such a thing. Ace has witnessed Chijia's rise since he was a child. If there were a ranking of fanatical fans, he would definitely be at the top. Sabo patted Ace's shoulder and was about to say something, but Ace suddenly shouted. No. I have to stop Luffy before he does something stupid. After saying that, he turned and rushed out the door. Sabo was stunned for a moment, then followed him. Garp and Long, the father and son, looked at each other, and Garp asked hesitantly. Are these three brothers going to fight? Long shook his head and looked in the direction where Ace and Sabo left, lost in thought. He remembered the information he had stolen from the world government, which was about Luffy's rubber fruit. Judging from the intelligence, the world government at that time seemed to attach great importance to rubber fruit. However, the fruit did not fall into their hands in the end and was snatched away by the red-haired man. Rubber fruit. This fruit seems to be a little special. Could the changes in Luffy be related to it? After Ace and Sabo left, Long went to find Chijia again. Chien, he said with a look of doubt. So Ace and Sabo went to capture Luffy. Long nodded solemnly and said. Yes. Hearing this, Chijia's expression looked a little subtle. So Ace and Sabo are now doing Naruto's work back then? Long Zi thought Chien he was angry, so he immediately said in a firm tone. Don't worry, King. If Luffy dares to destroy the stability of the world, I will not show mercy. I get it. You don't have to be so excited. Let's talk about it after Ace and Sabo come back. Advertisement. East Blue. Luffy was sailing aimlessly on the sea in his small boat. Now the security in East Blue could be said to be extremely good. Even the Creek Pirates, the former overlord of East Blue, had been cleared out. Of course, this so-called overlord was extremely weak and extremely unlucky. He encountered a dragon that was returning home to visit its relatives and was directly blown into dust on the sea by a hurricane. He died without even knowing how he died. Luffy was lying on his boat in a big shape, looking at the big sun in the sky and muttering. How boring. We haven't even met a decent opponent. East Blue is too weak. He just followed his boat and drifted on the sea with the wind until a small island appeared in the distance. Seeing the island, Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. He touched his somewhat shriveled stomach and shouted excitedly. Finally I saw the island. I'm starving. However, as the distance got closer, he noticed several marine warships parked on the shore, and the tall statue of Chijia in the center of the island. Looking at the statue of Chijia, Luffy was stunned for a moment, and the fear of being dominated by Chijia in the past emerged in his heart. Why is he everywhere? Luffy complained, lowered his head and rowed towards the island. The two marine soldiers on guard at the shore were surprised to see him approaching the shore alone in a small boat. They came forward and asked. This is Konoha village. Who are you? What do you want to do here? The attitudes of the two marine soldiers were very good. Since Colonel Mouse was purged, most of the marines sent here were transferred from the headquarters after strict assessment. Although there are almost no opportunities to achieve success in East Blue, for many marines, this is the king's hometown, and protecting it can only make them proud. Luffy scratched his head and answered honestly. My name is Luffy. I'm hungry and came here to find something to eat. Luffy really looked harmless, and the two marine soldiers would never have thought that there would still be fools willing to go out to sea as pirates these days, so they let Luffy in after checking if he had any weapons. After entering Konoha village, Luffy was quickly dazzled by the prosperity of the village. The spacious and clean streets, the wide variety of shops, and the various people coming and going on the streets did not look like a village at all. Wearing a straw hat and a pair of heirloom flip-flops, Luffy looked like a country bumpkin coming to the city. Some girls passing by him couldn't help laughing when they saw him. However, Luffy was not the kind of person who cared about these things. He adjusted the straw hat on his head and plunged into the crowd, looking for shops selling food on both sides of the street. Chapter 399 Nochigo and Nami. Luffy was squeezed in the crowd, and after missing several restaurants, he finally stopped in front of a fruit shop. Originally, he had no interest in fruits and the like, his favorite was meat, but the sweet smell wafting from the fruit shop still made his stomach growl. He swallowed and walked into the fruit shop. As soon as he entered the fruit shop, a beautiful girl with long blue wavy hair came up to him. She looked at Luffy with a sweet smile and said, "Hello, what would you like to buy?" Advertisement. Luffy looked around and found that most of the fruits sold here were oranges, and there were also various desserts made with oranges, such as orange cake and orange pudding. At the counter, there was an orange-haired girl leaning over the counter, drawing something seriously. However, the most eye-catching thing is a carefully framed photo hanging on the wall, in which two girls are standing on either side of a tall and handsome man, smiling brightly. These two girls are naturally Nokijao and Nami. And that man was no stranger to Luffy, it was Chijia. Seeing Luffy staring at the photo on the wall, Nakago waved his hand in front of him. Luffy came back to his senses and pointed at the photo and asked, "You know him?" Nyakigao smiled gently. More and more outsiders came to the village. She had been asked this question many times. Her answer every time was, "Yeah, he's our Chijia-kun." Luffy nodded slightly and said, "It seems like you have a good relationship with him, so what kind of person do you think he is?" Nokijao was stunned for a moment, and Nami at the counter also raised her head. It was the first time for the two women to meet someone who asked them this question. What kind of person is Kyun-hee? To most people in the pirates' world, he is the king who saves the world, possesses all kinds of incredible abilities, and is synonymous with absolute power. He treats his enemies mercilessly, and sometimes his methods are extremely cruel, but to the people around him, Chijia protects them like a warm sun. Before Nakago could speak, Nami spoke directly. "He is a very important person to me and my sister. I have no other comment." She always felt that Luffy had some hostility towards Chijia, so her attitude naturally became very impolite. Advertisement. Nokijao also noticed this, and her attitude became cold. She said calmly, "Well, tell me what you want to buy." Luffy could only point to an orange cake and say, "Just buy that one." One orange cake was not enough for him. When he wanted to buy something else, Nokijao had already brought out the orange cake and handed it to him. Then he said indifferently, "Go to the counter and pay." After saying that, Nokijao turned around and left, leaving Luffy standing there awkwardly. The aroma from the orange cake made Luffy's stomach growl again, and he didn't want to think about anything else, so he went to the counter as Makina said. Nami didn't even raise her head, concentrating on doing her work, and said, 5,000 Baileys. This price is actually not expensive. You have to know that in the pirates' world, one marshmallow costs 500 Baileys. On Blue Star, it is difficult to buy a cake of such good quality for the price of 10 marshmallows. Luffy didn't say much. He took out the money and put it on the counter. But when he saw what Nami was drawing, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this a map you drew? It's a nautical chart. You look so impressive. I didn't know you were a navigator." Speaking of this, Nami's expression brightened a little. She glanced at Luffy and said, "Not yet, but I will definitely become the best navigator in the world in the future." "That's great. Do you want to be my partner? I can take you across the entire ocean." Nami put down her pen, looked at Luffy as if he were an idiot, and said, "Do you think I still need someone to take me sailing when Chijia-kun is here? That's definitely different. He's still a marine after all, how can he be free to follow me? Freedom? What do you do? Haha. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Luffy, and I'm the man who's going to be the king of pirates." Advertisement. After these words came out, Nami and Nakago paused at the same time. Nami slowly stood up from her seat, staring into Luffy's eyes, and asked word by word, "So you are a pirates?" "Of course. I." Bang. Nami punched Luffy in the face. Her strength was quite strong, and it might also be because of their natural incompatibility. Luffy was caught off guard and was knocked out of the store. The current Nami is no longer just the weak navigator in the original time and space. Chijia specially transferred a female instructor from Jun to the headquarters for her and Nojiko. With these powerful training resources, her strength will naturally improve by leaps and bounds. She also wants to join Marine. Nojiko looked at the wall with a large human-shaped hole and spread his hands. "It's like this again. Repairing a wall is expensive, Nami." From what she said, we can tell that Nami has lost her temper in the store more than once. There is nothing that can be done about it. The two sisters, who have been beauties since childhood, are now becoming more and more beautiful. There are more and more outsiders in the village, and there are always a few short-sighted young men who can't help but have some other ideas. Naturally, all these people were dealt with by Nami, and the walls of the store were also the ones that suffered along with them. Nami stuck out her tongue and said, I'm sorry, sis, but he said he was a pirate's. Outside the store, Luffy stood up from the rubble. Apart from being a little dirty, he was not hurt at all. He dusted himself off, completely ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, and shouted excitedly. That's awesome! I'm going to make you my partner. When Nami in the store heard this, disgust appeared on her face. Even the usually gentle Nojiko became angry. Is this guy a psychopath? He's still pestering me. Nami was about to rush out of the store to teach that rude guy a lesson, and Nojiko followed her. However, just as the two of them walked out of the store, a burst of dense footsteps was heard, and then a tall female officer with long pink hair led a group of marine soldiers here. Seeing the female officer in charge, Nami's eyes lit up and she shouted. Hina sister. Chapter 400 Marine Colonel Hina. Hina held a cigarette in her hand, with a faint smile on her cold face. She nodded to Nami and teased. Nami, how many times have you been disturbed this month? Your sister will be troubled if you break the wall every time. Nami hugged Nojiko next to her and started to act coquettishly. No way, I like you the most, my little sister. Nakago touched Nami's head lovingly and said with a smile. Advertisement. I'm sorry, Colonel Hina, I have to trouble you again this time. It's okay. Maintaining law and order is my duty. Before Hina came, Jun had emphasized the two sisters, saying that they had a close relationship with Chijia and asked her to take special care of them. She originally thought this would be a troublesome thing, but after coming here, she found that both the gentle Nojiko and the lovely Nami were easy to get along with, and gradually, she became good friends with the sisters. In her spare time, she would train the sisters, and after a while, she would personally send them to the naval headquarters. With the relationship with Chijia, these were not a big deal. Hina chatted with Nami for a while, then turned her attention to Luffy who was surrounded by soldiers. Luffy's behavior was very different from those people she had captured before. He looked calm and even grinned. He didn't seem to have the slightest awareness of being captured. Hina shook her head and thought. Is this guy an idiot? He's about to be caught but he's still laughing foolishly. She waved her hand casually, signaling the soldiers to carry out the arrest. The soldiers immediately stepped forward to capture Luffy upon receiving the order. Luffy pressed the straw hat on his head with one hand, and suddenly extended his other arm and swung it around. The people around him were thrown away by his arm before they could get close. Seeing this, Hina frowned and said. Demon fruit power? Looks like it's from Paramecia. Luffy chuckled and started running. He didn't want to get entangled with these marines, but Hina had no intention of letting him go. Hina snorted coldly, tightened her gloves, and then stretched out her arms towards Luffy who was about to run away. Awaken. Advertisement. Her arms transformed into two extended black iron bars, which quickly caught up with Luffy and trapped him. Luffy looked at the iron bars tied to his body in surprise and shouted. Are you also a demon fruit power? Nami came to Hina and looked at her arm that turned into iron bars with curiosity. Hina rarely uses the devil fruit ability, but every time she does, she can't help but step forward to take a look. In East Blue, devil fruit is still rare, as you can tell from the surprised expressions of the people around you. Hina felt that she had successfully captured the suspect, so she relaxed and started talking to Nami. This isn't the first time you've seen me. You always look like a curious baby. But every time I see her I find her so magical. And Hina-san's abilities make her look much cooler than that psychopath. It's not like you didn't see those abilities during the Summit War live broadcast. Mine is nothing compared to them. After all, it's all through the screen, how can it be as real as seeing it up close? If you want to see it up close, why not let your brother Kyunhee show you? He has more than one ability, and each one is terrifyingly powerful. Speaking of Chijia, Hina's face showed admiration, while Nami pursed her lips and muttered. Humph, I don't know where he has been these past few years, and he didn't even come to see me. When I get to the headquarters, I will definitely pester him all day long. The two chatted as if no one was around, completely ignoring the tied-up Luffy. Luffy suddenly shouted, and his body suddenly swelled up like a balloon, pushing open the iron bars on his body. Hina was startled. She pulled back her arm and whispered. What kind of ability is this? It's a bit weird. When Nami saw this, she immediately retreated back to Nojiko, allowing Hina to concentrate on dealing with Luffy. Luffy stretched his body, looked at Hina, and said with a smile. Your abilities are quite interesting. Let me see how strong you are. As he said this, he extended his arm backwards and used the rebound force to hit Hina. Advertisement. Seeing Luffy launching an attack, the soldiers behind Hina immediately opened fire, and the bullets hit Luffy and bounced back, and many soldiers were shot and fell to the ground. However, the power of bullets in the pirates' world is quite insignificant, and it is generally difficult to kill people. Even if these soldiers are shot, they only suffer minor injuries. Some soldiers can even get up directly after being shot. Most of the Marines sent here were from the headquarters. They did not panic because of Luffy's strange ability. Instead, they calmly put on their swords and rushed forward to fight Luffy in close combat. However, Luffy's physical skills were also very good. These people were soon knocked to the ground by Luffy. Hina was really shocked this time. Luffy looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, but he could defeat so many headquarters soldiers easily. His talent was one of the best in the headquarters. After dealing with these Marine soldiers, Luffy rushed towards Hina. He kept waving his arms and launched a violent attack on Hina. Rubber machine gun. Hina used her observation haki to dodge between Luffy's fists. Luffy stepped aside when he saw that his attack missed and said, "This is observation haki, my father showed it to me." Hearing this, Hina became interested. Haki was no less rare than devil fruit in East Blue. She thought that Luffy's father must not be an ordinary person either. "Oh? Who's your father?" "His name is, What's his name?" Luffy scratched his head, he actually forgot his father's name. After Yamato, another filial son was born. Hina was speechless. She felt that Luffy was playing a trick on her. She said word by word, "Hina is angry." She swung her hand and an iron rod appeared in her hand. This was very similar to Kyunhee's yin-yang escape, but the quality was naturally incomparable. Hina gripped the iron rod tightly, stepped on the ground, used the shaving technique to flash in front of Luffy, and raised the rod to smash Luffy's face. Luffy seemed to have anticipated this and moved his body to avoid it. Hina raised her eyebrows, chased after him and hit him with a few more sticks, but Luffy dodged them all. She turned around holding the iron stick and asked, "You can also see the color?" Luffy grinned and said, "I told you, my father has shown me before, and I can do more than just observation." As he said this, Luffy's arms instantly turned pitch black as he used his armament haki, in front of Hina's surprised gaze. Chapter 401 Brothers Meeting. Hina's whole body tensed up, she was really serious this time. His arms spread out like a net of iron bars, completely trapping Luffy inside. Of course Luffy had no intention of running away. He kicked his legs hard and rushed out like a spring. At this moment, Hina's arms suddenly closed together, and two black fans formed by intertwined iron bars clamped down on Luffy fiercely. Bang! Advertisement. When Hina released her arms, Luffy had been beaten into a meat patty, but this was not a big problem for a rubber man like him. He took a deep breath, and his flattened body quickly swelled up again. He became emperor with one hand, covered his legs with armed color, did a spinning kick on the spot, and lashed Hina with his legs like a whip. Although Hina immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest, she was still knocked back by the whip kick. When Hina got up from the rubble, Luffy rushed in front of her again and punched her in the stomach. Hina growled and met his punch with the same blow. Their fists collided, but Luffy's arms were made of rubber after all, and several disc-shaped bulges appeared on them, which quickly absorbed the force and passed it to Hina. Hina felt the increased force from the punch, so she had to turn her arms into iron bars and cover them with armament color, only then was she able to block the attack. The two fought again, but Hina was obviously at a disadvantage. Nami became anxious upon seeing this, she wanted to rush over to help but was stopped by Nojigo. Nojigo shook his head at her and said, "This guy is too powerful. Even Colonel Hina has trouble dealing with him. You will only cause more trouble if you go up there." Nami asked anxiously, "What should we do then? Hina-san can't hold on any longer." Nojigo subconsciously wanted to touch the flying thunder god Kunao hidden in his clothes, when suddenly, an angry shout came from a distance. "Stop it! Luffy! Do you really want to be an enemy of Marine?" Hearing the voice, Luffy stopped immediately, and Hina took the opportunity to distance herself from him, standing there panting heavily. Luffy looked up into the sky, and saw two young figures approaching quickly from the sky. They were Ace and Sabo. Advertisement. It turned out that a Marine was knocked down and called for help, and Sabo and Ace happened to come to East Blue to look for Luffy, so the two were transferred to calm the situation. But they didn't expect that the one causing trouble was Luffy. Ace got furious when he saw the Marines lying on the street from the air. He dropped Sabo, exerted force with his legs in the air, and dived directly towards Luffy. "You idiot! Look what you've done!" Boom! Luffy was knocked to the ground by Ace's headbutt, and a large cloud of smoke rose around him instantly. Sabo landed steadily on the ground. He pressed the black top hat on his head and looked solemnly at the smoke that had not yet dissipated. Soon, the sound of hitting was heard in the smoke, and the scattered shock waves quickly blew away the smoke, revealing Luffy and Ace inside. The two were already wrestling with each other, but Luffy seemed to be in a passive defensive state and rarely took the initiative to attack Ace. Ace had a look of disappointment on his face, and he shouted while beating her. "I told you not to be a pirate anymore, why didn't you listen?" Luffy held Ace's fist and said solemnly, "Ace, I will never give up my dream." "Dream? Stop kidding. I must bring you back to the headquarters today and hand you over to Brother Kyunhee for disposal. Hearing Chijia, Luffy's eyes misted over for a moment, then they suddenly widened and wisps of white smoke rose from his body. It's Uchiha Chijia again, do you like listening to him so much? He shook off Ace's fist, then punched Ace in the stomach. A fist shape appeared directly behind Ace and extended backwards. Ace was hit so hard that he took a few steps back, holding his stomach. He looked in surprise as the skin on his stomach developed a rubbery luster and then gradually bounced back. Sabo frowned when he saw this scene. He quickly came to Ace and asked with concern. Ace, are you okay? Ace shook his head and said solemnly. It's nothing serious, but what happened just now? Why do I feel like my body has also been assimilated into rubber? I feel the same way. Could it be that Luffy's rubber fruit has awakened? Advertisement. But how does the awakening of paramecia affect the human body? Maybe rubber fruit is special. Luffy looked at Ace, who was in pain. A hint of apology flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. He looked at Sabo coldly and said. Sabo, are you here to stop me too? Sabo stared at Luffy, and that strange feeling came back. Luffy at this moment was nothing like the person he remembered. He paused and said. Luffy, as your brother, I will not let you continue to do whatever you want, but I have to admit that you are very strong now. This place is no longer suitable for us to fight. Sabo is the calmest among the three brothers. This is the king's hometown. The previous battle has already caused damage to the streets here. If the fighting continues, it will only bring down the king's wrath. By then, Luffy, the culprit, will be really dead. Luffy looked around. He didn't intend to cause such damage, so he nodded, turned around, exerted force with his legs, and shot into the distance like a cannonball. Ace and Sabo looked at each other and used moonwalk again to follow. Nami and Nakako supported Hina on both sides. After the three brothers left, Nami asked. Sister Hina, who were those two people who just came? Hina pulled her arms away from the two men's shoulders, lit a cigarette and put it to her lips. After a puff of white smoke, she whispered. Those are the headquarters Sabo Rear Admiral and Ace Rear Admiral. I didn't expect that guy to be their younger brother. No wonder he has such strong talent. Since you are the older brother, you can definitely subdue your younger brother, right? Maybe. If both of them fail, it will be impossible for any reinforcements stronger than them to appear here in a short period of time. A trace of worry appeared on Hina's face. She always felt that Luffy was not simple. The two rear admirals would definitely be able to take him down. Nochiko noticed Hina's expression and said softly. Colonel Hina, don't worry. Even if they really fail, I can still find someone. As long as he comes, the problem will definitely be solved. Hina was stunned for a moment, and then a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. She widened her eyes and exclaimed. You mean, the king? Chapter 402 Brothers Battle. Luffy and the other two came to an open space and stood still. Sabo said in a deep voice. Luffy, are we really going to have to go this far? We are brothers. Luffy remained silent. The white smoke coming out of his body became thicker and thicker, gradually obscuring his face. Ace couldn't help it, he clenched his fists and said angrily. Looks like we have no choice but to fight today, Luffy. Take it. Let me see your strength. Advertisement. After saying that, Ace rushed directly towards Luffy, with his fist covered in armament haki, and punched Luffy hard. Fist bone star crushing. Luffy had no intention of dodging. Facing the powerful punch, he actually stretched out his hand to meet it and caught Ace's punch in his palm. Then, his arm suddenly softened, like a flexible long snake, biting Ace's fist tightly and throwing him out. Seeing this scene, Sabo frowned, and he no longer hesitated and rushed forward after Ace. He pressed his clawed hand towards Luffy's face. Dragon Claw. Luffy narrowed his eyes slightly, his right arm expanded rapidly, and then blasted towards the charging Sabo. Rubber Giant Gun. Bang. Sabo and Luffy were in a stalemate for a moment, and then he followed Ace's footsteps and was knocked away again. The two men landed together, looked at each other, and then rushed forward at the same time, attacking Luffy from the left and right. Luffy suddenly punched the ground several times. Strangely, the ground was not damaged by his punches. Instead, it became softer and softer, and waves appeared on the ground. Then, several rubber fists appeared on the ground. Ace and Sabo were stopped by these fists before they could get close to Luffy. The two of them barely escaped after being hit by several punches. Sabo observed the shiny ground and said in a deep voice. The earth has been assimilated into rubber. As expected, Luffy's rubber fruit has awakened. Ace nodded slowly and said. Advertisement. I didn't expect Luffy to be able to achieve fruit awakening at this age. No wonder he has the confidence to go out to sea. But what's with the white smoke on Luffy? This doesn't seem like Paramecia's awakening. I don't know. Paramecia's fruit is inherently varied, so perhaps their manifestations after awakening will be different. Luffy looked at Ace and Sabo with a complicated expression and said. Ace, Sabo, I really don't want to fight with you, go back. Ace's face changed and he said angrily. You idiot. Do we really want to fight? Can't you listen to my advice and stop being a pirate? Luffy shook his head. His attitude was very firm. It was impossible to get him to go back with Ace Sabo. He clenched his fist with one hand, and a force burst out from him. It was conquerors. This world doesn't belong to them. I want to take it back. Ace's eyes focused as he also unleashed conquerors, colliding with Luffy's. Sabo doesn't have conquerors, but he won't be affected by conquerors, he just stares at the side. In terms of conquerors' strength, Luffy and Ace were evenly matched, and after a short stalemate, both of them dispersed at the same time. Luffy sighed and said. Ace, I remember you once wanted to be a pirate, but you gave up in the end and were influenced by that Uchiha Chijia to join the so-called Marine. Luffy looked as if he was very disappointed that Ace joined the Marine, which made Ace, as a brother, very uncomfortable. He glared at Luffy and shouted. Joining the Marine was my own decision. And it turns out that my decision was right. The existence of pirates has no meaning to this world at all. You've taken the wrong path. Sabo patted Ace's shoulder, he looked at Luffy and said. Luffy, stop being so stubborn. Luffy felt annoyed. He shook his head and shouted. Why are all of you like this? What kind of magic potion did Uchiha Chijia feed you? Luffy's emotions became more and more agitated, and the white smoke on his body no longer floated randomly. Instead, it began to gather together, forming a white ribbon that wrapped around his back. Advertisement. His hair also fluttered, and its color gradually darkened, faintly turning towards white. This situation can no longer be explained by Paramecia's variability, Ace exclaimed. What the hell is going on? Is this still rubber fruit? Sabo didn't say anything because he was also looking at Luffy in confusion, not knowing what was going on. A golden light flashed across Luffy's pupils. He raised his head and glanced at Ace and the other man opposite him. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. Sabo's pupils shrank and he subconsciously pushed Ace away. At this moment, Luffy appeared between the two of them. He raised his leg and swept it across Sabo's abdomen, kicking Sabo's entire body so that it bent like a noodle and he fell to his knees with a thud. Ace reacted and rushed over to support immediately. He punched Luffy on the back, but Luffy seemed to feel nothing. He shook his body, directly dissolving Ace's force and reflecting the force back to himself. Puff. This force was stronger than Ace's original strength. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his breath quickly weakened. Luffy turned around, grabbed Ace's arm, then lifted him up and swung him wildly. After being caught by Luffy, Ace's body instantly became extremely soft. He only felt his body being pulled continuously in the air. When he was thrown around, Luffy's hand loosened, and Ace was thrown out directly, and slammed into a rock wall. Ace. Sabo held his stomach and staggered to his feet. He stared at Luffy with a heavy look in his eyes and said tremblingly. You actually attacked Ace so harshly, are you really Luffy? Luffy's eyes showed a trace of struggle. He held his forehead with one hand and said through gritted teeth. I don't want to do this. You forced me to do this. We are doing this for your own good. Do you know how special your identity is? What will you do with Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Long? If you provoke the king, do you think you still have a chance to survive? My affairs have nothing to do with them. And don't mention Uchiha Chijia in front of me all the time. I'm not afraid of him. As soon as he finished speaking, a teasing voice sounded in their ears. This voice was so familiar to Luffy. Oh? Really? It seems that the impression I left on you before was not deep enough. What? Luffy's eyes widened and his body shuddered. Before he could do anything, a familiar repulsive force erupted from behind him. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 403, 3 Abstinences from Addiction. Buzz. Just like a few years ago, Luffy was pushed out by Shinra Tensei again. Under this repulsive force, his body was instantly flattened and fell directly to the ground. Kyunhee held the confused Ace in one hand and slowly walked to Sabo. Sabo swallowed and said. Wong, why are you here? Advertisement. Kyunhee put Ace down and said. I came here because I was called, but I never expected that you two together couldn't take down Luffy. A few minutes ago, when Nakako and his companions saw that Ace and his 3 companions had not returned for a long time, they directly used the Flying Thunder God Kunao to summon Chijia. As soon as Kyunhee appeared, the street was almost crowded. Nojiko saw Kyunhee again after several years and didn't care about being reserved. She hugged one of Kyunhee's arms generously and pressed her whole body against him. Nami was even more direct. She seemed to be hanging on Chijia, and her repeated calls of Brother Chijia made Chijia a little confused. He thought there was some danger, but this didn't seem like the case. Finally, Hina mustered up the courage to walk up to Chijia. She didn't even smoke, and reported to Chijia what had just happened with a look of reverence. After understanding the situation, Kyunhee broke free from the double team of Nakaga and Nami and rushed to the scene of the fight between the three brothers. As soon as he arrived he saw Luffy beating Sabo. And Luffy's appearance also surprised him a little. He didn't expect that Luffy could actually enter the Nika form. Although it seemed that he had not fully awakened, he was almost there. Listening to Kyunhee's teasing, Ace lowered his head in shame, and Sabo's face also showed a trace of embarrassment. He straightened up and said, "King, I'm really sorry, Luffy's fruit has become a little weird after it awakened, and Ace and I can't deal with him. Sorry to have caused you trouble." Kyunhee smiled. After all, Sabo was from a noble family, so these words were quite comforting to hear. He didn't really blame the two brothers. The rubber, no, Nika fruit was used as a plug-in, so it was normal for Ace and Sabo to suffer losses now. He turned around, stretched out his hand and pointed in one direction. Universal pull. Whoosh. Advertisement. A black dot flew over from the distance. It was Luffy who was pushed out just now. He was sucked into Kyunhee's hand and his neck was tightly clamped. Luffy's face turned purple. He tried to rubberize Chijia's arm, but this time his ability failed and Chijia was not affected at all. Chijia narrowed her eyes and tried to deprive Luffy of his fruit ability, but it didn't work. The fruit seemed to have its own will and actually began to resist. This was the first time this happened, and Kyunhee became interested, so he let go of her hand. Luffy landed on the ground and immediately kicked his legs and retreated backwards, staying away from Kyunhee as if he was avoiding the plague. Several rubber tentacles extended from the ground beneath his feet, tightly binding his feet to prevent him from being pulled over by Kyunhee using universal pull again. Even though his strength had increased so much, Luffy couldn't help but feel intimidated when facing Chijia. He regretted very much now, regretting that he should not have stayed in this place for so long. If he had known that it would attract Kyunhee, he would not have thought of recruiting any navigator at all, and would have just rowed his boat and drifted with the wind. Originally he wanted to go out to sea and slowly develop, but now he has encountered the final boss before leaving the novice village. How can he play like this? Kyunhee looked at Luffy standing there nervously with a calm face and said, "I've already taught you a lesson twice, but you're still so persistent. Do you still want to be the king of pirates?" When Luffy heard the words Pirates King, he immediately became excited. He puffed up his cheeks and shouted, "That's right! Pirates King, I!" Bang! Before he could finish, Kyunhee appeared in front of him and punched him in the face. Luffy's face was hit so hard that it caved in, and a fist shape appeared at the back of his head. Chijia retracted his fist and just looked at Luffy, who had lost his facial features. This time Luffy's face did not bounce back instantly like usual. He waved his hands wildly and touched his face, shouting in fear. "What's going on? Why can't I see?" Luffy moved sideways like a crab. Kyunhee clenched his hands and an invisible force rolled him into a meatball. Then, Kyunhee kicked him high into the air. Luffy's body disappeared directly into the sky. It was unknown how long it took before he reappeared from the air, dragging a string of flames behind him. He smashed down like a meteor, causing the ground to collapse. Advertisement. Ace and Sabo watched in a daze as Chijia dealt with Luffy. Seeing that Luffy hadn't moved for a long time, Ace asked hesitantly. "Luffy isn't going to die, is he?" Sabo shook his head stiffly and said, "That shouldn't happen. If the king wanted to kill him, he would have died just now." Chijia floated in the air, looking down at Luffy who was lying in a big letter shape in the center of the pit. Under his gaze, Luffy's body changed again. His hair turned completely white and fluttered towards the sky, while some parts of his body seemed to melt and turned into black fluid, slowly sliding down. Seeing this scene, he raised his eyebrows and whispered, "Have you fully awakened? It seems like I have to do all of Kaido's work." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong heartbeat sounded from below, like the sound of a heavy drum. Luffy has completed his transformation and entered Nika form. His ancestral red vest had been dyed white like his hair, and all the injuries on his body had healed. Now he was in the beastly state of the Nika fruit. After entering this state, he seemed extremely excited and couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Before Luffy could even laugh, a heavy punch came down from the sky. "What are you laughing at?" Boom. Luffy's head was hit and shrunk into his chest, looking very scary. Fortunately, the recovery ability of the Nika fruit was strong enough, and this time after trying for a long time, he finally made the head grow out with a pop. He looked at Kyunhee with horror, and the confidence he had just gained from the sudden surge in power disappeared in an instant. Kyunhee snorted coldly, and a milky white halo appeared on his fist. Then he punched Luffy in the stomach through the air. Snap! Dense green cracks spread out. The shock force used by Kyunhee was not just to crack the atmosphere, he directly shattered the space. The force generated by the space shattering almost tore Luffy's body apart. By the time Kyun-hee stopped, Luffy had already fallen to the ground like a puddle of mud. Chapter 404, King's Addiction Removed. Luffy collapsed on the ground, looking shriveled up, obviously exhausted to the extreme. Boom. 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 The beating heartbeat sounded again, and Luffy's body began to swell again, and it seemed that he was about to recover. Bang. Without even thinking, Chijia punched Luffy in the left chest, causing his heartbeat to stop. Advertisement. However, Chijia still held back a little and did not send Luffy away directly. This only caused his heart to stop for a few seconds, but it was enough to make the so-called drum of liberation of the Nika fruit ineffective. Kyun-hee looked down at Luffy and said calmly, "Those sit UPS don't work for me." After the drum of liberation dissipated, Luffy also withdrew from the Nika form. He opened his eyes and saw Chijia's indifferent face. He was so frightened that he jumped up from the ground and shouted exaggeratedly, "Brother Kyun Kyun Kyun." Ace and Sabo were both stunned for a moment. This was the Luffy they remembered. Luffy stood still, staring at Chijia with his eyes wide open, looking like an elementary school student who had made a mistake. Chijia nodded. He probably understood something. The rubber fruit must have someone else's will on it. It was this will that had been subtly influencing Luffy. The effect was somewhat similar to that of the distinguished heavenly gods. To be honest, Chijia once suspected whether Naruto was also influenced by Ashura's will. After all, it was a bit outrageous that he had been treated like that since he was a child and had never turned evil. After Luffy was taught a lesson by Chijia, his body could no longer support the force, and he temporarily returned to his original idiot Luffy. Chijia walked up to Luffy, but Luffy, who was always carefree, didn't even dare to breathe. There was no way, as the impression Chijia had left on him was too deep. Looking at Luffy's wise eyes, Kyun-hee crossed his arms and asked, "Why, now you know how to call me big brother. I saw you wanted to prove yourself just now." Gulp. "Brother Kyun-hee, I don't know what happened. I got into a fight with Ace Sabo for no apparent reason, and then I attacked you. I'm sorry." Ace and Sabo walked over supporting each other, and they looked at Luffy carefully. Looking at the two brothers who were beaten into beggars by them, Luffy suddenly wanted to laugh, but now he didn't dare to laugh, so he had to purse his lips and tried his best to hold back his laughter. However, his performance was not as good as laughing. Veins popped out on Ace and Sabo's foreheads. They clenched their fists tightly. Ace even squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "Luffy, are you proud of beating us up like this?" "Well, no. A whole iron fist of love." Advertisement. Bang. Luffy flew out in a spin. He was even weaker than Ace now. After he fell to the ground, he didn't get up for a long time. He covered the bump on his head and yelled, "Damn it! This is Grandpa's trick. Why did he teach you this trick?" Ace snorted, retracted his smoking fist, and said, "I figured out this move myself, and it's perfect for dealing with you." After that, Ace performed a Sichuan opera face-changing. He looked at Chien-hee with admiration and shouted, "Brother Kyun-hee! You're finally back." Chien-hee smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Long time no see, you've grown so big." "Hey hey." Ace scratched his head and grinned. It was Sabo's first time to face Chijia up close, so he seemed very reserved compared to Ace. He bowed to Chijia and spoke respectfully. "King, my name is Sabo, and I'm currently the Marine Rear Admiral." Kyun-hee nodded and said, "I know you, Long's most capable subordinate. You are very good. Compared with these two, you are much more stable." Sabo didn't expect to be praised. He was so excited that his face turned red after being called steady. Ace on the side curled his lips and was actually jealous of Sabo. Sabo didn't notice Ace's expression. He remembered the strangeness of Luffy and asked Chijia, "King, what happened to Luffy? He seems like a completely different person." Chijia glanced at Luffy lying there and said, "It's nothing serious, just possessed by an evil spirit." As he said that, Chijia raised his hand and sucked Luffy over, then slapped him on the head and pulled hard. A white humanoid spirit was pulled out by Kyun-hee. Luffy shouted in horror, "Is this my soul? It's over. I'm going to die." Ace quickly stepped forward, grabbed Luffy's face, and pulled it long. He got in front of Luffy and yelled, "Advertisement! Idiot! Do you look like you're about to die now?" Luffy's face was deformed by Ace. He said stupidly, "Yeah, I seem to be fine." Chijia glanced at Luffy with a look that said he was an idiot. The captured spirit suddenly struggled, and his facial features appeared on his white face. He stared at Chien-hee and said, "You are in the same group as the guys who helped Jim back then. It's you who imprisoned this world." Luffy was startled and shouted, "I remember now, it's this voice, it has been ringing in my ears before." The spirit suddenly turned to look at Luffy and said, You are my successor. It is your duty to restore the kingdom and liberate the world. I am guiding you. What the hell are you talking about? Who are you? I'm Joyboy. I'm the king of this world. Upon hearing this, Ace was unhappy and he scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Kyunhee is the real king of the world. He is just like I'm, a despicable thief. A hole. I want. Bang. Kyunhee shook his hand, and Joyboy's spirit instantly turned into countless white spots of light and completely dissipated into the air. Clapping his hands, Jianhee said calmly. If they die one by one, it's better to stop as soon as possible. As he spoke, Chijia glanced at Luffy. Luffy immediately got up from the ground and stood at attention again after being looked at by Chijia. Hey, you guys still want to be a pirates? Luffy was stunned. If it were the previous him, he would definitely say yes without thinking, but now he found that he didn't seem to want to be a pirate so much. After all, he just wanted to go out to sea for adventure. He hesitated for a moment, and in Ace's surprised eyes, he spoke. I don't want to anymore. Hearing this, Kyunhee nodded with satisfaction. The arduous task of helping Luffy get rid of his addiction to the king was successfully completed. Chapter 405 Phantom Cat Nami. Luffy was finally carried back by Ace and Sabo. After all, this guy injured dozens of marine soldiers. Even if it was not his intention, he still needs to be punished. In the end, he was taken back by his two brothers, and Garp had to punish Luffy himself. With Chijia present, Luffy was quite well behaved and didn't cause any trouble until they got on board. After the three brothers left, Nami immediately came up to them. She pouted and said in a muffled voice. Advertisement. Brother Kyunhee, where have you been all these years? You never came to see me and my sister. There was no way. Kyunhee left in a hurry. Except for some people in the headquarters, everyone else really thought he was missing. After explaining it briefly to Nami, she didn't hold on to it and soon happily took Chijia back to the fruit shop. Nochigu stood at the door of the store and kept looking towards the end of the street. When she saw Kyunhee's figure appear, a bright smile immediately broke out on her face, and she looked like a young wife who saw her husband come home. Kyunhee couldn't help but laugh, and Nami beside him snorted and said. You are still as biased as before. Why didn't you smile so happily when you saw me? My sister is the same. Kyunhee pinched Nami's nose and teased. I wish you were half as sensible as Noki. Nami yelled like a kitten with its fur standing on end. How can I be so ignorant? You have been saying this to me since I was a child. I don't accept it. If you don't agree, just keep it to yourself. If you keep yelling, I'll take Nochigo back to the headquarters. You can just stay here by yourself. Humph. You're awesome. Nami glanced away, but her arms around Chijia tightened. While the two were arguing, Nojiko had already trotted over to Kyunhee. She called him Brother Kyunhee in a soft voice, and then handed him a half-peeled orange. Nami saw this and started yelling again. My sister, you must not learn his partiality, or I, as your younger sister, will be too pitiful. Nochijo smiled, took out the other half of the orange and handed it to Nami, patted her head and said softly. How can my sister be partial? But you, I thought we were just kids, you're always clinging to Kyunhee brother. Nami blushed, she stuck out her tongue and muttered. I don't care. If I don't keep an eye on Kyunhee, he'll run away again. Jianhee put one hand on his waist and said unhappily. Advertisement. Why would I run away? You make me sound like a thief. I think you are actually a little thief. Tisk. Isn't that right? You just said you were going to take my sister away. The most annoying thing is. You didn't even take me with you. This made Nochigo blush. She lowered her head and kept glancing at Kyunhee. Kyunhee rolled his golden eyes, flipped his wrist, and a devil fruit that looked like a cantaloupe appeared in his hand. Nami opened her eyes wide and approached the fruit, asking curiously. Is this devil fruit? Jianhee raised a smile, tossed the fruit in his hand, and said. This is the teleportation fruit. After you eat it, you can find me anytime you want. Really? Are you going to give it to me, Chijia? Otherwise, I have already processed this fruit. Even if you eat it, it is not afraid of seawater. Don't worry. Great. Chijia nii, you're the best. Nami suddenly jumped up and gave Chijia a big kiss on the side of her cheek, which stunned Nojiko. Chijia didn't expect Nami to be so bold, and this was happening on the street. Snap. A series of heartbreaking voices rang out. Jianhee glanced around and found many young men with painful expressions on their faces. It was afraid that someone would not be able to sleep tonight. In just a moment, Nami couldn't wait to pick up the teleportation fruit and take a bite, then her face turned purple instantly and she spit it out. She stuck out her tongue and looked at Jianhee with tears in her eyes. Brother Kyunhee, this is so disgusting. I have never eaten anything so disgusting. Who told you to be so anxious? Kyunhee held his forehead helplessly, he snapped his fingers, and transferred the power of the teleportation fruit into Nami's body. Okay, now try your abilities. Nami nodded blankly. She now had a feeling that she could reach any place she had been to immediately if she wanted to. With the thought, Nami disappeared instantly. At the Marine Division base, Hina was in the office, holding her chin in her hand, muttering to herself. I didn't expect to meet the king in person today. It would be great if we could get in touch again. Hehe, Hina-san, you can come to my house tonight. Chijia-san won't be leaving tonight. Advertisement. Hina was startled, she turned her head sharply and saw Nami lying on the back of her chair. Nami? When did you get here? Nami smiled triumphantly, and she flashed back and forth in the office in front of Hina, which made Hina stunned. After she stopped, Hina asked hesitantly. This action has no trace at all. It's impossible to shave. Did you eat the devil fruit as well? That's right. This is the teleportation fruit that Chijia-kun gave me. How is it? Isn't this ability amazing? Very impressive. Rocks relied on it to escape Marine's encirclement time and time again. The king actually gave this fruit to you. It seems that you hold a very important position in his heart. Hearing this, Nami felt very happy, even happier than when she got the fruit. She took Hina's hand and said. Okay, Hina-san, come back with me. Hey, Nami, I'm not busy yet. Swish. Before Hina could finish her words, Nami took her back to the fruit shop without any explanation. As soon as they came back, they saw Chika and Nojiko sitting together. Nokago was gently putting a slice of orange into Kyunhee's mouth, with an extremely satisfied smile on his face. The sudden appearance of the two scared her, and the orange in her hand fell to the ground. Kyunhee reached out to catch it, and he also picked up a slice of orange and fed it into Nojiko's mouth. The scene looked very warm. After watching Nojiko finish eating, Kyunhee turned to look at Nami and teased. You brought someone back in such a short time. You're familiar with their abilities pretty quickly. If you don't hurry up, I'm afraid my sister will be eaten by Kyunhee brother. Nojijo glared at her and scolded her. What are you talking about, Nami? You cook tonight. Nami immediately calmed down. Kyunhee held his chin with one hand. He looked at Nami with a smile on his face for a while and said. Nami, I've thought of a title for you, would you like to hear it? Isn't it another little thief? Of course not. What do you think of Phantom Cat? Chapter 406 Black Zetsu, Dad. The next day, Chijia brought Nami and Nojiko back to the naval headquarters. The two girls couldn't help but feel a little nervous when they came to Kyanga's palace for the first time. Fortunately, Robin was there today. Under her guidance, the two girls quickly adapted to the place. By the way, since Chijia came back, Yamato has also moved in here. She always pesters Chijia and keeps saying that she wants to go to another world, that is, Hokage. As soon as she saw Chijia, she brought this up again. After her constant persuasion, Chijia actually agreed to take her to Hokage for 2 days. Yamato hugged Chijia excitedly and let Chijia enjoy the facial cleanser. Advertisement. Kyunhee hugged her with his backhand, opened the dimensional door and flew in. The place the two returned to was Chijia's home in Konoha. Kagaya came out of the house when she heard the noise. Seeing Chijia coming back, a look of joy appeared on her face, but when her eyes swept over Yamato, she was obviously stunned. Looking at Yamato's white hair, red horns, and golden eyes, Kagaya couldn't help but ask. Master, is this your daughter over there? Chijia was confused, while Yamato was so angry that she shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to be his daughter. I am his cutest and most powerful apprentice. So you're my apprentice? I'm so sorry, I was overthinking. Kagaya tilted his head, then bowed politely to express his apology. This made Yamato feel embarrassed because she noticed Kagaya's slightly bulging belly. She asked hesitantly. You are pregnant? Speaking of this, Kagaya suddenly stroked her abdomen with a happy look on her face and whispered. Yes, this is my child with my master. What? Yamato suddenly turned his head and stared at Chijia, his eyes filled with 7 parts shock, 2 parts disbelief, and 1 part, admiration. Well, another classic fan chart. He reached out and flicked her forehead, and said unhappily. Advertisement. What's with that expression on your face? I'm not young anymore, isn't it normal to have a child? It's normal. I just think it's a bit sudden. And why haven't Khalifa and the others made any movement? Since Chijia is the king, Khalifa and others in the palace are naturally regarded as queens by default. But until now, Chijia has not given birth to any children. Not only Yamato, but others are also very confused about this. Yamato is no longer the ignorant young man she used to be. She now understands what happened when Anne tricked her into training her. She blushes every time she thinks of that. Chijia's explanation is that Kagaya is close to him in blood, so it is easier for him to succeed. This statement was largely nonsense, but Yamato did not doubt it, because in terms of appearance, Kagaya was indeed very similar to Chijia. She touched her long white hair and the horns on her head, and suddenly blurted out. Master, do you think our bloodlines are somewhat similar? After saying that, Yamato's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, but she still tried to pretend that nothing had happened. Even Kagaya saw through her little trick and couldn't help but hide her face with her sleeves and laughed. The black zetsu in her sleeve suddenly spoke. Your intentions as an apprentice are not pure, your face is as red as a monkey's butt. Yamato was immediately furious when her pass was blocked. She took out a mace from somewhere and shouted. Damn it! Who is talking? Get out here! Black zetsu was not afraid of Yamato either. She turned into a pool of liquid and flowed out of Kagaya's sleeves, then gradually condensed into a feminine body. Yamato raised his eyebrows and asked. Who are you? You look dark. Black zetsu raised his head and said very firmly. What do you mean by black? You are such a rude little girl. My name is Black Zetsu. Who are you calling a little girl? Believe it or not, I'll hit you. Tisk, who are you trying to scare with a spikeless mace? Do you think I'm afraid of a little girl like you who hasn't even grown all her hair yet? Yamato was speechless. She tapped the ground lightly with the mace in her hand, which immediately created a spider web-like crack. Black Zetsu was stunned, thinking that this big fool was quite strong. Yamato held the mace and walked towards Black Zetsu step by step, saying as he walked. I'll let you taste this thornless mace. Black Zetsu's yellow prototype eyes rolled around, and he flashed directly to Chijia's side and shouted. Advertisement. Dad. Look at her. After these words were spoken, except Kagaya, Chijia and Yamato were all stunned. Kyunhee pointed at himself and asked. What did you just call me? Dad. Ding. The mace in Yamato's hand fell directly to the ground. She looked at Black Zetsu's dark body and thought to herself. Are all masters' children going to grow up like this? Kagaya didn't think there was anything wrong. In her opinion, Black Zetsu was her child, so he was naturally Chijia's child. This relationship was very reasonable. Seeing that Chijia didn't react, Black Zetsu approached her directly, looking like a good kid, which made Chijia's eyebrows twitch. Yamato no longer had any intention of teaching Black Zetsu a lesson. She just stood there looking at Chijia with a strange look. Kyunhee coughed twice, and for a moment she didn't know how to face Black Zetsu. Who would understand that the most sinister old six in the Hokage world actually became his own child? Kyunhee's mood was a bit complicated, but fortunately Kagaya spoke in time. Master, let's go back to the house. And this? Kagaya paused for a moment, and Yamato realized that she hadn't said her name yet. Besides, Kagaya is her master's wife, so she definitely cannot be disrespectful. My name is Yamato, please take care of me. It's Ms. Yamato. My name is Tsutsuki Kagaya. The two white-haired creatures bowed to each other, and the scene looked very harmonious. Yamato hurried to support Kagaya. She didn't dare let Kagaya bow to her. After all, she was a pregnant woman. She couldn't afford it if anything happened. However, what she didn't know was that this weak pregnant woman possessed enough power to destroy the ninja world. However, her behavior still won Black Zetsu's favor, and Black Zetsu took the initiative to apologize for his previous sarcastic attitude. Yamato is not a person who holds grudges. She patted her chest generously and said that she and Black Zetsu will be good sisters from now on and she will protect Black Zetsu. Chijia came over and hugged Kagaya, the two looked at each other with a smile, and then walked into the house together. Chapter 407 Yamato and Suzuki. On this day, a strange pair appeared on the streets of Konoha. A young woman who is 2 meters 60 tall and has 2 horns on her head, and a stick figure who is completely black and has an enchanting figure. These two people are naturally Yamato and Black Zetsu. Since that day, the famous 6th-ranked Black Zetsu and the outspoken Yamato have surprisingly gotten along well. The two often get together and share interesting things that happened in their respective worlds. Let me tell you, except for Dad, all the Uchiha are tsunderies. Especially Madara, it's amazing. Advertisement. In fact, you don't have to rule out the master. He's not much better. For example, he obviously likes me as his disciple the most but he never says it out loud. Is it possible that Dad has never thought about this? Xiaohei, can we still play happily? Sorry, just pretend I didn't say anything. The thousands-year-old Black Zetsu was actually having a lot of fun with Yamato, who was in his early 20s. The two were talking excitedly, and Yamato didn't pay attention for a moment and bumped into someone. Of course, considering Yamato's physical condition, she herself was fine, but the person she bumped into just sat down on the ground. A man with a golden hedgehog head ran over and quickly squatted down to help the person who was knocked down. Suzuki, are you okay? Sasuke shook off Naruto's hand, stood up from the ground in a handsome manner, and patted the dust off his body, and said lightly, "I'm fine." Then, he looked up at Yamato opposite him, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Because Yamato was too tall. In the Hokage world, people's heights were still within the normal range, and Sasuke's height of 1.8 meters was not short, but he just bumped into Yamato's abdomen. See the scene where Ace and Yamato are standing opposite each other. Ace is also over 1.8 meters tall. Moreover, his physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people, but just now he felt like he had hit a hill. Naruto on the side also exclaimed. So tall, who is this? Why have I never seen him before? Sasuke's gaze was on the pair of horns on Yamato's head, and combined with the white hair, he couldn't help but wonder if Yamato was Satsuki. Fortunately, he knew Black Zetsu, otherwise he would have drawn his sword by now. Yamato scratched his head and apologized to Sasuke. Although Sasuke was distracted just now, he fell on his butt after all, so he was considered a weakling. However, Sasuke's disguise began again. He ignored Yamato and looked directly at Black Zetsu and asked. Black Zetsu, who is this person? Advertisement. Black Zetsu however didn't buy into Sasuke's words. Just kidding, it would be fine if Madara spoke to him like that, but he totally ignored Sasuke, the younger brother among the Uchiha brothers. He completely ignored Sasuke and spoke directly to Yamato. Yamato, his name is Uchiha Sasuke, he is the youngest among the current Uchiha clan. Uchiha? Does that mean he's from the same clan as Master? Sasuke raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask. Master? Who is your master? Of course it's Uchiha Chijia. Master Chijia is your master. Sasuke's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but feel a small twinge of jealousy. Back then, he also wanted to take Kyunhee as his master, and even knelt down for it, but until now, he has not been able to become Kyunhee's apprentice. His current master is Madara. Madara's strength is naturally beyond doubt, but if compared with Chika, there is a huge gap. So after hearing that Yamato's master was Chijia, Sasuke was immediately silenced. Yamato gave Sasuke a strange look, while Black Zetsu pulled her sleeve and started to leave. Sasuke suddenly shouted. Stop! This sound startled Naruto who was standing next to him. He didn't know what was wrong with Sasuke. Sasuke slowly raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had activated the Sharingan. Of course, it's still the pair of 3 Megatama. Black Zetsu couldn't help but curl his lips and thought to himself. Well, as expected of Uchiha, this kind of sudden neurosis is really passed down from generation to generation. Yamato stared at Sasuke's Sharingan curiously and said. Your eyes are so different from Master's. His previous pair of Rinnegan had 12 Megatama in it. This sentence was another critical blow to Sasuke. In fact, among the existing Uchiha, he was the only one who had a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan. In the past, possessing the 3 Tomo Sharingan was truly elite in the Uchiha clan, and it was even more of a dimensional attack against ordinary ninjas. But times are different now. Putting aside Chijia's bug, look at Madara and others around Sasuke, who doesn't have a Manjiki. Advertisement. Even Uchiha Kakashi has a Manjiki. Although Sasuke's desire for power is not as strong now, it does not mean that he does not want to make progress. He reached out to stop Yamato and said seriously. Fight with me, I want to see how strong the disciple recognized by Master Kyunhee is. The words recognized by Chijia hit Yamato's heart directly, making her overjoyed. Black Zetsu wanted to stop him, but when she saw Yamato's expression, she gave up. She put her hand on her forehead and complained. Yamato, you idiot! Why are you competing with Uchiha for no reason? What made her even more worried was that the Uchiha on the opposite side was Sasuke. She knew a little about Yamato's strength, and she was really afraid that Yamato would accidentally send Sasuke away. Yamato magically took out a mace again and put it on his shoulder, smiling and saying. Okay. I accept your challenge. I also want to see how strong Master's people are. Sasuke nodded, looked around, and said. This place is not suitable for fighting, please come with me to a place. Okay, I thought so too. Sasuke said nothing more and walked away, with Yamato following immediately. The remaining Black Zetsu and Naruto looked at each other. Naruto swallowed and asked. Black Zetsu, should we follow and see? Of course, what if something goes wrong? Yeah, Sasuke looks like he's serious about this. I'm afraid he might go too far. Idiot. What you should be worried about is that Sasuke doesn't get beaten to death by Yamato. Is that sister called Yamato? She has the same name as Captain Yamato. No. What did you say? Is Sister Yamato strong? Nonsense, have you forgotten that she is my father's disciple? Actually I wanted to ask you just now, who is the father you mentioned? Could it be Kyunhee Sr.? What else? Naruto stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. He looked at Black Zetsu in disbelief, and Black Zetsu called him an idiot again, then turned into a pool of black water and merged into the ground, escaping in the direction Shizuke Yamato left. Naruto came back to his senses and shouted hurriedly. Hey! Wait for me! Chapter 408 Gap. The Uchiha clan training ground. Yamato was standing in front of Shizuke with a mace in his hand, looking casual. Shizuke looked at Yamato with red eyes and said, I'm going to do it. Yamato then lowered his mace and said with a smile. Advertisement. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Shizuke used the body flicker technique to appear in front of Yamato, but the speed of the body flicker technique was really not enough in front of a physical monster like Yamato. Yamato didn't even use his mace, he just slapped Shizuke in the face. Even though Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, he still couldn't dodge the simple slap. Bang! From a distance, Shizuke was slapped away by Yamato like a fly, and he crashed heavily into the wall of the training ground. In fact, Yamato was still holding back. If she had used her full strength, it is not impossible that Shizuke would have been beaten into a bloody mist on the spot. However, even so, it took Shizuke a long time to climb out of the wall. He looked shaky and was obviously seriously injured. Naruto and Black Zetsu arrived at this time. Seeing Sasuke's miserable condition, Naruto immediately shouted to Shizuke in worry. Shizuke however didn't mean anything to Naruto, he was still in a daze. Yamato's reaction speed and strength just now were so exaggerated that he even suspected that Yamato had learned Tsunade's super strength. Of course, even if Tsunade himself came over, he would be slapped away by Yamato. From what he had just done, Shizuke knew that his physical skills were not at the same level as Yamato's, so he temporarily gave up the physical attack and started to make hand seals instead. Yamato looked at Shizuke with curiosity as he gestured wildly until a huge fireball burst out of Sasuke's mouth. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Hey? You can use the power of fire? But isn't this fireball a little small? Yamato just stood there. She took a breath and then blew it out, actually blowing out the fireball directly in mid-air. This scene almost made Sasuke's jaw drop. There were still some residual flames at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Yamato with a dull expression and muttered. Advertisement. Are you, a monster? This made Yamato a little unhappy, and she shouted. Hey! You are so rude. How can you talk like that? Gulp. Shizuke swallowed, and Naruto outside the field did the same thing. Both were deeply shocked by the strength displayed by Yamato. Naruto said to himself. She's so strong. She can beat Shizuke like this with just her taijutsu. I wonder how strong her ninjutsu can be. Seeing Yamato showing off Kamui on the field, Black Zetsu was full of pride. She raised her black face and said proudly. That's right. Don't you see whose apprentice she is? I told you long ago that if you don't keep an eye on her, Shizuke might be accidentally beaten to death by Yamato. Naruto nodded stiffly. With Yamato's physical strength, even if he transformed into a tailed beast, he would be in serious trouble if he was hit by such a blow. On the field, Shizuke stared at Yamato intently, and he had already activated the illusion. However, Yamato was only slightly dazed, and Sasuke's illusion had basically no effect. Shizuke was stunned. He didn't understand why his illusion was so ineffective on Yamato. In fact, the reason is very simple, that is, there is no chakra in Yamato's body. Not to mention him, even if the illusion master attack came, it would be useless. Seeing that the illusion didn't work, Shizuke suddenly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his fair chest. Yamato curled her lips secretly. In her eyes, Shizuke was a real thin dog, so she naturally wouldn't become infatuated with him like many other little girls in Konoha did when they saw this scene. She suddenly thought about what it would look like if Chijia did this. As she thought about it, a few drops of crystal saliva actually flowed from the corners of Yamato's mouth. Shizuke naturally had no idea that Yamato's mind had wandered off to who knows where. He undressed simply to activate the curse seal. Orochimaru has now become a good man, so the curse seal is a very useful ability for Shizuke, and Ataka doesn't need to stab him with the Totsuka sword. Phew! 2 huge palm-sized wings emerged from Sasuke's back, and his skin quickly turned grey. Yamato was stunned for a moment and thought to himself. Could he be a demon fruit power? It looks like some unknown mythical beast species. After activating the curse seal, Sasuke's strength can be said to have been improved in all aspects, and the surge in power has given him confidence. Advertisement. With a sudden flap of his wings, Shizuke rushed towards Yamato again, with dazzling grey electric light emitting from his hands, which was his best Chidori. Yamato couldn't help but frown, she thought Chidori's voice was really noisy. Chidori! Shizuke yelled, thrusting his hand towards Yamato's abdomen, who snorted and raised his hand to shake it. Bang! Sizzle! Chidori's voice still echoed in this training ground, and there was also a shout from Shizuke. What? How is this possible? Yamato just held Sasuke's wrist holding the Chidori, then gently swung Sasuke directly towards Naruto. Naruto quickly reached out to catch it, but Yamato's strength was too strong. He caught it, but was still knocked away by Sasuke. But with Naruto's cushioning, Sasuke felt much better this time. He lifted himself up from Naruto's arms, briefly stared at Naruto for a few seconds, and quickly flew back to Yamato. Naruto stood up and patted his butt, muttering, "What's that look? Shouldn't I answer it?" Yamato laughed out of boredom and said casually, "Let's end our fight here. I'm a little sleepy. Chueju, let's go." Yamato's behavior was like stabbing Sasuke in the heart, which was really embarrassing. He was the one who initiated the challenge, but so far he hasn't even hurt Yamato's Kakuzu. Seeing Yamato about to leave with Black Zetsu, Sasuke yelled, "Don't go. The battle isn't over yet." Yamato turned around and looked at Sasuke strangely, and asked, "Ah? Do you think there is still a need to fight?" This is not because Yamato is mocking Sasuke on purpose. She has a carefree personality to begin with. Except for being a little careful when facing Chijia, she is the type of person who says whatever she wants to other people. In her opinion, Sasuke's strength is totally not on the same level as hers, and there is no point in fighting him. She also has to be careful to hold her hands back, otherwise Sasuke's small body can be easily broken apart by one punch. That's right, it was a punch. After the first round of fighting, Yamato had no intention of using the mace at all. Chapter 409 Sasuke wants to open his eyes. You have to know that after several years of training, Yamato's current strength is already at the top of Shishibukai in the pirates' world. For Sasuke, who hasn't even opened Manjiki, Yamato is definitely an insurmountable peak. Sasuke was well aware of the difference in strength between the two, but he simply couldn't accept that he would be defeated so easily. Naruto sighed helplessly, he walked over to Sasuke and patted his shoulder, advising, "Forget it Sasuke, Sister Yamato is Chijia-senpai's disciple, there's nothing wrong with losing to her." It would have been better if Naruto didn't say anything, because his words had the opposite effect. Advertisement. Sasuke threw Naruto's hand away and roared, "Get out of here! This is none of your business." Naruto was stunned by Sasuke's yelling and muttered, "I'm doing this for your own good, right? After all. Get out of the way." Sasuke pushed Naruto away, electricity flashing from his hand again. Yamato had Black Zetsu stand behind her before turning around. She raised her mace and said coldly, "It seems that the only way to make you quiet down is to knock you down." Seeing Yamato finally raise the mace, Sasuke's face lit up with excitement and he shouted, "Come on! Show me your true strength!" Buzz! The color of the mace seemed to get darker. Yamato narrowed her eyes, and the next second she appeared in front of Sasuke. Even though Sasuke used the Millennium Flow in advance, the lightning hitting Yamato was no different from a tickle. She was bathed in lightning and swung the mace in her hand towards Sasuke. Thundering 8 trigrams. Yamato finally stopped in the end. Her mace did not touch Sasuke's body, but swung it in the air. Even so, Sasuke still spat out a large mouthful of blood from this blow, and it even cured his red-eye disease and returned him to his normal black pupil state. Thump! Sasuke knelt directly in front of Yamato and then fell to the ground helplessly. This scared Yamato. She dropped her mace, grabbed Sasuke by the scruff of the neck with one hand and lifted him up. "Hey, hey, hey! Are you okay? Don't scare me! Say something!" Advertisement. Sasuke opened his eyes hazily and murmured, "I'm fine, just a little sleepy." "Ah? You must not fall asleep. Ouch! I should have ignored you earlier." Naruto ran over with a panicked look on his face. He took Sasuke from Yamato and held him in a princess hug. Sasuke rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you here again? Don't meddle in my business." Black Zetsu suddenly touched Yamato's arm. She pouted towards Sasuke and whispered, "Look, didn't I say that the Uchiha clan are all dead tsunderes?" Yamato nodded in agreement. Wow, she had finally learned something today. Sasuke's entire body was now limp, but his mouth was still tough. Fortunately, Naruto was used to it. He said to Yamato with an apologetic look on his face, "I'm sorry to trouble you, Sister Yamato. Children with parents are different." Since the resurrection of Minato and his wife, Naruto has become more and more polite. He saw the whole process. It was Sasuke who kept seeking death. Yamato even held back in the end. Otherwise, he would have to ask Shigeya to give Sasuke a Yomiuri resurrection. Yamato nodded and said, "Take him to get treated quickly. He is too weak. If anything happens to him, Master will be unhappy." Puff. Sasuke spat out blood again, and it was unclear whether it was because of anger or injury. Naruto didn't dare to delay, he hugged Sasuke and ran away. After the two left, Yamato complained to Black Zetsu. "This tribe member of Masters is a little weak. I was hesitant just now. It was not fun to fight him. Well, didn't I tell you that he is the youngest one? He should also be the weakest one. Don't expect to have any fun in the battle. Well, it seems that I expected too much. Yamato pouted, walked over to pick up his mace, and left with Black Zetsu. In the hospital. Advertisement. Sasuke was lying on the hospital bed, wrapped like a mummy, with Madara and Itachi standing beside his bed. Itachi looked at Sasuke with eyes full of heartache and a hint of helplessness. He already knew what happened. It was Sasuke who was pestering Yamato, and he was determined to kill him before he could leave. If Yamato hadn't held back, Sasuke wouldn't have been able to get into the hospital. Madara crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Humph. You still don't have a clear understanding of your own strength. If that Yamato was an enemy, you would have died countless times. Madara's words were heavy, but the look he gave Sasuke was still filled with a barely perceptible concern. Sasuke was also a little embarrassed, but now he even had difficulty turning his head. He had no choice but to close his eyes, out of sight, out of mind. Madara's output has not stopped yet. What? You don't like it? Do you want me to tell you that you have the courage to challenge the strong, and your spirit is commendable? Humph. Let me tell you, if someone like you were placed in the Sengoku era, you wouldn't survive a day. That's enough. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes and said. If I activated the Manjiki Sharingan, at least I wouldn't have lost so badly. Madara raised her eyebrows and asked. You want to activate Manjiki? Of course. Even Kakashi has a Manjiki, but I still only have 3 Megatama. After saying that, Sasuke twisted his neck forcefully. In his opinion, Madara would definitely scold him for only pinning his hopes on external things. But to his surprise, Madara nodded and said. That's right, it's time for you to open a pair of Manjiki. Other ninjas need to practice physical skills and refine chakra to increase their strength, but Uchiha can get an all-round improvement just by evolving Sharingan. This sounds very unfair, but there is no absolute fairness in this world. From Madara's point of view, Sharingan is originally Uchiha's own power, and it's okay if you say it's an external object for Kakashi, but it's definitely not appropriate to use it on Uchiha himself. And helping others open Manjiki is a business that Madara is very familiar with. Obito's Kamui is amazing, right? He designed it. Itachi looked at Madara with a look of surprise. He knew how painful the process of opening Manjiki was, so ever since peace had come to the ninja world, he had completely given up the idea of letting Sasuke open his eyes. He didn't know what method Madara wanted to use to help Sasuke open Manjiki, but one thing was certain, Sasuke would feel extremely tortured during this process. Likewise, this was also torturing Itachi, who was a severe Brahman. Chapter 410 Itachi vs Yamato. Yamato returned home, stood in front of Chijia with a weak look on his face, and stammered. Master, I seem to have gotten into trouble today. He raised his eyebrows and asked. Oh? Tell me about it. Of course, Kyunhee is not worried about how much trouble Yamato can cause. With him as his master, everything can be solved with the help of his supernatural power. Advertisement. I beat up one of your people today. A tribe member? Oh, is his name Sasuke? Master, you already know. Oh, I know it's him without even thinking about it. Among the current Uchiha, Itachi will definitely not have any conflict with Yamato. Since Rin's resurrection, Obito has almost completely recovered his original personality. He follows Rin all day long and is present wherever Rin is. As for Madara, he stays in the clan territory all day long and has become a complete stay-at-home. Then the only one left is Sasuke, but anyone who has seen the Hokage is used to Sasuke getting beaten. Black Zetsu chimed in. Dad, it's not Yamato's fault. It was Sasuke who insisted on challenging her. Yamato wanted to leave. Yes, I know. How is he now? Is he still alive? He should be fine. He was taken to the hospital by Naruto. Chijia nodded, then he looked up at Yamato. After returning to Hokage, Chijia returned to normal human height, so he had to hold his head up when looking at Yamato. Okay, this isn't a big deal, why are you hanging your head? When Yamato heard that it was okay, he immediately smiled, leaned over to rub against Kyunhee, and said. I knew Master wouldn't blame me. You're the best. Tisk, you. Kyunhee shook his head helplessly, and suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yamato ran to open the door, and standing at the door was Itachi. Advertisement. Itachi was shocked by Yamato's size and thought that this must be the Yamato that Sasuke challenged. He smiled politely at Yamato and said. You must be Yamato, right? My name is Uchiha Itachi, and I'm here to look for Master Chijia. Another member of Master's clan, come in. Yamato turned sideways, and Itachi walked in Yamato's shadow, looking so petite. When he came to Kyunhee, Kyunhee asked before he could speak. Itachi, you're here regarding Sasuke's matter, right? Yes, Master Chigia, but please don't misunderstand me. He really brought this upon himself and cannot blame anyone else. I just came here to tell you about his plan to open a mangeki. Oh? You finally can't help it. Itaka nodded, then told Madara what he wanted to help with. From his expression, he was probably worried that Sasuke was being played around by Madara. After all, with the precedent of Obito, who knows what measures Madara will take to stimulate Sasuke. Itaka said that he wanted to stimulate Sasuke to open his eyes through monthly stimulation, but the chances of success were obviously slim, because Sasuke subconsciously knew that everything was an illusion, and his pair of 3 Megatama had been trained to almost the limit, making him very resistant to illusions. Black Zetsu curled her lips as she listened to this. She had witnessed countless Uchiha opening their eyes. In her opinion, there were 2 key points in making Sasuke open his eyes. One was Naruto, and the other was Itachi in front of him. But even though we know this, it is still quite difficult to start with these 2 people. He suddenly laughed, he reached out and flicked Itaka's forehead, and said. You came to me to provide insurance for Sasuke. Itaka's face immediately turned red when his thoughts were exposed. Both Kyunhee's reincarnation of the underworld and Neon's divine power are extremely shameless, and it can be said that their tolerance rate is maximized. As long as Kyunhee is here, no matter what happens, there is still room for salvation. What if Madara plays too big a game and something happens to either Itachi or Naruto? We can't let Madara use Rain Tensei to exchange 1 for 1, right? However, Chigia said that there was no need to go through so much trouble. He looked at Itachi with a smile, which made Itachi feel uneasy. Chigaya. Haha, don't be nervous. Does Sasuke know that you came to see me today? You should know, right? Great, then that makes sense, go fight Yamato again. Advertisement. Yamato was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion. Master, is this really okay? She just beat someone's brother into the hospital. Even though it wasn't her fault, she still felt a little embarrassed. Now he has to fight with this brother again. Yamato couldn't help but look at Itachi and thought. This guy looks even more fragile than his brother. Is that really okay? He smiled and said. It's okay, go ahead and hit me. The harder the better. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of you. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Since Chigia said so, Yamato has nothing to worry about. She trusts Chigia 100%. Itachi quickly understood what Chigia meant. She wanted to create a reasonable conflict to hurt him, as his brother, so as to stimulate Sasuke's young mind and open his eyes. He nodded seriously and said to Yamato. In that case, thank you for your help. Please be gentle when you do this. No trouble, no trouble. After the 3 of them had a brief discussion, Chigia sent the 2 of them directly to the Uchiha clan's training ground, and had them perform a torture trick on Sasuke there. Inside the venue, Yamato and Itachi looked at each other for a moment, and Itachi took the first step. He directly activated the skeleton form of Susanoo, swung his bone arms and hit Yamato hard. This really made Yamato's eyes light up. It was the first time she saw Susanoo on someone else, and she couldn't help but exclaim. This is more like one of Master's people. I've never fought against Susanoo before. As she said that, she punched Susanoo on the palm. Although there was no haki attached, Yamato knocked Susanoo back with her physical strength alone. Itachi was horrified by Yamato's terrifying physical strength, but at the same time he was glad that Sasuke was still lying in the hospital in one piece. And after the fight just now, he also found that Susanoo in the first form was completely inadequate to deal with Yamato. With the thought, Susanoo's body was instantly covered with armor. Itachi did not use the Totsuka sword, but instead raised the Yasakamai and pushed it horizontally towards Yamato. Yamato drew out his mace and charged towards Susanoo. While the 2 were fighting, an Anbu already ran to Sasuke's hospital room and shouted. Sasuke! The minister and Yamato had a conflict and now they are fighting. What?